Chapter 1 Ehave transmigrate dinto Abu Khan become the Emperor of Tegrakan. Implorial my estimate adoptive fathers story to fumera captors earnestly bija. If you can manna get a read the fierce 3 chapters, consider yourself as me fathers thesis no jest. Esteemed fathers, mere lie glansot the reviews to discern whether is captivating, thur and artificially inflated ratings, and thosuhan gay giants disiateranothing bascundrels. Itis entirely normal for a nulle released work to receive illuster. The female protagonist stands say Sabikan, Provid Bimigud brothers. Preposterous, how kude courtesan in Terthopolis. In the Halof heavenly ascendancy, upon Thedragon throne. Ing Yisbudi trembled, and is bedwide open. A torrent of overwhelming memory surged into his mind, gradually clarifying his vision. Ehave been reborn, Bacto the moment when a disregard dead opposition nofma minister sand forcibly to cacortismi consort. Ing Yis pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, had been reborn, but his rebirth wasn't like in yother. In his previous life, he had an advertent litrance migrate into a female-oriented novel. Under the weight of te protagonist shallow, ha had beto death of 4 feminine antagonists wo adored him into dwelling handed of a kingdom. This detail has been amended, as many esteemed fathershade expressed theored with the previous vagueness. Ultimately, when the protagonist shallow faded, he wakened to thegram realization the had personal into 4 women ha loved him dearly, there a belowsing the foundation of his ancestry, leading to his tragic suicide. To his astonishment, he had actually been reborn, returning to themament when hitu nigh the courtesanish's consort. Ash's memory is buckameclear de contemplate thebuk setting, a flood effects plativesan within him. Honey arth pinedthis ridiculous tale. According to the novel's premise, he was the emperor of the Qin kingdom, renowned for civil and military prowess. In just 3 years sursophant, he had managed to govern the Qin dynasty with 3 remarkable order, ensuring Thule being goff to populace. Ultimately, with the assistance face sinister female antagonist, Cunifid Therium. However, in the end, in a bit to please the novel heroine, Su Chaching, he executed the female antagonist who had loved him, annihilated their families, and relinquished the throne to Su Chaching, serving her alongside Eotherman. Hoi Su Chaching. A character watch reversed through time, embodying both apostle collector Randa idolatus. She's accompanied by Akadarif devote admirers. Her identity is that of the daughter of a general in the imperial court. With the protagonist's buff, upon her return home, she wakened Atrum the trendrid here irresistibly enchanting Ganyo Nuhan countered her wooed booterla captivated. Even stray dog salong therod side could not resist thy urges. Ist ha thord illusional? Thword serving Tagathur made him suppress the urgatorish. Reflecting in this lifetime, knowing that though Sevent shady at townfold, Hakud na thelputex haleen relief. There is still hope. This green tea character can be an Ionu ho desire sharish shall claim the vicious female antagonist for Mijolf. Ingyas face suicide with excitement. The foremost female antagonisticov testori, and no the matriarchov great kinsharam, is Fongwashi. Shepazes abutai thought kud topoli nations, Lottie dast hemis stunning woman 9th world, far surpassing the protagonist. Hurtlant in both military and political affairs parallel under fordship, the great kin flourished, seeming Lippo was said to Kalinji for supremacy in central plains. Men wo admired her were countless, yet ultimately, she resolutely co-sing nurturing a profound and unwavering affection form until her dying breath. Thebuk describes Fong Loxi as a silver-haired child, marked by a radiant plum blossom insignia on her forehead. Though Zuho came into contact with her either parashiter were a grave lion jure depart from Feng family, every owner regarded Harris Ammonster. Only Ingi, in his youth, often took her out for excursions, taught her the art of cultivation, and held her wounds, leading to a mutual unspoken affection. Yet, novel softened descend into melodrama. Based on the experience of Feng Yi and Fong Lok sidgering their childhood, they were destined to be coupley was supported each other thinking. However, the emergency of the protagonist inexplicably turned into a sycophant, abandoning Fong Luashi. By the conclusion, Fong Loxias and dead to be terrestrial immortal, aiding in Yi unifying therium, yet in a bit to elicitas mile from the protagonist, orchestrated Fong Luox systemize, relinquished the imperial throne to Su Chaching, and exterminated Fong Luox's central lineage. Do they all favor the green tea heroine? Very well, let Humden Thegrian hats. Since he was granted Daskin chance at life, Wielding a million troops and supported by such a beauty, I twould Baramis not town of the realm. But first, must stabilize Ethereum, then strive for supremacy. Ingiuscus deepened, contemplating Thun wavering affection off to four women towards him, while had been cold-hearted and ungrateful, Hisher tacked incessantly. Yet, thankfully, everything could bear it, and he would undoubtedly atone for the debts of his previous life. Your Majesty, how could a courtesan possibly enter the harem? I beseech your Majesty to retract our decree. A student voice echoed. Within the hall. Phone jignal upon the floor, Histon echoed with emotion. Behind him, civil and military officials collectively fell to their knees. I implore your Majesty to retract our decree. Their voices jolted dingy back to reality. Observing Thessina before him, instinctively correlated to Theplo tof Tibuk. Thea Thor's imagination knows no bounds. Asa sovereign, Topias the protagonist Amira green to char Turhain courtesanoflally standing, which was subtly ludicrous. Surveying the courtiers below, Inuberi countenance of authority. All rise. The matter just mentioned ways and dial considered by Mhaulan courtesan and Tirtha Palacius a consort. My haremis consist of women who embody the virtuous so fain empress, gently and virtuous. Gasp. Up in hearing this, the court officials started acting as if they had encountered a ghost. Wait. He actually agreed? Many minister Shadrivia failed to dissuade him from this notion, yet today, it was geshual mention how became a reality. Wait astonish the moruazing is appraisal off Feng Luashi. An empress embodying virtue, gentle and wise. Every own wastum founded. Just yesterday hadlam based the empress Savinomu's woman. A jealous sharpie, unworthy of her position, a treacherous rebel seeking to dominate the court. How his opinion shifted so drastically? Phone Jawas the fierce Torrigan his composure hearing he speaks so highly off phone locks a philethum dilation. Suppressing Eisener excitement, he proclaimed loudly, Your Majestious wise. With your Majesty and Thempress, our great kin shall surely unify myriad tribes and Dinchereth at only hour voicer sonetes across Tirum. Theathers snapped back to reality and erupted in jubilant cheers. Notably had the dissuaded Dingyai from marrying a Cortes, but the relationship between he Emperor and Empressal Sasimed Tobesh howing sign so forming truly momentarily. Enough, Alophia, rise. Ingyai Wavadishand, and a powerful force elifteth officials to their feet. In an instant, the hall of heavenly ascendancy was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Suddenly, hurried footsteps disrupteth the harmonious ambience of the hall. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The twicked woman plotted kill Lady Qingwan, but thankfully, this servant intervened just in time. Look at me hand it bears the marks off hair attack. Ayunu crushed Intithal, his voice shrill, fingers delicately poised, sending chills down his spine. Boom! As the Unucherts fell, a terrifying pressure swept over him. Huang Haseman went blank, and he collapsed to the ground. In a moment of clarity, Heroized had misspoken and hurriedly exclaimed, Your Majesty, the Empress intends to kill Lady Qingwan. I beseech your Majesty to save her. Within the hall, the furious minister strembled des taunts, and phoned just Stern-dashen. Lady King Nguyen was noniather than thought courtesan. Duetto Suchaking's influence, Ingu Hadot don here excessively, granting her the palace of the noble consort Torsidian. Minister should repeated lie advised against these, event threatening with their lives, yet Inger remained unmoved. It called be said that Lady King Nguyen was ing yes treasured possession totarily a hand in her wood meter tain death. Foolishness. Fongjai was nearly in tears. Seeing Ingya's attitude as often, he had never anticipated that Fong Loxi would lose her composure. He trembled dashalukadating preparing to risk his lifedo for counsel. The great kin could not be comia laughing stock duetto Amira courtesan. Just as the ministers were poised to speak, Asina thought would leave a themas down to unfolded. Chapter 2 Feng Luashi has also been reborn. Huang Hao. Ingyaisia's narrow edas they fell upon the throne, gazing down at them from above. There was 7 parts murderous intent, 2 parts mockery, and on a part free. Can't these steamy readers provide a moment? Here recognized Duo Huang Hao was. It could be said that the downfall oft great kind was large lijuito therift between him and Feng Luashi, instigated by Huang Hao. Asarilla random minister, they had played Togather sin secultude, Within Yi regarding Hymas a trusted confidant. Little did Ek know that Thighs wretch, under the protagonist's influence, had developed feelings for Thikengon become her loyal lapdog. Had sown discord between he Emperor and Empress, seeking every means to eliminate Feng Luoxi. Your Majesty. Huang He's legs trembled as she collapsed to the ground. His expression was was the usual lie indulgent thing directing murderous intent toward him? Could it be for the sake of appearances? Yes, it must be that way. Huang Heo felt confident, but soon his thoughts began to shift. Your Majesty? Ing Yi smile was a sigh and sharp. Since you acknowledge Mustacha saws, Your Majesty, howdery hour for Tomai Persisog Dwuman, eunuch. Guards. Present. Thaguard so neither Sid responded. Ing Yi's voice washorsi she commanded, to Kethis audacious, ungrateful wretch and drag him out, for execution be 1,000 cuts. Yes, Your Majesty. Thegard seized Huang hand began to drag him away. Your Majesty, Spareem. Your Majesty, Spareem. Huang Hao, terrified, lost control of his bowls, and Thesinch filled the hall. Wait. Ing Yi called out, and Huang Hae's facilitip with hope, thinking he was saved. Butupan hearing Phoenix's words, his complexion turned ashen. Strip him of his Stinden sand bonus first, turn him into a man puppet. Then, flay Heimeliv, slicing off his flesh piece by piece. If it takes fewer than 9.99 cuts, let him de ishal personal things. Huang Haseman went blank. Ing literally intended to kill him. Was this still Semi Emperor Hoadon's favoritism separately? Huang Hao wailed, Your Majesty, Spareem. Your Majesty, Spareem. Thegard escorted him out, his voice growing, creasing liphant. Ing Yi wo re a somber expression, casting gas weep a glancy over the court that sent shivers down Hespine soft officials. With a grand gesture refish and, Hestrodi directly towards the inner palace. Dismiss the court. Your Majesty. His Majesty. Mind your words. As Ing Yi parted, Feng Ji glared at he officials beside him, Thenternetis gaza towards Ing Yi's retreating figure, unable to suppress a gulp. Noten Lithi, Bu Tevin Heffel tak considerable shock. To flailive with 99.99, cut swatum in sahatred that must be. Huang Hao had been Ing Yi's confidence and sekelthood, andish betethemini calamity a shehed caused. Ing Yu Hadelways managed to kill them. Thought he fishalese lo that thizi unuka, none edered to la hand in him, for was backed being. Unexpectedly, Ing Yi Z med like he different person today, without his con thought, he execute Heim with ruthless precision. The Emperor. Has changed. Feng Jai Revia led along lost, smiley and slowly withdrew from Thaloff heavenly purity. Help. Your Majesty save him. You jealous Charlotte, how dare you lay a hand in him? Doi out it for the Emperor will cast a wind to the cold palace? In the rear garden, a throng of palace sea maids Sanju nook slower red hereheads, trembling insolence. When celestial bings clash, mortals suffer. Thee had no anticipated Themperor's intention to take a courtesaness a consort. Even more perplexing was Themperor's sudden canine temperament, inexplicably neglecting, Themperor's wily threatening, the entire Feng family, seemingly intent on levating Genuanto the position of imperial consort. Alas, we cannot comprehend Themperor's world. It baffles me how Themperor perceive as a perfect woman as Themperess. Indeed, has Themperor grown weary of exquisite delicacies and wishes to indulge something different? Thepalas made Sanju nooks whispered among themselves, their concern for them pressifidi palpable. If Themperor were to find out, the impressite very well face punishment again. Boom. In the garden, Feng Luoxiu trembled, her gaze gradually sharpening. E have been reborn on Thevy of punishing courtesans. Draped in a crimson robe, with silvery hair cascading down, a radiant cherry blossom mark shimmered upon her forehead. Her presence exuded denaric opulence, so breathtaking that tie trendered on lucre soonable to me their gaze. Is this a dream? Just moments ago, her heart lay in ruins, betrayed by her beloved Damit Tragasend, the Feng family reducetos. How old Hava thought she had been reborn? Ing Yi. How foolish was Idolove Yasodierly, Aidenj when unifying, Therialmov kinemidst adversity, exchanging my live 40 hours to brain eye, through toth martial emperor realm, Yedio wooed turn against him for no woman, annihilating my entire family. Everything begins in the former Feng Lox Uisnor. The current Feng Luxuli vessel live for vengeance. Her eyes glistened with determination, ere salute a glimmer flashing within. The Emperor Ras arrived. In the midst of Furthots, a sharp voice echoed throughout her garden. Ingestrodian with the graso fadragonon the mito fatiger, fury evident upon haste. Qing Nuan lay prostrate in the ground, suppressed be radiantora, her excitement palpable upon hearing Thunuk's voice. Vile Empress, Sholdi Autorito harm, the Emperor will surely not spare you. Ishalanshari the Emperor Cassianto the Basoff Thunderworld, condemn Joudo alive finthi cold palace, ha ha ha. Qing Nuan's expression twisted into nuff malice. Ing Yicherish Su Chakingand, by extension, was particula fond of her. She desired Feng Luxi Ustomize, wishing for her to without a trace. Alas, I am still a step too late. Upon seeing Ing Yi, a shiver ran down Feng Luxi's spine, beauty quickly dissipated, her demeanor turning indifferent. In her past life, for the stability of Kinending's reputation, she had planned to expel Qing Nuan from the imperial court. But Ing Yi, in his infatuation for Qing Yuan, had Kalasly tossed here in Tathabasov Thunderworld for 3 days, subsequently relegating her to the cold palace. Only of Terthi Fischalese Mont Protests was heralist. The Abasov Thunderworld, Themos Sinisterium, had severe lycoroded her meridians during those 3 days, tainting her body and drastically hampering her cultivation. Ultimately, she was forced to sacrifice her lifespan a brain through. Must I enter the Abasov Thunderworld and some more? Feng Luoxia murmured softly. Your Majesty, Qing Nuan longs for home. Upon seeing Ing Yi, Qing Nuan scrambled to her feet, hurriedly approaching Hingim, kneeling with Athid, hair ter philidai es gazing upithum, embodying gapita fulvist, Your Majesty, I immaculately werif my lowly origin sando not deserved to be your consort. There is sent admonishment from Her Majesty, the fifth is caused me great physical and emotional pain, has madem a great full to Her Majesty for helping me recognize a mature place. I humbly request Your Majesty grant me leave from the palace, allowing me to join sisters in lifts of simplicity, forever accompanying Irby Theflickering lamp. Qing Nuan's voice trembled softly, Herglin Sainade verdant lidarting towards Ing. Thistacta Chad being taught to Herbie Suchaching, unfailingly effective Yansi employed, I twould surely yield results. Theather Palace Sea Maid Sanju Nook swear left speechless, astonished be Qing Nuan's audacity. It was Huho hadn't stigated the conflict, yet she feigned innocence, truly yadis pleo fiend sufferable. However, as Qing Nuan enjoyed favor, theater had no take sides, only casting worried glances towards Feng Luoxio. Once lovers, nows were enemies. Feng Luoxio closed her beautiful eyes. Shunderstu dingus garrick turnama turhamak she explained, she could no to escape a theft at tough punishment. It was wiser to facete with composure. Ing Yi's gaze remained indifferent. Ashes fell upon Feng Luoxio, he was struck be Herbie. Feng Luoxio was not on lie stunning in appearance a budel so possessed an unparalleled elegance that captivatal. In contrast, Qing Nuan's beauty was merely a face global Excalibur, tainted with an air of debauchery that repulsed the senses. P.S. Realm Division Spirit Entry, Source Return, Essence Condensation, Earthly Fiend, Celestial Champion, Sky Sovereign, Yin and Yang, Soul Breath, Noble, Martial Emperor, Land Immortal. Chapter 3. Sentenced to death you wish to leave the palace. Wen Yi's gaze was indifferent as he stood with his hands behind his back, observing Qing Nuan. A tremor coursed through Qing Nuan's body. She sensed something amiss with Wen Yi, yet she managed to choke out, Your Majesty, Qing Nuan has incurred the displeasure of the Empress. I fear that remaining here will affect your relationship with Her Majesty. Though I harbor affection for Your Majesty, it is clear that you and the Empress are a match made in heaven. I beseech you, allow me to depart the palace. Indeed, the fragrance of tea is truly delightful. Excellent tea. Winnie smiled faintly. He had encountered many tea artisans, yet they were all cunning as foxes, playing their games like characters from a classic tale. Well, you are not wrong, Winnie said, grasping Feng Luoxi's hand. It is indeed true that Sheer and I are a match made in heaven. It is rare for you to possess such self-awareness. What nonsense is this? Suddenly, a wave of shock swept through the crowd. Their hearts churning. The once self-satisfied Qing Nuan was instantly petrified in place. Sheer. Feng Luoxi's eyes gleamed momentarily before dimming, retracting her hand. Her heart is calm as still water, yet she felt a chill. Winnie was taken aback by her reaction, puzzled. Feng Luo, she was aloof in public, yet in his presence, she was as delicate as a bird. Logically, his gesture should have moved her, yet he sensed her distance. Could it be due to Qing Nuan? With a piercing gaze, Wen Yi unleashed the fury within him. Qing Nuan, you claim you wish to leave the palace, to accompany your sister Su in the quietude of the temple. Eating vegetarian meals and chanting scriptures? A shiver ran through Qing Nuan. She felt an aura of death emanating from Wen Yi. She had never seen him like this before. Were it not for the unchanging atmosphere, she might have doubted if Wen Yi had been possessed. His earlier words were merely coercive, but now, confronted by his cold gaze, she had no choice but to press on. Your Majesty, Qing Nuan is acutely aware of her lowly status and willingly seeks refuge in a temple. Praying for your Majesty alongside Sister Su every night, Wen Yi scoffed disdainfully. Praying nightly is one thing. I suspect it is more about nightly revelries, is it not? Boom! Qing Nuan's legs trembled as she abruptly looked up at Wen Yi. How did he know? Had their secret been exposed? Wen Yi spoke the truth. It was a fade that Sister Su accompanied her in the temple, for in reality, she had someone else by her side every day. But she dared not reveal this, forcing a smile. Your Majesty truly has a sense of humor. Were it not for the need to pray for your Majesty, Sister Su would be eager to soar with you. Wen Yi's cold smile returned. Enough that I tire of your futile banter. I shall grant you your wish to leave the palace. But, his voice turned ominous, resonating like a demon from the depths of hell. To send you to your grave is still within my power. Guards! Wen Yi's face was filled with fury. Such insolence, angering Feng Wei, deserves the death penalty. Drag her out and execute her with the same fate as Huang Hao. In the back garden, Wen Yi's furious roar echoed. Instantly, everyone was rendered speechless. The might of the dragon was unpredictable. Serving the emperor was akin to treading on the back of a tiger. Just yesterday, Qing Nuan had been a favored concubine poised to ascend to the position of Guifei, and in the blink of an eye, she had become a prisoner awaiting execution. The surrounding guards hesitated, thinking they had misheard the command, frozen in place until they met Wen Yi's piercing gaze, prompting them to hurriedly escort Qing Nuan out of the imperial palace to Shire. I heard you have sustained internal injuries during your training. I practiced the dragon and phoenix divine arts. Allow me to assist you in your recovery. With matters settled, Wen Yi stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the ethereal beauty of the Empress, and sighed internally. What a pity. The author's mind must have been clouded. Possessing perfect appearance, talent, and character, Feng Luo, she was the epitome of a flawless woman. Yet, to highlight the protagonist's superiority, the author resorted to melodrama. Did they not feel any pangs of conscience? Had it not been for the protagonist's halo in the previous life, how could he have missed her? Regardless, he was determined to win Feng Luo's heart. Perhaps it was due to his detachment from the plot, free from the protagonist's influence, that when he found himself increasingly fond of Feng Luo. After all, he retained memories from his past life, and having known each other since childhood, their shared history was vivid in his mind. Moreover, with Feng Luo bearing a pure divine body, as long as she did not perish prematurely, she would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of immortal beings. At that time, she would become his strongest ally. In this vast continent, among countless factions, the mightiest individual was merely at the martial emperor level. Once Feng Luo's divine body fully matured, unifying the realm would be a trivial pursuit. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, I am quite well, Feng Luo replied distantly, her heart filled with suspicion as she faced Wen Yi's goodwill. In her previous life, she had faced a similar predicament, but the outcome had been entirely different. Wen Yi had imprisoned Qing Nuan in the abyss of Yomi for 3 months, even threatening her family to force her compliance in taking Qing Nuan as a concubine. Yet today, he showed no restraint in sentencing Qing Nuan to death while affectionately referring to her as Shire. Shire, it had been ages since she had heard that name. Memories of their past flooded her mind, only to be shattered by the sword that pierced her heart. The warmth that had begun to blossom within her turned frigid once more. Feng Luo, she spoke coolly, if your Majesty has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Before Wen Yi could respond, Feng Luo turned and exited the garden. Watching her retreating figure, Wen Yi felt a pang of heartache. Half a month prior, Feng Luo she had ventured alone into the bewildering forest to find Windwalker grass to aid his breakthrough. However, she had encountered toxic miasma, severely damaging her meridians. Tio, spare him worry. She had concealed the truth. Luo Shi, this time, I shall not allow you to come to harm. As he watched her depart, Wen Yi's figure gradually faded, only to reappear moments later in the Qin Imperial Treasure Vault. Your Majesty, in the Treasure Vault, the most secretive place in the Qin Empire, lay treasures accumulated over thousands of years. All around, guards possessed formidable strength, led by a young general at the Celestial Realm. Any outsider who beheld them would be left speechless in awe. Each guard was capable of dominating their territory, yet here in the vault, they were mere sentinels. Old Wen, what brings you here again? Spoke Wang Qi, the general guarding the vault, his brow furrowed upon seeing Wen Yi had been frequenting this place, depleting resources at an alarming rate. While it was one thing for his personal use, it was rather absurd to squander it on a woman. Wang Qi and Wen Yi had grown up together, akin to brothers, and their interactions were casual. Given that Wang's family had served loyally for generations, he felt no need to hold back his words. Wen Yi shot him a glance. You brat. Your task is merely to guard the door, asked the Emperor of the Qin. Is it not within my rights to peruse my own treasury? Wang Qi's irreverent behavior was endearing to Wen Yi. This was his closest brother, one who would lay down his life for him, and one of the few who could speak candidly. Wang Qi smirked, sighing internally. All right, go on in .p.s. Seeking support for updates, gifts, and everything else with a minimum of 6,000 words. I promise no interruptions and updates. Chapter 4. Wen Yi, what you owe me, I shall repay 100-fold. Feng Luo she was gravely injured. Fortunately, the treasure vault housed a spirit recovery herb, a precious remedy for internal injuries. However, upon inspection, many valuable herbs seemed to have vanished. The soul-returning pill was missing, as was the red peak flower, and even the spirit recovery herb he sought was nowhere to be found. Old Wang, what have you done? Where are those treasures? You better hand them over, Wen Yi exclaimed irritably. He was not concerned that Wang Qi was pocketing the treasures. He knew Wang was merely trying to prevent him from giving everything to Su Chaqing. Wang Qi's eyes flickered. I don't know. I really have no idea where they went. Wen Yi narrowed his eyes, his aura radiating power. Wang Qi trembled. Old Wen, I truly don't know about those items. Even if you beat me, I still wouldn't have a clue. Really don't know? Really don't know. Seeing Wang Qi unyielding, Wen Yi sighed and feigned leaving the vault. Wang Qi felt a sense of relief, his expression complex. His actions could be seen as defiance against the dragon scale, yet he had no choice. Old Wen, as your brother, I cannot stand by and watch you stray further. Those items are your lifeline for the future. I cannot let you give them to anyone else. Afterward, you can do as you please. But perhaps it will be too late. Wang Qi's expression suddenly darkened. The northern beasts are rampaging, and the human pass is in peril. My father will soon dispatch me to defend it. Rest assured. I will protect this land for you, as is our pact. Watching Wen Yi's retreating figure, Wang Qi's lips curled into a smile. But the next moment, upon hearing Wen Yi's words, he froze in shock. All right, since Luo she is gravely injured and urgently requires the spirit recovery herb, if the treasure vault lacks it, I shall seek it elsewhere. What did you say? Wang Qi was stunned, his figure flashing to stand before Wen Yi. Excitement written all over his face. Old Wen, you mean the spirit recovery herb is for the Empress? Wen Yi blinked. What else would it be for? But since there is an Old Wen, one herb should suffice. But if it's not enough, the treasure vault still has some reserved for you. Wang Qi withdrew a sprig of spiritual herb from his bosom and handed it to Wen Yi. Fearing it might be insufficient, he quickly produced several more, all freshly acquired, their medicinal properties exceptionally potent. Do these suffice? If not, I shall procure more. I shall retrieve some. Wen Yi's lips twitched, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. What a cunning fellow, secretly hoarding these treasures. No one but Wang Qi would dare such a thing. One is adequate. You, my friend, must promptly return the other resources to their rightful owner. If anyone discovers this, I can protect you, but I cannot guarantee that General Wang will refrain from delivering a resounding slap to your face. Wang Qi chuckled nonchalantly. It's of no consequence. I only hide them when you are around. Ordinarily, they are left out in the open. Ying Yi's expression twitched in all of Daqin. It seemed only Wang Qi possessed the audacity to act thusly. Yet, what could be done? He was his brother. A brother bound by life and death. In the original narrative, Wang Qi had dedicated himself to expanding territory for Ying Yi, laboring tirelessly until his last breath. Yet, under Huang Hao's insidious manipulation, he had been torn to pieces, resulting in the northern borders being invaded by the beast tribes, plunging Daqin into a prolonged state of uncertainty. Even in his final moments, Wang Qi had bowed 3 times from afar, shouting, "Long live my emperor," before taking his own life, for he wished to spare Ying Yi the burden of bearing the name of fratricide. "Enough, old Ying. Since the empress is unwell, you should hasten to deliver the medicine," Wang Qi urged. Ying Yi patted his shoulder. "Understood. I shall come to find you for a drink in a couple of days." "Very well." Watching Ying Yi's retreating figure, Wang Qi pondered deeply. What had transpired? In just 2 days, old Ying seemed transformed into a completely different person. Wang Qi gazed intently at Ying Yi. Ever since their encounter with that green tea, he had become an entirely different individual. Not only had he neglected Feng Luoxi, but he had also ruthlessly suppressed the Feng family, imprisoning the Prime Minister Feng in the Celestial Dungeon. As his closest brother, the last time he had referred to him as Old Ying, he had nearly been accused of treason. Just now, as the name Old Ying slipped from his lips, he had already contemplated where to bury him. Yet, unexpectedly, Ying Yi did not take offense, but rather resumed their former camaraderie. "Old Ying, you have finally returned." Wang Qi sighed in relief. In the Qin Phoenix Palace, the abode of Empress Feng Luoxi, the interior was adorned with a chilly elegance, the furnishings aged and worn, and the entire palace housed but a handful of individuals. Within the hall, the most valuable possession was the bed crafted from dark ice jade, upon which a figure sat cross-legged. White mist swirled around her, enveloping her delicate form in a dreamlike, ethereal beauty that was utterly intoxicating. "Biffed!" Feng Luoxi clutched her heart, spewing forth a mouthful of black blood. The color was a deep, pure black, interspersed with tiny, ravenous soul-eating insects, a sight most horrifying. "Your Highness, what ails you?" Hearing the commotion, 2 handmaidens stationed outside rushed into the hall. I am fine," Feng Luoxi reassured them, pressing her hand against her chest. Her once vibrant lips had turned a purplish black, and black veins were faintly visible across her jade-like complexion. "Your Highness, perhaps we should seek the Emperor's aid." The chill poison had penetrated her very bones, and the soul-eating insects had begun to hatch. Without prompt treatment, her meridians might shatter, rendering her a crippled being. Chun Xiao pleaded desperately, beside her. Xia Mian wept as she urged. "Your Highness, you suffered for the Emperor. Why do you not speak of it? The treasure trove contains countless medicinal herbs. Surely one can save you." Chun Xiao and Xia Mian knelt before the jade bed, their voices choked with emotion. "Leave me be. I am fine." Feng Luoxi waved her hand dismissively, a trace of self-mockery gracing her features. It was a stroke of luck that she had not been cast into the abyss. Should she provoke Ying Yi further and sustain even greater injuries, the cold poison within her may indeed become irreparable. It appeared she had no choice but to venture into the Tianyu Valley. Feng Luoxi narrowed her enchanting eyes slightly. Within Tianyu Valley lay a spiritual spring capable of dispelling the cold poison, yet the depths were fraught with peril. She truly wished to avoid going unless absolutely necessary. She steadied her breath, preparing to take a risk. The cold poison within her was ravaging her body severely. Without treatment, it could damage her foundation, even affecting her pristine divine body. The treasure trove contained healing herbs for the meridians. But knowing Ying Yi's temperament, he would likely be reluctant to allow her to use them. "Ying Yi, you owe me a debt that I will ensure you repay 100-fold. However, the time is not yet ripe." Chapter 5. Is this truly the Emperor? Xia Mian, what shall we do? The Tianyu Valley is overrun with beasts, classified as one of Daqin's 3 great forbidden zones. The Empress is gravely poisoned, and with only 1/3 of her peak strength, how could she possibly locate the spiritual spring? Chun Xiao was on the verge of tears. Xia Mian, pale-lipped, understood the gravity of the situation. Everyone knew of the dangers of Tianyu Valley. Even the previous Grand Elder of the Sword Sect, a master of the Yin Yang realm, had perished there 3 years prior. Countless such tales were told. It could be said that apart from Yingyi, no one in all of Daqin could emerge unscathed from its depths. Xia Mian, perhaps we should implore the emperor for assistance. He loves the empress dearly and would surely accompany her. Chun Shao suggested desperately. Xia Mian scoffed, shaking her head. If the emperor truly cared for the empress, she would not be venturing alone into the Tianyu Valley. The emperor and the empress are a thing of the past. Chun Zhao's face turned ashen. Xia Mian spoke the truth. Once, Ying Yi and Feng Luoxi had been a match made in heaven, inseparable in their love. Yet ever since Su Chaqing had appeared, Ying Yi had relentlessly tormented Feng Luoxi. In just a year, she had shed countless tears, her figure grown gaunt and desolate. Xia Xiao, I must go find the empress. She has been so kind to me. Even in death, I wish to remain by her side. Will you accompany me? Xia Mian's face was resolute. Chun Shao nodded vigorously. Yes, let us find the empress together. This tyrant will surely regret his actions. Achoo! Ying Yi rubbed his nose, wondering who was thinking of him. Could it be Luoxi? A smile graced his lips as he recalled Feng Luoxi's unparalleled beauty, stirring something deep within him. Yet in the next moment, upon realizing it was Chun Shao plotting against him, his smile faltered. The sneeze had alerted the two maidens to his presence, as they beheld the emperor of Daqin, clad in dragon robes and striding forth with regal grace. Xia Mian maintained a stoic expression as she bowed. I am Xia Mian, paying my respects to your majesty. Chun Zhao's complexion turned pale, trembling as she saluted. Chun Shao pays her respects to your majesty. The two maidens felt their hearts leap to their throats. Ever since Feng Luoxi had fallen from grace, they had navigated the palace with utmost caution. Even offending a lowly maid could incite public outcry, let alone discussing Ying Yi. It was undoubtedly a capital offense. Ying Yi raised an eyebrow. Just now, were you cursing me as a tyrant? To be fair, he merely wished to ascertain the truth of what he had heard. However, to his surprise, Xia Mian erupted in fury. Indeed, it was I who called you a tyrant. What of it? The entire Daqin is suffering, yet you continue to engage in grand constructions, frolicking in pleasure houses, and have taken a courtesan as a concubine. Are you not a tyrant? How could the empress love such a tyrant so deeply? To ensure your ascension to nobility, she risked severe injury to procure breakthrough herbs for you, even putting her life on the line to save you when you were on the brink of madness. Yet you wouldn't even spare a single herb for her, driving her into the Tianyu Valley. Xia Mian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she furiously berated him. Chun Shao hastily tried to restrain her. But Xia Mian grew more impassioned, unable to be stopped. Your Majesty, I implore you, for the Empress's sake, spare Xia Mian, Tianyu Valley. Ying Yi's pupils constricted, entirely unconcerned with Xia Mian's tirade. His voice was hoarse as he demanded, What did you say? I said you are a tyrant, Ying Yi smirked. A tyrant, perhaps. But you just mentioned that Luoxi has gone where? To Tianyu Valley, has she not? A rare urgency flickered across Ying Yi's face. While common knowledge spoke of the dangers within Tianyu Valley, he, holding the script, was aware of the astonishing secrets contained within. There lay buried legends of immortals. Yet, what precisely those legends entailed remained unclear. As the author had promised a sequel that had yet to materialize, damn it, what a pitiful situation, Ying Yi mused, exasperated. In any case, Tianyu Valley was perilously treacherous. One could not venture deep within without facing certain death. Even for a land godis, is the Empress truly in Tianyu Valley? Ying Yi's fury ignited, while Xia Mian trembled, her fear stemming from the depths of her being. When did she depart? Half an hour ago. Cursed fate. Ying Yi dared not delay. In an instant, he vanished from the imperial palace. As they watched Ying Yi's figure recede, Xia Mian and Chun Shao gradually regained their composure, only to find themselves filled with astonishment. Your Majesty, he did not punish me? Chun Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Xia Mian, equally hoarse, added, He actually spared me. Ying Yi had long held a disdain for the two. Had it not been for Feng Luoxi's intervention, they would have likely perished by now. Today, with Feng Luoxi absent and the two maidens openly disparaging him, it was peculiar indeed that Ying Yi refrained from retaliating. Chun Shao, Xia Mian, something grave has transpired. In a state of astonishment, two women beheld the entrance of a youthful and graceful lady into the palace. Qiu Yin, what has transpired? Qiu Yin, composed amidst the turmoil, recognized that whatever had caused her such distress was surely of grave significance. Huang Hao is dead, and Qing Nuan has perished as well, she exclaimed. What? The two women stood speechless. Huang Hao had been Ying Yi's brother since childhood. Apart from Wang Qi, he was the closest. Over the past year, Huang Hao's status had soared, even threatening to eclipse Wang Qi. He had often berated Feng Luoxi as the demon queen. Yet Ying Yi had merely scolded him for the sake of appearances. How could he be dead now? As for Qing Nuan's demise, the two women could scarcely fathom it. Qiu Yin, have you taken ill? Chun Xiao gently touched her forehead, finding it cool, indicating she was not feverish. Stop jesting. I speak the truth, Qiu Yin insisted, brushing off her hand. Just an hour ago, in the rear garden, Qing Nuan confronted the Empress. And then His Majesty, in a furious rage, ordered her execution. Isn't this a mere act? Xiao Mian furrowed her brow. She too had heard Feng Luoxi's speculations. Qing Nuan was the Empress's closest confidant. How could Ying Yi possibly bring himself to do such a thing? Qiu Yin forced a bitter smile. If she truly is dead, she is hanging by a thread. You may go to the eastern gate of the imperial palace and see for yourselves. Huang Hao and Qing Nuan are bound to the torture rack, undergoing slow slicing. Chun Xiao and Xiao Mian exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. Chun Xiao, Xiao Mian, what expressions are those? Qiu Yin inquired, puzzled. The two women recounted the earlier events, causing Qiu Yin's pupils to tremble violently. Is this truly the will of His Majesty? Chapter 6. Poison to the core. Tianyu Valley, a place situated thousands of miles from the imperial capital, perpetually shrouded in black mist, where visibility scarcely reached 3 meters. Here, not only were demonic beasts rampant, but the most perilous threats lay in the toxic mists and man-eating flora. The spiritual spring was concealed within. Feng Luoxi frowned slightly, recalling her previous visit and the location of the spring. However, the reason for her impending journey brought a sardonic smile to her lips. At that time, Su Cha-Ching had been gravely ill, desperately in need of a rare herb known as the fire velvet wood. Ying Yi had been frantic, ultimately deceiving her with claims of a breakthrough that necessitated the herb. In her reckless determination, she had ventured deep into danger, ultimately securing the fire velvet wood but at the cost of serious injury. She vividly remembered lying in bed, watching Su Cha-Ching present the herb before her. That anguish was an experience she did not wish to relive. Ying Yi, I, Feng Luoxi, shall not forgive you. If she survived this venture, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance. But if she perished, then so be it. It would be fate. With a swift motion, Feng Luoxi transformed into a streak of crimson light, plunging into the black mist. A low growl echoed as she landed upon a mountain range, surrounded by the roars of demonic beasts. Yet, due to the low visibility, she could not discern their forms. However, judging by the sounds, it was likely a raging Sky Gang realm mad ape, being of the Void Realm. She intended to circumvent it, for attracting the attention of other beasts nearby would spell trouble. As she pressed onward, the Tianyu Valley remained isolated from the world, her spiritual sense rendered ineffective. Relying solely on her memories from her previous life to locate the spring. Soon, an hour passed. Feng Luoxi stood before a verdant stone, entwined with vines, its inscriptions faded by time. Proceeding straight from here, the spiritual spring lay less than 100 miles ahead. Suddenly, the ground trembled, fissures spreading like a spider's web from Feng Luoxi's position. Earth Dragon Beast? She gasped in shock, her figure suspended in the air as a gaping maw appeared where she once stood. Followed by a monstrous creature, approximately 50 meters long, coiling on the ground, eyeing her hungrily. Damn it, how could there be an Earth Dragon Beast here? Feng Luoxi's expression soured. The Earth Dragon Beast ranked among the most formidable of demonic beasts. Possessing a trace of true dragon blood, its body covered in hard scales. This particular beast had even grown 2 horns. Though still small, it already exhibited the potential to transform. Without hesitation, Feng Luoxi activated her artifact in an attempt to flee. Despite her reluctance, she recognized that against an Earth Dragon Beast of the Yin Yang realm, she stood no chance. Letting out a thunderous roar, the Earth Dragon Beast unleashed a terrifying sound wave that shattered the surrounding air. Feng Luoshi's body shuddered as her artifact's power faltered, her spatial movement forcibly interrupted, leaving her exposed to the beast's gaze. With a resounding crash, the Earth Dragon Beast swung its massive tail towards her. Feng Luoshi dodged just in time, but the tail struck the ground, creating a chasm several meters deep. Enraged, the beast unleashed another terrifying sound wave, momentarily stalling Feng Luoshi's movements, while a beam of energy shot from its horns. Piercing her shoulder, with a gasp, she was propelled backward, executing a backflip to land on one knee, blood spurting from her mouth. In her prime, this Earth Dragon Beast would have posed no threat. However, in her current state, she felt as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block, with the cold poison surging within her, and now faced with the Earth Dragon Beast, her chances of survival dwindled to none. Was this truly the hand of fate? Feng Luoshi's heart sank, and she slowly closed her eyes. A crack sounded as the Earth Dragon Beast's massive tail, shimmering with a faint glow, came crashing down towards her. Seeking death, in the skies above, Ying-yi was in a frenzy. With Feng Luoshi's strength, venturing deeper into Tianyu Valley would undoubtedly lead to her demise. However, fortune favored him, for he had finally located her. Upon witnessing Feng Luoshi's leg pierced through, Ying-yi's expression darkened. He crossed the distance in an instant, severing the Earth Dragon Beast's tail with a single blow. The beast let out a pained roar. Expecting the pain to arrive, Feng Luoshi opened her eyes, only to behold Ying-yi enveloped in a golden radiance, standing like a god before her. Is it him? Feng Luoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he come to save me? The Earth Dragon Beast, seething with rage, expanded its already massive form, its lantern-sized eyes bloodshot, its horns darkening as terrifying lightning crackled between them. Stay, and you shall perish, Ying-yi roared. Furious that he had arrived just in time. The thought that a moment later, Feng Luoshi might have been lost to him ignited his fury. As his aura surged, a colossal golden dragon materialized behind him, coiling protectively around him. Die! With a decisive strike, the golden dragon roared forth, completely consuming the Earth Dragon Beast. Humph! Overestimating oneself? Ying-yi scoffed. Having crossed over into this world, he did not know if it was a benefit of being a transmigrator, but his physical form was far superior to his original self in the story. With the protection of the dragon and phoenix divine arts, he was virtually invincible among his peers. Him. A mere dragon beast was inconsequential. Coughing weakly, Feng Luoshi felt her vitality waning, dark wisps enveloping her visage. Ying-yi's pupils constricted with concern as he reproached her. Luoshi, the cold poison has seeped into your bones. Why did you not inform me sooner? Feng Luoshi glanced at Ying-yi, noticing an unprecedented sincerity in his gaze. Such sincerity was reminiscent of what she had once encountered. Ying-yi, you are still so adept at masquerading. She closed her eyes, turning her head away. The Feng family, alongside the Wang family, was a pillar of the Great Qin, with numerous disciples in the court and many strong allies. Ying-yi's motives were merely to ensure her survival for his own benefit. This time, she would not be deceived again. With a swift motion, Ying-yi stepped forward, lifting Feng Luoshi's skirt to her ankles. Ying-yi, what are you doing? She exclaimed, panic-stricken, pressing her hands against her feet. Bewildered by his sudden actions, the Earth Dragon Beast's attack is laced with potent venom, and you still harbor cold poison within. If this continues, no remedy will save you. Ying-yi's countenance bore an expression of helplessness. I will extract the toxins from the Earth Dragon Beast, and with the right herbs, you shall recover swiftly. I do not require your assistance. Do not touch me, Feng Luoshi recoiled, her face contorted in disgust. Ying-yi felt a surge of anguish. He could not comprehend why Feng Luoshi held such disdain for him, yet he restrained her movements to cleanse her of the toxins. Truly a beast. Ying-yi's fury escalated, his wrath towards the Earth Dragon Beast reaching its zenith. May you die swiftly. Ying-yi's expression turned dark as he glanced at Feng Luoshi, whose eyes were filled with rage and pain. His gaze softening unconsciously. Luoshi, I am sorry. Once you recover, I shall accept any punishment you deem fit. Chapter 7. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Demon Mink. Tianyu Valley, beneath an ancient locust tree. Ying-yi grasped Feng Luoshi's ankle. A stream of spiritual energy gently penetrating her wound. Soon, Feng Luo she felt warmth enveloping her ankle, an unprecedented comfort washing over her. As the poison from the earth dragon beast dissipated, her once numb ankle began to regain its vitality. Observing Ying Yi as he diligently tended to her wounds, she felt an unusual stirring within her heart. It hurts. Suddenly, Ying Yi, caught off guard, felt a surge of spiritual energy that nearly shattered his teeth. Had he not possessed a robust physique, a mere mortal would have perished. Luo Shi, you, Ying Yi began, but upon meeting Feng Luo Shi's icy gaze, he swallowed his words. That is, you must understand, the earth dragon beast's venom has a paralyzing effect. I cannot be blamed for this, and my mouth is still numb. Had it not been for your sudden jolt, I fear I would have been rendered speechless. Luo Shi, thank you. You, Feng Luo Shi was speechless with rage. She never anticipated that Ying Yi would one day display such shamelessness, brazenly offering an explanation. If this toxin could truly incapacitate a powerful noble, humanity would have long since vanished from this land. Though her heart was filled with indignation, she suppressed her anger, realizing that Ying Yi was doing this to save her. Straining her body, Feng Luo Shi rose and continued her journey deeper into the abyss. Ying Yi hurriedly intercepted her. Luo Shi, there are numerous dangers within. You cannot proceed any further. Step aside. Feng Luo Shi's voice was hoarse. When she met Ying Yi's gaze, she instinctively averted her eyes. Ying Yi produced a healing grass from his bosom. Luo Shi, this healing grass can cure the cold toxin within you. There is no need to venture deeper into Tianyu Valley, is there? Feng Luo Shi trembled slightly. The healing grass was a precious herb crucial for stabilizing one's foundation. Given Ying Yi's character, he would never allow her to use it, yet, unexpectedly, he offered it this time. She opened her mouth, about to refuse. Ying Yi gently said, Luo Shi, Tianyu Valley is fraught with peril. I cannot protect you. Please, do not go in. If what you seek is within, I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Ying Yi surged forward into the depths. Feng Luo Shi's gaze lifted, and she grasped his hand. Imploring, do not go in. Ying Yi looked down at her delicate hand and smiled knowingly. Very well, if that is the case, let us return. But first, absorb the healing grass. Feng Luo Shi's eyes studied Ying Yi, searching for some revelation in him. Yet, ultimately, she found nothing to need. This is a treasure for solidifying your foundation. I have ways to eliminate the cold toxin. Ying Yi chuckled in disbelief. What solidifying foundation? If this can save you, I would gladly give you my life, let alone a mere healing grass. Take it. In fact, I brought two. Ying Yi produced another healing grass and pressed it into her hand. Feng Luo Shi felt somewhat dazed, a surge of unspoken emotions rising within her. Taking a deep breath, her gaze turned icy once more. Ying Yi, as long as you cherish the lives of the Feng family, they will obey you. There is no need for such concern for me. Ying Yi furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? You are my wife and the Empress of Daqin. Is it not my duty to care for you? You, Ying Yi interrupted her, quickly absorb the healing grass. If we delay any longer, it will be of no use. If you still hesitate, I would not mind using the Dragon and Phoenix Divine Art to heal you. The Dragon and Phoenix Divine Art? Feng Luo Shi's eyes widened in shock. With a resigned sigh, she clasped the healing grass and sat down to expel the cold toxin. Is it truly necessary? Ying Yi's lips twitched. If Feng Luo Shi had outright refused, he would have forcibly used the Dragon and Phoenix Divine Art to treat her. Yet now, the opportunity had slipped away. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had quietly elapsed. Feng Luo Shi's complexion grew increasingly rosy, her breath steady. The healing grass, once radiating a faint green light, gradually dimmed. It is finished. After a moment, Feng Luo Shi opened her eyes, her lips curving into a breathtaking arc, her entire being feeling light and devoid of despair. Although her realm had fallen, with the help of the healing grass, her foundation was now more stable, and her return to peak form would not take long. Are you well? Feng Luo Shi nodded. Ying Yi smiled. Very well, since all is well now, let us return to the palace. The Prime Minister is still imprisoned in the Sky Prison. I had originally intended to issue a decree for his release, but upon hearing you were in Tianyu Valley, I rushed over. Feng Luo Shi's gaze fell, her hand trembling involuntarily. She could not comprehend what scheme Ying Yi was concocting. First, he helped her treat the toxin, and now he wished to release her grandfather. Throughout Daqin, who did not know of the enmity between her grandfather and Ing Yi. It had taken great effort for Ing Yi to imprison her grandfather. If he were to be released, there were many things Ing Yi could no longer accomplish. Why was he doing this? Feng Luo, she was utterly perplexed, yet the prospect of her grandfather's return filled her with excitement. Human, you dare to kill my pet. You are truly courting death. A strange beam of light streaked across the sky. Landing before the two-s, the light faded. A nine-tailed celestial demon mink appeared, its massive tail swaying, a red mark atop its head, its eyes glowing red, capable of bewitching the heart. Human, hand this woman over to me, and I shall let you go. Sensing Ing Yi's aura, the nine-tailed celestial demon mink did not wish to engage in conflict. It sensed something unusual about Feng Luo Shi, something that could instill a terrifying enhancement to its strength, and it could not afford to let go. You want her? Ing Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Beside him, Feng Luo Shi was on high alert. This was a great demon of the soul resonance realm. A nine-tailed celestial demon mink, a king among beasts. Even if Ing Yi were to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. She was filled with confusion. In her previous life, she had never encountered such beings. Not to mention the nine-tailed celestial demon mink, even the earth dragon beast was a rarity. Why had they all appeared this time? Hearing the exchange between Ing Yi and the nine-tailed, Feng Luo Shi's heart sank. For the first time, she was entrusting her life to another. Simultaneously, she was curious about how Ing Yi would choose. The nine-tailed nodded its massive head. Human, as long as you hand your woman over to me, I will let the past be bygone. After all, this earth dragon beast was something I invested significant resources to cultivate. Its death requires a replacement. You cultivated the earth dragon beast? Ing Yi asked with a smile. The nine-tailed boasted, who else but me could elevate it to such a realm in just a decade? If you acknowledge me as your master, I could beast. That snake met too easy a death. Since you are its master, you shall bear the consequences, Ing Yi scoffed, striking towards the nine-tailed. Chapter 8. The beast soul of the divine beast. Human, you overestimate yourself. The nine-tailed roared in fury. It had not anticipated that the other party would dare to attack it for the sake of a woman. It was a divine beast, a sovereign of heaven and earth. Die. The nine-tailed's tails expanded behind it, coiling towards Ing Yi. Ing Yi was enveloped in golden light, a phantom of a golden dragon swirling around him. A long spear carved with dragon and phoenix designs appearing in his hand, slicing towards the tails. Bang! The black spear struck down, severing one of the nine-tailed's tails, blood gushing forth. Human, you seek death. The nine-tailed was utterly enraged. It had grossly underestimated Ing Yi's strength, losing a tail to a single strike. Such needless chatter. Ing Yi chuckled coldly, soaring into the void, wielding the spear, a purple phantom spear of lightning crackling into existence, and he hurled it towards the nine-tailed. Presumptuous. The nine-tailed's eyes glowed crimson. It realized that this individual before it was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of humanity, no longer daring to hold back, preparing to unleash the heart-devouring demon eyes of the nine-tailed clan. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, the surroundings enveloped in a void. Ing Yi and Feng Luo Shi were pulled into a space created by it. The realm was isolated from the outside world, and the two felt their auras severely suppressed. Ing Yi fared better, possessing the strength of the sixth layer of the noble realm, only being suppressed to the third layer, able to exert the power of the third layer of the noble realm. As for Feng Luo Shi, her aura was waning, and in the blink of an eye, she plummeted 4 great realms, reduced to the return to source realm. The heart-devouring demon eyes exerted increasingly terrifying suppression on cultivators of lower realms. Against those of higher realms, it could at most suppress them by 1 great realm. What a terrifying innate ability! Feng Luo Shi's eyes trembled slightly. The nine-tailed celestial demon mink was one of the ancient divine beasts. Alongside the divine dragon, phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise, known as the 5 divine beasts. However, 30,000 years ago, the other 4 divine beasts were annihilated by the will of heaven, leaving only a few with diluted bloodlines. While the nine-tailed celestial demon mink evaded disaster, becoming the supreme beast. The catastrophe of 30,000 years ago not only failed to obliterate the nine-tailed clan, but instead allowed their innate ability, the heart-devouring demon eyes, to fully evolve. This pair of demonic eyes could not only create space but also exert powerful suppression over opponents' realms and bewitch the heart, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. Be careful. The heart-devouring demon eyes can draw enemies into illusions. Maintain your true self, Feng Luo Shi hurriedly warned. Ying Yi smiled knowingly. Do not worry, Luo Shi. I will conquer these demonic eyes. Transcending through time, his physical and mental prowess surpassed ordinary standards, in the brief moment of the illusion's manifestation. Ying Yi shattered it effortlessly, his mind clear as he thrust the spear towards the void. Die. The spear pierced the nine-tailed's forehead, a jet of blood erupting forth. You actually saw through my illusion. The nine-tailed celestial demon mink's enormous pupils filled with shock. Indeed, Ying Yi's realm surpassed its own by a considerable margin, yet its heart-devouring demon eyes were capable of ensnaring cultivators one great realm higher. Why, then, did it have no effect on Ying Yi? Human, you shall pay for this. Just wait. The next time we meet, I shall grind you to dust. The nine-tailed fled in haste. It had been careless this time, believing it could ensnare Ying Yi without fail after casting the illusion, only to be severely injured in the process. In an instant, the heavens and earth returned to their original hues. A flash of red light sped away in the distance. You've come this far. Do you think you can escape? Ying Yi vanished into thin air, only to reappear moments later, brandishing a long spear that pierced through the head of the nine-tails. You, the nine-tails, on the brink of death, gazed at Ying Yi with its deep crimson eyes, incredulous as a descendant of the Supreme. It was meant to be invincible in this era. Yet, how could this young man effortlessly slay it? I am your father, Ying Yi scoffed, withdrawing the spear, causing the nine-tails' vitality to dissipate entirely as it fell lifeless to the ground. This scene made Feng Luoshi's pupils constrict sharply, her delicate hands trembling. It was dead. The nine-tails was a divine beast, after all. She was well aware of Ying Yi's prowess, which was far from sufficient to slay it. Even to repel it would have demanded a considerable cost. Yet, this brutal confrontation had transpired so effortlessly, lasting no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. A dignified supreme beast had perished here in such a manner. Who would believe it? A complex emotion surged within Feng Luoshi. She was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Divine beasts were treasure troves in their entirety. In front of the corpse of the nine-tails, Ying Yi proceeded to dissect it with a long sword. In this world, magical artifacts were most commonly crafted from the body parts of demonic beasts, aside from those forged from exceedingly rare heavenly materials. The higher the realm of the beast, the greater the quality of the artifacts produced. Artifact quality is categorized as yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, king, saint, and emperor. Currently, the most formidable artifacts could only attain the rank of king. As for saint and emperor artifacts, they were mere legends. As a divine beast, the material strength of its body was self-evident. Even at its worst, it could yield artifacts of heavenly quality, and with a stroke of fortune, perhaps even a saint artifact. Throughout the Great Qin, only the Panlong Poxiang gun in his possession was a king artifact. However, after enduring millennia of conflict, it had sustained damage, rendering it unable to exert its utmost power. This time, he had truly struck gold. His heart raced with excitement, his hands quivering. Ying Yi gathered the nine-tails fur, bones, and claws, intending to refine them into artifacts, which could yield several heavenly and earthly treasures, undoubtedly enhancing his strength dramatically. What is this? Suddenly, Ying Yi furrowed his brow, feeling something warm beneath his hand. With a firm tug, he extracted it. It was a red orb, the size of a baby's fist, glowing with a crimson radiance. Beast, soul. Ying Yi's eyes widened in shock, his hand trembling as he held the orb. Beast souls were unique products of demonic beasts, containing their innate talents and lifetime cultivation. The higher the realm of the beast, the lower the probability of producing a beast soul. As far as Ying Yi knew, there was currently a beast soul from a Yujing realm beast in the Great Qin's treasury, acquired at great cost by the third emperor of Great Qin, making it a unique treasure in this world. The realm classifications are as follows: Spirit Entry, Source Return, Essence Condensation, Earth Fiend, Heaven Gang, Sky Control, Yin Yang, Soul Breath, King Marquis, Martial Emperor, and Land Immortal. And now, he had obtained a soul breath realm beast soul, no less from a divine beast. A divine beast's soul, in the entirety of human history, had never been encountered before. Divine beasts wielded immense power, making them nearly impossible to hunt, and given the rarity of beast soul drops, no one had ever acquired one. I must have expended all my luck today. Yingyi's throat felt parched. The Nine-Tails beast soul, once absorbed, would grant him its innate talents. He had merely spoken in jest earlier, never anticipating that it would truly be granted to him. Chapter 9. Has he truly changed? I must return to refine it. Yingyi smiled, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Refining a beast soul was no simple task. It required numerous auxiliary materials, and gathering them would take time. Half an hour later, the Nine-Tails, the size of a small mountain, lay dismembered as Yingyi stored its parts within his spatial ring. The remaining flesh was a rare delicacy. While an ordinary person would perish from a single bite, a cultivator would find it a boon for longevity. Gazing at his spoils, Yingyi grinned widely. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Aside from the abundant perfect refining materials, he had also obtained a beast soul and a drop of Nine-Tails essence blood. The essence blood of a demonic beast was a miraculous substance for cultivation, capable of propelling one's realm forward at an astonishing pace. Although the Nine-Tails was of the soul breath realm, rendering it less beneficial for him, it held great potential for Feng Luoshi. Luoshi, here. Yingyi handed a drop of shimmering crimson blood to Feng Luoshi, saying, "This is Nine-Tails essence blood. Once absorbed, your cultivation will soar, and your foundation will become even more solid. With a stroke of luck, you might even comprehend a fragment of the Nine-Tails' heavenly powers." Feng Luoshi was of utmost importance to him, with her possessing the immaculate divine body. The stronger she became, the more formidable the benefits would be during their dual cultivation. However, that was secondary. The primary concern was her unwavering loyalty. She was his most formidable ally. With her by his side, unifying the world would be but a matter of time. Yet, what perplexed Yingyi was that since the awakening of his memories, Feng Luoshi had grown noticeably cold towards him, no longer the endearing and understanding companion she once was. Alas, it seems I have wronged her too many times, provoking Luoshi. He could only hope for her gradual change of heart. Yingyi sighed, recalling the foolishness of his past acts. It was a blessing that Feng Luoshi still deigned to acknowledge him. Nine-Tails essence blood. Feng Luoshi's beautiful eyes quivered. This was the lifeblood of a divine beast. Once absorbed, the chances of obtaining its inheritance were considerable, and she might even glean the divine techniques of the Nine-Tails clan. The allure of demonic beast essence blood was immense for cultivators, let alone that of a divine beast. Should the news spread, countless hidden powerhouses would emerge from their seclusion, stirring a tempest of bloodshed. I refuse. Feng Luoshi did not wish to become too emotionally entangled with Yingyi. She had resolved that one day, she would sever his head. Yingyi, exasperated, replied, "Luoshi, this essence blood has a high compatibility with you. If you refuse to accept it, I shall discard it." With that, he tossed the essence blood into the depths. Feng Luoshi's expression shifted, growing anxious. "Where is the essence blood? Why would you throw it away? Do you even realize how precious divine beast essence blood is?" Feng Luoshi was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Initially composed and unperturbed, she found herself on the verge of losing her composure. "Where did you toss it?" "I will go find it." Feng Luoshi's face was etched with urgency. Yingyi wore a mischievous grin, appearing somewhat teasing. "What are you laughing at?" Feng Luoshi's brows knitted together in irritation. Yingyi gently grasped her hand, his tone affectionate. "Fool, I laugh because you remain as adorably naive as ever." Yingyi opened his hand, the essence blood suspended in his palm. "This is for you." He placed it at Feng Luoshi's brow and softly said, "Luoshi, I know I have committed many wrongs over the past 3 years, but I assure you, I shall never be indifferent to you again." Yingyi's eyes brimmed with tenderness, causing Feng Luoshi's heart to flutter. Yet the memory of the sword that had pierced her heart, combined with his arrogant laughter after his triumph and Su Chaqing's disdain, sent a chill through her soul. "Thank you," Feng Luoshi replied coolly, then swiftly departed towards the depths of the valley. Observing her retreating figure, Yingyi sighed deeply. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. With a flicker, he disappeared from sight. Within the imperial capital, in the span of mere hours, the news of Yingyi's execution of Huang Hao and Qing Nuan spread throughout the imperial capital like wildfire. No, this cannot be. The emperor was deeply infatuated with Qing Nuan. How could he possibly execute her? Hiss. Huang Hao was the emperor's childhood companion. How could he have perished? I heard that today the emperor publicly proclaimed the empress as virtuous and benevolent, which is a good omen. Ha ha ha, good riddance. The empress is considerate of the people. She and the emperor are a match made in heaven. What face would our great Qin have if a courtesan like Qing Nuan were to be made a consort? Indeed, this is a monumental occasion. The empress and the emperor are reconciling. This is a fortunate event for Great Qin. Countless citizens of Great Qin rejoiced. Over the past 3 years, they had long heard of the emperor and empress's discord, which had stirred unrest in Great Qin. Now, with the two saints reconciled, the future of Great Qin promised to flourish even further. In the imperial palace, within the Qin Huang Hall, Chen Xiao chattered incessantly. Feng Luoxi's eyes were cast downward, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her voice laced with disbelief. You say Huang Hao and Qing Nuan are dead? Indeed, Your Majesty. Chen Xiao replied excitedly, you wouldn't believe it. I just want to see with Xiamian and Qiu Yan. Huang Hao and Qing Nuan are being executed by Ling Qi, but the emperor has decreed that they must endure 9,999 cuts. And they won't die until 3 days have passed. Therefore, they are currently hanging at the east gate. If Your Majesty does not believe it, you can go see for yourself. Chen Xiao and her companions wore expressions of elation, reveling in the sweet revenge. Huang Hao and Qing Nuan, one a childhood friend of Ying Yi and the other a close confidant of Su Chaqing, had looked down upon Feng Luoxi, confronting and even humiliating her on multiple occasions. Now, they had been sentenced to a brutal execution, truly a delightful turn of events. No need, Feng Luoxi replied curtly. You may leave. I wish to cultivate. Feng Luoxia waved her hand. Chen Xiao and the others gasped in unison, not daring to delay, and hurriedly slipped out the door. Yet, they felt a twinge of regret that the empress would not witness that scene. As the three departed, Feng Luoxia sat cross-legged on the jade bed. Her eyes filled with confusion. What on earth was happening? According to the trajectory of her previous life, Qing Nuan and Huang Hao should not have met such an easy demise. But now, they had been sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts simply for opposing her. Feng Luoxia was utterly astonished. Ever since her rebirth, Ying Yi had transformed into a different person. Not only had he refrained from imprisoning her in the underworld abyss, but he had also treated her wounds and even bestowed upon her the blood of divine beasts. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she could not fathom why Ying Yi would act in such a manner. Could it be? He truly has changed? Feng Luoxia gazed out the window, her resolve to kill Ying Yi wavering. Chapter 10. Feng Wudao within the Qin Kuan Hall. Ying Yi attempted to initially refine the beast soul. 3 hours passed, and the entire pearl fully merged with him. A trace of blood red flickered in his eyes before gradually fading away. This the heart-eating demon eye. Although it had yet to be completely refined, the energy contained within stirred a sense of trepidation in him. Ying Yi forcefully suppressed his excitement. His gaze fell upon the guards stationed at the door. The information from the other party flowed into his mind without reservation. Name: Ma Hu, realm, 4th level of essence condensation. Talent, mortal level. Hiss, what the... Ying Yi was momentarily stunned. The ability of the devouring demon eye resembled that of the systems in novels. Ying Yi was left speechless. Were it not for the guard beside him, he would have thought he was hallucinating. My goodness, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Ying Yi stifled a laugh. Although he could only use the devouring demon eye's ability at a rudimentary level, he had not anticipated it to be so useful. One could only imagine how terrifying he would become as he continued to develop the powers of the demon eye in an instant. He felt a strong anticipation for the subsequent abilities that the devouring demon eye would unleash. Very well, exceedingly well. Ying Yi was immensely satisfied. He now possessed the dragon and phoenix divine skills. With both his physical body and mental prowess exceedingly formidable, he could withstand a full-force strike from a celestial realm cultivator using only his physical strength, coupled with the devouring demon eye. One could say he was invincible in the entire Qin Empire. However, Those old-timers remained a significant headache. Ingyi narrowed his eyes slightly. This world is vast, with myriad races coexisting. He understood the narrative established in the books. This world was not as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. Many ancient powers lay sealed within the divine source, awaiting the moment of ascension. While Ingyi's current strength indeed placed him at the pinnacle of this world, even more terrifying existences could suppress him. There was no need for him to develop cautiously. At most, he would merely avoid defeat. Ingyi reined in his aura and smiled faintly. Away. Ingyi called out. He intended to release Feng Wudao. Otherwise, his relationship with Feng Luoxia could never return to its former state. Your Majesty, a young eunuch hurriedly dashed in from outside the hall. Following Huang Hao's death, he had become Ingyi's foremost eunuch. Convey the decree to release Prime Minister Feng. Yes, Your Majesty. What? The eunuch abruptly raised his head, trembling as he said, Your Majesty, my ears are not functioning well. I beg your forgiveness and request that you repeat that. Release the Prime Minister of the Qin Empire, the grandfather of the Empress, Feng Wudao. Do you understand? Ingyi's expression darkened. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it immediately. Awei's body trembled as he scurried out in a flurry. After exiting the palace, Awei wiped the sweat from his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Your Majesty, what is happening? Prime Minister Feng has only recently been imprisoned in the dungeon. If he is released, all of your previous reforms will surely be overturned. This is something Your Majesty cannot tolerate. But why is Your Majesty doing this? Awei's face was filled with confusion. Yet, he followed the imperial edict and went straight to the dungeon to fetch the person. Grandpa Wei. Hello, Grandpa Wei. Grandpa Wei is looking more handsome again. Inside the dungeon, upon seeing Awei, many guards hurriedly greeted him. After all, following Huang Hao's death, this young man had become the most favored figure before the emperor. And they could not afford to offend him. Awei nodded and said solemnly, Where is Prime Minister Feng? Take me to him. Yes, Grandpa Wei. This way, please. The dungeon was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels held ordinary prisoners. The middle 3 housed corrupt officials, while the bottom 2 imprisoned notorious criminals from the Jianghu, and the 9th level was reserved for demonic beasts or foreign races. They proceeded directly to the 8th level. Feng Wudao, being a half-step royal realm powerhouse, could only be contained at this level. How has Prime Minister Feng been recently? Awei inquired. The leading guard smiled and bowed, quickly replying, Rest assured, Grandpa Wei, Prime Minister Feng is well and has been very compliant, causing no disturbances. As long as he is well, Awei sighed in relief. The 8th level of the dungeon was fortified with a barrier, crafted at great expense by a powerful figure of the Qin Empire a millennium ago. It could easily confine prisoners below the royal realm, drawing upon the malevolent energy around to sap the spiritual energy from the prisoners, rendering them increasingly weak and unable to escape. Grandpa Wei? Prime Minister Feng is just ahead. The group arrived at a cell marked with the character A. Through the cell, they could feel their spiritual energy uncontrollably draining away. Wang Bing's expression changed. Grandpa Wei, we should head in first. The oppressive atmosphere here is unbearable. Wait, Awei called out to them, his expression serious. I bear the Emperor's command. The group immediately knelt, shouting, Long live His Majesty. By decree, the Prime Minister is to be released from the dungeon without delay. After Awei recited the command, he immediately instructed a few guards to open the cell. Wang Bing's face was one of shock. Grandpa Wei, are you certain this is the Emperor's command? The others were bewildered, who did not know of the Emperor's strained relationship with the Prime Minister, and even Feng Luoxia was implicated. Just 2 days prior, the Emperor had personally come to the dungeon, mocking and ridiculing the Prime Minister, even sealing his realm, intending for him to suffer inhuman torment. Yet, merely a few days had passed, and there had been no unusual occurrences outside. Why was he suddenly being released? This left everyone extremely puzzled. Awei forced a smile and said, Enough, this is the Emperor's order. If you ask me, who should I ask? Yes, Grandpa Wei, we will comply at once. The group was filled with excitement. Prime Minister Feng was a pillar of the Qin Empire, dedicating himself tirelessly for the state. When he was imprisoned in the dungeon, countless enemies had laughed in the shadows. Now, with his release, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the Qin Empire. Their emperor had finally made the right decision this time. Bang! Just as Wang Bing touched the iron door, A powerful force sent him tumbling to the ground. Wincing in pain, he hurriedly said, "Prime Minister Feng, I come under the Emperor's orders to release you. I hope you do not misunderstand." Inside the cell, an old man sat cross-legged on the ground, his limbs shackled by massive iron chains. Dressed in coarse cloth, he bore wounds and exuded a feeble aura. However, his aged eyes sparkled with vitality, showing no signs of despair. He was none other than the Prime Minister of the Qin Empire, Feng Wudao. "Prime Minister, we are here to release you." Wang Bing intended to open the iron door, but Feng Wudao stopped him once more. "Let him come. If he does not come, I shall remain in this dungeon for the rest of my life." Feng Wudao's tone was calm, yet it conveyed a hint of disappointment, self-mockery, and sorrow. The crowd was taken aback, wanting to persuade him, but was interrupted by a "Wei.it is as Prime Minister says. I shall report this to the Emperor." Chapter 11. Self-strategy. The news of the dungeon incident quickly swept through the entire imperial capital. In the Qin Phoenix Palace, upon hearing the news, Feng Luoxia's delicate eyes drooped, lost in thought. Beside her, Chun Xiao wore an anxious expression. "Your Majesty, why not speak to Prime Minister Feng?" It took the Emperor so long to relent. If he angers the dragon's visage again, Prime Minister Feng may never emerge again. The three women looked anxious. In the past, with Feng Wudao's assistance, Ying Yi had stabilized his position, the nation's power flourishing, and the people living in peace. Yet, at some point, their relationship had grown cold, even turning adversarial. Due to the incident involving Su Chaqing, Ying Yi had expended great effort to imprison Feng Wudao in the dungeon. Many believed that Feng Wudao would remain there for the rest of his life. But now that Ying Yi intended to release him, it was unexpected for everyone, and Chun Xiao and the others knew this opportunity was rare and should not be squandered. Wait a moment. Feng Luoxia felt a tremor in her heart. She indeed wanted to advise her grandfather, but thinking of Ying Yi's transformation, she felt compelled to observe his attitude first. "Your Majesty, if you delay, it may be too late," Chun Xiao urged anxiously. Feng Luoxia waved her hand. "Go out. I shall make my own decision." Excluding the Qin Phoenix Palace, many prominent families in the imperial capital also caught wind of the news immediately. At the Feng residence, Feng Tianai paced back and forth in the main hall. "What does my father intend to do?" Ying Yi has finally relented. "If he provokes him again, my father may very well remain in the dungeon for the rest of his life. Although my father is a half-step royal realm cultivator, he cannot endure for long at the 8th level." Feng Tianai wore a troubled expression, anxiously pacing back and forth. The news had come as a complete surprise, filling him with immense joy, yet his father's actions had doused that joy with a bucket of cold water. Beside him, a woman spoke in a grave tone. "Send a message to Luo Shi, urging her to advise your father. He listens to her more than anyone else." Feng Tianai forced a bitter smile and shook his head. While it might hold true for other matters in this instance, his father would undoubtedly disregard Luo Shi's counsel. It was essential to understand that his father's current stance was largely influenced by Luo Shi. The old man likely desired to compel the emperor to yield. If he was not mistaken, he intended to force Ying Yi's hand, ultimately making Luo Shi the empress. He knew his father all too well. The woman clutched her embroidered handkerchief with trembling fingers, her heart heavy with unease. "Father is confused," she lamented. "Who does not know how deeply the emperor is infatuated with that woman? For her sake, he would not hesitate to suppress the Feng family, even dispatching General Wang to guard the borders in the current court. Anyone daring to speak ill of that woman risks demotion or, worse, execution. My father's actions will only provoke the emperor's wrath towards the Feng family and put Luo Shi in a perilous position. It is utterly irrational." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "The Feng family may be expendable, but my unfortunate daughter remains in the imperial palace. Each time I think of her forcing a smile and recounting the palace's joys to me, I feign ignorance. Yet, the Feng family has countless informants. Ying Yi has imprisoned Feng Luo Shi multiple times, relegating her to the cold palace, even punishing her to kneel and serve tea as her mother. The knowledge of her suffering is suffocating. If my father angers Ying Yi this time, my daughter's fate will be dire. Tianai, why must my daughter endure such hardship?" the woman sobbed, her heart breaking. Feng Tianai clenched his fists, his own eyes brimming with moisture. At that moment, the steward spoke in a low voice. "Young master, young mistress, I believe you are overthinking this situation. Feng Tianai turned to the steward, who continued, have you considered why the emperor has suddenly released your father from the dungeons? Feng Tianai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The steward smiled knowingly. Indeed, the emperor previously spared no effort to imprison your father. Yet now, with the empire stabilized and the emperor's power secure, why release him? Is he not concerned that your father might oppose him upon his release, potentially overturning previous edicts? Feng Tianai's pupils contracted as a thought struck him. Though he could not grasp it fully, he urged, Uncle Lin, please, go on. The steward replied calmly, I suspect the emperor is aware of the mistakes he has made over the years and wishes to rectify them. Otherwise, why would he first execute Huang Hao and then Qin Yuan? Perhaps this entire scenario has been orchestrated by the emperor as part of a grand plan, aimed at discerning who among the court is truly loyal and who is treacherous. Thus, once the play concludes, your father will certainly be released. I surmise the emperor may even offer him an apology. Feng Tianai and the woman contemplated this revelation, increasingly convinced of its truth. Indeed, how could I not have considered this? Feng Tianai exclaimed, excitement lighting his features. Ying Yi, after all, was a formidable ruler, praised countless times by the late emperor and his father, demonstrating remarkable governance and cultivation skills upon his ascension. However, ever since encountering Su Chaqing 3 years ago, he had become an entirely different person. Beauty had no allure for Ying Yi, yet he was willing to defy convention and propose taking a courtesan as a consort. It defied all logic. A smile tugged at Feng Tianai's lips. It seemed they had underestimated the emperor. The true intention of Ying Yi was likely to cleanse the court of treachery, be why the end of his musings. Feng Tianai had even altered his reference to Ying Yi. The woman's tears flowed anew. But how can one explain the absurdities the emperor has inflicted upon Luoxi? She cried. Feng Tianai retorted sharply. It's all an act. The emperor and Luoxi share a childhood bond. Thus the harshness towards her must be for the sake of appearances. Each time the emperor punishes Luoxi, he must feel a pang of regret. Otherwise, how could he risk everything to rescue her when she ventured into the cold valley and fell victim to poison? Upon hearing Feng Tianai's words, the woman gradually ceased her weeping. Tianai, you speak wisely. This is undoubtedly the emperor's scheme. I never imagined he would remain unchanged. This brings me some comfort. Feng Tianai laughed heartily. Indeed, if that is the case, then my father should be safe. From that moment on, the Feng family engaged in light-hearted banter. They considered how Ying Yi might react, perhaps pondering their own insignificance. Who am I? Where am I? Am I truly that formidable? Yet, they believed that this self-deprecation would ultimately be their undoing. Ying Yi likely hoped they would think this way. However, as news of the situation reached the capital, many held their breath for Feng Wudao. What was the old man thinking? Did he truly wish to remain imprisoned for life? The Feng official was foolish. What a splendid opportunity he had squandered. The emperor had shown mercy this time. Yet Feng Wudao seemed intent on embarrassing him. Chapter 12. Released from prison in an instant, the entire capital was fraught with anxiety. One wished for Ying Yi and Feng Wudao to become irreconcilable foes, as it would severely weaken the power of the Great Qin and bolster the confidence of the other 6 kingdoms. At that moment, numerous spies from the 6 kingdoms hastened to deliver the news. If Ying Yi truly took action against the Feng family, it would certainly be entertaining. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing that Ying Yi plans to pardon Feng Wudao, my heart skipped a beat. I never anticipated that old man would be so oblivious. This is splendid news. Indeed, the Feng family is Ying Yi's right hand. Who would have thought this fool would challenge them? If Ying Yi were to make another blunder, it would be quite amusing. Let them fight. The best outcome would be mutual destruction. Within a tavern, a group of individuals erupted in laughter upon hearing the news. Over the years, under the governance of the Feng family and Wang family, alongside Ying Yi, the Great Qin had instilled fear in the other 6 kingdoms. Internal strife among them was the most advantageous outcome. They began to fantasize about the rewards they might receive for relaying such news back home. In the Qian Kuan Hall, Wei knelt on the ground, his legs trembling. Your Majesty, this is all the work of Feng Xiang. If your Majesty does not intervene personally, he will remain in the dungeons for eternity. Ying Yi nodded. Very well, I shall go myself. Wei looked at Ying Yi in astonishment. Then, recalling past events, he began to understand. Huang Hao and Qing Nuan had both perished, and it seemed the emperor had indeed changed. Perhaps he had never changed at all? Wei's eyes revealed a hint of trepidation, as he could only lament that serving alongside the emperor was akin to walking with a tiger. The imperial will was inscrutable. Yingyi vanished from his location, only to reappear within the dungeons. Feng Wudao was worth such an effort. This elderly man had dedicated himself tirelessly to the Great Qin, working alongside Wang Jian, with one managing external affairs and the other overseeing internal matters, which had propelled the nation's strength. His reforms in the academy had unearthed numerous prodigies and gifted cultivators, earning him great merit. The author is a fool. My character is not one to indulge in romantic pursuits, but is solely focused on his career. Yet, upon encountering the female lead, he transforms into a sycophant, imprisoning this loyal minister and tormenting him to death. What sort of foolishness is this? Yingyi wore an expression of incredulity, eyeing an effort to provide readers with satisfaction through the female lead. He had sacrificed all logic, which undoubtedly led to the backlash and abrupt cessation of updates. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Inside the dungeons, upon seeing Yingyi's arrival, the guards quickly bowed in respect. Rise! Yingyi ignored them and proceeded directly to the cell where Feng Wudao was held, leaving the guards in stunned silence, their hearts racing. What on earth is happening? It seems the emperor is not angry after all. Could it be that he truly intends to soften his stance towards Feng Xiang? The guards whispered among themselves, their faces reflecting their shocked eye in the cell. Yingyi opened the door and stepped inside. Before him stood an elderly man bound by iron chains. Name: Feng Wudao Realm, 9th level of Soul Breath Realm Talent. King level, Mortal, Human, Heavenly, King, Saint, Emperor. Cultivation Techniques: Phoenix Fire Divine Art, Purification Method, Dual Combat Opportunity. King level talent, just as expected. Yingyi nodded inwardly. With such talent, Feng Wudao's future realm would certainly not be lower than that of a noble. Within the entire Great Qin, only a few possessed king-level talent, and he himself held saint-level talent, though it had yet to be fully awakened. Feng Wudao sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands and feet shackled by chains as thick as an infant's wrist. Bruises marring his body from previous beatings. That a pang of guilt surged within Yingyi as he stepped forward, bending slightly. Feng Xiang, I acknowledge my mistakes. Feng Wudao's eyes widened in shock, staring intently at Yingyi. He had not anticipated that Yingyi would come. The actions Yingyi had taken over the past 3 years had left him wounded and scarred. To his astonishment, Yingyi had personally come and even admitted fault. Was this truly the same Yingyi he had known? Seeing Feng Wudao's impassive expression, Yingyi lowered his posture even further. Feng Xiang, the fault lies solely with me. It was my moment of confusion that led me to become infatuated with Su Chaqing, resulting in the alienation of loyal ministers and the loss of the people's trust, all while undertaking futile construction projects that burden the populace. The most outrageous affair is none other than the repeated punishment of Luo Shi, along with the incarceration of Prime Minister Feng in the dungeons. Yingyi feel an immense sense of guilt towards Prime Minister Feng, towards Luo Shi, and towards the loyal ministers dedicated to the Great Qin. I sincerely hope that Prime Minister Feng can forgive me this time. In the end, Yingyi directly addressed me. Each word he uttered came from the depths of his heart. It was impossible to deny that Feng Wudao is indeed an extraordinary figure. Not only is he at the threshold of the royal realm, but he is also a capable statesman, and most importantly, Feng Wudao is unwaveringly loyal to the Great Qin, even when faced with his brutal demise. He left behind a testament urging all the disciples of the Feng family to pledge their allegiance to the Qin. Such a person is rare to find. There is also another aspect that Yingyi considers, which is Feng Wudao's identity as the grandfather of Feng Luo Shi. The bond between the grandfather and granddaughter is exceptionally strong. Feng Luo Shi has pleaded on numerous occasions, hoping to secure Feng Wudao's release. Yet previously, she was deeply infatuated with Su Chaqing and obedient to her every word, which led to her repeated rejections of Feng Luo Shi's pleas, causing their relationship to reach a freezing point. Thus, Luo Shi should be able to forgive me now, Yingyi murmured to himself. To quell external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. In the pursuit of unifying the realm, Feng Luo Shi is an indispensable ally. Possessing an immaculate divine body, She can transcend the laws of heaven and earth and step into the realm of terrestrial immortals. When that time comes, who could possibly impede her progress? Bewildered, Feng Wu Dao remained in a state of shock. Yingyi genuinely admitted his fault, and his expression radiated sincerity. What could possibly be the reason for this? Feng Wu Dao composed himself, his voice calm. I, Feng Wu Dao, pay my respects to your majesty. Upon finishing his words, he pretended to kneel. Yingyi quickly assisted him to his feet, saying, Prime Minister Feng, you are a seasoned minister of 3 reigns, my grandfather, and my father holds you in the highest regard. How could you possibly bow to me? Feng Wu Dao remained silent, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Yingyi spoke again, Prime Minister, my decision to confine you to the dungeons was a grave error on my part. This time, I have specifically come to request your release. I am aware that I have committed many foolish acts. You may punish me as you see fit. Yingyi's expression was one of earnestness. Observing this, Feng Wu Dao softened his demeanor. The reason for his coldness towards Yingyi stemmed from the fact that he had once regarded him as a beloved grandson. For Yingyi, he would willingly sacrifice not just his life, but even the entire Feng family. Yet, for the sake of a woman, he had forsaken Luo Xian, of course, as the prime minister of the Great Qin. This was merely a family matter, and he could turn a blind eye. However, to curry favor with a woman, he went to great lengths, pressuring the populace, punishing and admonishing officials, and even resorting to all means necessary to confine him in the dungeons. Showing ruthlessness towards the Feng family. All these actions left him heartbroken and disheartened. He had temporarily wished to disengage from the affairs of the Great Qin, but witnessing Yingyi's sincerity, his previously wounded heart began to mend. Enough, enough. How could I bear to be angry with a child I have watched grow up? Feng Wu Dao sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, the previous matters were not your fault. It is also to blame on this old minister for appearing to overstep his bounds. Let those affairs vanish into thin air. Yingyi nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Feng Wu Dao's words clearly indicated he had no intention of continuing to blame him. Your Majesty, however, I have one request this time. Seeing the serious expression on Feng Wu Dao's face, Yingyi nodded. Please, Prime Minister, speak freely that I shall grant you any request. Chapter 13. Let us depart. I implore your Majesty to execute Huang Hao and Qing Wan. One is a treacherous minister and the other a courtesan. How can they be admitted to the palace as consorts? I hope your Majesty will consider this thoroughly. Feng Wu Dao earnestly advised. Yingyi smiled lightly. Prime Minister need not worry. Huang Hao and Qing Wan have already been sentenced to death today. If you do not believe me, you may visit the East Gate to witness it. Is that true? Feng Wu Dao's aged eyes trembled. Having been confined in the dungeons, he was completely unaware of the events outside. Hearing Yingyi's words, he was taken aback. Huang Hao, a brother who had grown up with him, and Qing Wan, the woman he was infatuated with, were both executed. This sounded almost surreal. If Prime Minister does not believe me, feel free to go and see for yourself. I know I have committed many foolish acts before. I ask that you do not hold them against me, and I assure you it will not happen again. Yingyi's expression was sincere. Seeing this, Feng Wu Dao nodded appreciatively. This old minister dares not question your Majesty. Since that is the case, I should take my leave from the dungeons. Yingyi smiled, taking Feng Wu Dao's hand, and they walked out of the dungeons together in front of a crowd. The two were engaged in amiable conversation, a stark contrast to the previous tension. This scene left onlookers astounded, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. Wonderful, splendid. His Majesty and Prime Minister Feng have reconciled. Upon hearing this, Yingyi's lips twitched involuntarily. Dio, you even know how to speak. What do you mean by reconciled? If you can't use idioms correctly, then don't attempt to in the Qin Huang Hall, atop a jade bed. Feng Luo she sat cross-legged, refining the essence of divine beast's blood. However, her heart remained troubled for Feng Wu Dao's safety. Yingyi's temperament was unpredictable. One could not be certain whether his previous act of saving her was merely to stabilize the Feng family. Did Grandpa go too far this time? Feng Luo she felt a pang of anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, she rose, intending to visit the dungeons. Just then, the palace doors creaked open, and Chun Shao rushed in, panting and visibly excited. Your Highness, the Prime Minister has emerged. His Majesty truly released the Prime Minister. Chun Shao exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Feng Luo she had always treated them well, and each time she saw them distressed over the Prime Minister's situation. Her heart ached for them. Now, it was finally good news. Prime Minister Feng had been released. Feng Luoxi's delicate hands trembled slightly, yet her expression remained calm. Speak, what exactly happened? Chun Xiao quickly recounted everything she had learned, detailing the events without omission. Your Highness, this time His Majesty has truly changed. I heard from the dungeon guards that His Majesty personally apologized to Prime Minister Feng. His attitude was exceedingly sincere. Even when they left the dungeons, His Majesty held Prime Minister Feng's hand, and they conversed amiably. Feng Luoxi's beautiful eyes lowered, nodding slowly, lost in thought. What could this possibly mean? Why has Yi changed so drastically, deviating entirely from the predetermined path of his previous life? Could it be? He too has been reborn? Upon reaching this thought, Feng Luoxi immediately dismissed it. No, even if he were reborn, he would have no reason to do so much for me. She fell into deep contemplation. It must be said that Yi's transformation was indeed remarkable, leaving her utterly perplexed. Had it not been for the myriad of events from her past life, she might have already let go of her grievances and loved him without reservation. Yi, I truly wish to know what schemes you are concocting. The news of the Prime Minister's release from the dungeons spread like wildfire throughout the imperial capital. Upon hearing of Yi's apology and the amicable exchange between monarch and minister, countless individuals were left speechless in disbelief. What did you say? His Majesty truly apologized. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His Majesty is the Emperor of the Great Qin. Proud and aloof. How could he bow his head to Prime Minister Feng? I refuse to believe it. Just 3 days ago, His Majesty insulted Prime Minister Feng in the dungeons. How could he possibly apologize now? Hiss, where did you hear this news? If the Prime Minister has been released, then His Majesty's plan to elevate Miss Su to the position of Empress is surely in jeopardy. As they conversed, disbelief permeated the air, but the ultimate confirmation of Feng Wudao's return to the Feng family left everyone utterly convinced. Impossible, damn it. In a tavern, a trio of men displayed a savage demeanor, recklessly smashing the furnishings within. The leader, a burly man named Li Biao, had been tasked with gathering intelligence in the Great Qin for 3 years. The news of the Prime Minister's release ignited a furious blaze within him. Wasn't it said that Yi and Feng Wudao were at odds? What on earth is happening now? The two of them are laughing and chatting like old friends. Where's the discord? This is a disaster. I have already transmitted the news of Feng Wudao's impending death back home. The course of events is completely contrary to our expectations. Damn it, they said Yi was arrogant and would never admit his mistakes. Why has he suddenly apologized to Feng Wudao? The trio was stunned into silence. They had prepared to return home with exhilarating news, but the sudden turn of events left them at a loss for what to do. Never mind, we shall continue to wait for an opportunity. Rest assured, as long as Yi still has feelings for that girl from the Su family, we will always have a chance point one of them. Seeing the situation clearly consoled Li Biao. Another chimed in, indeed, old Biao, do not be too agitated. I know you long for your wife and child, but circumstances change unexpectedly. We must wait a little longer. That girl, Su Chaqing, is not to be underestimated. We only need to incite her a bit, urging her to create some trouble for Yi, and perhaps it will reignite the conflict between Feng Wudao and Yi. Li Biao sat down, unwilling to accept the current state of affairs. For now, there was no other option. He took out a rattle drum. His child was 2.5 years old now, yet he had not been there since the day of the child's birth. He could only hope for his son's healthy growth. After seeing off Feng Wudao, Yi proceeded directly to the imperial kitchen. Having attained the realm of royalty, he no longer needed food or rest. However, he still preferred to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Moreover, there is an ancient saying, to win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. The culinary offerings of this world are lamentably unpalatable. Even the dishes prepared in the imperial kitchen fail to rival the flavors found in the most humble establishments on earth. Today, he is determined to showcase his culinary prowess. Feng Luoxi perpetually exudes an air of unfamiliarity. He must swiftly win her over and capture her heart. Your Majesty, upon encountering Yi, the chefs in the imperial kitchen hastily bow in respect. Yi waves his hand dismissively. Rise. Are there ingredients available? The chef eagerly nods. Indeed, we have everything. Various spiritual vegetables and herbs, succulent and juicy meat from magical beasts, spiritual fruits, you name it. Pray tell, Your Majesty, what dishes do you wish to prepare tonight? Having the ingredients is sufficient. You may leave now. Chapter 14. A wife to pamper regardless. Within the imperial kitchen, the chef is rendered speechless, and no matter how he attempts to dissuade him, Yi insists on cooking himself. In fact, he finds the chef's incessant chatter bothersome and confines him to the side, rendering him mute. The Emperor of the Great Qin cooking. Surely this is a jest. The chef grimaces in resignation. There exists an unwritten rule in the Qin kingdom that a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. Typically, Qin men do not cook for themselves. Such notions are deeply ingrained in society. Let alone for Yi, the emperor. He had expected that as long as Yi did not set the kitchen ablaze, it would suffice. However, he soon realizes that Yi's knife skills are anything but ordinary. Bone is expertly removed, meat is chopped, and vegetables are diced with the finesse of a seasoned chef. Goodness, can His Majesty truly cook? The chef stands in disbelief, yet gazing at Yi's choice of ingredients. He cannot help but shake his head. Surely this cannot be edible? Observing the preparation and the ingredients, the chef privately muses that many of them appear to be mishandled. Oh well, I shall wait for His Majesty to discover the taste is unpleasant. Then I will step in. Perhaps I may even win His Majesty's favor. Moments later, with the aid of spiritual energy, the cooking proceeds swiftly. 4 exquisite dishes are soon laid out upon the dining table. There are his signature sweet and sour ribs, the 8 treasure chicken stewed with spiritual mushrooms, tomato stir-fried beast eggs, and a nourishing spiritual vegetable soup. The flavor is rather delightful. Yi savors a bite, finding it quite pleasing. The use of spiritual energy in cooking allows the ingredients' flavors to be fully unleashed. However, the real treasure lies in the quality of the ingredients. They are exceptionally rare, capable of extending the lifespan of an ordinary person with a single taste. And for lower-tier cultivators, a single bite could lead to a breakthrough in their realm. Such ingredients are exceedingly scarce throughout the Great Qin. Gulping at the enticing aroma, the chef cannot restrain himself from swallowing hard. It is simply too fragrant. Could it be that His Majesty truly possesses culinary skills? The chef is astonished, contemplating the presentation of the dishes, which far surpass his own efforts, yet he remains uncertain of their taste. He convinces himself that it must be due to His Majesty's profound cultivation and adept use of spiritual energy that the dishes turned out this way. After tasting all 4 dishes, Yi finds them satisfactory but worries that Feng Luoxi may not appreciate them, so he portions out small samples for the chef to try. You give it a taste, of course, Your Majesty? The chef's face lights up with excitement. This is a meal prepared by Yi himself. He would consume it even if it were poisoned. If word spreads that the Emperor of the Great Qin personally cooked for him, his reputation would soar. The chef braces himself, and no matter how unpalatable the food may be, he is determined to give it a thumbs up and praise it profusely. However, as soon as the dish enters his mouth, he is frozen in place. After a lengthy pause, he finally exclaims, Your Majesty, this is exquisite. The dishes you have prepared are simply remarkable. This is no flattery. It is heartfelt praise. He never expected that Yi, who is usually preoccupied with state affairs, would possess such culinary expertise. In comparison, he feels utterly inadequate. Reflecting on the meals he once prepared for Yi, he nearly kneels in supplication, begging for forgiveness. Indeed, his own cooking was dreadfully lacking. As long as it is delicious, Yi replies, packing the 4 dishes into a wooden box and making his way towards the Qin Phoenix Hall. In the Qin Phoenix Hall, upon learning that Feng Wudao is unharmed, Feng Luoxi breathes a sigh of relief. Though her heart remains tumultuous, on one hand, she desires Yi to be utterly ruthless, severing the last remnants of her feelings, thus allowing her to pursue her revenge without distraction. On the other hand, she wishes for Yi to refrain from such actions, for she once loved him dearly. Women are, indeed, complex beings torn by such contradictions. What should I do? Feng Luoxi sighs deeply. In this moment, her resolve to kill Yi begins to waver. Perhaps I shall allow you to live in peace as a carefree prince. Reflecting on the events of her past life, she finds it impossible to forgive Yi. Your Highness, they are here. Lost in thought, Feng Luoxi is pulled back to reality by Chun Zhao's voice. Observing the flustered Chun Zhao, she feels a pang of exasperation. "Who has arrived to make you so anxious? Your Majesty has come," Chun Shao exclaims with excitement. During the day doesn't he count? It has been over a year since His Majesty has visited the Qin Phoenix Hall. His sudden appearance must indicate a desire to mend relations with you, Your Highness. A most fortuitous development. In the past, they feared Yingyi's visits, as they often brought trouble. However, with Huang Hao and Qing Yuan being executed, they now realize that Yingyi has genuinely awakened to his senses. Yingyi? What brings him here? Feng Luoxi's brows knit in mild displeasure. She wishes to keep her distance from him, I do not know. Chun Shao shakes her head. Leaning closer to Feng Luoxi, she whispers, "But I noticed His Majesty carrying a wooden box. It must contain food. Your Highness, would you like to see him? Surely His Majesty has recognized his past mistakes." Feng Luoxi replies coolly, "Do you think I can turn him away?" She exhales a long sigh, surrendering to her fate. "Let him in. I wish to see what he intends to do." "Certainly, Your Highness." Chun Shao joyfully exits to deliver the message. Moments later, the hall doors swing open, and Yingyi strolls in, a smile gracing his face as he carries the wooden box. Feng Luoxi greets him with a respectful curtsy. "Your servant pays her respects to Your Majesty." Yingyi quickly waves his hand. "Why do you greet me like that? You are my wife. There is no need for such formality. Come, let us eat. If you do not hurry, it will grow cold." As he opens the wooden box and lays the 4 dishes upon the table, Feng Luoxi feels a momentary daze at the endearment, wife. Such a familiar term once brought her comfort as she nestled in Yingyi's embrace. Listening to the sweetest of vows, he had once declared that she was. As the meal concluded, Yingyi tidied up the remnants of the feast. He had intended to engage in light conversation with Feng Luoxi, but upon sensing her aloof demeanor, he chose to take his leave. Watching Yingyi's retreating figure, Feng Luoxi's gaze fell slightly, her thoughts obscured. "Chun Shao." Once Yingyi had departed, Feng Luoxi called out softly, "Your Highness, is there something you require?" Chun Shao inquired. Feng Luoxi replied coolly, "Bring Xia Mian along to an orphanage beside the western gate of the imperial city and retrieve the beggar who has been loitering there these past few days." Chun Zhao's face reflected confusion. Feng Luoxi offered no further explanation, simply stating, "He is dressed in rags, with a jade Buddha hanging around his neck. Go swiftly." "Yes, Your Highness, I shall attend to it at once." Without further questioning, Chun Shao turned and exited the hall. Feng Luoxi's expression hardened as she stared into the distance. Past causes yield present effects, Su Chaqing, having been granted a second chance at life. "I shall seize your opportunity." Heavenly Godwood, a superb material for crafting. Feng Luoxi's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glimmer appearing on her face. The old beggar was, in fact, a tree demon that had cultivated for 3,000 years. In her previous life, Su Chaqing had fortuitously obtained it, fashioning it into a hairpin that had caused her considerable trouble. This time, she intended to act preemptively and appropriate all the fortune for herself. However, the thought of Su Chaqing willingly sacrificing herself to subdue the tree demon truly astonished her. Heavenly Godwood it must be right here. After leaving the Qin Huang Hall, Yingyi did not return directly to the Qian Kuan Hall, but instead arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. According to the timeline in the book, there lay a rather favorable opportunity. Within the courtyard, all the children were beggars, yet they were not lacking in sustenance. The most conspicuous presence was the old beggar sitting outside, exuding a foul odor, with a necklace around his neck and a bowl placed before him as he begged from passing commoners. Name: Shun Feng Realm, Guyuan's 6th layer talent, heavenly grade technique, vines entwined. Pretended death transformed from heavenly godwood, having cultivated for 3,000 years, taking on human form. Observing the old beggar, Yingyi smiled faintly. Who would have thought that a great demon, having cultivated for 3 millennia, would resort to begging? Such a rare opportunity must not be missed. Heavenly godwood is a treasure for crafting. Paired with the fur of the 9-tailed celestial demon, it would likely enhance the quality of the magical artifact significantly, not to mention the immense value of the heavenly godwood that had been cultivated for 3,000 years. Such fortune shall be mine. Yingyi approached the beggar, but in the next moment, 2 familiar figures entered his line of sight, clearly heading for the heavenly godwood. Chun Shao and Xia Mian. Yingyi felt perplexed. What were they doing here? What business did they have with this beggar? His eyes narrowed, and a bold thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that they are aware this old beggar is the heavenly godwood? Concealing himself, he sought to uncover the truth. Perhaps once this matter concluded, he would comprehend why Feng Luoshi's temperament had undergone such a drastic change. This girl, could it be she has also been reborn? A chill ran down Yi's spine. If that were indeed the case, things were about to become quite interesting. Chun Xiao, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Xia Mian's brow furrowed as she regarded the beggar not far away. Struggling to understand why the princess would target a beggar, both were trusted confidants of Feng Luoshi. She confided many things to them. Yet today, the order to capture this beggar seemed entirely unfounded. Leading her to doubt, Chun Xiao appeared exasperated. Xia Mian, how many times must you ask? Do you think I could misinterpret His Highness's command? I do not understand why the princess wishes to capture this old beggar either. But we must follow orders. Very well, then let us proceed. Exchanging a glance, the two moved towards the old beggar. Upon seeing two young and beautiful girls approach, a lecherous gleam flickered in the beggar's eyes. Little girls, please, I beg you, save my poor child. Grasping Chun Xiao's skirt, the old beggar wailed, that child is only 3 years old. He was injured by a group of bullies, and if he is not treated promptly, he may not survive. I implore you, celestial maidens, to save him. Chun Xiao's expression turned frantic. Old man, where is the child? I happen to know some medicine. We must hurry to save him, the old beggar secretly chuckled. Choking back tears, he is at the dilapidated temple outside the city. We shall arrive shortly, then let us go. The three, each with their own intentions, made their way towards the outskirts of the city. Unbeknownst to them, Yi remained hidden, observing their every move. They were walking into their own demise. Demon plants possess extraordinarily long lifespans, ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 years, with some potentially living for hundreds of thousands of years. However, despite their longevity, breaking through realms proves exceedingly difficult. The heavenly godwood had cultivated for 3,000 years yet only reached the Guiyuan realm, making it no match for Chun Xiao and Xia Mian. Little did it know, it believed it had encountered prey, unaware that soon it would become a captive. Chapter 16. Feng Luoshi's confusion 10 miles from the imperial city, within a crumbling temple. Old man, have we arrived? Chun Xiao inquired. The old beggar straightened up, his previously haggard form now upright, the despair dissipating as a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, we have arrived. Do you not find this place quite agreeable? Xia Mian scoffed coldly. If you find it agreeable, that is fortunate, for it is the grave you have chosen for yourself. Huh? The old beggar's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. What do you mean? What do I mean? Xia Mian conjured a long sword shimmering with green light from thin air. I mean to kill you. With that, Chun Xiao and Xia Mian launched their attack without hesitation. The beggar, merely at the Guiyuan realm, was no match for the two. Had it not been for Feng Luoshi's instructions to keep a low profile, they would not have delayed their assault. No. You are cultivators? The old beggar exclaimed in shock. He had only intended to release a little magic, never anticipating to encounter two formidable opponents. Chun Xiao wielded her whip, striking the beggar's head with a resounding crack. Blood erupted from the old beggar's skull. Violet ichor gushing forth. Seeking death? The old beggar roared in fury, his eyes glowing green. His arms transformed into a dusty gray, and vines burst forth from his body, his legs morphing into roots that anchored into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the old beggar had transformed into a towering tree, reaching over 10 meters high. A radius of 500 meters was enveloped in a black mist, a foul stench permeating the air. With the trunks hanging with the corpses of both old and young, a truly horrifying sight. How intriguing, Yi mused with a faint smile. I did not expect this heavenly godwood to possess such capabilities. Having cultivated an evil technique, it appears Chun Xiao and Xia Mian are in for a challenge. Xia Mian, what should we do? Spring Xiao exclaimed, feeling the pressure mount. She felt as if she were mired in mud, each movement demanding immense energy. Xia Mian had not anticipated that a Guiyuan realm demon plant could possess such a trump card. Though not panic. We are both earthly fiend realm cultivators. Surely we need not fear it. With that, Xia Mian soared into the air, her sword aimed directly at the old beggar's face on the tree trunk. Ha ha ha! Little girl, surrender. The roots and vines lunged toward the two women. Though Chun Xiao and Xia Mian were formidable, the heavenly godwood's myriad of abilities rendered them in a stalemate. This cannot continue. Ying Yi resolved to intervene. This was not an isolated area. Should they attract attention, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Most critically, he was eager to validate his suspicions regarding Feng Luoxi. Boom! The heavenly godwood lashed out with its vines, seizing the opportunity when Xia Mian was unprepared. A thick vine covered in countless small mouths struck her back. Xia Mian. Chun Zhao's eyes widened in alarm as she hurriedly shielded her. Blood spewed forth as a massive gash blossomed on Xia Mian's back. Dark ichor flowing freely, her internal energy rapidly depleting. Chun Xiao, flee. Its vines are poisoned. Xia Mian's expression turned grave. She had assumed this task would be simple, but the heavenly god proved far too troublesome. Chun Xiao dared not hesitate, swiftly activating her magical artifact in an attempt to escape. However, the heavenly god detected their small movements and chortled mockingly. Since you are here, would it not be impolite to leave without leaving something behind? Constrict, crack, in an instant, the ground fractured, and numerous vines wove together to form a cage, aiming to trap the two women within. Damn it! Xia Mian sensed impending doom, exhausting her final reserves of energy to stab her sword towards the trunk of the heavenly godwood. Overestimating yourself, the heavenly godwood scoffed derisively. Such a feeble attack is child's play before me. Yet soon, a look of horror spread across its ancient face. No, this is impossible. How can this be? The divine tree was taken aback, its tendrils severed by the long sword that lunged toward it. Sensing the sword's formidable power, it hastily conjured a protective barrier beside itself. With a crisp sound akin to shattering glass, the sword struck the barrier. In the next moment, the barrier fractured, and the sword pierced through the trunk. You? The divine tree's eyes widened in horror. As the black mist dissipated instantly, its once mighty form reduced to a piece of charred wood. Lying quietly on the ground. Xiamian, what you just did? Chun Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at Xiamian. That strike carried the breath of death. She was well aware of Xiamian's strength. How could she possibly deliver such a blow? Don't say anything. We must flee, Xiamian urged, stowing away the divine tree and grasping Chunxiao's hand as they made their way toward the imperial palace. Quite the vigilance, Ying Yi remarked with a faint smile, acknowledging that it was indeed his hand that had intervened, or else the two women would have faced dire consequences. As he watched them depart, a golden ray shot from his fingertip, silently merging into the divine tree. Satisfied with his actions, he nodded in approval. He could only hope that Luoxi remained the same as she once was. If she had truly been reborn, matters would become exceedingly complicated. A frown settled upon Ying Yi's face. For in his previous life, Feng Luoxi had endured great suffering. Her plight could only be described as tragic in the original narrative. Ying Yi had been ruthlessly cruel to Feng Luoxi. Were anyone to foresee such a fate, they would never easily let it go. In the Qinhuang Hall, Feng Luoxi expelled the toxins from Xiamian's body. What has transpired? How could a returning spirit plant end up in such a state? Xiamian gave a wry smile. Your Highness, that spirit plant could elevate its power to the earthly fiend realm in a short time, and its cultivation method is exceedingly vicious. Had there not been a sudden change, I might not have returned at all. What sort of change? Feng Luoxi's heart stirred with intrigue. Xiamian recounted the events that had just unfolded in detail. Feng Luoxi's eyes widened in shock. Are you implying that someone assisted you from the shadows? Xiamian nodded earnestly. Indeed. Your Highness, I am acutely aware of my own strength. There is no way I could have slain the divine tree with that strike alone. It felt as though someone had infused it with spiritual energy, allowing it to pierce right through the divine tree's core. Chun Xiao hurried to corroborate. Your Highness, Xiamian speaks the truth. I often spar with her, and I know her capabilities. That strike caused me to tremble from the depths of my soul. Only at your peak could I feel such an intensity. What on earth is happening? Feng Luoxi's gaze fell as she approached the window, her eyes scanning the distance. Who had intervened to aid Xiamian and Chun Xiao? What were their motives? Furthermore, given their strength, they must surely be aware of the divine tree's nature. Why had they not taken it for themselves? Let it be that if it cannot be understood, do not dwell on it. Feng Luo she motioned for Chunxiao and Xiaomian to leave. With the divine tree, along with the nine-tailed fox pelt that Ing Yi had previously given her, she had enough materials to forge a royal artifact. Yes, your highness. The two women complied and exited. As Feng Luo, she stored away the divine tree and entered her secret chamber. She settled into a meditative position at the center. Taking out the divine tree, a glimmer of joy flashed in her cold gaze. The divine tree. In her past life, Su Chaqing had utilized it to forge countless magical artifacts. On several occasions, it was the very garment crafted from the divine tree that had saved her from death. But now, it belonged to me. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Feng Luoxi's eyes. Su Chaqing, in this life, you must die. No one will be able to protect you. Not even Ing Yi. As thoughts of Ing Yi crossed her mind, her vision blurred. The events of the past few days felt surreal. Huang Hao, Qing Nuan has perished. Grandfather has been released. Ing Yi, what schemes are you concocting? Where has that ruthless version of you from the previous life gone? After a prolonged silence, Feng Luo she sighed deeply. Regardless, in this life, you saved me. I shall spare your life another day. Within the Qian Kuan Hall, Ing Yi sprang up from his rocking chair. Damn, what exquisite prose. He stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. It's over. It's all over. Luo she has truly been reborn. Tears threatened to spill as he realized that the very thing he had feared most had come to pass. Though he had merely speculated before, Feng Luo she would likely never suspect that the divine tree was a trap he had laid. Every move she made was under his watchful eye. What to do now? What should I do? Ing Yi paced anxiously within the grand hall. Should he seek forgiveness? No, he thought. Even without being a sovereign, a man should not kneel so easily. Moreover, if he were to plead for mercy, his own secrets would be laid bare. What if he simply eliminated her? Ing Yi's expression hardened, but he quickly deflated. What a joke. Feng Luo she possesses countless hidden cards, including the pure divine body. If I could guarantee a swift kill, then it would pose no issue, but should I fail, not only would the Feng family retaliate, but I wouldn't even know how I perished once she ascends to the earthly immortal realm. Moreover, in my previous life, they treated me with kindness. To repay such kindness with murder now would render me more despicable than a beast. Feng Luo she's talent and perception were unparalleled. In a millennium, she alone had reached the earthly immortal realm. It seems my only option is to gradually win her over. With a heavy sigh, Ing Yi acknowledged that he had wronged her. Everything he had done previously served a purpose. She undoubtedly held feelings for him. With this thought, he felt a slight relief. It was evident from her words that she still harbored emotions for him. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely ended his life for his foolish actions in his past life. The revolution is not yet complete. I must persist. Determined, Ing Yi resolved to intensify his efforts to win Feng Luoxi's heart and to let go of his grudges. Otherwise, he might not even last long as the emperor of Deqin. Lost in thought, Ing Yi couldn't help but wonder if, with Luoxi's rebirth, the other three female characters might also have returned. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Forget it. I shall do my best. The following morning, Ing Yi attempted to continue refining the heart-eating demon eye, however, without the aid of relevant treasures. Progress was painfully slow. At mealtime, he gathered some fresh ingredients from the imperial kitchen and made his way to the Qinhuang Hall. Your Majesty, we greet you. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Upon entering the hall, Chunxiao and the other two women hurriedly bowed. Ing Yi smiled warmly. Please rise. From now on, I permit you all to refrain from kneeling. Chunxiao, Xiaomian, and Qiuyan were all trusted confidants of Feng Luoxi. Their influence in her heart was significant, and perhaps their whispers could alter her perception of him for the better. We dare not. The three women blanched in shock, particularly Xiaomian, who had just yesterday hurled insults at Ing Yi, thankful merely to have escaped execution. The very notion of receiving such favor was almost unimaginable. Ing Yi waved his hand dismissively. What is there to be afraid of? When there are no outsiders present, there is no need to adhere to the rules of monarch and minister. Glancing around the hall, he noted Feng Luoxi's absence and inquired, Where is Luoxi? Is she not here? The three women were taken aback by Ing Yi's demeanor. The royal family placed great importance on etiquette. The privilege he had just bestowed upon them was something few could ever hope to attain. Your Majesty, the Empress is in seclusion, but she will emerge shortly. Yingyi nodded. Very well. Where is the kitchen in the Qinhuang Hall? Please show me the way. The three women were momentarily stunned, but Qiuyan quickly regained her composure. Although unsure of Yingyi's intentions, she promptly led him to the kitchen. Your Majesty, the food in the Qinhuang Hall is subpar. Perhaps we should let the Imperial Kitchen prepare it instead. The kitchen was rudimentary, with many ingredients spoiled. Yingyi cursed himself for being a fool. Previously, due to matters concerning Qing Yuan, he had been targeting Feng Luoxi, hoping to force her to relent. Thus, in terms of food and clothing, he had gone to great lengths to prepare things that would undermine her. That it's fine. I brought my own ingredients. Today, I shall cook. He declared. To the astonishment of the three women, Yingyi pulled out an array of fresh ingredients from his storage ring. There were glimmering nine-tailed meat, rare spiritual vegetables, and spiritual fruits. Even the cheapest ingredient was a rabbit demon of the earthly fiend realm. The three women were left dumbfounded. When had Yingyi become so extravagant? Such treatment was a rarity in the entire Deqin. What left them most speechless was the fact that Yingyi intended to cook himself. Your Majesty mustn't. You are the supreme ruler. How can you cook? Allow us to do it. Chunxiao and Qiuyan exclaimed in panic, hastily grabbing the utensils. Yingyi waved them away, a gentle force pushing them aside. Enough. You may wait outside for a while. What does it matter if the supreme ruler cooks a meal for his beloved? As soon as the words were spoken, the mouths of the three women dropped wide open. A man of unparalleled virtue. How fortunate the Empress is. All past grievances were swept away by these few phrases. I in the Grand Qin dynasty, men capable of cooking for women were exceedingly rare. Let alone someone as distinguished as Yingyi. If word got out that the mighty Emperor of Qin was actually preparing meals for the Empress, it would surely leave many in utter disbelief. Chapter 18. A heartwarming meal. Half an hour later, as Yingyi completed his preparations, a table laden with fragrant dishes was presented before everyone. The three women of Chunxiao had been rendered speechless. They had not anticipated Yingyi's culinary prowess. Although they had yet to taste the food, the vibrant colors and enticing aromas were enough to assure them of its excellence. Is Luoxi's retreat about to conclude? Yingyi inquired. Chunxiao quickly shook her head. Your Majesty, the Empress has not yet emerged, though it should be soon. With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Qiuyan, who promptly dashed into the inner chamber. Very well, we shall wait a bit longer. Yingyi flicked his fingers, conjuring a radiant barrier of light to envelop the dishes, ensuring they remained steaming hot. Outside the secret chamber, Qiuyan formed a hand gesture, sending a paper crane flying into the inner sanctum. Inside, Feng Luoxi gazed at the scattered charred materials on the floor. The attempt at forging had failed. Fortunately, the resources consumed were minimal. Only a small piece of divine wood had been used, which was sufficient for her needs. As she looked at the paper crane, she waved her hand, causing it to alight gently upon her fingertip. Your Majesty, today the Emperor visited the Qin Phoenix Palace and prepared an entire feast of your favorite dishes. You cannot imagine how splendid his culinary skills are. Those dishes from yesterday were all crafted by him. Qiuyan's voice resonated from within. Empress, I truly envy you. You have managed to have the Emperor cook for you personally. Qiuyan's tone was filled with genuine excitement. Feng Luoxi stood frozen, processing the information, and only after a moment did she confirm that Yingyi had indeed cooked for her. Inside the secret chamber, silence reigned. After a considerable pause, Feng Luoxi finally opened the door and stepped out. Empress, you have emerged, Qiuyan exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. Hurry, the Emperor has been waiting for quite some time. Feng Luoxi, having regained favor, considered this a momentous occasion. She ignored Qiuyan's exuberance, her figure flickering as she vanished into the palace. When she reappeared, she found herself outside the kitchen. However, she did not rush inside but instead stood still, occasionally using her spiritual sense to check if Qiuyan was following. This girl, she never practices diligently. Such a short distance takes her so long. She truly deserves a reprimand. Empress, you arrived quite swiftly. Qiuyan wiped the beads of sweat from her brow. Realizing the displeasure in Feng Luoxi's gaze, Qiuyan was startled and stammered, Empress, Shall we enter? You go in first. Oh, all right. Though Qiu Yin was puzzled. She complied and entered the kitchen. How is it? Has the Empress emerged from her retreat? Chun Shao approached softly. Qiu Yin nodded. Yes, she has, but the Empress seems a bit unusual. What do you mean? Xia Mian asked. Just as Qiu Yin was about to respond, Feng Luo she leisurely walked into the kitchen. Qiu Yin, curious, noted how the Empress had changed her attire, a resplendent golden hairpin adorning her hair. Empress. Chun Shao and Xia Mian bowed respectfully. Feng Luo she acknowledged them with a slight nod before coldly greeting Ying Yi with a deep bow. Your Majesty, there's no need for such formality. Since Sheer has arrived, let's begin the meal. Ying Yi's demeanor was warm, though internally, he was extremely anxious. If he failed to appease this little lady, he would surely face dire consequences in the future. Sheer, come, sit. Ying Yi took hold of Feng Luo she's delicate hand, guiding her to the dining table. Phew, it seems promising. Ying Yi silently exhaled in relief. He recalled the day before yesterday when he had ventured to Tianyu Valley and had touched Feng Luoxi's hand, only to be met with her disdain. Now, being able to hold her hand was already a significant step forward. It appeared that his prior efforts had borne fruit. He should continue to strive. With a radiant smile, Ying Yi beckoned to Chun Shao and the others. You all sit as well. There's no need to stand on ceremony, just treat it like home. The three women hesitated, but when they met Feng Luoxi's profound gaze, they quickly withdrew. Your Majesty, we are but humble servants. How can we dine with you? Your Majesty, since they are unwilling, let us not impose upon them. Feng Luoxi interjected, and Ying Yi nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall have the Imperial Kitchen prepare a few dishes for you shortly. At the table, Ying Yi continuously served Feng Luoxi with various dishes. This is nine-tailed meat. It will help replenish your strength as you've been looking quite thin lately. This is the flowerwood spirit fruit, brought back by General Wang from the northern borders. Wang Qi gifted me some recently. Do try it. And this is nine-colored deer meat. It enhances beauty and should suit your taste. Ying Yi chattered on, while Feng Luoxi lowered her head, taking small bites, her thoughts a mystery. After a considerable time, she finally spoke softly. All of these were made by you. Ying Yi chuckled gently. What, do you not believe it? Feng Luoxi dabbed her mouth and replied, I recall, Your Majesty, you never entered the kitchen. A gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. This is a strict rule of the Qin dynasty, which you have always adhered to. I never expected you would break this rule one day. Ying Yi waved his hand with a hearty laugh. Sheer, you have misunderstood the meaning of a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. It refers to a gentleman's reluctance to harm living creatures. Seeing them alive, he cannot bear to eat their flesh. Thus, he should avoid the kitchen. It does not imply that men should never cook. Feng Luoxi nodded slowly, clearly satisfied with this explanation. Ying Yi held Feng Luoxi's hand, speaking softly. Moreover, even if the phrase truly meant that men should not cook, you are my dearest love. I would give you my very life. Not to mention preparing a meal, I would gladly do so every day. Oh, the Empress is so fortunate, Qiu Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Today, the abundance of affection was truly overwhelming. Chun Shao also perked up her ears, astonished by how much the Emperor doted on the Empress. It was simply delightful to witness. The normally aloof Xia Mian lowered her gaze, repeatedly pondering Ying Yi's explanation. Noticing the intensity in Ying Yi's gaze and the sincerity in his expression, Feng Luoxi remained composed. Her demeanor nonchalant as she continued to eat, yet her ears were tinged with a lovely shade of red. Ying Yi suppressed a smile. Feng Luoxi was bashful and unaccustomed to such sweet words. He understood that after so many past mistakes, it would take considerable time for her to fully let go. However, he was willing to wait. Sheer, how is the refining of the divine beast's blood progressing? Ying Yi shifted the topic. This time, Feng Luoxi did not neglect him. She replied slowly, the divine beast's blood is too potent. My current strength lacks the support of heavenly materials, making refinement quite difficult. Noticing the coldness in her tone yet sensing a hint of softness, Ying Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this matter cannot be rushed. What heavenly materials do you require for assistance? Shall I take you to the treasure vault now? Feel free to take whatever you need. Chapter 19. Feng Wu Jiu Tian in the treasure vault. Feng Luoxi found it hard to resist Ying Yi's invitation. Additionally, She urgently needed some precious herbs for refining the divine beast's blood within her. Old Ying, why are you here again? Did you manage to deliver the spiritual herbs to the Empress? As soon as Ying Yi appeared, he was intercepted by a familiar figure. Wang Qi regarded him with a puzzled expression, but upon noticing Feng Luoshi beside him, his surprise turned to a radiant smile. Wang Qi pays his respects to the Empress. He knelt on one knee, his demeanor serious. We all pay our respects to the Empress. The guards behind him also knelt in unison. Rise, General Wang. Feng Luoshi waved her sleeve, a gentle force lifting everyone back to their feet. Wang Qi had left a splendid impression on her. He was fiercely loyal to the Qin dynasty, having thwarted Su Cha-Qing's schemes several times in a previous life. Unfortunately, Ying Yi had chosen to protect that green tea, and instead of expressing gratitude for Wang Qi's life-saving assistance, he had annihilated Wang's family, ultimately leading to Wang Qi's demise in the northern borders. Reflecting on this, a chill swept over Feng Luoshi, causing Ying Yi to shudder involuntarily. Old Wang, you haven't hidden any heavenly materials this time. Have you? Ying Yi quickly interjected, fearing Feng Luoshi might overthink. She needs a precious item. I brought her here to choose. Wang Qi nodded earnestly. Rest assured, everything is in order, as long as it's not for that vile woman. I will guard this treasure vault with my life. Of course, the latter part was a quiet murmur only meant for himself. That's good to hear. Upon entering the treasure vault, Ying Yi selected several herbs that could expedite the refining of the blood. But all were promptly refused by Feng Luoshi. Sheer, the treasure vault is filled with countless treasures. If there's anything you need, just speak up, and I shall fetch it for you. Feng Luoshi paused, contemplating Di Yin stone, Tian Xing Yin, Hua Feng grass. Very well. Ying Yi nodded, and from the 3 treasures she had spontaneously mentioned, it was already 100% certain that she had been reborn. The Di Yin stone and Tian Xing Yin could widen the meridians, and most importantly, dispel the cold energy within the body. Meanwhile, the Hua Feng grass was intended to nourish the immaculate divine body. These 3 treasures were completely unknown to ordinary people, who might even deem them useless. But only he understood what these items truly signified for Feng Luoshi. Soon, Ying Yi procured the 3 items and presented them to Feng Luoshi. Thank you. Feng Luoshi caressed the 3 treasures. With them, the refinement of her essence blood would accelerate by several times, and the immaculate divine body could gradually be developed. It was a pity, though, that if only she had the Feng Wu Jiu Tian. How wonderful that would be. Feng Luoshi's gaze inadvertently flickered toward the 9th level of the treasure vault. There lay the true treasures hidden by the Great Qin. The Feng Wu Jiu Tian was the most profound martial art of the Great Qin, on par with the Dragon and Phoenix divine technique. Unfortunately, she still could not fathom what Ying Yi truly intended to achieve. The trauma from her previous life weighed heavily upon her, and any misstep could lead her into his trap. Sheer, I intend to give you a gift. The small movements of Feng Luo she laid bare before Ying Yi. He understood the significance of the Feng Wu Jiu Tian. This martial art was indeed very compatible with Feng Luoshi, complementing the Dragon and Phoenix divine technique, and he planned to take a significant gamble, betting that Feng Luoshi would ultimately succumb to him. Thus, even if she practiced the Feng Wu Jiu Tian, after their mutual cultivation, the benefits he would reap would be even greater, allowing him to easily break through to the martial emperor realm. Feng Luoshi remained silent, her expression tinged with confusion as she gazed at him. What kind of so-called gift was it? Ying Yi then ascended to the 9th level and retrieved a glowing orb. Sheer. Within this is a martial technique called Feng Wu Jiu Tian. It is one of the most precious treasures of our Great Qin. Ying Yi spoke nonchalantly. Legend has it that 100,000 years ago, to resist the evil demons from beyond the realm, the Phoenix clan burned themselves to create the Feng Wu Jiu Tian, ultimately inflicting severe damage upon the once invincible evil demons. However, the war was fierce, and even though the Phoenix clan survived, the Feng Wu Jiu Tian they created was left in only fragments. Yet, this did not diminish its power in the slightest. He handed it to Feng Luoshi. If you succeed in your cultivation, your strength will undoubtedly surge, allowing you to easily defeat enemies of greater realms. You truly intend to give this to me? Feng Luoshi's beautiful eyes trembled, her heart filled with shock. The Feng Wu Jiu Tian and the Dragon and Phoenix divine technique were the pinnacle of martial arts in this land. Housed within the royal family of Great Qin. 10,000 years ago, one of the techniques was entrusted to the Empress, while the other was cultivated by the reigning emperor. This greatly enhanced the strength of Great Qin, causing all to submit and establishing a prosperous era that lasted a millennium. However, 9,000 years ago, when Emperor Ing Tian fell gravely ill, the empress was incited to seize power. This led to a tragic conflict between the once loving couple. Ultimately, the empress was killed, and although Ing Tian paid a tremendous price, Great Qin was subsequently relegated to a corner, never to rise again in the Central Plains. It was from that time that the Feng Wu Jiu Tian was sealed within the treasure vault, and the empress could never cultivate again. Yet today, Ing Yi unexpectedly reignited this matter, which was a blatant defiance against the heavens. If the entire court became aware, who knew what kind of chaos would ensue? Are you not afraid? Feng Luoxi's expression grew complex. She was about to speak when Ing Yi interrupted. Are you afraid of rebellion? Afraid that I might be killed by you? Feng Luoxi bit her lip, turning her head away, unable to meet Ing Yi's gaze. Ing Yi stepped closer, cupping her face with both hands, turning her head back to meet his gaze. Do you remember our childhood? His eyes brimmed with nostalgia. At that time, my mother was killed, enduring humiliation in the imperial palace. It was you who stood by me, step by step, supporting me to this position. In fact, long ago, I vowed that in this lifetime, I would marry no one but you. Ing Yi caressed her tender cheek. I know that my previous actions have hurt you. For the sake of a courtesan, I cast you into the cold palace. Heeding the words of treacherous advisers, punishing many loyal ministers, even imprisoning the prime minister in the heavenly prison. But there are some things I cannot explain clearly. Please forgive me. Just this once? Ing Yi's face was earnest, half sincere, half theatrical. Yet he genuinely wished to reconcile with Feng Luoxi. Feng Luoxi removed Ing Yi's hands, her gaze drifting to the side as she took a deep breath, her voice trembling. Ing Yi, I feel somewhat unwell. I shall take my leave. With that, she quietly exited, leaving Ing Yi alone in the treasure vault. There's hope. Ing Yi let out a breath, a smile gracing his lips, as a person from the 21st century. He had seen all types of women. It was evident that Feng Luoxi still harbored deep feelings for him. However, the wounds ran too deep, making it difficult for her to forgive him in the short term. Hence her avoidance. Just a bit more effort, Ing Yi encouraged himself. Who could refuse a woman of unparalleled talent, one who was infatuated with love, well-versed in both military and politics, and willing to lay down her life for him? Chapter 20. It grows more interesting. Old Ing. How did the empress leave? Wang Qi entered, an expression of lament on his face. He was deeply concerned for Ing Yi. His father had mentioned that within Feng Luoxi lay a tremendous power. Combined with her extraordinary talent, she would undoubtedly become a significant asset for Ing Yi in the future. The Feng family was a pillar of Great Qin, holding immense influence, as long as the two maintained a loving relationship. It would be of great benefit to Ing Yi. Ing Yi patted his shoulder. What do you understand? I am merely flirting with Sheer. When you find a woman you like, you will naturally understand. Humph. Wang Qi disdainfully patted his shoulder, his expression serious. Old Ing, let me remind you, whether for the empress or for yourself, you must cherish this relationship. Ing Yi nodded. Rest assured. I am working hard to mend my image. Good, that puts me at ease. Wang Qi smiled, then quickly added, by the way, the Kunlun secret realm is about to open. You should hasten to scout for talent. The Kunlun secret realm ranked 9th among the 7 nations. It was filled with rare treasures. Anyone who entered could experience a tremendous surge in cultivation or obtain some extraordinary artifact. For instance, 3,000 years ago, the Wei Kingdom was weak and constantly bullied. Yet, that year, a genius emerged from Wei, ranking 3rd in the placement battle, gaining an opportunity to enter the secret realm. Upon exiting, he surged to the Sky Sovereign realm and acquired a King-grade sword, enabling the once feeble Wei Kingdom to gradually establish a foothold in the grand contest of the era. Such instances were countless. Thus, the opening of the secret realm was crucial to a nation's fortune. A matter of great importance to every emperor. Ing Yi slightly nodded, rest assured. I heard that this year's Academy of Statecraft has several promising candidates. I will have them participate in the placement battle among the 7 nations. However, to ensure a thorough selection, I will announce throughout Great Qin that this round of selection will take place across the entire realm, from high-ranking officials' offspring to beggar children. Anyone willing may participate. Having read countless novels, perhaps there truly exists a fortunate soul who rises from adversity. Wang Qi nodded. Old Ying, as long as you are prepared, that is good. In the Qin Huang Hall, the three women of Chun Shao wore expressions of worry. Ever since Feng Luoxi returned, she had locked herself in her room, uttering not a word. What could be the matter with the Empress? Could it be that she quarreled with His Majesty again? Xiao Mian shook her head. That seems unlikely. I can tell that His Majesty is genuinely devoted to the Empress, and don't you all notice? The Empress seems merely saddened, without any trace of anger. It must not be related to His Majesty. Perhaps she is contemplating something. That's good. Let us go for now and allow the Empress some quietude. The three women quietly exited the palace. Inside the room, Feng Luoxi's eyes were reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why must it be like this? Her vision blurred. She had vowed that in this life, she would make Ying Yi suffer more than death, letting him experience the taste of betrayal. Yet, she always failed to be resolute. Whenever Ying Yi treated her with a hint of kindness, her frozen heart would gradually thaw. Even now, with the ability to slay Ying Yi, she found herself unable to act. Ying Yi, I hate you. Could you not be a bit more merciless towards me? Cast me into the cold palace, imprison me in the abyss of the underworld? Then, I could kill you without reservation. Feng Luoxi bit her lip, the taste of blood spreading in her mouth. At that moment, a jade token at her waist flickered. This was a communication talisman, worn only by families of noble status and great power. She wiped her tears, and a white light emanated from the jade token. Soon, a figure leaped forth. Sheer, what has happened to you? The voice belonged to Feng Wudao. Upon seeing Feng Luoxi's red eyes, he assumed his granddaughter had been wronged, and a surge of anger welled within him. Sheer, could it be that His Majesty has lost his temper with you again? Feng Wudao's expression darkened. I knew it. How could the proud emperor of the Great Qin lower himself to apologize to an old man like me? It seems he is venting his anger on you. Sheer, do not be afraid. I will enter the palace immediately and have a good talk with His Majesty. No, Grandpa, you've misunderstood. Feng Luoxi shook her head and recounted everything that had transpired to Feng Wudao. What? Upon hearing that Ying Yi not only took Feng Luoxi to the treasure house, but also intended to bestow Feng Wujutian upon her, Feng Wudao was rendered speechless in astonishment. Throughout the vast Qin Empire, none were unaware of the immense value of Feng Wujutian. It could be said that with this martial skill, Feng Luoxi could stand shoulder to shoulder with Ying Yi. And with the support of the Feng family, should she harbor any ulterior motives, she could usurp the Ying family and seize control of the Qin Empire. Sierra, you haven't accepted it, have you? Feng Wudao's voice trembled slightly. Upon observing Feng Luoxi nodding her head, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you haven't. Otherwise, any slight movement from our Feng family would surely provoke great suspicion. However, it seems that His Majesty is genuinely invested in you. Perhaps your father's conjecture was indeed correct. Father? Feng Luoxi asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Did grandfather say anything? Feng Wudao chuckled softly. We suspect that His Majesty has been playing a long game these past 3 years, deliberately purging the treacherous officials from court. Otherwise, why would His Majesty have undergone such a drastic change in temperament 3 years ago, transforming from someone indifferent to matters of love to someone infatuated with the daughter of a guard, even going so far as to take a courtesan as a consort for her sake? Thus, we have underestimated His Majesty. He remains the same ruler at heart, with only you in his thoughts. Enough, Sierra. Grandfather knows you're feeling angry, but the fact that His Majesty can entrust Feng Wujutian to you signifies that you hold an irreplaceable position in his heart. His Majesty is also acting for the sake of the Qin Empire. Once you've vented your frustrations, grant him a way out. After conversing for a while, the two closed the communication talisman. Contemplating Feng Wudao's words, Feng Luoxi furrowed her brows, her expression grave. Her grandfather was indeed correct. She understood Ying Yi's character well. Aside from her, he felt discomfort in the presence of other women. However, ever since he encountered Su Chaqing 3 years ago, he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Furthermore, Ying Yi had just mentioned that the changes over the past 3 years were due to unspoken circumstances. Yet, why had Ying Yi changed so drastically? Feng Luoshi naturally did not believe that Ingyi had become this way merely to eliminate treacherous officials. Otherwise, he would not have placed the blade at the neck of the Feng family in his previous life. Nonetheless, the nature of Ingyi's transformation was indeed peculiar. In just one day, he was a man entirely different from before. There had to be something amiss. This was becoming increasingly intriguing, Su Chaqing. What means have you employed to make Ingyi so utterly devoted to you in his previous life? Chapter 21. The green tea emerges Qingxin studio. Upon a wooden couch, a figure drew back the curtain and descended from the bed. The woman, possessing a fair visage, was not conventionally beautiful. Her cheeks bore a hint of rosy color, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Do not let this happen again, Su Chaqing said, casting a playful glance at the man on the couch, her demeanor radiating bashfulness. The man laughed heartily, drawing her close with one arm. Fear not, next time I shall be exceedingly gentle. After a brief pause, his brow furrowed in reluctance. Qingqing, are you truly going to enter the palace as Ingyi's consort? Although my identity as Jian Yu may not match his, I am equally renowned in the martial world. If you were to marry me, brother Jian, Su Chaqing interjected, covering Jian Yu's mouth with her hand, her eyes glistening with emotion as she choked back tears. Brother Jian, Ingyi, as the emperor of the Qin, possesses formidable strength. Should I defy him, his vengeance would surely befall me. I am aware of your affections, and I, Qingqing, love you in return. My body and heart shall forever belong to you. Qingqing, Jian Yu's tiger-like eyes shimmered with tears. He had traversed the martial realm for over a decade, encountering countless women, yet only this woman before him stirred his deepest emotions, compelling him to brave mountains and seas for her. Qingqing, come away with me. Let us leave the Qin Empire. The world is vast, and we can venture to the other 6 kingdoms. Even if they do not welcome us, we can retreat to the wilderness. I refuse to believe that Ingyi's reach extends so far. Su Chaqing's gaze darkened with displeasure. You foolishly cling to me, unaware that this is merely my way of declining your proposal. Were it not for your handsome appearance and commendable card skills, do you think I would treat you with such courtesy? I, Su Chaqing, am not a woman who would forsake an entire forest for a single tree. A flicker of ambition glimmered in Su Chaqing's eyes. She had painstakingly traversed into this world, holding the script of destiny in her hands, embodying the epitome of a celestial being. She intended to gather all the handsome men of the world into her possession. Jian Yu was but one, and the Emperor Ingyi was another. Among all the men she had collected, Ingyi undoubtedly exuded the most masculinity. Without the aid of the system, it would have been impossible to win him over. I aspire to become the Empress. Oh, these men, they were merely her collection of male companions. A secret smile graced Su Chaqing's lips as she feigned a sorrowful expression. Brother Jian, you are the leader of the most renowned assassin organization in the world. How could I possibly be worthy of you? Moreover, my parents serve as officials in the Qin. If I were to leave, what would become of them? Jian Yu's powerful frame shuddered at her words. Observing this, Su Chaqing wiped away her tears. Brother Jian, my heart belongs entirely to you, and no matter where I may be, I shall forever be your woman. Qingqing, Jian Yu's voice choked with emotion, and he held her tightly as if to merge their beings into one. Such a fool, Su Chaqing thought with a cold smile, then feigned weakness. Brother Jian, you must return quickly. Your identity is sensitive. If spies from the 7 kingdoms discover you, you will be in grave danger. Jian Yu was the leader of the assassin organization known as Yi Shui. Their motto was clear: gather when there is profit, scatter when there is none. As long as they were offered sufficient benefits, there was no one they would not dare to kill. Because of this, Yi Shui faced relentless pursuit from the 7 kingdoms. Should they catch wind of their whereabouts, they would be met with endless bloodshed. Had it not been for his significant utility and striking looks, I would not have become entangled with him in the first place. Now he clings to me like a stubborn weed that cannot be shaken off. It is truly vexing, Su Chaqing inwardly lamented. However, her recent words seemed to echo with concern in Jian Yu's ears. Qingqing, I must depart. Here is my communication talisman. You can. As Su Chaqing had not ventured far, a magnificent carriage came to a halt before her. A young man, tall and striking with sword-like brows and starry eyes, lifted the carriage curtain and stepped down, approaching her. Qingqing, where are you headed? Is there an urgent matter at hand? Sima Yu inquired with a smile. In that moment, Su Chaqing's charming visage transformed into one of pure innocence, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Qingqing, what troubles you? Has someone offended you? Sima Yu's expression turned fierce. Tell me, who has angered you? Who in this imperial city dares to provoke my Qingqing? Do they not value their lives? Su Chaqing felt a thrill of joy within. Their rapport had already soared to a commendable 80. And upon reaching 90, she could transcend their current relationship, compelling Sima Yu to become her devoted follower. However, thoughts of Ingi quickly dispersed her elation. Brother Sima, my father is serving in the palace today, but his old ailment has resurfaced. I must go to the imperial palace to attend to him. Sima Yu expressed admiration. Su Chaqing, what a wonderful young lady you are, gentle, virtuous, and filial. If only I could take you home as my bride. It would surely be a blessing for the Sima family. Qingqing, get into my carriage. I shall escort you. It's not fitting for a young lady like you to ride on horseback and tire yourself. Su Chaqing glanced at the carriage. It was an artifact crafted from rare materials, while the horse was a precious spirit beast of the earthly fiend realm. She yearned to board it, for it was a symbol of status. Yet, adept at understanding men's thoughts, she feigned rejection. Thank you, Brother Sima, but this carriage is a gift from His Majesty. If I were to ride in it, it would surely invite gossip, and I do not wish for you to face any backlash. Oh my, how obedient you are, Qingqing. Sima Yu's heart nearly melted. Most young women would be overjoyed to ride such a divine steed, yet she seemed to think of everything. The more she acted this way, the deeper Sima Yu's infatuation grew. Ding, Sima Yu's affection level increased by 5. As expected. A smile graced Su Chaqing's lips. The personalities of these male leads had been largely discerned by the system. She possessed unique strategies for dealing with different men, navigating her way through them with ease. As she anticipated, her refusal only solidified Sima Yu's resolve to have her ride. Qingqing, this divine horse was bestowed upon me by His Majesty. I can allow whomever I wish to ride. Moreover, my father is a general of the Qin dynasty. His Majesty wouldn't he punish me over such a trivial matter. But Su Chaqing attempted to decline again, only to be interrupted by Sima Yu. Qingqing, if you refuse me, we may as well cease being friends and go our separate ways. Hearing this, tears welled in Su Chaqing's eyes as she grasped Sima Yu's hand. Urgency etched upon her face. Brother Sima, I do not wish to part. Part? Part from what? Sima Yu smiled gently, his gaze warm as it fell upon Su Chaqing. She turned her head, feigning anger, causing his heart to flutter. Summoning his courage, he grasped her hand, his voice low. Qingqing, you have tended to my wounds, brewed me soup, and kept vigil by my bedside for 3 days and nights. Such kindness is etched deep in my heart. This mere carriage, were it not for the matter concerning His Majesty, I would simply take you myself. Please, let me escort you. Will you? Having feigned enough, Su Chaqing, in a voice as faint as a whisper, acquiesced. Then I thank you, Brother Sima. No trouble at all. Let us go. Sima Yu, filled with joy, helped Su Chaqing into the divine carriage. The speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the imperial palace. Noticing the eastern gate surrounded by a throng of people, an acrid scent of blood wafted through the air, Sima Yu felt perplexed. What on earth is happening? Has someone once again angered His Majesty? Worrying that Su Chaqing might be frightened, he instructed the driver to enter through the western gate. Qingqing, do you truly not need me to accompany you? Su Chaqing shook her head, urgency radiating from her. Brother Sima, it is unnecessary. My father is gravely ill, and I must hurry. Seeing her determination, Sima Yu nodded firmly. Very well, should you need anything, contact me immediately. I know many within the palace and can help you avoid unnecessary detours. Thank you, Brother Sima. With that, Su Chaqing hurriedly entered the palace. Once out of Sima Yu's line of sight, a hint of color returned to her face. 87 affection points. How swift! Su Chaqing felt quite pleased. Just as she was in high spirits, making her way to the Qian Kuan Hall, a small eunuch hurriedly stopped her. Who? Su Chaqing instinctively struck out, sending him flying. Su. Miss Su? It's me. I'm Little Stool. The small eunuch clutched his chest in pain as he scrambled to his feet, his gaze upon Su Chaqing laden with gravity. Could she not be an ordinary person, possessing such protective aura? Ah, little stool, is there something you need? Did Master Huang send you? A flicker of disdain flashed in Su Chaqing's eyes. That wretched eunuch was utterly useless aside from his incessant flattery. Were it not for his potential utility, she would have had him dispatched without a second thought. Little Stool was nearly in tears. Miss Su, my godfather has died, and so has Qingnu. Have you angered His Majesty? Just the other day, His Majesty was furious, dragging my godfather and Qingnu through the eastern gate for execution. If it weren't for my good fortune, I fear I would have joined them as a lost soul. Little Stool wept uncontrollably. Boom! Su Chaqing's mind went blank. After a long pause, she transformed from her usual purity into a fierce visage, glaring at Little Stool. What did you say? Who has died? Little Stool was taken aback, swallowing hard as he stammered. Su, Miss Su, my godfather and Qingnu are dead. Their bodies are still at the eastern gate. Staggering back, Su Chaqing nearly lost her balance, but managed to steady herself. Do you know why? Yingyi's affection points were negative, and upon hearing this news, a wave of unease surged within her. I do not know. Little Stool shook his head, but I heard it was because my godfather and Qingnu offended the Empress, which led to their execution by His Majesty. Su Chaqing's eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered for a long while before opening them again. The Feng family wielded immense power. Could it be that Yingyi acted thus to secure his throne? But what explanation was there for Yingyi's negative affection points? Su Chaqing's mind was a chaotic whirl, ultimately deciding to enter the palace to meet Yingyi. Did I possess a talisman for protection? Even in the face of danger, I can easily escape. But if I lose this trump card, Yingyi, it would indeed be dire. P.S. Yingyi is a character from a novel, while Feng Luoxi is the female antagonist from the original story, who has been reborn with memories intact. Su Chaqing, the protagonist of the original novel, possesses a system. Chapter 23. Su Chaqing enters the palace. Qian Kuan Hall. As Su Chaqing made her way, she faced no obstacles. Her identity was known to many within the imperial palace. As for Sima Yu, he had just returned from the borders and was unaware of the entanglement between Yingyi and Su Chaqing. Miss Su, please wait. His Majesty is resting. Kindly wait a moment. A guard quickly intercepted her as she attempted to enter the grand hall. Please, kind guard, I have urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty. Could you kindly announce my presence? Her demeanor was pitiable, however. The guard remained steadfast. Miss Su, I apologize, but without His Majesty's consent, no one may. Preposterous. A voice boomed as a heavily armored general approached, greeting Su Chaqing with warmth before chastising the guard. Do you know who stands before you? This is Miss Su. Since she wishes to see His Majesty, how can we mere servants obstruct her? The general smiled broadly at Su Chaqing. Miss Su, indeed His Majesty is resting, and my men are in a difficult position. Allowing you entry poses a significant risk, so I hope you can forgive their simple dash-mindedness. Su Chaqing discerned the unspoken intent of the general. He merely sought to garner her favor before a trivial task. Thank you, General. I shall proceed inside. Miss Su, please. The general gestured for her to enter. Bang. Just as the words left his mouth, the general crashed to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Who dares to ambush me? He roared infuriated. As Yingyi's personal guard, even third-rank officials had to treat him with utmost respect. Who would dare strike against him in the presence of His Majesty? Yet, upon recognizing the visitor, the general's legs trembled, and he quickly knelt. Your subordinate pays respects to the Empress. We pay respects to the Empress. The guards knelt on one knee, showing utmost reverence. Indeed, the newcomer was Feng Luoxi. She had been hastily refining the blood of the divine beast, but, upon hearing that Su Chaqing had arrived, was eager to see her mortal enemy in person, curious about her appearance now. After all, in her previous life, the two women had yet to cross paths for quite some time. Feng Luoxi cast a fleeting glance at the general, asked the commander of the Qian Kuan Hall. You must remember that no one is to disturb His Majesty while he rests. Have you forgotten this rule? The commander trembled. Your subordinate does not dare to forget. Feng Luoxi ignored him, turning her gaze towards Su Chaqing with an indifferent expression. And who might you be? Upon encountering this palace, why do you not kneel? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Chaqing's clear eyes. Forcing her romantic rival to kneel was far more unbearable than killing her. Your Majesty, she humbly addressed the Empress, I have recently fallen ill, my body frail and unable to perform the act of kneeling. I hope the Empress will pardon my transgression. Over the span of 3 years, Ingi had developed a profound affection for her, utterly enchanted by her charm, although she was perplexed by his seemingly low regard for her. She suspected it was likely due to a glitch in the system. Therefore, even if she did not kneel before Feng Luoxi and incite her wrath, Ingi might still side with her in the end. Impudent, Feng Luoxi's eyes were icy. She cared little whether others knelt or not. However, Su Chaqing was different. She understood that this woman harbored great secrets, making it difficult to eliminate her. Still, she could certainly make things challenging. Since you cannot kneel, allow me to assist you. With that, a terrifying force bore down upon Su Chaqing. Her expression shifted dramatically, as if she were bearing the weight of a mountain, causing her legs to buckle. Damn that woman, I'll let you be arrogant for a few days. Once I have swayed Ingi to my side, we shall see how you fare. Su Chaqing, appearing delicate, collapsed to the ground. Her voice hoarse, I am Su Chaqing. I greet your Majesty. Feng Luoxi's demeanor remained indifferent, her silence palpable. Noticing the lack of response, Su Chaqing forced a strained smile. Your Majesty, might I rise? Are you questioning me? Feng Luoxi's eyes narrowed slightly. Were it not for the consideration of Su Chaqing's various means of self-preservation, she would have already perished at this moment. All she desired was to assert her dominance. However, the most crucial aspect was to gauge Ingi's stance. Should he emerge from the Qian Kuren Hall still favoring Su Chaqing, she would resolve to pursue her ambition of usurping the throne, regardless of Ingi's actions. Yet, if Ingi were to truly change, then if that is the case, I shall take another gamble. Even if I meet my demise in the end, I shall harbor no regrets. Outside the hall, several spirit trees rustled without wind, their leaves whispering softly. The commander, with a tremor in his tiger-like eyes, quickly interjected, Your Majesty, Miss Su is in a weakened state. If she were to anger you, I implore you to show mercy and spare her. Feng Luoxi's gaze narrowed. Truly a pack of foxes, upon sensing the disturbance, they rushed to express their loyalty. Very well, I shall observe whom he ultimately favors. Su Chaqing sensed the oppressive aura as her previously fierce demeanor transformed into one of pitiful vulnerability. There is no need for the commander to speak on my behalf. I, Su Chaqing, have offended the Empress. As a commoner, I should still perform the act of kneeling, regardless of my condition. I humbly beg for the Empress's forgiveness, and I am willing to kneel here in supplication. Feng Luoxi inwardly scoffed. From this humble servant to this commoner, she truly was a fine brew of tea. No wonder so many men were captivated by her. Who could resist such a performance, Your Majesty? The commander was elated. This was an opportunity to gain favor in front of the emperor. As Ingi's personal guard, he had witnessed more than once the emperor's dissatisfaction towards Feng Luoxi, while showering affection upon Su Chaqing. Seizing this chance, he aimed to enhance his presence, winning both Ingi's favor and Su Chaqing's goodwill in one fell swoop. Suppressing his excitement, he feigned urgency. Your Majesty, Miss Su is a distinguished guest of the emperor. Are you not concerned about inciting his wrath with your actions? Miss Su is unfamiliar with palace etiquette. I hope the Empress might show leniency and spare her. Bang! Before he could finish, he disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, bits of flesh splattering onto Su Chaqing. Her eyes widened in horror. Blood and flesh of the deceased? Ultimately, she was merely a girl who had traversed from a peaceful era. She had never encountered death before. At this moment, her mind went blank, fear rendering her speechless. Her lips paled. I greet your Majesty. Your Majesty. A figure emerged from the hall, and the nearby guards quickly knelt in reverence. Ingi's expression was devoid of emotion, his voice icy. Who dares question the Empress? Your Majesty, forgive me. Your Majesty, forgive me. The guards on either side trembled in fear. What was happening? Just moments ago, they had been impressed by the commander's skillful flattery, aware that the emperor favored Su Chaqing. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he had been reduced to fragments. Had the emperor's favor shifted back to the empress? The crowd speculated in hushed tones. Engage. Qingqing is afraid, woo-woo. Upon seeing Ingi, Su Chaqing, suppressing her tears, adopted a delicate demeanor that was utterly captivating. Alas, the current Ying Yi was no longer the Ying Yi of the past. What is there to fear from a corpse? Ying Yi smiled faintly, pulling her to her feet. Su Chaqing, brimming with excitement, sensed a system glitch. Her peripheral vision caught Feng Luoxi's gaze, and a smile crept onto her lips. Feng Luoxi, just wait. It won't be long before your position as empress becomes mine. Feng Luoxi's expression remained composed, yet her lips paled, her delicate hands trembling. However, the next moment, as Ying Yi spoke, both women were left in a state of shock. Oh, right, Qingqing, why are you kneeling here? Ying Yi inquired curiously. Su Chaqing's lips twitched. She didn't believe Ying Yi was unaware, but after a brief contemplation, she felt a surge of joy, convinced he was seeking an excuse to punish Feng Luoxi. Thus, she choked out, Qingqing is new to the palace and unfamiliar with the rules. I have offended the empress, so I have been punished to kneel here. Engage, please do not blame the empress. This punishment is well deserved. Su Chaqing wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, raising her hand to grasp Ying Yi's large one. However, Ying Yi's hand suddenly hovered in midair, his tone flat. Why would I blame Sheer? You admitted to not understanding the rules and having offended her. Since Sheer, as the empress, has commanded you to kneel here, then kneel properly. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly chilly. However, I recall that as the daughter of a guard, you are not permitted to freely enter the palace. Who granted you the audacity to come here? Boom. Ying Yi's overwhelming spiritual energy surged towards Su Chaqing. But soon, he sensed an insurmountable force. Damn it, this is the fated daughter. Ying Yi felt a chill. Initially, he had intended to eliminate her swiftly, but who knew he would trigger a mechanism? Damn it, this wretched thing has protective systems. I truly cannot afford to offend her. Ying Yi felt disheartened. Understanding the plot, he recognized Su Chaqing's trump card. Under no circumstances could he engage in any direct confrontation with her, especially since she was considered the chosen. It seemed the only way to halt her growth was to eliminate her suitors. Indeed, Su Chaqing's system required her to conquer a male lead to reap substantial rewards. However, the system had its pros and cons. If too many male leads perished, it would deem the host unqualified and sever the bond. These were the established rules within the narrative. Very well, I shall grant you a reprieve. Ying Yi's expression shifted from dark to bright, a smile gracing his face as he helped Su Chaqing to her feet. Ha ha ha, Qingqing, did I frighten you just now? Su Chaqing was puzzled by Ying Yi's sudden change. However, seeing his demeanor, her internal trepidation faded. No, it was Qingqing who erred. Whatever punishment Engage imposes is justified. Engage? Ying Yi's lips twitched. Hearing those words made him want to retch. Most troubling was that this address was uttered before Feng Luoxi. How would he explain this? It presented quite a conundrum. Fortunately, Feng Luoxi seemed unfazed, her gaze towards him softening. What was going on? Confounded, he chose to disregard it. Ying Yi turned to Su Chaqing and smiled. Qingqing, I still have urgent matters to attend to today. Why don't I have Wei take you on a tour? Su Chaqing gazed deeply at Ying Yi, his familiar visage and warm voice dispelling her worries in an instant. No need, Engage. Since you have important affairs to address, Qingqing shall take her leave. Like a youthful maiden, Su Chaqing waved goodbye to Ying Yi, skipping away with a pure and charming demeanor. Had it been another, they might have genuinely been enchanted. However, Ying Yi felt nothing but disgust. Once Su Chaqing departed, a sense of unease washed over Ying Yi as he turned to Feng Luoxi. Sheer, you were intending to kill her? Weren't you? Feng Luoxi inquired. Her realm far surpassed Su Chaqing's, allowing her to distinctly perceive Ying Yi's murderous intent. Yet, the sudden cessation of his aggression indicated that Su Chaqing possessed something that made him wary. Ying Yi nodded, his expression grim. Su Chaqing is not simple. Unless I can strike her down instantly, it is unwise to act rashly against her. Feng Luoxi slightly inclined her head. She had been prepared to intervene when Ying Yi aimed to harm Su Chaqing. In their previous life, they had clashed numerous times, and Su Chaqing held many unknown trump cards. If she could not eliminate her in one fell swoop, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Fortunately, Ying Yi had ultimately refrained from striking. Maintaining the facade of a performance. Sheer, you are not angry, are you? My relationship with her is rather tenuous. If there is any connection, it is one of life and death. Ing Yi grasped Feng Luoxi's delicate hand, hastily explaining that his earlier courteous demeanor was merely a strategy to reassure her, urging her not to overthink it. Feng Luoxi responded with a cold "oh," nodding slightly in acknowledgement, observing Ing Yi's anxiousness. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips, her voice unusually gentle as she reassured him, "Rest assured, I harbor no misunderstandings." As she sensed Feng Luoxi's change in demeanor, Ing Yi's eyes widened. His cheeks flushed that it was working. He was finally making progress. If things continued this way, Feng Luoxi would undoubtedly be completely won over. Ing Yi felt exhilarated. He also owed a debt of gratitude to Su Chaqing. Without her, this emotional momentum would not have progressed so swiftly. Realizing her reaction was overly pronounced, Feng Luoxi composed herself and stated calmly, "I must take my leave. The blood of the divine beast remains unrefined." With that, she turned to depart. However, Ing Yi was quick, capturing her slender hand. "Sierra, take this," he said, presenting her with Feng Wu Jiutian. She attempted to decline, but he gently interrupted, gazing at her with heartfelt affection. "Sierra, I understand your concerns, but I believe in you. If there comes a day when you truly wish to harm me, I shall have no regrets, for I know that in that moment when I entrusted this to you, I loved you deeply. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for you." Ing Yi's words were heartfelt, moving even himself. There was no alternative. Despite his fears, sometimes one must employ drastic measures to advance their relationship. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 25. Do you take me for a fool? As expected, Feng Luoxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned her head away from him. Ing Yi boldly stepped closer, cradling her beautiful face with both hands, softly stating, "Sierra, this is the only gift I can offer you. Please accept it." Feng Luoxi's vision blurred. Ultimately, under Ing Yi's gentle persuasion, she accepted the glowing orb. "Very well. I have matters to attend to. I shall come by later to cook for you," he said, ruffling her hair affectionately. She felt a touch of embarrassment but did not shy away, watching him depart. As she gazed at his retreating figure, a genuine smile graced Feng Luoxi's lips. "Ing Yi, as long as you remain true to me, I will never betray you." As his silhouette faded into the distance, she returned to the palace with a light-hearted smile. Sierra's side should be secure now. Next, I must focus on Su Chaqing. Outside the palace, Ing Yi narrowed his eyes, carefully contemplating his strategy. That green tea has a system, but I possess a script that can eliminate the male lead aligned with her system. This way, she will receive no rewards and be unbound from her system, delivering a fatal blow. However, Sima Yu and Jian Yu have already become sycophants. It seems, the Sima family appears to have outlived its usefulness. Ing Yi's eyes narrowed. He harbored an innate aversion to the Sima surname, which conjured a sense of treachery in his mind. The reality mirrored this sentiment. The Sima family had indeed been unscrupulous, particularly over the past 3 years, seizing vast tracts of land from the common people and privately maintaining soldiers. The younger generation of the Sima family, emboldened by Sima Yi's backing, committed heinous acts without remorse, oppressing both men and women. Any one of these transgressions could warrant the death penalty for the Sima family. Previously, I refrained from acting against you because you still held some value. But now that you obstruct my path, there is no need for further discussion. You shall be eliminated without hesitation. Ing Yi was no fool, as the saying goes, capture the thief and seize the accomplice. Were he not the Emperor of Qin, he would have stormed into the Sima household and annihilated them all. However, as the Emperor, he must uphold the legacy of his ancestors. Even if one possesses formidable power, administering justice demands evidence. Only then can the world be convinced, elevating the cohesion of the Qin dynasty to unprecedented heights. Sima Yu, you shall be the first to face my judgment. With a cold smirk, Ing Yi made his way toward the Sima family. If his suspicions were correct, the Sima family had amassed over 3,000 pieces of armor forged from heavenly crystal and black iron. Anyone donning it would withstand a full-force strike from a condensation realm cultivator. Even an ordinary person clad in this armor could effortlessly slay a condensation realm cultivator. It was undoubtedly a strategic treasure. The Sima family's possession of 3,000 such pieces warranted a death sentence. Sima Yi, perhaps you never imagined I would use them to my advantage, Ing Yi mused with a faint smile. These armors were collected by Sima Yu, who took great pleasure in them. Although the Sima family had committed numerous misdeeds, they had no intention of rebellion. Yet, whether or not they harbored such intentions was irrelevant. As long as Ing Yi deemed them rebellious, they were indeed rebels. Isn't this targeting a bit too obvious? Ing Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a more brilliant idea struck him. Sima, you had seemingly entrusted the divine steed to Su Chaqing today. How intriguing! Ing Yi chuckled softly. This treasure had been bestowed by him. Apart from the designated recipient, no one else could dare to meddle, not even Sima Yi. Since Sima you dared to act in such a manner. Ing Yi could seize this opportunity to hold him accountable. The gravity of this issue was neither trivial nor monumental. It all depended on his perspective. However, during tomorrow's court session, it was certain that a censor would impeach him. Ing Yi could simply follow their lead and press hard on Sima Yu Dai. In doing so, he could execute Sima Yu under the pretext of insubordination and possessing forbidden armor. It would be utterly satisfying. Ah, I truly am a diligent emperor, never abusing my power, providing you with all the evidence you require, Ing Yi thought, a smile gracing his lips as he felt increasingly confident in his plan. The following day, within the court, as Ing Yi had anticipated, no sooner had he uttered the words to address matters than a flurry of censors erupted in their impeachment of Sima Yu. Your Majesty, Sima Yu has committed a grave offense, disrespecting the imperial authority by allowing a woman to ride the divine steed bestowed upon you. This is a serious crime. Indeed, Your Majesty, the divine steed is a royal treasure. General Sima has transferred it to another. Does he disdain the gift you have bestowed? The censors clamored for Sima Yu's severe punishment to uphold the law. They presented numerous charges against him. Faced with the allegations, Sima Yu remained calm and collected. Unfazed, he was no stranger to such scenarios and knew that, as long as Ing Yi was lenient, he would face no repercussions. Moreover, Ing Yi still relied on his father. So Sima Yu felt entirely at ease. Ing Yi smirked, confident that everything was under control. In that case, esteemed censors, how do you propose we punish General Sima? One by one, the censors stood up, expressing righteous indignation. Sima Yu has provoked the imperial wrath. According to the laws of the Qin, he should be stripped of his position, demoted 5 ranks, and exiled to the border. Indeed, what Li Yushi says is correct. This aligns with the law. Please, Your Majesty, make your decision. We must not allow Sima Yu's actions to undermine the millennia of our great Qin's laws. The censors were filled with righteous indignation. However, many were aware that this was merely a playful endeavor. A way to amuse Ing Yi. Yet, in the next moment, Sima Yu was left speechless. Not only was he stunned, but the censors who had impeached him were also taken aback. Ing Yi nodded firmly. In that case, let us strip Sima Yu of his position, demote him 5 ranks, and exile him to the northern border city of Tianqiang, where he shall serve as the city lord. When he has atoned for his sins, I shall bring him back. Otherwise, I cannot silence the voices of the people. Your Majesty? Sima Yu was utterly dumbfounded. This punishment was certainly not severe, as it adhered to the laws of the Qin. However, under normal circumstances, one would expect Ing Yi to offer some leniency to someone of Sima Yu's stature and influence, assigning a punishment that was merely a formality. What on earth was happening now? To deliver such a blow right from the start was beyond anyone's endurance. Your Majesty, is this punishment not a bit too harsh? The censors who had impeached him were also bewildered, hastily speaking up on his behalf. They merely wished to assert their presence, to demonstrate their role to Ing Yi and showcase their defiance against oppression. Yet, this had clearly escalated beyond their intentions. If Sima Yu were truly punished, they would undoubtedly face severe retaliation from the Sima family. Is it serious? Ing Yi raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. Did you not suggest this course of action? Now that I am following your advice. Are you dissatisfied? Do you take me for a fool? Chapter 26, The Moment of Action. Inside the hall, silence reigned. The censors were at a loss for words, unsure how to express their grievances. Who could have predicted that Ing Yi would suddenly become so serious? Sima Yu began to panic. If he were exiled to the border, his political career would be over. More importantly, he would be unable to see Qingqing for an extended period, a fate more unbearable than death itself. Your Majesty, I meant no disrespect. I urge you to forgive me. Many individuals stepped forward to plead for mercy. The Sima family was a prominent military clan, playing a crucial role within the Qin. They could not allow such a trivial matter to cost him his position. Your Majesty, this cannot be. General Sima has been loyal to the Qin. We must not alienate such a dedicated general. Pleas for leniency echoed through the hall. In a fleeting moment, half of the civil and military officials knelt down, pleading for clemency. Observing that the timing was nearly ripe, Ingyi gave a slight nod. In light of your status as a first-time offender, I shall refrain from imposing punishment upon you. However, should there be a next time, rest assured, I shall not show you mercy. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's benevolence. Minister Sima Yu replied, kneeling in gratitude, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. Very well, if there are no further matters to discuss, then we shall adjourn. With a grand gesture, Ingyi turned and proceeded towards the imperial harem. Casting a sidelong glance at Sima Yu, a wicked smile curving his lips, did he think this was the end? The real spectacle was just beginning. Sima Yu. Ingyi felt a wave of nausea. The foolish author had indeed given Sima Yu considerable attention in the original work, and this insufferable character had continued to target him relentlessly. This was something he simply could not overlook. Tonight would mark your demise. He had already dug the pit. He merely awaited the evening's performance. In the Qinhou Palace, Feng Luoxi had been in remarkably good spirits these past few days, even increasing the frequency with which she offered guidance to the trio of Chun Shao. Hey, Xia, behold my move, the miming dragon claw. Chun Shao exclaimed as she sparred with Xia Mian. Catching her opponent entangled in the whip, she executed a grabbing motion, lunging at Xia Mian like a white bun. Chun Shao, you little rascal! The two became embroiled in a playful brawl, turning the courtyard into chaos. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin reclined in a rocking chair, eating melon seeds, quite delightful. A sudden clash from their tussle sent a flower pot tumbling from the windowsill. Inside, the originally vibrant blue spirit herb rapidly turned a dull gray, quickly withering away. Oh no, that was the Empress's favorite Yulon flower. You have caused a grave disaster. Xiao Yan's eyes widened. Chun Shao and her companion were equally startled, nearly on the verge of tears. This pot of Yulon flower had been gifted to Feng Luoxi by her mother. She cherished it dearly. Over the past 3 years, whenever she felt sorrowful, she would confide in the Yulon flower. Now that it had been destroyed, they had already contemplated its burial site. What has happened? At that moment, Feng Luoxi stepped out of the hall. Upon seeing the wilted Yulon flower, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, longing to revive it, but it was to no avail. Your Majesty, we are truly sorry. Please punish us. It was our carelessness. Chun Shao and her companion lamented, their faces filled with guilt. Feng Luoxi replied nonchalantly, it is merely a pot of spirit herbs. If it is gone, then so be it. Rise. Huh? Chun Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Xia Mian was equally astonished. They had previously touched the Yulon flower and had been severely reprimanded by Feng Luoxi. Even facing a month of confinement, they were prepared to accept punishment, but to their surprise, Feng Luoxi seemed entirely unperturbed. Why was that? Chun Shao and Xia Mian exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. Yet soon, their doubts dissipated. Shao today I shall prepare your favorite dish, sweet and sour spirit fish. Ingyi appeared quietly, holding a golden red carp shimmering with ethereal essence. Feng Luoxi found herself momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated Ingyi's arrival but did not expect him to come so soon. She was not yet properly dressed. All right, she responded coolly. Ingyi smiled and headed towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Feng Luoxi swayed and followed, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Clearly, the Empress had found a new affection, hence her disinterest in the Yulon flower. How delightful! Who would have thought His Majesty dotes on the Empress so much? Cooking for her every day? The three women exclaimed in in recent days. They had been inundated with such displays of affection. Soon, an array of dishes was prepared. During the meal, Feng Luoxi inquired, are you planning to take action against the Sima family? News of court affairs spread rapidly, leaving little to conceal. Ingyi nodded, clarifying, it is not the Sima family I intend to target, but rather Sima Yu. Feng Luoxi nodded slightly, refraining from pressing further, but her brow furrowed. Sima Yu is entangled in significant matters. Without substantial evidence, It may instill fear among the officials. Ingyi sighed deeply. If he were alone, with his capabilities, he could eliminate whomever he wished with ease. However, he bore the weight of a vast empire, with billions of subjects relying on him. Even with unparalleled strength, as a prominent figure, he knew the need for caution in governance. Otherwise, it could lead to chaos across the realm, ultimately suffering the innocent populace. He did not wish to see the empire he had built over millennia come to ruin by his own hand. Taking Feng Luoxi's delicate hand, he declared, "Sima, you must die. He has grown too close to Su Chaqing. It is only a matter of time before he rebels." Feng Luoxi remained silent. Ingyi's conjecture was indeed accurate. In his previous life, Sima Yu had, in an attempt to curry favor with Su Chaqing, secretly mobilized border troops to invade the imperial capital in her defense. She grasped Ingyi's hand firmly, speaking earnestly, "Your Majesty, even so, without concrete evidence, we cannot act against Sima Yu. Otherwise, it would sow panic among the court, detrimental to the Qin dynasty." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "However, I recently heard that Sima Yu has secretly brought back 3,000 sets of heavy armor from the border. Hoarding heavy armor is a capital offense, at that time. Your Majesty could seize this opportunity, and he would find it nearly impossible to escape with his life." Ingyi smirked inwardly, impressed by their mutual understanding as husband and wife. Understood. Shower. Coincidentally, today he had just given Sima Yu a warning. Soon, he would proclaim to the world that Sima Yu had harbored rebellious thoughts due to the matter of the divine steed trampling. Feng Luoxi regarded him intently. "Did you already have this plan in mind?" Ingyi rubbed his nose sheepishly. "I only learned of it recently. I never anticipated that Sima Yu would dare hoard heavy armor." Feng Luoxi nodded slowly. "Now that you have a plan, it is best to act swiftly. Even if there are flaws in your approach, Sima Yu hoarding heavy armor is a verifiable fact. No one would dare speak on his behalf." "Indeed, I intend to pay the Sima family a visit tonight." Ingyi chuckled, offering Feng Luoxi a piece of fish. "Here, taste how my fish turned out." Feng Luoxi moved with an elegance that was truly captivating. Ingyi swallowed hard. This woman was astonishingly beautiful. He had encountered countless women, yet few could compare to her. As for Su Chaqing, she was unworthy to even carry her shoes. The beauty of the other three women was not to be underestimated either. A smile lingered at the corners of Ingyi's mouth. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the author for crafting the four most beautiful women in the world as his wives. Yet, it was a complicated situation. Had Yi Xian and the others also been reborn? Chapter 27. Night Patrol. The meal concluded. Ingyi accompanied Feng Luoxi for a brief conversation until dusk fell before taking his leave. When he next appeared, he hovered above the Sima family estate. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he could not help but admire how well the heavy armor was concealed. Had he not known the hiding place in advance, he might have never discovered it. Well hidden indeed. Next time, do not conceal it so well. Ingyi smiled faintly, and with a wave of his sleeve, a fire fox, conjured from spiritual energy, stealthily entered the Sima residence. Swiftly diving into a well, something just passed by? Surely not. You must be seeing things. A servant rubbed his eyes, seeing nothing. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. I've been tormented too many times by that little vixen lately. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. I in the Sima residence. Sima Yu sat in the main seat, his eyelids drooping slightly. His Majesty typically did not concern himself with such trivial matters. Yet today seemed particularly unusual. Li Lao, what do you think is the reason? Li He squinted his eyes. Young master, have you done something you shouldn't have recently? Sima Yu forced a smile. I have surrendered military authority and understand the need to remain low-key in the capital. Otherwise, if I anger His Majesty, our Sima family will face dire consequences. The Qin dynasty has countless generals, and aside from the Wang family, the Luo family is also eyeing us closely. I live in constant fear of inadvertently provoking the emperor's wrath. Sima Yu smiled faintly, a hint of affection in his eyes. You know I have been pursuing Miss Su recently. I hardly have time for anything else. Like he stroked his beard, chuckling. Indeed, we have only just returned to the capital. How could we provoke His Majesty? Rest assured, His Majesty possesses unparalleled strength, but he bears the weight of the Qin dynasty, and no matter how profound his cultivation, as long as we do not err, he cannot act against us. Otherwise, the Qin dynasty would face ruin. Hearing this, Sima Yu felt utterly at ease. Indeed, outside of the Qin dynasty, there were 6 other kingdoms, and beyond that, there were the barbaric lands and the ends of the earth. A person of His Majesty's caliber had long been bound by duty and would not dare to act recklessly. Sima Yu clasped his hands behind his back, reverting to the demeanor of a youthful general. By the way, young master, what about those 3,000 sets of heavy armor? Li He suddenly recalled a critical issue. Sima Yu waved his hand dismissively, laughing. No worries, the 3,000 sets of heavy armor were sourced by me. You know I have a penchant for heavy armor. I understand your concern. I have concealed them very well, and no one will discover them. Li He sensed an ominous atmosphere. Young master, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. It would be prudent to move it away sooner rather than later. Remaining in the estate is akin to having a ticking time bomb. I understand. Li Lao, I will handle it. Sima Yu responded indifferently. Joking aside, the heavy armor is concealed several dozen meters underground, shrouded by layers of restrictions. Not even those of the Wang Ho realm, let alone a martial emperor, could locate it. He does not have an affinity for beautiful women or gambling. But he does harbor a particular fondness for the heavy armor. Disposing of it all would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. He sighed heavily. Observing the other's demeanor, it was clear he could not relinquish the heavy armor. Just then, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air, shaking the ground. The structures in the back courtyard of the Sima estate collapsed entirely, causing even the main hall to tremble violently. What is happening? What occurred? Sima Yu's face turned furious as Li He was taken aback. Young master, it's bad. An explosion suddenly erupted in the back courtyard, and all the buildings have been obliterated, a servant hurriedly reported. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The estate's protective formation was robust enough to withstand a significant portion of the energy. What did you say? Sima Yu's eyes widened, a terrifying aura emanating from him. The servant gulped nervously and stammered. Why, young master, the back courtyard has exploded, creating a massive pit. The commotion has drawn the attention of the night patrol. The night patrol? Sima Yu felt darkness cloud his vision, stumbling backward before regaining his footing. His body transformed into a stream of light as he rushed toward the back courtyard. The heavy armor was all hidden there. If discovered by the night patrol, not only would he face annihilation, but the entire Sima family would share the same fate. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Why did the courtyard suddenly explode? Who did this? Sima Yu's face twisted in rage. Upon arriving at the courtyard, a colossal pit came into view, surrounded by several figures clad in black robes, exuding an aura of dark energy. Onlookers trembled in fear, hesitant to approach. The night patrol, one of the most enigmatic forces within the Great Qin. Directly under the command of the emperor, no one knew their true strength, nor did anyone dare to question it. Captain, there is a passage within the pit. A member of the night patrol spoke coldly. Like a devil emerging from the abyss, the leader's figure flickered and vanished underground. When he re-emerged, he held an indestructible piece of heavy armor that gleamed with a dark luster. Cloaked in black robes, his face remained obscured, yet the chilling aura he exuded betrayed his fury. Possessing forbidden heavy armor is a capital offense. Is the person in charge of the Sima family present? Sima Yu's figure swayed as he pushed through the crowd. Advancing forward, damn it, what is going on? Why did the secret chamber suddenly explode? Could the formation have malfunctioned? His face was as pale as death as he bowed slightly to the leader. I am Sima Yu. The young master of the Sima family. My father, Sima Yi, is still at the border resisting the invasion of the beasts. The Sima family is currently under my authority. Are you warning me? The leader of the night patrol spoke in a chilling tone. Sima Yu shuddered. The night patrol acted decisively, sanctioned by imperial authority. Not even his father would dare offend them. Sima Yu was filled with trepidation. The Sima family possesses forbidden heavy armor. Are you aware of this? Sima Yu shook his head. No, I am not aware. Take hold of it. The leader of the night patrol tossed a stone to him. Sima Yu's expression changed drastically. This was a memory stone. By infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy, one's secrets would be revealed without reservation. It was the night patrol's most common method of gathering evidence. Sima Yu's countenance darkened. He had no intentions of rebellion, yet the actions he had taken over the years, if exposed to the public, would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He flickered and stood beside the leader of the night patrol, his voice hoarse. I possess a heavenly-grade artifact. I implore you, esteemed sir, to show mercy. The Sima clan shall be eternally grateful for your benevolence today. Chapter 28. The sovereign of all under heaven Sima Yu was in a state of panic. If Ing Yi learned of this, it would spell disaster. The leader of the night patrol scoffed. Young Master Sima, we are fed by the Emperor's grain. Any matters should be discussed with His Majesty. Furthermore, with so many witnesses gathered here, do you believe this incident can be concealed? A hint of disdain flickered in the leader's eyes. Sima Yu felt the tremors coursing through his body. The explosion's reach was too vast. The gaze of the entire imperial capital was drawn to this event. Ing Yi would inevitably learn of it. What should I do? What can I do? Just as Sima Yu was in a frenzy, a multitude of civil and military officials had gathered around the Sima family. Feng Ji and Luo Tianheng, both prominent figures within the Great Qin, stood among them. Young Master Sima, I did not expect you to appear sincere on the surface while secretly hoarding forbidden heavy armor. What is your intention? Truly despicable. I always said the Sima clan harbors ulterior motives. They deserve to be exterminated. Sima Yu, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you seek to incite chaos? The two high-ranking officials, seasoned in their positions, made each of their words resonate profoundly within Sima Yu. Gradually, a malevolent expression flickered across Sima Yu's face. Very well. You all wish for my demise, then let us see if you are worthy. His figure shimmered as radiant lights emanated from his being, a wave of pressure engulfing the heavens. Not good. He intends to self-destruct. The crowd immediately retreated in alarm. Unexpectedly, Sima Yu was merely engaging in psychological warfare. Hastily fleeing into the distance, if Ing Yi were to take action, he would undoubtedly face death. Seeking refuge at the border with Sima, he might offer a chance at survival. Bang! But in the next moment, a scene that would shatter his sanity unfolded. A colossal hand, blotting out the sun, descended from the heavens and firmly grasped him. Ing Yi's figure appeared before the crowd. Sima Yu, I did not anticipate that I would place such trust in you. Yet you harbor treasonous intentions. Such crimes warrant death. Ing Yi's gaze was icy, and with a single squeeze, Sima Yu's body was crushed to oblivion. This was a critical opportunity to weaken Su Chaqing, and he could not afford to let it slip. Your Majesty? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. A renowned young general had perished just like that. Feng Ji and the others swallowed hard. Your Majesty, if General Sima learns of this. Before he could finish, Ing Yi interrupted with a cold snort. I am the Emperor of Great Qin. I have not been unkind to the Sima family. Yet Sima Yu dared to hoard forbidden armor and conspire against the throne. Should I not execute him? Your Majesty, you have done well. Luo Tianheng cheered. He had never held the Sima family in high regard and even harbored disdain for them. Though both belonged to military families, Luo Tianheng felt shame associating with the notorious Sima clan. Were it not for Ing Yi's protection, they would have been exterminated long ago. Ing Yi's demeanor remained indifferent as he executed Sima Yu from start to finish in mere moments. The Night Patrol. Your Majesty, several members of the Night Patrol knelt on one knee. Detain all members of the Sima family and execute anyone with treasonous intentions. Yes, Your Majesty. After all was said and done, Ing Yi departed quietly. Su Chaqing, with Sima Yu dead, I can only imagine your reaction will be quite entertaining. A smile graced Ing Yi's lips. Sima Yu had been a fierce general aiding Su Chaqing in battles, earning him the title of Wei Tian Ho and immense renown. His demise would surely sadden Su Chaqing for a time. Most importantly, the other party would undoubtedly face systemic retribution. Indeed, he found himself rather eager to witness the consequences. Ing Yi left as the Night Patrol began to capture all servants and direct descendants of the Sima estate. Many watched this unfold. Feng Ji exchanged a glance with Luo Tianheng, both registering surprise in each other's eyes. The Sima clan had deep roots in Great Qin. Even if they rebelled, such swift handling was unexpected. Observing the vast Sima clan, with thousands apprehended, left everyone in disbelief. How could such a colossal entity collapse so swiftly? At the Su residence, Su He sat at the head of the table, flanked by a charming woman and another dressed flamboyantly. Su Chaqing felt out of place among them. Sister has returned. Quick, quick. Taste the culinary skills of the Su family's chef. Is it not to your liking? Su Nuanhong placed a piece of meat into Su Chaqing's bowl. The woman beside her wore a beaming smile, saying sweetly, "Ching Ching, this is magical beast meat I procured at great cost from the Lu family. It is said to strengthen the body and bones. Perhaps after you eat it, you might become His Majesty's concubine and bear him a dragon child." Su Chaqing picked up a piece of meat, scrutinized it, and mocked, "This stuff is hardly fit for even swine. I have no appetite. You may enjoy it yourselves with that." She swayed her figure and headed toward her chamber. Bang! Su He seethed with anger. Look at her. What resemblance does she bear to her mother? Such machinations, if she truly enters the imperial palace, will surely spell disaster for Great Qin. The woman beside Su Hua and Su Nuanhong hurriedly comforted Su Hua. They were equally incensed at Su Chaqing, yet the thought that the latter had managed to entangle herself with His Majesty diminished their ire. After all, they reasoned, one day they too might ascend to greatness. "Why are you so angry?" Lin Hong scoffed. "This little vixen has quite the skill, ensnaring His Majesty so completely that even the Empress is no match for her. We cannot afford to offend her. We must merely offer our best in service." Su Hua clenched her fists tightly, the veins on her arms protruding. "I, Su Hua, have always acted with integrity and loyalty. I never imagined I would encounter such a group of sycophants, shamelessly betraying their conscience." With a crash, Su Hua overturned the dining table and donned her armor, striding towards the imperial palace. Lin Hong scoffed derisively. "What a foolish person. Compared to your daughter, you truly fall short." Inside the room, Su Chaqing felt a profound sense of ennui, her annoyance palpable. Ever since her arrival in this world, she had harbored a deep aversion to this family. Her biological mother had passed away, and now Su Hua's rightful wife was her stepmother, while Su Nuanhong was her half-sister. It was a catastrophic beginning, yet she felt a measure of relief for having the system to assist her. In this world, her status was lowly. Her mother had been a courtesan, a mere object for others' pleasure. Her presence here was the result of a fleeting encounter between Su Hua and her mother during a visit to a brothel, leading to her birth, an event shrouded in ignorance for Su Hua until 3 years ago when her mother revealed the truth on her deathbed, urging her to seek out Su Hua. After overcoming numerous challenges, the father-daughter duo finally reunited. However, Su Hua had a wife and a daughter who treated her with disdain, though Su Hua herself was quite kind. Yet, because of her connection with Ying, the Empress had been neglected, and Su Hua's attitude towards her had soured, deeming her a seductress and the source of chaos in the Great Qin. Humph, such narrow-mindedness. Just wait and see. I will ascend step by step to the pinnacle of power. I will make Ying my subordinate. I shall become the sovereign of the realm. Chapter 29. Su Chaqing's collapse inside the room. Su Chaqing wore a faint smile, a glass of red wine in her hand. With the system at her disposal, she had access to all manner of items. Not only could she exchange high wine glasses and red wine, but even lifelike replicas of Peng Yuyin and Wu Yinzu were within reach. Ying Yi, Jian Yu, Sima Yu, Chu Tianxiao. These were all my trump cards. Unfortunately, the next male lead's appearance remained a mystery. As long as I continued to strategize, my power, resources, and support would grow ever stronger. That wretched woman, Feng Luoxi, would eventually meet her demise. Su Chaqing's face contorted with malice as she recalled the events of the previous day, her fair hands trembling with rage. Kneeling before her was a tremendous humiliation. Were it not for her, she would have already been with Ying Yi. Yet, she consoled herself with the thought that Sima Yu was close to being won over. His attributes were impressive, with a commanding ability reaching an astounding 97. Second only to Ying Yi, Su Chaqing's heart ached with longing. His leadership, charisma, strategy, martial prowess, and overall strength were unparalleled among all male leads, especially since he practiced the dragon and phoenix divine arts. Excelling in that regard, soon, Ying Yi, I shall possess you. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm sounded as the system declared, hosts bound male lead Sima Yu has perished. The host will face punishment. Charm-20, lifespan -10 years, realm reduced to celestial phase. Rewards gained from Sima Yu's strategy revoked, host afflicted by the 5 Thunder Heartburn curse. The host may choose vengeance by slaying the true murderer of Sima Yu to lift the system's punishment. Boom! Su Chaqing's mind went blank. After a long moment, she regained her senses, her lips pale, System. What did you say? Host. Your bound male lead Sima Yu is deceased. Please choose vengeance or forego. Yu Chaqing spat out a mouthful of blood. Her hands gripping tightly, she dug her nails into her flesh, numb to the pain. Who killed Sima Yu? Su Chaqing. Will ensure they are torn to shreds. Enraged, Su Chaqing understood the system's rules. Binding a male lead and strategizing would yield substantial rewards. However, if the male lead was slain, she too would suffer inhuman consequences. The Five Thunder Heartburn Curse. Su Chaqing's face drained of color. It was her worst nightmare. Having failed a mission once before, she had endured the torment of the Heartburn Curse. A pain so excruciating it felt like her soul was being torn apart at night. Furthermore, the insatiable lust it induced was unbearable. Should she dare to indulge, the consequences could be fatal. She never wished to experience that pain again. System, I choose vengeance. Who killed Sima Yu? I will make them pay in blood. Su Chaqing resembled a vengeful spirit. Not only was Sima Yu someone she valued greatly and nurtured, but the punishment was also beyond her capacity to bear. Yet, when she heard the system's voice, she was left utterly stunned, her eyes wide open. Ding! Upon system inquiry, Sima Yu was slain by the hands of the great Qin Emperor Ing Yi, who is at the 6th level of the noble realm and practices the dragon and phoenix divine arts. No, this cannot be. What is happening? Su Chaqing was left dazed. The Sima family held significant power within the great Qin, and Sima Yi commanded 100,000 troops. Even if Sima Yu had been a traitor, his demise could not have occurred so swiftly. Yu Chaqing collapsed to the ground, her gaze vacant. Recalling how they had been affectionate just yesterday, only to be separated by death today, she could hardly bear it. What is happening? What is going on? Su Chaqing was on the verge of a breakdown. While she could take action against others, how could she seek vengeance against Ing Yi, who was far too powerful? Besides, he was also a male lead. Killing him would only invite trouble for herself. Yu Chaqing trembled with rage, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness for the first time. Ding! Please choose promptly. Will you seek vengeance? Yes or no? I am NM. Su Chaqing cursed angrily. The host displays extremely low quality. The system has activated punishment mode. Suddenly, Su Chaqing felt as if her flesh was being sliced away piece by piece, the pain causing her to faint momentarily. I was wrong. I am sorry. Spare me this time. I choose no vengeance. Very well. This system is magnanimous and will grant you leniency this once. Su Chaqing's back was drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, she never wished to experience that pain again. However, before she could catch her breath, a pain sharper than a blade surged through her, her soul being tortured anew, her body crushed as if beneath a stone mill, her heart feeling as though it were pierced by countless needles, her entire being ablaze with a desire for relief. She realized this was the onset of the Five Thunder Heartburn Curse. The feeling of being worse than dead began once more. On the other side, within the Qin Kuan Hall, Sima Yu was dead, and with him, the Sima family was eradicated entirely, not to mention Sima Yi. To cut the grass without removing the roots is to invite regrowth with the spring breeze. Ing Yi's gaze was cold as he issued a killing order in the empty hall. Sima Yi must die, along with everyone close to him. Furthermore, gather all evidence of the Sima family's crimes over the years, including any information regarding Sima Yi's collusion with demonic beasts. I want it all investigated thoroughly. Suddenly, a figure clad in black robes, their face entirely concealed and exuding a chilling aura, appeared in the hall. Their attire was identical to that of the Night Watch members, the only difference being the gruesome blood-red skull mask they wore. Shadowkill, at your service. The figure knelt on one knee, hesitating for a moment before voicing their doubts. Your Majesty, the Sima family has committed numerous wrongdoings, yet there is no evidence of Sima Yi's treason. Ing Yi smiled faintly. Rest assured, keep a close watch on his personal guards, and you will uncover the truth. Shadowkill's eyes were filled with confusion. They controlled all intelligence within the Great Qin. From commoners to figures like Feng Wudao, nothing escaped their scrutiny. They had observed everything about the Sima family, yet there was no indication of Sima Yi's betrayal. However, as a subordinate, they would naturally fulfill Ing Yi's orders, albeit without harboring too much hope. Understood. I shall carry out your commands. With that, Shadowkill vanished quietly. Ing Yi gazed at the spot where Shadowkill had departed, a wicked smile playing on his lips. No matter how well you hide, you are inconsequential before me. Yet, he had not anticipated that Sima Yi, known for his ruthless nature, would harbor such deep feelings for a half-human, half-demon woman, even to the extent of instigating a rebellion. Chapter 30. Does Sheer have a plan? Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, significant events unfolded within the Great Qin. Feng Wudao returned to the court, Sima Yi was captured and executed, and the entire Sima clan was annihilated. As one of the top 10 families in the empire, the fall of the Sima family sent shockwaves throughout the Great Qin. Initially, many believed Ing Yi was framing loyal subjects to eliminate Sima Yi. However, with the reports from the Night Watch, such doubts dissipated entirely. Sima Yi was deserving of death, having colluded with demonic beasts, leading to the slaughter of tens of thousands of our soldiers at the border. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Night Watch, the border would have already fallen. Feng Wudao wore a countenance shrouded in shadows, exuding an aura that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. Sima Yi, stationed at the critical juncture of Tianmen Pass, served as a military stronghold for the mighty Qin. Yet, it was utterly unexpected that a general of such esteemed stature would conspire with demonic beasts, nearly leading to the fall of Tianmen Pass. Truly, Sima Yi met his demise with justification. The officials nearby could not contain their scorn. How foolish I was to sympathize with the Sima clan, only to discover them to be traitors to the nation, their deaths wholly unworthy of lamentation. Indeed, the once revered general of the Qin forsook his homeland for a woman of half-demon lineage, a farcical betrayal of monumental proportions. Rumor has it that the identity of this being is still under scrutiny. Whether she is truly female remains uncertain. Sima Yi has brought shame upon our Great Qin. The assembly was filled with indignation. Ing Yi, however, maintained his composure, as every aspect of his plans lay firmly within his grasp. In a corner of the hall, amidst the righteous fury of the officials, Ing Sha's heart was tumultuous with questions. How could His Majesty have known? That demon concealed herself with utmost secrecy, employing a celestial-grade artifact to mask her presence, rendering even the mightiest of nobles incapable of detection. 10 members of the Night Watch were embedded beside Sima Yi, observing every move, yet they ultimately uncovered no anomalies. How, then, could His Majesty, situated thousands of miles away, possess such intimate knowledge of the demon's existence and Sima Yi's every action? Ing Sha was bewildered. Yet fear loomed larger in his heart. The Night Watch was bifurcated into two factions, one overt, exercising surveillance over the officials, while the other operated covertly, gathering evidence and, when necessary, transforming into assassins to eradicate traitors threatening the realm. The shadowy faction served as Ing Yi's eyes and ears. Whatever they witnessed or heard was relayed to him. Yet now, the roles had been entirely reversed. This mission was orchestrated entirely by Ing Yi, who commanded the search for evidence with a foresight that often seemed prophetic, allowing them to successfully eliminate several prominent generals from the demon clan. The revelation of the demon was also attributed to Ing Yi, who discerned the faintest clues that ultimately confirmed Sima Yi's treachery. His Majesty truly possessed omniscience. Ing Sha trembled, gazing at Ing Yi with profound admiration and fervor. With no pressing matters at hand, the court was dismissed early. Ing Yi proceeded to the Qinhuang Palace, preparing a lavish feast for Feng Luoxi. The three ladies of Chunxiao gazed enviously, their mouths watering. Ever since their first indulgence at the dining table, they had grown nostalgic for Ing Yi's culinary prowess. However, Feng Luoxi's possessiveness was formidable. Any woman daring to approach Ing Yi was swiftly dismissed, and they were no exception as they beheld the sumptuous spread. The three could only salivate in silence. During the meal, the two engaged in intimate conversation. When the Kunlun secret realm was mentioned, Feng Luoxi's brow furrowed slightly. Ing Yi, the Kunlun secret realm will open in 3 months. It is said that the state of Wei has produced a prodigy possessing royal-grade talent, capable of commanding a myriad of flames. The Zhao state has similarly unveiled a celestial talent, albeit with celestial-grade capabilities, boasting a rare 3,000 sword physique. If our Qin fails to unearth a prodigy of equal caliber, we may very well forfeit our claim to this secret realm. Royal-grade talents are exceedingly rare, emerging but once in a millennium. Yet, in this burgeoning era, many cultivators endowed with royal-grade talents exist, including yourself. Ing Yi.as for Feng Luoxi. While she outwardly appears to possess royal-grade talent, the full awakening of her pristine divine body grants her imperial-grade capabilities, unparalleled in the world. With such a figure in the state of Wei, their claim to the secret realm is assured. The 3,000 sword physique is a unique trait among the myriad of special physiques within this realm, allowing its wielder to manipulate fire, command water, and even cleave through gold and swallow stone, harnessing the power of the sun. Those with unique physiques, provided they do not meet an untimely end, are destined to become formidable figures in the future. Now that news of the Kunlun's secret realm has emerged, the Zhao and Wei states have already unveiled such gifted cultivators. One can only imagine how many prodigies will surface once the 7 nations officially commence the ranking battles. This poses significant pressure on the Qin. Ying Yi smiled faintly. What solutions does Sheer propose? Over the past half-month, their relationship had warmed considerably, especially after Ying Yi displayed intentions of eliminating Su Chaqing. Feng Luoxi's attitude toward him underwent a substantial transformation. Though they had yet to return to their former dynamic, her prior animosity had dissipated. Moreover, during these days, Ying Yi had shown utmost respect towards Feng Wudao in court, heeding many of her suggestions, which led the Feng clan to persuade Feng Luoxi to alter her perceptions. Ying Yi felt satisfied with the current state of their relationship. Tio advanced further. He resolved to create a sense of security for Feng Luoxi, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Thus, he shared his whereabouts, actions, and plans with her, conveying his deep affection and respect, thereby dissolving the remnants of past grievances. As he anticipated, Feng Luoxi did not exhibit the same impatience toward his queries as before. Instead, she assumed the role of a strategist, assisting him in navigating challenges. Ying Yi, I believe the rules for the ranking battles require significant revision. Feng Luoxi's brow knitted in thought. In the past few years, the participants in each ranking battle consisted solely of disciples from various academies and noble families. However, the Qin boasts a population of hundreds of billions, if not more. The disciples from academies and noble families represent merely a fraction, perhaps 1 or 2 thousandths. If we continue with this framework, the Qin will undoubtedly lose many prodigies. Undeniably, the scions of noble families and academy disciples are exceptional individuals, yet it is entirely plausible that ordinary cultivators, through diligent effort and serendipity, could surpass them. Thus, I propose that His Majesty broaden the scope of this ranking battle, allowing participation from the entirety of the Qin, encompassing millions of cultivators. Feng Luoxi's expression grew grave in her previous life. She had come to understand the terrifying potential of cultivators emerging from the lowest echelons. They were perpetually engaged in deadly struggles, battling the heavens and the earth, their resolve far exceeding that of academy or noble disciples. Compared to these individuals, the latter were merely pretenders. They would fight to the last breath for the Qin, willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. If memory served her correctly, the sole participant from the Kunlun's secret realm in her previous life had been a cultivator who emerged from the depths of Wutan City. His meridians were shattered, and his spiritual root was of the lowest grade. He fought valiantly for the Qin, yet everything that rightfully belonged to him was seized by the powerful clans, leaving him heartbroken and soul-shattered. Thus, Feng Luoxi was resolute in her desire to reform the rules, not only to attract prodigies to the Qin, but also to dismantle the monopoly that noble families held over the path of cultivation. Chapter 31. Feng Luoxi's Dilemma. Very well. Then let it be as you say, Sheer. Ying Yi immediately made his decision, a smile illuminating his face as he grasped Feng Luoxi's hand, showering her with praise. Sheer, you truly embody the qualities of an empress, a veritable treasure. Your proposal not only dismantles the noble family's monopoly over cultivation, but also wins the hearts of the people. With a wife like you, what more could a husband desire? Ying Yi lavished compliments, and even the usually stoic Feng Luoxi, being but a young girl, relished in the flattery. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. And Feng Luoxi was no exception. As anticipated, a faint blush adorned her porcelain cheeks, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Embarrassed by the praise, she averted her gaze, unable to meet Ying Yi's eyes. Ying Yi smiled gently. Reveling in this side of Feng Luo 11, it gave him a sense of satisfaction akin to teasing a virtuous maiden, fulfilling a peculiar yearning within him. However, he understood the importance of moderation. with hands clasped behind his back. He gazed into the distance, an air of dominance emanating from him. Sheer, since it is thus, I shall heed your counsel. Tomorrow at court, I will announce a revision to the rules of the Qin's ranking battles. I refuse to believe that in this vast Qin, we cannot find a few who are worthy of fighting for our nation. Feng Luoshi's thoughts aligned perfectly with his OWNI in the previous life. The archaic rules of the Great Qin's ranking battles led to the loss of countless prodigies. Tio cite but one example. During the last opening of the Kunlun Secret Realm, there was Xiao Huohua from Wutan City, as well as Yi Xian from a third-rate family, and Lin Bei, who was blind but ultimately comprehended the destruction demon eye. Unfortunately, their fates were grim. Xiao Huohua secured the soul spot for the Great Qin, which allowed them to obtain a legendary tome, thus commencing their path to invincibility. Yet, with all his sincerity, Xiao Huohua was ultimately slain by the family's collusion. The foolish monarch, instead of feeling any remorse, ordered the massacre of the Xiao clan. As for Yi Xian and Lin Bei, they were poised to shine in the ranking battles, but their extraordinary talents instilled a deep unease in the aristocratic families and academies, leading to slanderous accusations that resulted in their abandonment by Yi. In the end, Lin Bei was deceived into a dead end, where a powerful demon annihilated him. Yi Xian, fueled by an indomitable will, ascended to noble status, but upon discerning Yi's folly and the ineptitude of the Great Qin, he ultimately defected to the Yin Kingdom, slaying numerous generals of the Great Qin during the ensuing conflict. In the end, however, he chose to retreat into obscurity, far from the affairs of the world. Reminiscing about old ties, hence, the rules of the ranking battles must be amended. Otherwise, if the academies and those cowardly aristocrats do not wish to compete, they might as well relinquish their spots in the secret realm. Feng Luoshi felt a surge of emotion in matters of state. Yi ruled with an iron fist, never once heeding her counsel. To her surprise, not only did he listen this time, but he also agreed with remarkable swiftness. Xiao what troubles you? Yi gently caressed her delicate hand. Feng Luoshi, feeling shy yet offering no resistance, wore a worried expression. I fear that the powerful influence of the aristocratic families and academies will oppose your decree. What then shall we do? Yi laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Xiao water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Without the support of ordinary cultivators, the aristocratic families and academies will amount to nothing. Moreover, with my cultivation level, who would dare defy my edict? As long as you assist me, with the backing of the Feng, Wang, and Luo clans, those mere aristocratic families and academies will be inconsequential. A rare smile graced Feng Luoshi's lips. For his words indeed comforted her. Rest assured, the Feng family will steadfastly stand by your side. With a sigh, Feng Luoshi reflected on how her perception of Yi had changed drastically, even without her influence. Her grandfather and father had long been swayed by Yi. Should he issue an order, they would not even flinch, even at the cost of their lives. Yi chuckled, then I thank you. Xiao, hiss, what is that? His pupils dilated, and a terrifying aura surged forth. Feng Luoshi turned and looked up, preparing for battle, yet nothing transpired. Feng Luoshi's pupils contracted sharply, pain. After a moment's kiss, Yi winced in pain, quickly releasing Feng Luoshi. Though he possessed a sturdy physique, he was still vulnerable where it mattered, unable to withstand such force. Moreover, this little girl had used her spiritual energy, nearly biting off his tongue. Feng Luoshi said, a hint of anger in her voice. After giving him a few days of warmth, he had taken advantage of her so brazenly. It was simply too wicked. Although she forced herself to accept him, each time the memories resurfaced, she felt a lingering trepidation, unable to overcome the barriers of her heart. Yi forced a smile, blood filling his mouth. Seeing him like this, Feng Luoshi felt a pang of guilt. Her earlier displeasure evaporated, replaced by concern for him. In her previous panic, she had used excessive force and spiritual energy. Even if Yi was a noble cultivator, his tongue could hardly withstand such pressure. Tomorrow was the morning court. If he did not recover well, it would be a grave misdeed on her part. Yi, how are you? I didn't mean to. Open your mouth. Let me see, she said. Her usual calm demeanor replaced by rare fluster. Ingyi secretly smiled. This minor injury would heal easily, but he intended to extract a bit of interest first. It hurts, Xiao Look, my tongue is ruined. Drenched in blood, he feigned a pitiful expression. Feng Luoxi frowned slightly. You need to use your spiritual energy to heal. If you continue like this, even if you recover, you will stutter. A great emperor of the Great Qin becoming a stutterer would truly be a laughingstock. Ingyi played the victim. Xiao this injury was caused by you. If you do not help me heal, then I shall leave it untreated. He adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Feng Luoxi's expression turned icy, clearly indicating her willingness to let him fend for himself. Yet, as time passed, she could no longer remain seated. She understood that Ingyi was being deliberately dramatic, yet seeing him in pain made her heart ache. I concede defeat to you. Feng Luoxi shot him a glare and then took out a pill from her pocket, forcing it into his mouth. He would soon be well. Chapter 32. The Bet Xiao I shall return tomorrow, Ingyi declared, feeling satisfied. With that, he bounded away. Watching his retreating figure, Feng Luoxi couldn't help but smile, finding his childishness endearing. After their kiss, her tongue felt somewhat numb. She rubbed her forehead, realizing that Ingyi had indeed become a source of headaches, yet her affection for him only deepened. The next morning, during the morning court, when Ingyi announced the revised rules for the ranking battles, the court officials became restless. Particularly the influential aristocratic families exerted intense pressure, hoping to sway Ingyi to reconsider. Unfortunately for them, Feng Wudao, Feng Ji, and the members of the Wang family voiced their support, temporarily balancing the power dynamics. Unless absolutely necessary, Ingyi did not wish to resort to forceful suppression. Addressing the assembly, he spoke with an air of calm authority. The alteration of the ranking battle rules is my decision. What do you aristocratic families and academies intend to do about it? Do you wish to monopolize the path of cultivation? Or do you perceive my weakness, believing me easy to bully, hence your united opposition? The officials from the aristocratic families promptly knelt. Your Majesty, we mean no disrespect. However, with so many cultivators in the Great Qin, if the rules change to allow ordinary and scattered cultivators to participate, the difficulty of the ranking battles will multiply. The financial costs will skyrocket. Most importantly, any cultivator with even a modicum of talent will cluster within the aristocratic families and academies. Your Majesty, why undertake such a cumbersome task? Ingyi scoffed. While talent and comprehension are indeed crucial in cultivation, I believe that diligence and effort are equally significant. Furthermore, regarding the academies and aristocratic families, they are primarily concerned with their own interests, providing resources only to their direct and collateral descendants, excluding outsiders. As for the academies, although they are widespread throughout the Great Qin, they begin filtering for talent at the age of 5. I find this approach utterly unscientific. At 5, many children have yet to showcase their potential, and hastily determining their futures is absurd. Numerous children blossom later, showing remarkable talent at 10 or even 20, achieving great feats. The Great Qin has lost countless prodigies due to this ludicrous rule. And I believe you are well aware of this. Ingyi surveyed the assembly, sneering, let me make it clear today. The ranking battle rules must be amended. The officials from the aristocratic families looked grim. Ingyi, as the emperor of the Great Qin, had the final say, and none dared to offend him. However, this action would severely curtail the development of the aristocratic families and academies. While the immediate effects might not be apparent, over time, their influence would wane significantly, leaving them vulnerable. This was intolerable for them. After a brief silence, the officials exchanged glances, preparing to unleash their final gambit. Your Majesty, the ranking battle rules are a foundational principle of the Great Qin. However, I am not inflexible. I have but one request. If Your Majesty agrees and fulfills it, I, Li Tianming, will wholeheartedly support your reforms. The speaker was an elder, exuding an otherworldly aura with his graying hair. He appeared amiable, but only Ingyi recognized him as a true old fox. This man, Li Tianming, was the real power behind the aristocratic families and academies. Every word he uttered represented their stance. Ingyi scanned the room, noting the tacit approval of the others, and smiled. Very well, since Elderly has put it this way, how could I refuse? Speak freely, Elderly. Li Tianming performed a respectful bow and stated solemnly, Your Majesty need only find 3 prodigies from outside the academies and aristocratic families within a month, and we shall hold 3 matches against our disciples. If we win 2 out of 3, we implore your Majesty not to burden the people or strain the national treasury unnecessarily, and to retain the existing ranking battle rules. But should we lose, we shall abide by your Majesty's reforms. Li Tianming, you are making unreasonable demands. Before Ying Yi could respond, Feng Wudao interrupted, fixing his gaze on Li Tianming and scoffing. Let us not even discuss how many resources the disciples of the aristocratic families and academies have consumed over the years, or the extensive training they have undergone. Just the techniques and martial arts they inherit are beyond what many scattered cultivators could aspire to in a lifetime. Li Tianming and his companions exchanged faint smiles. Feng Wudao paused slightly and remarked, this does not imply that apart from the disciples of the esteemed families and academies, the remaining cultivators are inherently weak. I firmly believe there exist true prodigies among them, forged through the trials of life and death. However, to expect His Majesty to identify such a genius within a mere month is indeed asking too much. Thus, I propose we first amend the rules of the ranking battle, selecting the top 3 cultivators from the vast sea of countless cultivators in Daqin to participate in this wager. Such a victory or defeat would truly reflect fairness. What are your thoughts? Indeed, I support the Chancellor Feng's proposal, Feng Ji interjected eagerly. Soon, officials from the Wang faction and several other prominent ministers expressed their agreement. Li Tianming narrowed his aged eyes slightly. To be honest, if such a selection were to proceed, the likelihood of losing this wager would be exceedingly high. He had encountered numerous cultivators who had risen from humble beginnings. Their methods were ruthless, and their spirits resolute, incomparable to the pampered disciples of the esteemed families and academies. With a faint smile, he said, Chancellor Feng, do you harbor doubts about His Majesty's capabilities? Or perhaps about the group of loose cultivators you support? Or do you believe that within these 2 months, you have devised a scheme to elevate 3 unknown loose cultivators into prodigies? Such nonsense, Feng Wudao scoffed, preparing to retort. However, unexpectedly, Ying Yi spoke first. Chancellor Feng need not elaborate further, since Elderly has set the wager. How could I possibly retreat, Your Majesty? Feng Wudao and Feng Ji exchanged anxious glances, but Ying Yi interrupted them. I have already agreed to this matter. Nevertheless, I must issue a stern warning in advance. Should anyone dare to default on this agreement, I shall annihilate their entire clan and desecrate their ancestral graves. Do you understand? The crowd shivered at his words. Li Tianming, too, felt the oppressive aura emanating from Ying Yi. Yet he quickly steadied himself, appearing somewhat displeased. If I were to break my oath, may heaven and earth punish me. However, Chancellor Feng is correct. This matter is indeed unjust to His Majesty. Therefore, I propose that should His Majesty emerge victorious, the future head of the Academy shall be chosen by him. Chapter 33. The Enormous Secret of Wang Qiboom. Upon hearing this, not only were Feng Wudao and his companions taken aback, but the leaders of the esteemed families and academies were also mildly astonished. The academies housed 90% of Daqin's prodigies, among which the Dragon and Phoenix ranked as the most extraordinary across the 7 kingdoms. Their absolute control over the academy granted them a significant position in the court. If the appointment of the academy's head fell into Ying Yi's hands, the consolidation of imperial power would be unprecedentedly formidable, rendering any opposing force to him as insignificant as mere chickens and dogs. However, after a moment's contemplation, the leaders of the esteemed families and academies grasped the crux of the matter. The probability of Ying Yi winning this wager was exceedingly slim. Finding loose cultivators capable of matching the cultivated talents of the esteemed families and academies within a month was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nearly impossible, as long as they triumphed in the wager. Ying Yi would abide by the agreement and not alter the rules of the ranking battle, thus maintaining their control over the future path of cultivation in Daqin. The prospect of losing was absolutely inconceivable. Regarding this wager, no matter how substantial the stakes became, it was of no concern. They would neither offend Ying Yi nor miss the opportunity to display their might, while simultaneously solidifying their reign. What could be more advantageous? Your Majesty, we concur with Elder Li's words. They began, Your Majesty, the rules of the ranking battle were established by our ancestors and, in principle, should not be altered. However, we are delighted by Your Majesty's grand aspirations. Nevertheless, Let us determine whether the rules of the ranking battle shall be modified in accordance with the wager. Should your majesty consent, we will naturally uphold our commitments. The conservative officials brimmed with confidence. Offering their counsel, Your Majesty, Feng Wudao and his companions sought to intervene. This was a matter of great consequence. If His Majesty did not agree to the wager, there would still be a chance. But should he acquiesce, the wager would surely end in defeat. Setting aside the number of loose cultivators, it was utterly impractical to find someone capable of contending with the disciples nurtured by the esteemed families and academies within a month. Rather than knowingly proceeding towards inevitable defeat, it would be wiser to take a step back and seek opportunities. However, as soon as Yi spoke, Feng Wudao and the other ministers' expressions darkened. Since Elder Li has made such a statement, I shall agree to your wager. Words alone are insufficient. Let us invoke a celestial oath. With that, Yi raised 3 fingers, using his blood as a catalyst to invoke the heavenly law. Rumble, as thunder echoed from the heavens. A mysterious aura enveloped Yi. This indicated that the celestial oath had been established. Observing this, Li Tianming's fingers trembled, and he struggled to suppress a smile as he too invoked the celestial oath. I wish your majesty great success, Li Tianming said with a quivering voice, unable to conceal his delight. At this juncture, even if Yi desired to backtrack, it was no longer possible. I wish your majesty great success. The other conservative officials beamed, their faces aglow as though victory was already within their grasp. In stark contrast, Feng Wudao and his companions wore grim expressions, casting glances at Li Tianming as if they wished to flay him alive. With such treachery in Daqin, how could they fear its decline? However, with matters having reached this point, they could only unconditionally assist Yi in finding 3 loose cultivators suitable for the competition. After the court session concluded, Yi entered the Qian Kuan Hall to cultivate with unwavering confidence, unhurried and undaunted. For him, possessing knowledge of the plot made the search for 3 prodigious talents seem effortless. While it appeared an insurmountable challenge for others, Xiao Huahua, Lin Bei, Yi Xian, rest assured, I will find you in due time. Yi smiled faintly before commencing his seclusion. Having recently ascended to the Wangho realm, he was eager to stabilize his foundation after a rapid surge in power. With the 9-tailed beast soul, the first level had already brought him unexpected gains. Should he continue to refine it to reach the second level, who knew what unique abilities he might comprehend? In stark contrast to Yi's calm demeanor, Feng Wudao, Feng Ji, and Wang Qi were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Isn't Yi being reckless? The despair deepened for Feng Wudao as he attempted to communicate with Feng Luoxi, hoping she could persuade Yi to abandon the wager. As long as Yi maintained some semblance of dignity, Li Tianming would not dare to act recklessly. There was still an opportunity to modify the ranking battles rules, but upon hearing Feng Luoxi confirm that Yi's actions were a result of her counsel, she nearly lost her breath in frustration. Shower, you foolish girl. This wager is utterly unwinnable. Must you truly pursue this path to the bitter end? Feng Wudao felt tears welling up, and no matter what he said, Feng Luoxi remained resolute, leaving him to bitterly smile in resignation. Chancellor Feng, what does the Emperor and Empress mean? Feng Ji and Wang Qi inquired hastily. Feng Wudao sighed and shook his head. No need to speak further. This time, His Majesty's proposal to alter the ranking battle rules was entirely Shower's suggestion. Given that we've reached this point, how could Shower persuade His Majesty otherwise? What a headache. Feng Ji forced a laugh repeatedly. Wang Qi squinted slightly. Since the Emperor and Empress are in agreement, and the Emperor has sworn a celestial oath, I must strive for a chance. Perhaps His Majesty could truly win. If so, the Academy's head would be chosen by His Majesty. And who would dare to oppose the Emperor in Daqin thereafter? Feng Wudao and Feng Ji sighed deeply. It must be said that Li Tianming's wager was indeed tempting, but one must have the capability to win. With matters having reached this stage, they could only do their utmost to assist. Chancellor Feng, Wang Qi bids farewell. Very well, take care on your journey. Leaving Feng's residence, Wang Qi hastened homeward. Young master, you have returned. Young master, Wang Qi seldom returned home, as he primarily guarded the scripture pavilion. In truth, the scripture pavilion was heavily fortified, and it was nearly impossible for outsiders to breach. Even if Wang Qi were to take a few days off, it would not matter. However, his returns were infrequent, with only a handful of visits in a month. Yes, you may resume your duties, Wang Qi greeted, entering his chamber without glancing back. Sensing the absence of others, he swept his sleeve, erecting a soundproof barrier within the room. He then activated a hidden mechanism on the bookshelf, revealing a secret passage before him. Huff! Wang Qi took a deep breath, gazing into the pitch-black tunnel, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes, yet, recalling the events in the court and the fact that Ing Yi awaited his assistance, he clenched his fists and steeled himself to venture into the passage. The tunnel's walls shimmered with a bluish glow. Upon closer inspection, it was not fire, but a grotesque, unknown creature. Wang Qi was accustomed to such sights. This was his greatest secret. Not even Ing Yi nor his closest kin were privy to it. At the tunnel's end lay a blood pool, reeking of decay. Suspended above the pool was a shadow, the source of the bluish glow. Human, you truly deserve to die, since you refuse to engage in a transaction with me. Why must you confine me within this lightless prison? Promise me, enter into a pact with me. I can grant you the throne of Daqin and bestow upon you unparalleled power, and all I ask in return is a mere fraction of your lifespan. What do you say? Chapter 34. The search for Yi Xian the Shadow was on the brink of madness. It had survived for hundreds of thousands of years, witnessing countless humans and beastly creatures, all of whom were selfish and greedy, yearning for the power they coveted. Exploiting their weaknesses, it incessantly drained their lifespans, clinging to existence until now. However, ever since encountering Wang Qi, who was devoid of desire. It had been 10 years, and not once had the latter made an exchange with it. Even when offered sacred artifacts, supreme techniques, and rare treasures of heaven and earth, all were met with outright rejection. It was driving the shadow to the edge of insanity. If it could not absorb any more life force soon, it would inevitably vanish into thin air. Humans, do you see this? This is a sacred weapon, personally crafted by a martial emperor 3,000 years ago. And this, it is called the 9 Transformation Soul Returning Pill, made from rare heavenly materials capable of reviving the dead. And this bracelet, it is said to have been worn by the goddess Enwa herself, possessing unmatched divine power, with a trace of her ethereal essence still lingering. I have many treasures. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Come now, cultivators live long lives. What you must sacrifice is but a trifling amount. Do you truly wish to forsake the power, status, world, and beauty that lie within your grasp? Humans, I am willing to trade with you. After a moment of silence, Wang Qi remained composed, responding, You? What did you say? You are willing to trade? The shadow stammered, panting heavily before erupting into a thunderous laughter. 10 years, an entire decade. Finally, this ancestor could no longer resist temptation and wished to barter with it. Very well, human. This is a pair of undergarments worn by the goddess Enwa, requiring only 50 years of your lifespan. You have hundreds of years ahead of you, and with the potential to break through realms. This 50 years is negligible for you. If you agree, let us commence the trade. The shadow was nearly beside itself with excitement. Had it known Wang Qi harbored such interests, it would have spared no effort to present those treasures. I do not require that. I need you to assist me with the task, Wang Qi replied nonchalantly. The shadow was momentarily taken aback, retracting the undergarments, hastily stating, No problem. There is nothing I cannot accomplish under heaven. Just tell me what you need. Wang Qi spoke in a low voice. I have encountered some trouble, and I wish for you too. He detailed the events of the day in full. The shadow nodded. Cackling, I possess a treasured item known as the Qingming Mirror. It can aid you in locating the person you seek. However, this artifact costs 100 years of lifespan, and using it once will deplete your foundation, likely causing a drop in your realm. Do you intend to proceed? Wang Qi hesitated briefly, then nodded firmly. Let us trade. The shadow fell silent for a moment, gazing into Wang Qi's resolute eyes, feeling momentarily dazed before bursting into laughter. All right, haha, I did not expect you to be so loyal. Very well, this treasure shall be entrusted to you. However, my trades are always fair. Once you complete your task, your lifespan will be automatically deducted by in the darkness. A glow illuminated the secret chamber. As the light faded, a mirror appeared before Wang Qi. He carefully took it, storing it away before hastening towards the exit of the chamber. A month's time is fleeting. He needed to locate 3 powerful rogue cultivators within this limited time frame. As he watched Wang Qi depart, the shadow floated in place, and after a long while, an aged voice sighed and gradually dissipated. Within the Qian Kuan Hall, half a month slipped away quietly. Feng Wudao and others fervently searched for prodigious rogue cultivators. Wang Qi planned to wait for another 3 days. If there were still no results, he would resort to the Qingming Mirror. The cost of trading with the shadow was too steep. He was not unwilling to sacrifice himself. Rather, he feared the shadow harbored unmentionable secrets that could ultimately give rise to a calamity, plunging the great Qin into turmoil. Unbeknownst to him, Ying Yi was completely unaware of the bustling outside world, still attempting to refine the beast soul. Before entering seclusion, he had gathered numerous rare materials from the treasure vault to aid him. Unfortunately, the nine-tailed celestial demon mink was a divine beast, and its soul was exceptionally powerful, making the refinement process incredibly arduous and progress painfully slow. Conversely, Feng Luoxi had made tremendous strides since cultivating the phoenix dance of the nine heavens. Bolstered by the essence of divine beasts, she had crossed 4 minor realms. Though not comparable to her peak, this speed was astonishing. Take your time, Ying Yi sighed, noting that impatience was the greatest hindrance in cultivation. Perhaps by allowing things to unfold naturally, he might achieve unexpected gains. Your Majesty, urgent news from the Night Patrol deputy. Just as he opened his eyes, a Wei burst into the hall, holding a sealed letter. What is it? Ying Yi inquired. A Wei, known for his composure, would not be flustered without good reason, as expected. After Wei explained everything, Ying Yi's expression turned grave. What does the Li family intend to do? Ying Yi narrowed his eyes. Within half a month, Li Tianming had stealthily ascended to the realm of nobility, seeking to entangle himself with the sword sect. Do they not trust me at all? Ying Yi scoffed. Having secluded himself for half a month, it was only natural that they suspected he might breach their agreement, hence their attempt to coerce him into continuing the bet through such means. Unfortunately for them, they would be disappointed. Not to mention that he held the script, but Luoxi had likely prepared everything for him long ago. A smile graced Ying Yi's lips. Away. Has anything significant transpired outside in the past half-month? Ying Yi queried. Away's lips twitched into a wry smile. Your Majesty, the gambling agreement from the court has spread throughout the imperial capital. Prime Minister Feng, General Wang, and many other important ministers are tirelessly searching for suitable cultivators. It is said that Prime Minister Feng, against the consensus, recently requested an imperial decree to select personal guards for Your Majesty, who must be rogue cultivators, and a platform has already been erected in the imperial capital for selection. Ying Yi felt a surge of gratitude. Feng Wudao's actions were clearly aimed at selecting powerful rogue cultivators for him. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he had long been prepared, though he still appreciated their assistance. And Luoxi? Has she visited recently? Wei nodded. Reporting to Your Majesty, the Empress visited a few days ago. Upon learning that Your Majesty was in seclusion, she did not dare disturb you and chose to venture alone. It is said that 3 days ago, she left the imperial palace, destination unknown. Understood. Ying Yi nodded, then vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in the Qinhuang Palace. Your Majesty. Qiu Yin bowed deeply upon seeing Ying Yi. The 3 women hurriedly paid their respects. Ying Yi raised a hand gently, a soft force lifting the 3 women. Do you know where Luoxi is gone? He inquired. Seeing this, Spring Dawn quickly responded, Your Majesty. 3 days ago, the Empress heard of an exceptionally gifted prodigy in a city called Qingxing in the eastern territory of the Great Qin. Knowing that Your Majesty was in seclusion, she did not dare interrupt and chose to go alone. Qingxing, Ying Yi's eyes narrowed. It must be Yi Xian. If it were indeed him, he could effortlessly crush any clan or academy of the same realm, as the small tower within his consciousness possessed unparalleled power. Chapter 35. The Fall of the Yi Family. The gambling agreement after half a month stipulated not only 3 wins out of 5, but also included a rule most beneficial to Ying Yi, a restriction on age, limited to those between 15 and 18 years. Due to Feng Wudao and Feng Ji's interference, Li Tianming had promised to send only cultivators of the same realm to compete. However, this seemed superfluous. Ying Yi smirked devilishly. The Great Qin's territory is vast, with millions of cultivators in his previous life. Among the rogue cultivators, aside from the trio of Xiao Huahua, many other prodigious talents emerged, their powers formidable, their insights extraordinary. Identifying 3 individuals to secure the wager would be exceedingly simple. As far as he knew, the foremost among the 4 academies was Jian Hai from Jixia Academy, a mere 17 years of age. Yet already a formidable 4th-tier celestial warrior. He practiced a fragmented heavenly martial technique and several earth-tier techniques, possessing royal-level talent, a true prodigy among prodigies across the 7 kingdoms. Ying Yi chuckled lightly. The second is likely Wang Tung, the legitimate son of the Wang family. At18, he has had numerous fortuitous encounters and has been nurtured with the utmost effort by the Wang family. He is now a 2nd-tier celestial warrior and possesses the Thousand Flames body, making him another worthy adversary. 17 or 18-year-old celestial warriors are indeed prodigious talents across the 7 kingdoms. Many cultivators spend their entire lives striving to reach the celestial warrior realm, let alone those who achieve such a level before turning 20. Their future accomplishments are unfathomable. Unlike Jian Hai and Wang Tang, Ying Yi and Feng Luoxi had advantages. Each time a ruler of the 7 kingdoms fell, they would bestow a portion of their realm's fortune upon their successor. As the Empress of the Great Qin, Feng Luoxi would similarly benefit from such grace. Thus, both of them possessed remarkably high realms, particularly Ying Yi, who, in his 20s, had received a legacy along with countless rare treasures of the Great Qin, propelling him to the noble realm, a feat unmatched by other cultivators. Jian Hai, Wang Tang, celestial warriors, Ying Yi scoffed. If he recalled correctly, Yi Xian had recently undergone a root reconstruction, now standing at the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Although he had the aid of the small tower, he was by no means a match for the 2 celestial warriors. But then again, there was still me. Ying Yi offered a faint smile, noting that there remained half a month's time. Ample opportunity for Yi Xian to ascend to the earthly fiend realm. With such a prodigious talent, once he transcended to that level, aided by the small tower, facing opponents beyond his rank would be exceedingly effortless. However, with Shi Er yet to return, it seemed prudent for me to make a journey to Qingcheng. Feng Luoxi had restored her realm to the Yin-Yang state, a position that could be deemed among the elite in the Great Qin. Yet, this did not imply that the Yin-Yang realm was invincible. Should she encounter some hidden powerhouses, trouble was inevitable. Thus, he resolved to undertake this journey himself. In Qingcheng, a vast estate loomed, its plaque boldly inscribed with the gilded characters, Yi Mansion. Outside stood 2 guards, both at the 6th level of the spirit realm. In the grand context of the Great Qin, this family's influence was feeble and inconsequential. Yet within this obscure corner of Qingcheng, the Yi family was undeniably one of the 4 great families. The 4 tyrants of Qingcheng, however, at this moment, the Yi family mansion was in disarray. Its eaves broken and walls crumbling, the once vibrant red door now charred by flames. The structure had collapsed, leaving not a single edifice standing. Within the ancestral hall, Yi Xian knelt with bloodshot eyes. Old ancestor, the calamity I, Yi Xian, have brought upon us shall be borne by me alone. I willingly renounce my position as the young master of the Yi family and withdraw from the clan. If the Qian family seeks vengeance, let it be directed at me. Tears streamed down Yi Xian's face. Already, dozens of Yi family disciples had perished because of him. He could no longer be a coward. In the Qingfeng Mountains, he had fortuitously discovered a vein of earth, yet had not anticipated the ensuing phenomenon that alerted other cultivators. The Qian family, being the most formidable force in Dongwu Prefecture, could easily dispatch an elder to obliterate Qingcheng. An innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure. The earth vein had already been absorbed by the small tower, rendering any retrieval impossible. Thus, he had no choice but to sever ties with the Yi family to ensure their survival. The old ancestor's voice was hoarse, tinged with exhaustion. Shao Xian, our Yi family stands united. The earth vein you uncovered benefits the entire clan. Now that disaster looms, how could we allow you to bear this alone? Old ancestor, Yi Xian's voice trembled with anguish. The old ancestor rose, speaking solemnly. The Yi family has endured for a century without ever harming our own loyalists. Though we are weak, we have yet to stoop to servility. Ye family disciples, heed my command. Old ancestor, the elders within the hall and the gathered Yi disciples straightened their spines, resolute and unyielding. What of the formidable Qian family? Had they not heard that even a rabbit would fight fiercely when cornered? Relay my orders. Send the younger generation of the Yi family out of the mansion, while the remaining disciples shall stand firm and defend our home. Yes, the Yi disciples surged with indomitable spirit, unwilling to yield. Ever since Yi Xian ascended to the position of young master, all his actions had been witnessed by them. He had fought for resources for the family, leading from the front, facing perilous situations time and again, sustained solely by sheer will. Even in light of the earth vein, upon obtaining it, his first act was to dedicate it entirely to the clan, ensuring that every clan member could partake in its benefits. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have hoarded it for themselves. Moreover, the exposure of this earth vein was not Yi Xian's fault. It was a family disciple who, during absorption, inadvertently attracted the attention of other cultivators. Therefore, they could not allow Yi Xian to endure the wrath of the Qin family alone. The Yi family would stand to die, but they would never kneel to live. Is this your final decision? Above the Yi mansion, dense, dark clouds swiftly converged. Lightning roiled within the clouds, resembling roaring thunder dragons, exuding immense pressure. A figure enveloped in lightning descended from the tempest, surrounded by flickering arcs of purple electricity. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the land. With him at its center, thousands of divine lightning bolts cascading down, causing several buildings to collapse in a thunderous crash. Qin family's Grand Elder. A formidable presence at the celestial phenomenon realm, the Yi family found themselves in dire peril. Such formidable power rendered me weak. My legs felt unresponsive, as if they sought to kneel. The countless cultivators of Qingqing gazed in astonishment at the figure above the Yi family. Merely a hint of his aura left many gasping for breath, prostrating on the ground in fright. The faces of the hundreds of Yi clan members turned ashen. Yi Xian clenched his fists, striving to keep his legs straight. Qian Yi, the earth vein was my doing. It has nothing to do with them. Spare them, and I will submit to your judgment. As the lightning dissipated, an elder emerged. His expression devoid of emotion. To cut grass without uprooting it is to allow it to grow again. I understand this principle. Since you have taken what does not belong to you, you should have anticipated this day. Fear not, the entire Yi clan shall meet your demise. Qian Yi's tone was indifferent, as though discussing a trivial matter. Qian Yi, as the grand elder of the Qian family, do you not fear ridicule for attacking a minor family like the Yi? The old ancestor's face darkened. Qian Yi smirked. Yi Yun, you have lived for a century yet remain so foolish. The strong bully the weak. This is the law of the world. The strong live, and the weak perish, an immutable truth. That earth vein is of utmost importance to my Qian family. Upon its discovery, you Yi family not only failed to report it, but instead hoarded it for yourselves, showing blatant disregard for my Qian family. Thus, it is unnecessary for the Yi family to continue existing. Chapter 36. The cold-blooded side of Feng Luo Shi. Beneath the vast ocean, the lightning surged. Erupting with a thunderous roar, Qian Yi raised his hand, gathering all the flickering lightning from the clouds into his palm. As he pressed down, a sense of impending doom loomed over every heart. Boom! Thousands of divine lightning bolts rained down, ferociously striking the Yi family disciples. Each bolt bore the power to annihilate, capable of causing all existence to tremble. With a cold expression, Qian Yi turned to depart. The outcome was clear. He knew the Yi family would undoubtedly face extermination. Yi Xian's complexion turned pale. He hastily urged the small tower floating in his mind, hoping to shield himself. Yet the might of the divine lightning was terrifying. He felt like a solitary leaf adrift in an ocean, the aura of the lightning capable of tearing him apart. Damn it! Yi Xian's face contorted in agony, a searing pain consuming him. His bones shattered, the sound echoing ominously in his ears. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, his realm plummeting as he crashed to the ground. It's over. Everything is over. Yi Xian was incapacitated, and Yi Yun's face was etched with despair. The Yi family no longer had the chance to rise again. In that case, let us fight to the death. He surged forth, infused with azure light, charging toward the divine lightning, his hunched figure appearing exceedingly diminutive. The Yi family's old ancestor was merely at the 9th level of the condensation realm, pitted against a celestial phenomenon powerhouse, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The faces of hundreds of clan members turned pale. Before absolute power, they resembled sheep, devoid of any will to resist. The divine lightning descended, the aura of death enveloping the hearts of all present, including Yi Yun. Everyone awaited the arrival of death. Yet amidst the chaos of battle, a figure concealed within the vast ocean observed, "Has it begun?" Feng Luoxi's gaze was devoid of emotion. Originally, she intended to accompany Yi personally, but he was engrossed in seclusion, leaving her to proceed alone. In her past life, countless prodigies existed, yet only a select few captured her attention. Yi Xian was one among them. Not only was his talent extraordinary, but he also possessed an ancient legacy, the small tower in his mind shrouded in mystery. Once it matured, his potential would be limitless. The battle below raged fiercely, yet in her eyes, it was merely a child's play, inconsequential. Sensing Yi Xian's despair and the shattering of his meridians, Feng Luoxi remained impassive. She wished for Qian Yi to instill an even deeper sense of hopelessness in Yi Xian. For only in this way could Yi ultimately subdue this so-called prodigy. It was still too early. Feng Luoxi narrowed her beautiful eyes. From her understanding, in her previous life, Yi Xian was annihilated alongside his family before the small tower awakened to another level. She was no saint. Her only desire was to assisting Yi in unifying the realm, eliminating dissenters and enjoying a life of labor at dawn and rest at dusk. Excluding Yi, everyone else in her eyes was expendable, mere tools ready for sacrifice. Yi Xian, you truly pique my interest. Feng Luoxi remarked coldly, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Rumbling, the divine lightning descended, altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, the already dilapidated buildings of the Yi family were reduced to dust. Ah, Qian Yi, I will haunt you even in death. Qian Yi, you beast, to obliterate my Yi family for the sake of the earth vein. You will inevitably face retribution. Father, what has happened? Please don't die. Wu, sister, Qian family, I will not spare you even in death. The Yi disciples were swiftly reduced to ashes. Father, mother, old ancestor. Yi Xian lay prostrate on the ground, writhing like a maggot in a desperate attempt to save those around him. Yet his bones were shattered, rendering him utterly powerless. He screamed in madness, blood streaming from his eyes. The pain was unbearable. His family perished before him. Father, mother, clan brothers and sisters, even the old ancestor, all struck down by divine lightning. Reduced to ashes, Qian family, one day, Yi Xian, will hang your heads in Qingcheng to avenge my clan. Yi Xian's hair hung wildly about him, resembling that of a madman. The loss of his loved ones proved unbearable, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The entire Yi family, numbering in the hundreds, was reduced to ashes, leaving only a frail girl lingering on the brink of death. Xiao Ling, do not be afraid. Your brother has come to save you. Tears streamed down Yi Xian's face as he struggled to crawl forward. Yet, the divine thunder showed no mercy, descending directly upon Yi Ling's head. No, please, I beg you. I have lost everything. I only want my sister. Please do not kill her. I implore you. Yi Xian's heart trembled violently, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly. In response to his pleas for mercy, Qian Yi maintained a cold demeanor, increasing his force. Xiao Ling! Yi Xian cried out in anguish, reaching desperately for Yi Ling. But ultimately he could only watch as the divine thunder fell. In that moment, he lost his sanity entirely. His throat tasted sweet, and his vision blurred. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he beheld a towering figure emerge, radiating golden light, who pulled Yi Ling out of the thunder's destructive reach. Thank you. Yi Xian finally succumbed to unconsciousness. A flicker of unusual color appeared in Feng Luoxi's eyes. It worked. She had deliberately timed her transformation into Yi's likeness just a second before he fainted. Rescuing Yi Ling, this sister, was his Achilles heel. Initially, she had intended for Yi Ling to perish, fully inciting Yi Xian's wrath. However, concerned about future uncontrollability, she chose to grasp his weakness, albeit hoping that this weakness would never need to be utilized. Who are you? Feng Luoxi's sudden appearance startled Qian Yi. He was a formidable figure in the Tiangang realm, a peak power within the Eastwu prefecture. Yet this man had silently appeared and rescued the girl right under his nose. When his divine thunder struck the figure, it failed to ignite even a spark. Who exactly are you? The world seemed to lose its color, and Qianyi felt as though his limbs were mired in a quagmire. Unable to move an inch, he understood that this man far surpassed him in cultivation, rendering him utterly defenseless. Feng Luoxia remained silent. She pulled Qianyi into another realm, wishing to keep her presence hidden from the entire city's cultivators. Rest assured, I shall not lay a hand upon you. However, today's events must be completely forgotten. With a flick of her fingertip, a beam of light entered Qianyi's mind, erasing all memories of her. Having completed her task, she quietly departed with Yixin and Yiling. As if they had never existed in the void above, Qianyi furrowed his brow, bewildered by the sudden dizziness that had overcome him. It must be due to overexertion. He would need to recuperate well in the coming days. He cast a detached glance at the ruins of the Yi family, then silently departed. The citizens of the city were filled with terror. Bowing deeply to Qianyi, none were aware of Feng Luoxia's existence. They only witnessed Qianyi's annihilation of the Yi family. Alas, who would have thought that the Yi family, with a legacy spanning a century, would come to such an end? It is a pity for Yixin. He was the pride of Qing City, and now he is dead. Truly heartbreaking. In the cruel law of nature, only the strong survive. To avoid death, one must grow stronger. Chapter 37. The Hellhound Roar. Deep within the bowels of the Qingfeng Mountains lay a hidden world, an endless sea of fire. Fire serpents danced, evaporating the stones that fell within, distorting even the very fabric of space with their heat. Astonishingly, at the center of this inferno emerged a creature. A three-headed hound, its 6 eyes glowing crimson, its size comparable to that of a lion, exuding an aura potent enough to obliterate any Tiangang realm cultivator. The fire serpents lashed against it, yet they inflicted not a single wound. The earth vein has been stolen. My century-old earth-grade spirit vein has been pilfered. The three-headed hound spoke with human words, its murderous intent saturating the air. The earth-grade spirit vein within the Qingfeng Mountains had taken it 100 years to cultivate, with immeasurable effort invested. It had planned to use it to break through to the noble realm, only to have it snatched away at a critical moment. Had it not been in a closed-door retreat, none of those thieves would have escaped. Yixin, it was you who stole the earth vein, was it not? The three-headed hound's 6 eyes glimmered with rage. It had stored the scent of its foe in its mind, waiting for this moment. You think you can leave the Eastwu prefecture? Not a chance. The three-headed hound transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from this realm on another side. Having departed from Qing City, Feng Luoxia paused amidst a serene landscape. She did not hasten to awaken Yixin, instead choosing to release Yiling from her storage. Yiling, with her delicate beauty and tear-streaked cheeks, evoked an instinctual sense of compassion. Such a beautiful little girl. Feng Luoxia remarked, touching Yiling's small face, her tone flat. It is a pity you must endure some suffering. With that, a surge of spirit energy flowed into Yiling, shattering her meridians, accompanied by a potent toxin that could render one a living corpse. To eliminate this toxin would require even the mightiest of earth deities to invest a lengthy period. Yiling screamed in agony, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Glancing at Yixin, Feng Luoxia's expression remained icy, her visage devoid of warmth. Your sister has suffered this grievous injury because of you. Do not disappoint me. According to the trajectory of her previous life, Yixin was supposed to awaken the small tower only after his family was slaughtered. Propelling him down the path of vengeance in this life, she could save him, yet felt no obligation to do so. What she required was a puppet filled with hatred, one who would grow stronger and remain utterly loyal to Yi. Initially, she had no intention of saving Yiling, but to prevent him from becoming uncontrollable in the future, she opted to keep a safety net. She erased Qianyi's memories and disguised Yiling's injuries as damage from divine thunder. He would harbor no suspicions, only gratitude for having saved his soul sister. Sister? Sister? Yixin murmured with closed eyes, his brow furrowed, his voice choked with emotion, showing signs of awakening. Feng Luoxia infused him with a halo of light, lulling him back into a deep slumber. She then sat cross-legged on the ground, refining her own essence. Yi would arrive shortly. All she needed to do was wait in silence. However, the thought of the explanations she would have to provide afterward filled her with fatigue. It appeared she had succeeded. In the region of Eastwu Prefecture, Yi strode forth, each step leaving mountains and rivers far behind. This was the legendary heavenly-level martial technique, shortening distances. Upon receiving a message from Feng Luoxia, he dared not delay, making haste toward East Wu Prefecture. If memory served, there was an ancient beast, the three-headed hound, beneath the Qingfeng Mountains. It was likely that it had already engaged with Feng Luoxia. There were many things Feng Luoxia was unaware of, but he was well versed in the storyline, knowing that Yi Xian was not merely a passerby but rather an important supporting character. The annihilation of his family served as the driving force for his empowerment. The author had depicted Yi Xian's plight and the destruction of the Yi family, only to have him pursued relentlessly by the Hellhound. A truly tragic fate for a supporting character. As for why he did not want Feng Luoxia to distance herself, he felt it was unnecessary. With her Yin-Yang realm cultivation, she was only a step away from the Hellhound's noble realm. While her abilities were considerably weaker than those of the nine-tailed celestial weasel, she could not hope to escape its grasp. Boom, bang, rumbling. In the distance, beams of red light pierced the heavens, detonating the earth, toppling trees by the dozen, and filling the sky with dust. The terrifying force sent shivers through all living beings within 100 miles. Many nearby cultivators could not withstand the shockwaves and perished in explosive bursts. A battle had commenced. Ying Yi's brow furrowed as he rushed toward the battlefield. The heart of the conflict, Feng Luoxia, her hair slightly disheveled, narrowly evaded the attacks of the Hellhound. When did soul-sensing realm beasts proliferate so abundantly? Feng Luoxia's expression darkened. In the span of a mere month, she had encountered both a nine-tailed celestial weasel and now a three-headed hound. In her previous life, even after reaching the Earth deity realm, she had never witnessed their appearance. What was happening? Had the heavens raised the difficulty of her survival in this rebirth? Surely this was an immense test. Encountering a nine-tailed celestial weasel in the realm of the air, and now a hellhound in the Yin-Yang realm. How could she hope to contend with them? Even escaping would prove exceedingly challenging. She could only delay for time, awaiting Ying Yi's arrival. Feng Luoxia's brow knitted in concentration. The three-headed hound was not as formidable as the nine-tailed celestial weasel, yet its cultivation level posed a significant threat. Her untainted divine body had yet to awaken, and her essence blood remained unrefined. She was no match for the hellhound. After a century of closed-door cultivation, she had not anticipated such beings existing in East Wu Prefecture. Little girl, I pity you for your arduous training. Release this Yi Xian, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, the three-headed hound's body radiated bloodlust, its aura steadily ascending. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take another life. Not a chance. Even in death, I shall not surrender Yi Xian to you. Feng Luoxia's forehead glimmered with a plum blossom mark. Blossoms hovered around her, a single flower behind her exuding a pink hue, enveloping her being. The petals contained terrifying spiritual energy, coalescing into a long sword that she aimed at the three-headed hound. Boom, boom, boom. As the long sword descended, the petals exploded, unleashing overwhelming power. What the hell? You little girl have no sense of martial ethics. The three-headed hound was taken aback. It had intended to rely on its physical prowess. But who would have thought the petals would explode, leaving it with a patchy coat? How dare you? You are truly wicked, employing underhanded tactics. I shall no longer show you mercy. The three-headed hound's body swelled, splitting into three, lunging toward Feng Luoxia with ravenous intent. Feng Luoxia's brow tightened further. Her ruthless blossoms had been easily countered by the opponent, and apart from leaving the hellhound a trail of fur, she had inflicted no real harm. What a terrifying beast! Feng Luoxia's heart sank to the depths of despair. Not only was her physical form terrifying, but her martial skills were equally vexing. Behind her, three hounds manifested, and she could sense their corporeal presence, with each clone's strength surpassing that of her original self. Such martial prowess could not possibly be compared to the techniques of the heavenly tier. Little girl, you dare to ensnare me? Watch how I toy with you. The three-headed hound howled as it relentlessly pursued Feng Luoxia. Chapter 38. The gluttonous three-headed hound. You cannot escape, little girl. Hand over Yi Xian, and I shall graciously take you as my maid. The three-headed hound barked loudly. The three clones encircled Feng Luoxia, displaying smug expressions. What do you say? Become my maid and live a life of bliss. With my protection, not only will you be safe in Dongwu County, but even the Qin Emperor shall serve you tea and water." The three-headed hound wagged its head, speaking confidently that of course it was likely boasting. If it truly encountered the Qin Emperor, it would flee as far as possible. Yet, in this remote area, 100,000 miles from the imperial capital, surely it would not be so unfortunate as to cross paths with the emperor. It was genuinely terrified after being beaten by two successive Qin emperors 3,000 and 1,000 years ago, leaving it with deep psychological scars. It could not believe that upon just emerging from seclusion, it would encounter the Qin emperor again. "Oh, is that so? Shall I pour you a cup of water now?" A thunderous roar echoed. A golden dragon engulfed the three-headed hound entirely. "Who dares to ambush me?" Disregarding martial ethics, the three-headed hound fumed, having lost two of its clones, leaving only its true form. "Are you all right?" Yingyi stepped in front of Feng Luoxixi and softly inquired. Feng Luoxixi shook her head, assuring him she was fine but warned him to be cautious. The three-headed hound was no match for the celestial demon mink, yet its myriad of tactics should not be underestimated. Yingyi nodded. "Rest assured, I shall prepare a nourishing dog meat soup for you tonight." "Hey, what are you whispering about? Can't you let me in on it?" The three-headed hound complained, clearly displeased. After such a lengthy seclusion, it had developed a fondness for gossip and was curious about the secret of conversation. Yingyi narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze at the three-headed hound. Name: Hellhound Realm. Soul Breath 9th Layer Talent. Sacred Level Techniques. 1 Qi Transforming 3 Purities. Demon Flame. Steel Like Bones. Demon Suppression Hellish Technique. Information: Ancient Fierce Beast. Talkative. Gluttonous. Dislikes killing. Enjoys gossip. How intriguing. Yingyi found it quite amusing. This creature, appearing fearsome, turned out to be quite loquacious. However, the techniques it practiced were indeed rare divine skills. 1 Qi Transforming 3 Purities, Demon Suppression Hellish Technique. He would need to find a way to acquire them. Yingyi pondered silently, formulating a plan, and then lifted his head, speaking in a grave tone. "I was discussing with my lady how to prepare the dog meat for dinner. That must be red." The three-headed hound's earlier excitement instantly morphed into fury. "You dare to think of eating me? You arrogant brat? Take this." The three-headed hound unleashed 3 streams of flames. In an instant, the surrounding area was reduced to ashes, the earth charred. Yingyi gripped his spear and engaged in battle with it. The man and beast exchanged blows from dawn until dusk, leaving the forest utterly devastated. "Stop, stop, stop. I no longer wish to fight." The three-headed hound darted away, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily, its eyes wide with astonishment as it regarded Yingyi. 30,000 years prior, Yingyi was a formidable figure in this era. He certainly was not an anonymous individual. Could he be the current Qin Emperor? The three-headed hound gasped in shock. "Surely, my luck cannot be that poor." It hastily inquired, "Bro, are you the current Qin Emperor?" Yingyi shot it an indifferent glance, choosing not to engage. He caught a surviving wild boar from a distance, prepared it carefully, and set it over the fire to roast. "Tch, if you ignore me, I shall ignore you back. You're making barbecued meat? Humph, let me show you how fragrant my barbecue is, and soon enough, you'll be drooling." The three-headed hound secretly competed with him. It found a wild boar of similar size, carelessly prepared it, and placed it on its own grill. Soon, sizzling sounds emanated from Yingyi's side, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. He took out a packet of seasoning from his pocket and sprinkled it over the meat, intensifying the delightful fragrance. Feng Luoxixi's beautiful eyes quivered. She had not anticipated that Yingyi could not only cook well, but also create such a tantalizing barbecue. Yingyi sliced a piece and handed it to Feng Luoxixi. "Here, tell me if it's delicious." Feng Luoxixi nodded eagerly, and with just a small bite, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it delicious?" It's delicious." Feng Luoxixi savored it, finishing one piece and immediately reaching for another. The enticing aroma from Yingyi's side proved irresistible, awakening the gluttonous spirit within the three-headed hound. After trying its own barbecue, it spat in disgust. "What is this abomination?" The three-headed hound, looking discontented, then swallowed hard. Gazing at Yingyi with hopeful eyes, "Bro, Can you let me have a taste? Just a small bite? Ingi glanced at it, and the three-headed hound wore a pleading expression. Just a little. Ingi chuckled and tossed a piece the size of his palm to it. Thank you, bro. The three-headed hound caught it, sniffed it to ensure it was not poisoned, and then took a cautious bite. As soon as it tasted the meat, its eyes widened in shock. Delicious, absolutely delicious. It had tried many delicacies before, but Ingi's barbecue was unmatched in flavor and aroma, making it the most delectable food it had ever encountered. Unable to contain itself, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the entire piece in one go. This is divine, truly divine. The three-headed hound savored the taste, feeling somewhat embarrassed as it looked at Ingi. Bro, I may have eaten a bit too quickly. I know it's shameless, but I'm still going to beg you for just a little more. All right. The three-headed hound's eyes widened with anticipation. Ingi shot it a glance. At least you know you are being shameless. Just knowing that is enough. This is all for my lady and me. It has nothing to do with you. Hey bro, that's rather unreasonable. They say those who see each other should share. Can't you at least give me half of that pig leg? Ingi scoffed. If you can defeat me, what is stopping me from giving you this roasted pig? The three-headed hound fell silent. If it could truly defeat him, would it still be so humble? Teach, if you want to give it, then fine. Greedy pig, enjoy your cold water. The three-headed hound pouted, clearly displeased as it sat aside. However, the alluring aroma continued to tantalize its taste buds, especially after having tasted such exquisite flavors, making it crave more. As it watched the roasted meat dwindle, its desperation grew. Bro, give me that last piece. I'll trade you something good. Ingi felt a surge of excitement. After all this, was this the moment he had been waiting for? Chapter 39. Deceived to the core. This pork, I've added numerous rare ingredients. Mention just one, and it's something you wouldn't even dream of encountering. Ingi laughed dismissively. You're just a mangy dog that can't even defeat me. What could you possibly offer? Feng Luoxix's eyes lowered, a flicker of amusement passing through them. She could tell he was deliberately provoking the hound. Hey, do you look down on me? The three-headed hound was incensed. It had never been belittled in its life. It directly removed the wig from its central head, pulling out a manual from within. Nothing good, huh? The three-headed hound laughed in anger, slamming the manual onto the ground, pointing at it. This is a heavenly tier skill. Dragon Claw, obtained from robbing a bald monk 2,000 years ago. In the grand scheme of things, it's a rare martial technique. Just enjoy your roasted meat in secret. Ingi scoffed. Oh, a heavenly tier skill? I've never seen one, truly never. He tossed down a manual of the Great Sun technique beside it. Hey kid, this is getting interesting. The three-headed hound grinned through gritted teeth. As an ancient beast, its pride was severely challenged at this moment. This is a half-step king artifact, the Whirlwind Blade, which I stumbled upon 30,000 years ago. It has since been attuned to me, still retaining a trace of the aura of a martial emperor, capable of unleashing 1/10 of its peak power. The three-headed hound brandished a knife and flung it to the ground, challenging Ingi. Ingi smiled faintly, producing a bag and tossing it to the ground as well. This is a Chinkuan bag, capable of containing all things. Even beasts and cultivators cannot escape its grasp. Another half-step king artifact. The three-headed hound narrowed its eyes, licking its lips. Interesting, truly interesting. In a fit of rage, the three-headed hound began tossing more items. Heavenly tier spiritual herb, fire mist flower, a necessary ingredient for high-tier elixirs. King tier technique, dragon prison lock, capable of restricting an opponent's movements across great realms. Demon breaking blade, golden nightlight grass, abyssal magic staff, ice soul cold heart grass. A person and a beast each unwilling to yield to the other. In the span of half a cup of tea, the ground was heaped with a small mountain of magical artifacts and spiritual items, radiating a shimmering brilliance. Merely extracting one of these treasures could incite a tempest of bloodshed. Feng Luoxi's phoenix eyes quivered slightly. She had not anticipated the abundance of treasures possessed by the three-headed canine. While she could comprehend Ingi's situation, his collection was amassed over millennia by generations of the Great Qin. This solitary three-headed dog matching his prowess was indeed astonishing. Among the numerous treasures, most were the coveted supreme artifacts of heaven and earth, treasures she had long desired. Even in her previous life as a terrestrial immortal, She had never encountered such a plethora of riches. Youngster, do you truly wish to compete with me in treasures? The three-headed dog snorted, nostrils flaring with twin jets of flame. Panting with fury, it was inherently proud, and now, having been soundly ridiculed by Ing Ai, it found itself in a precarious position. Ing Yi smirked. Oh? What's this? Are you conceding? Just a moment ago, you were so brash. Why not show me more? Surely, you must have more than this, right? You can't be serious. Aw, be quiet. The three-headed dog was infuriated. Fine. If it's a contest you want, then let us see. I possess half of an Imperial-level technique, the Demon Suppression Inferno Fist. Dare you to present an Imperial-level technique of your own? A golden halo materialized before the three-headed Dog. As it appeared, the world dimmed, and a colossal purple lightning bolt gathered above, emanating a terrifying aura. The heavens and earth were in turmoil. Ing Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Only true supreme artifacts could stir such cosmic disturbances. It seemed this halo indeed represented the Demon Suppression Inferno Fist. An Imperial-level technique? Ing Yi gasped, his body trembling involuntarily. This world was vast, divided into higher and lower realms. He resided within one of countless lower realms, where a heavenly-level technique was already AT0 existence. As for Imperial-level techniques, they existed solely in legends. He had not anticipated the three-headed dog to possess one. Even a half of it could drive countless individuals into a frenzy. Suppressing his excitement, Ing Yi maintained a calm demeanor and taunted. A mere half of an Imperial-level technique? If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to show it. Youngster, do you realize what you are saying? The three-headed dog retorted angrily. Ing Yi produced a burlap sack and tossed it before the creature. This is an Imperial weapon, forged from countless drops of blood by Emperor Chufeng. You dare compare your half of an Imperial-level technique to it? Is this all you've got? The three-headed dog erupted into laughter, inspecting the burlap sack. Hold on, do you think I'm a fool? This is just a shabby sack. Who are you trying to scare? Ing Yi scoffed. I thought you were well informed, but it seems you are merely a simpleton. Open it and see. There's another world inside. If I deceive you, I shall be your ancestor. Fine, I shall take a look. The three-headed dog's interest was piqued as it opened the sack, only to find it utterly empty. What? Where is it? You said there was another world within. Confusion washed over the three-headed dog as its entire body dived inside. Meanwhile, Feng Luoshi's enchanting eyes shimmered with intrigue. An Imperial weapon? How could Ing Yi possibly possess such a thing? Just as she pondered, her mouth fell agape in disbelief as she witnessed Ing Yi approach, delivering a swift kick that sent the three-headed dog tumbling into the burlap sack. Immediately, he executed a spell, causing the sack to emit a radiant glow and transform into a vessel resembling a chamber pot. What the hell are you doing? Release me at once. Ing Yi laughed heartily. I told you there was indeed another world. You simply had to see it for yourself. Yikes. You're not afraid I'll come out and take revenge on you? The three-headed dog roared. Ing Yi smirked. If you can find me after you escape, I will concede your prowess. What do you mean? Panic seized the three-headed dog. Rest assured, I have found you a splendid new home. It is far superior to this realm. Ing Yi brandished a spear, channeling all his strength to tear open a rift in the void. The rift emitted a horrific pull, sweeping away the vegetation and life forms in the vicinity. What are you trying to do? Are you exiling me to another realm? The three-headed dog was thoroughly alarmed, sensing the increasing strength of the pull along with an aura of desolation. It realized this young man truly intended to leave it behind. Ah, you scoundrel! You have no sense of honor. How dare you sneak attack? You swore an oath that if you deceived me, you would become my... Woe is me, you fiend. Even now, you are deceiving me and taking advantage of me. The three-headed dog spluttered in indignation, utterly aggrieved. Ing Yi struggled to suppress his laughter. The three-headed dog was an absolute gem of a character. Were it not for his concern about potential chaos, he would have relented in exiling it. Next time we meet, I shall treat you well. Farewell. Ing Yi waved his hand, and the chamber pot vanished into the rift, from which a voice echoed back. I will return. Chapter 40. Perhaps I should give him another chance. Ing Yi? You? Feng Luoshi's lips twitched, a bitter smile overtaking her features. She had not expected Ing Yi to possess such a cunning side, tricking the three-headed dog into relinquishing its treasures. Not only had he acquired a trove of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but also the imperial-level technique, the Demon Suppression Inferno Fist, truly a stroke of genius. Glancing at the mountain of treasures, Ing Yi was filled with joy. Luoshi, how could that foolish dog bear to part with so many treasures? He picked up a flaming red lotus, a smile gracing his lips. This is the fire mist flower, a supreme treasure for dispelling cold energy. While the cold poison within you has been mitigated, female cultivators naturally possess a yin constitution, making them susceptible to the accumulation of cold energy, which can significantly hinder the refinement of your essence blood. The fire mist flower will effectively control the cold energy, ensuring you remain undisturbed. Take it. It will be beneficial for you. Ing Yi stored the Demon Suppression Inferno Fist and selected all the spiritual items that would be useful for Feng Luoshi, handing them all to her. A slight tremor coursed through Feng Luoshi's heart. The change in Ing Yi was truly remarkable. In her previous life, had she obtained such an array of spiritual items, she would not have even qualified to gaze upon them, as they were all given to Su Chaqing. But now, Ing Yi meticulously categorized the spiritual items. For the medicinal herbs, he first refined all the harmful substances before placing them into a storage ring, ultimately presenting them to her. Remember, refine the fire mist flower as soon as you return. And this star moon flowing light is highly beneficial for your foundation. This is the rainbow feather garment, a half-step royal artifact that I did not expect the three-headed dog to possess such a treasure. It is a waste for it. If you wear it, you will undoubtedly look stunning. Ing Yi's eyes softened as he provided detailed instructions. Understood. Feng Luoshi nodded, accepting the storage ring. His words, filled with concern, resonated in her heart like melodious celestial music, nourishing her once parched spirit. Nevertheless, her expression remained neutral, rendering her inscrutable. Ing Yi, this is Yi Xian and his sister Yi Ling. After collecting the spiritual items, Feng Luoshi recalled the purpose of their journey. She released the siblings from the storage bag. Ing Yi's gaze fixed upon Yi Xian, whose information surfaced in his mind. Name: Yi Xian. Realm: None. Severely injured and on the brink of death. Talent: Imperial-level technique. None. Depleted. The Netherworld Divine Tower, crafted by the Sword Emperor 100,000 years ago. Containing terrifying power. Hiss: The Netherworld Divine Tower. Was this not akin to a golden finger? In a different novel, this lad would undoubtedly be the child of destiny. Alas, this was a female-oriented narrative, destined to render him a mere supporting character of some significance. Ing Yi nodded inwardly. With the Netherworld Divine Tower's assistance, Yi Xian would surely recover swiftly. However, observing his battered state, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. His limbs were shattered, his body devoid of sound flesh. Had it not been for the protection of the small tower, he would have long since perished. He realized that Yi Xian had suffered gravely, though he had not anticipated the extent of his injuries. Truly, he was an important supporting character. Even in such dire straits, he still clung to life, exuding the essence of a child of destiny. Ing Yi smacked his lips. Had it been anyone else, such injuries would have spelled certain death, leaving no room for the three-headed dog to be made a fool of. Yet, Yi Xian had managed to evade the three-headed dog's relentless pursuit, ultimately stepping into the earthly fiend realm and gradually advancing through the Seven Kingdoms ranking battles, securing a vitally important victory for the Great Qin. But how could he expedite this lad's recovery of strength? Ing Yi's brows furrowed in contemplation. Observing his deep thought, Feng Luoshi's heart raced. Did he not trust me? She bit her silver teeth, worried that Ing Yi would misunderstand her intentions in seeking out a cripple, hoping to cause him to lose the wager, and thus spoke up. Ing Yi? His foundation is damaged, but if treated properly, he will undoubtedly help you win the wager in half a month's time. However, given his current severe injuries, rebuilding his foundation may prove challenging, in accordance with the previous life. No one intervened in Yi Xian's affairs, and how he managed to restore his foundation remains a mystery to all. However, their interference disrupted the original trajectory, and the wings of the butterfly began to flutter. If they failed to lend assistance, he might indeed perish before their eyes. Ing Yi regained his senses, sensing a hint of anxiety in Feng Luoshi's tone, and he immediately understood the reason behind it. causing warmth to spread within him. It appears that this young lady has begun to care for my feelings. Nonetheless, this time, I shall ensure that you do not suffer defeat. Ingyi smiled indulgently. Sheer, I have complete faith in you. Yet, I pondered, Yi Xian's Dao foundation is shattered, and his meridians severed. The road to his recovery will be arduous. Him, Feng Luoxi replied with a voice as faint as a whisper. Deep down, she still felt that Ingyi did not fully trust her. But in the next moment, Ingyi formed a sword with his 2 fingers and made a small incision on the pad of his index finger. A drop of blood floated forth, not crimson, but a resplendent golden red hue. Ingyi, you? Feng Luoxi attempted to halt him. This was his life essence, a tremendous drain on himself, requiring months to recover. Ingyi's lips turned pale, and his brow furrowed as he merged his essence into Yi Xian's body. Sheer, he gasped, struggling to maintain his footing. Feng Luoxi hurriedly stepped forward to support him, gently guiding him to sit down. With a touch of reproach in her tone, she admonished, Ingyi, life essence is incredibly difficult to replenish, and merging it with the qi of Daqin will leave you exceedingly weak. How could you be so reckless? Ingyi leaned against Feng Luoxi, burying his head in her neck and inhaling deeply. The unique fragrance of her maidenhood revitalized him considerably. Sheer, you say Yi Xian is a monstrous genius. I naturally believe you. Since you can assist me in winning the wager, this drop of essence is of little consequence. Ingyi employed a clever ruse. He was well aware that Yi Xian was indeed a prodigy. A super prodigy at that, possessing imperial-level talent. Should he not meet an untimely end, his future achievements were beyond imagination. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Netherworld Divine Tower and the sacrifices of his family, he would wield boundless power. The reason for his words was to let Feng Luoxi know that he valued her opinion, trusted her, and adored her. This was not a ploy but rather an effort to provide her with a sense of security. The subtlety of this approach was impeccable. As expected, Feng Luoxi's fingers trembled slightly, her heart in disarray. He had given his essence to Yi Xian because of her. Indeed, Ingyi was not a reborn individual. How could he possibly fathom the terror that was Yi Xian? Had she not been reborn, and someone pointed to a scattered cultivator with severed meridians and a shattered Dao foundation, claiming he was a genius capable of dominating the world, she would have surely thought them mad. Yet Ingyi believed. Not only did he believe, but he also infused his precious essence into Yi Xian's body to reconstruct his Dao foundation. Feng Luoxi's eyes glistened with moisture. In that moment, she distinctly felt Ingyi's sincere feelings for her. Perhaps I should give him another chance. Chapter 41. I shall bear all consequences. After resting for a moment, Ingyi sat upright. In truth, he was not gravely harmed. Given his current strength, a drop of essence had little impact on him. How absurd! He was a formidable figure in the realm of kings. In this world, he was an invincible existence. If he were to become so weak over a single drop of essence, it would surely provoke laughter. However, without a performance, the desired effect could not be achieved. Moreover, Feng Luoxi was soft and fragrant, and nestled against her neck, he could see a delicate white cleft, a sensation of pure delight. Were it not for his younger brother's incompetence and the fear of being discovered by Feng Luoxi, he would have relished the moment longer. He needed to continue pressing forward. Whether in unifying his harem or liberating his younger brother, he must swiftly win Feng Luoxi's affection. He brimmed with confidence. In just half a month, Feng Luoxi's attitude had shifted significantly, from intent on killing him to sparing his life, and now to not disliking him, even willingly engaging in more intimate gestures at times. He felt immensely satisfied. Given enough time, he was certain he could make Feng Luoxi fall deeply for him once more. Are you not going to rest any longer? Ingyi's lips turned pale, and a flicker of worry passed through Feng Luoxi's eyes. Sensing the shift in his tone, she averted her gaze, hastily adding, You are the Emperor of Daqin. If anything were to happen to you, my grandfather would have no explanation. Ha, so stubborn, Ingyi muttered. What did you say? Feng Luoxi inquired, puzzled. Ingyi donned a smile, quickly replying, I said I feel much better now. Sheer, you are so soft and fragrant. After leaning against you for a while, I feel invigorated. If I could embrace you every night while sleeping, my cultivation would surely progress by leaps and bounds. Becoming a terrestrial immortal would be a mere trifle. Ingyi gazed at Feng Luoxi with longing. You are quite the chatterbox, she retorted, her lovely earlobes turning rosy as her heart raced like a startled deer. She had heard such sweet nothings before, but never from Ingyi. They were words exchanged between playful couples. Previously, she had found them foolish and trite, but when Ingyi spoke them to her, her heart swelled with joy and delight. If possible, she would gladly immerse herself in such beautiful lies for a lifetime. With a mischievous grin, Ingyi seized the moment when Feng Luoxi was distracted and planted a kiss on her pink earlobe. Feng Luoxi's cheeks flushed, and she clenched her fists, wanting to punch him, but ultimately could only cast a death glare his way. In truth, she did not mind the little intimacy, and in fact, felt a twinge of delight. Yet, she feared that if Ingyi obtained her affections too easily, he would not cherish her. Thus, she feigned anger, hoping to convey that she had yet to develop feelings for him. Ahem, Sheer, please do not be upset. Why, dear Sheer is so beautiful. How could I possibly resist? Upon seeing Feng Luoxi's irritation, Ingyi quickly confessed, I promise that next time I wish to kiss you, I shall inform you in advance, all right? You? Feng Luoxi, exasperated, recognized Ingyi's thick skin and chose not to argue further. Ingyi's smile broadened, and his gaze shifted to Yiling. Feng Luoxi felt a surge of anxiety. As if fearing Ingyi might uncover something, her delicate hands instinctively clenched. She is Yiling, Yixian's sister. When I arrived at the Yi family, it was just the two of them left. However, I was slow to act. Even if I had saved her, Yiling was already gravely injured. Ingyi gazed deeply at Feng Luoxi and sighed, gently ruffling her hair, speaking softly, You little fool, why must you explain everything to me? Ingyi smiled lightly. In this world, anyone can insult you, call you despicable and vile, but I cannot. He cradled her delicate face, his voice tender, because I know you love me dearly, even if the whole world betrays me. Only my Sheer will stand steadfastly by my side. Even if I were to become an enemy of the world and be scorned by all, Sheer would never abandon me. Therefore, what I mean is, no matter what my Sheer has done, it is always for my sake. You may explain yourself to others, but you need not do so to me, for I am the greatest beneficiary and thus unworthy of your explanations. Ingyi's gaze burned with intensity, his tone sincere. He was not speaking frivolously. Rather, he was genuinely grateful for the woman beside him in his previous life. Whether he had harmed the loyal or sacrificed cities for breakthroughs, she had steadfastly stood by him, weathering the storms and the scorn of the world in this life. He vowed to cherish and protect her, ensuring she would never suffer even the slightest grievance. Feng Luoxi's heart trembled, her vision blurred as she fought back tears. This statement shattered the last remnants of her resolve. It turned out that everything she had done was known to Ingyi, who understood her good intentions. Thus, even if it meant shattering herself to pieces, it was worth it. Sheer, Yiling's injuries are akin to Yixian's, but there is also a potent thunder poison. That must be your doing. Correct? Ingyi inquired softly. Feng Luoxi clasped her hands nervously, yet she would never lie to Ingyi. It was my doing. However, compared to Yiling's outright death, I have shown considerable mercy. Why Yiling was Yixian's sister and his vulnerability. Yet with Yixian's prodigious talent, it was only a matter of time before he reached heights unattainable by ordinary mortals. By holding Yiling, one could maintain an invincible position. Yet, psychological warfare was always paramount. As long as they remained ignorant of the truth, given Yixian's disposition, he would undoubtedly be grateful to her. Ingyi nodded and then teased Sheer. What if Yixian finds out? A genius prodigy. He had quite the temper. Should he discover that everything was a scheme, what would become of us? Feng Luoxi's expression remained calm. It is not we, it is I. With a tranquil demeanor, she stated, It was I who plotted against him. And it was I who incapacitated his sister. As for you, you are his savior. All of this has transpired without your knowledge. Therefore, whether he knows or not, he will remain loyal to you. You need not worry. I shall bear all consequences. Sheer, Ingyi's heart trembled, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He stood frozen in place, resembling a statue. It dawned upon him that Sheer had long considered everything within her world, which forever encompassed only him, As for others, even herself, she would sacrifice at any moment. Yet, what virtue did he possess to deserve such unwavering affection from her? At that moment, he yearned to revert to his former self. To elicit her disdain once more, however, emotions are inherently selfish. Particularly with the knowledge of Feng Luoxi's steadfast loyalty to him, he found it unbearable to relinquish this woman whose eyes were filled solely with him. Chapter 42. No need for self-despair. Name: Yiling Realm, none, severely injured, near death, talent, celestial grade cultivation technique. None, deprived. Ah, so it is indeed a celestial grade talent. Ying Yi raised an eyebrow. To him, celestial grade talents were not exceedingly rare, yet they were not commonplace either. What astonished him was that Dongwu County, situated at the edge of the Great Qin territory, had practitioners with exceedingly poor aptitude. To speak of celestial grade talent was almost laughable, for even human grade talents could be considered prodigious. A mere Yi family, aside from Yi Xian possessing imperial grade talent, Yiling also bore celestial grade talent, which was indeed intriguing. Yi Xian and Yiling's identities were not overly emphasized by the author, as they were mere supporting characters. Yet, following the author's typical narrative style, it was highly probable that their parents were either deceased or of royal lineage. Perhaps even offspring of a mighty being from a higher realm. Ying Yi had seen through it all. As a youth of the 21st century, well-versed in thousands of novels, he had encountered every conceivable trope. Given the current situation, there was little point in overthinking it. He subtly shook his head and proceeded to assess Yiling's physical condition. To his shock, he was met with a devastating sight. Ah, how brutal! Ying Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Her meridians were shattered, akin to Yi Xian's. Most crucially, the cold poison coursing through Yiling's body was beyond even his capabilities to resolve, save for breaking through to the realm of land deities and invoking the laws of heaven to forcibly expel the poison. Otherwise, she would remain a lifeless husk reliant on heavenly materials and earthly treasures for survival. It appeared Sheer had resolutely decided to ensure Yiling would never escape this fate, while Yi Xian would serve merely as a useful tool. Ying Yi was quite satisfied with Feng Luoxi's machinations. Based on Yi Xian's talent, he was destined for greatness. Such a formidable ally was not one he could afford to discard. Many believed that at this juncture, one simply needed to unconditionally support Yi Xian, acting as an angelic investor to reap future rewards. Yet, such an approach was akin to gambling. Not everyone possessed a conscience. Who could forget the tale of Tang San? A land deity from millennia ago, who ascended to a higher realm, leaving his mentor behind in the lower realm? His mentor, merely at the return to Source Realm, faced relentless retaliation from numerous hostile forces shortly after Tang San's departure. Tragically, his wife and children perished, and his family was obliterated. A century later, when Tang San returned, the world anticipated vengeance for his mentor. Instead, this ingrate merely inquired, "Where is Gongzi?" before re-entering the higher realm, never to be heard from again. Rather than placing one's fate in the hands of others, it is far wiser to seize the initiative. I am neither a gentleman nor a villain, yet in this world defined by the survival of the fittest, only through unscrupulous means can one endure. Ying Yi cast a glance at Yi Xian, his eyes devoid of any expression. Why, Yi Xian, I hope you become my most loyal blade. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Sister, sister. At this moment, Yi Xian's forehead beaded with sweat as he shook his head repeatedly, murmuring Yiling's name. Finally, he let out a roar. Qian Yi, you beast, let go of my sister. Yi Xian shot up suddenly, panting heavily. Upon seeing Yiling lying beside him, her aura feeble, her body encased in a thin layer of ice, and her lips a dark purple hue, he cried out, Xiao Ling, what has happened to you? Do not frighten your brother? Yi Xian poured a surge of spiritual energy into Yiling's body. However, instead of helping, her body acted like a colossal vortex, devouring his spiritual energy, rendering him unable to withdraw. Bang! Yi Xian desperately retracted his hand, only to find himself tumbling to the ground as the vortex seemed to dissipate from inertia. Your sister has been afflicted by cold poison, her meridians shattered. Her body is in a state of self-preservation, and within her, there seems to be a terrifying presence, though not act recklessly. The void trembled, a towering figure emerged, Ying Yi, clad in a black and gold dragon robe. radiated a faint golden aura. His already imposing stature made him appear akin to a deity, standing resolute. Predecessor, I implore you, save Xiao Ling. Please, save my sister. Upon seeing Yi, Yi Xian clung desperately to the last thread of hope. Pleading earnestly, surely, one capable of rescuing him from Qian, Yi must be an extraordinary hidden expert, capable of saving Yi Ling. Yi smiled wryly and shook his head. I must disappoint you. I can indeed mend your sister's meridians. But the cold poison within her is exceedingly tyrannical, beyond my ability to eradicate. Xiao Ling, Xiao Ling. Yi Xian knelt beside Yi Ling, weeping uncontrollably. Xiao Ling, if it weren't for my excavating the veins of the earth, how would I have provoked the Qin family? How could I have brought about this calamity, leading to our family's demise? It is my fault, all my fault. It is I who have wronged you. His voice cracked as he sobbed. Observing this, Yi realized the moment was ripe. He coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and spoke weakly, Enough, enough. Since I have saved your life once, what harm is there in lending my hand once more, predecessor? You? Yi Xian looked at Yi, his eyes glimmering with hope. Yi smiled faintly. I cannot save this girl, but I have a method to prolong her life. However, the cost is steep, enough to exhaust the imperial fortune accumulated over a century in the great Qian. Yi Xian knelt, beseeching, I, Yi Xian, vow to repay this debt with my life. Predecessor, I beg you. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Xian repeatedly knocked his head to the ground. Alas, Yi sighed. Rise, I have agreed to assist you. However, for a considerable time hence, you may not see your sister. I will send her to the dragon pool, where only there can she retain a glimmer of life. Dragon pool? Yi Xian's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Yi closely. The 9-clawed black and gold dragon robe, exuding an imposing aura, made him appear as an insurmountable mountain. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to merge with him, his realm undeniably terrifying. Yi Xian's throat felt dry as he stammered, Predecessor, could it be that you are the emperor of the great Qin in this generation? The dragon pool was the most mysterious and formidable existence within the great Qin. Its vast territory housed countless mortals and scattered cultivators, yet few knew of the dragon pool. He had learned of it from an elder. Upon hearing Yi mention the dragon pool and his intention to use it to preserve Yi Ling's life, Yi Xian immediately concluded that only the emperor of the great Qin possessed such authority. Yi smiled slightly. Now that you recognize me, you should know that I am not much older than you. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Brother Ing. Brother Ing. Yi Xian trembled all over, hastily waving his hands. No, no, no. My status is humble. How could I dare to call the emperor my brother? If word were to get out, the emperor would be ridiculed by the world. Yi scoffed with disdain, a proud smile gracing his face. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Who knows, one day you might leap like a dragon from the depths, gazing proudly at the heavens. Believe in yourself. Yi continued with a smile, though I am an emperor. What surpasses you is my lineage. Had you been born into the Ying family, you might well have surpassed me. Thus, Yi brother, do not succumb to despair. Chapter 43. Wutan City, Shaohuahua. Yi Xian was deeply moved. Qian Yi was merely a prominent family in Dongwu County, while Ying Yi was the sovereign of the Great Qin, whose domain encompassed innumerable Dongwu counties. The Qian family, arrogant and cruel, bullied the weak. Yet Ying Yi, in his exalted position and unmatched power, rendered Yi Xian a mere ant before him, with his life hanging by a thread. Yet, Ying Yi was so affable that it left him astounded. Brother Ying, Yi Xian finally addressed him. Ying Yi nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I shall take care of your sister's affairs. With a wave of his hand, Yi Ling vanished from sight. Yi Xian felt no anxiety. Rather, joy illuminated his face. He lacked power and influence and possessed no treasures that would incite Ying Yi's envy. Thus, there was no reason for him to deceive him. Since he had vowed to extend Yi Ling's life, he would undoubtedly fulfill that promise. Thank you, Brother Ying. My life from now on belongs to you. Though his cultivation was feeble, he was determined that one day he would become a figure like Brother Ying, clearing all obstacles for him. Yi Xian's expression was resolute. A peculiar glint flickered in Ying Yi's eyes. Indeed, this was the spirit. A prodigy with imperial-grade talent. If he were to truly grow, the potential would be terrifying. Yingyi's expression remained calm as he spoke. No need for formalities. I imagine you are quite puzzled as to why I am here and why I would go to such lengths to save you. Yixin scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he nodded. Yes, Brother Ying. You are the bright moon in the sky, while I am but a firefly on the ground. It seems impossible for our paths to cross in this lifetime. Moreover, I possess neither power nor treasures, and I am presently a mere shell of my former self. I truly cannot fathom why Brother Ying has treated me with such kindness. Why? Yixin chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yingyi slowly shook his head and spoke solemnly. Have faith in yourself. Since you harbor doubts, allow me to elucidate everything for you. With a deep sigh and a bitter expression, Yingyi continued. In truth, I have come to Dongwu County for your sake. Why? Yixin's body trembled slightly. Yingyi smiled gently. Listen to me until I finish, and you will understand. Yingyi furrowed his brow. Just half a month ago, I intended to amend the rules governing the ranking battles. Traditionally, these have been controlled by the aristocratic families and the academies, leaving no opportunity for independent cultivators. The realm of the Great Qin belongs to countless Qin people. How can we merely sweep our own doorstep? Alas, those self-proclaimed pillars of the nation, the capable and loyal ministers, have rejected my proposal in pursuit of their own interests. Clenching his fists tightly, Yingyi added. However, under the pressure of my strength, they eventually relented and agreed to a wager. The terms of the wager require me to find 3 independent cultivators to compete. As long as we can secure 2 victories against the disciples sent by the aristocratic families and academies, it shall be deemed my victory. Thereafter, I will have the authority to draft the rules of the ranking battles. Turning to Yixin, Yingyi declared earnestly, through secret methods and considerable resources, I have finally located 3 exceptionally talented independent cultivators. And you are one of them. Thus, Brother Yi, will you aid me this time? Yixin suddenly understood, but then his expression turned bitter. Brother Ying, I am now a mere husk. I fear I may be of no assistance to you. I do not fear death. If my demise could secure your victory, I would gladly embrace it. However, in my current state, to step forward would only serve to invite ridicule. Yingyi waved his hand with a smile. Rest assured, I have faith in you. Here are the resources for you. I will assist in restoring your meridians and foundation. With these rare herbs, I believe you will swiftly regain your peak, Brother Ying. As Yixin gazed upon the pile of spiritual materials, he was rendered speechless. Each herb was at least of the profound grade, with several of the earthly grade, and among them was even a heavenly grade herb radiating a pearlescent glow. Such a lavish gift was truly remarkable. What astonished him further were a heavenly grade martial technique and an earthly grade martial technique. For a moment, Yixin felt his throat in the impoverished Dongwu County. The Qian family had risen to prominence solely based on a fragmented earthly grade martial technique. Yet these 2 techniques were complete. Even at a mediocre level of mastery, obliterating the Qian family would be a trivial matter. Thank you, Brother Ying. With these treasures, I shall diligently train in the time remaining in half a month's time. I will either win or perish. Yingyi nodded slightly. In that case, I shall see you in half a month. This is a teleportation jade tablet. Infuse it with a strand of spiritual energy to activate the formation within, and it will transport you to the imperial capital. Thank you, Brother Ying. I will certainly come. Yingyi acknowledged with a grunt, his figure vanishing from the spot. Above the vast ocean, 2 silhouettes overlooked Yixin. Feng Luoshi furrowed her brow. Yingyi, is half a month not too short? I worry he may not break through to the earthly fiend realm. The butterfly effect in his previous life. Yixin had risen from ruin to prominence in less than half a month. She feared that her excessive interference might slow his ascension. Yingyi remained unconcerned. He sensed the awakening of the Netherworld Divine Tower. The tower was enigmatic. Were it not bound to reside within Yixin's body, he would have sought to seize it directly. Within, one could harness the terrifying powers of 3 distinct demonic beasts. If sufficient spiritual materials were consumed, one could achieve the astonishing ratio of 1 month inside equating to a mere day outside. Thus, Yixin lacked time, but rather, he required rare herbs. Although half a month seemed brief, it was ample for Yixin. With his imperial-level talent and the assistance of the small tower, ascending to the celestial garrison realm would be challenging. Yet reaching the earthly fiend realm would be a simple task. However, he could not disclose this to Feng Luoxi. Instead, he gently ruffled her hair and assured her, "I have faith in him, but I have even more faith in your judgment. Do not worry. Everything will be fine." Feng Luoxi cast a glance at Ying Yi, her eyes filled with emotion, yet she remained resolute. With the memories of 2 lifetimes, she knew many prodigies, such as Bai Yi and Li Shou. With a resigned shake of her head, she thought of the two. Their strengths were indeed commendable, but they were too cautious about their lives. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to involve them. Recalling the time they competed for treasure in the secret realm, many were left astounded. Bai Xiaofan, who had always played the role of the sixth wheel, was already quite shameless and fearful of death, but who knew that Li Changshe was even more so? Never revealing his true form and always appearing with a crafted doppelganger. Such individuals, who were overly cautious, were not ones she dared to gamble on. Shower. What are you pondering? Ying Yi inquired softly. Nothing. Feng Luoxi shook her head and then added, "This time I will utilize secret methods. Aside from Yixian, there is another person who should be able to assist us." Who? In Wutan City, Xiao Huohua. Chapter 44. Even if you are a pig, you should still have some accomplishments, right? Fully healed? Young man, you have encountered a benefactor this time. In a cave. Yixian sat cross-legged, fully refining a profound great elixir. His parched body was rejuvenated by a warm and soothing stream of energy, eliciting a contented groan. His current state was frail, and while there were earthly and half-heavenly great elixirs nearby, he could not refine them. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. The third level of returning to origin. At this rate, he would recover to the condensation realm in just 3 days. But this speed was insufficient. It was far from enough. Yixian clenched his fists tightly. Ying Yi had poured his heart into saving him, granting him such invaluable treasures. A scholar would sacrifice himself for a true friend. In half a month, even if it meant death, he would aid Ying Yi in winning the competition. However, in the realm of the Great Qin, the path of cultivation was dominated by the aristocratic families and academies. Those chosen to compete would undoubtedly be the best of the best. He did not fear death, but he dreaded dying without purpose. In half a month, he must elevate his realm to at least the earthly fiend level. Moreover, he must master this heavenly grade martial technique to its 3rd level of perfection. He could not let Brother Ying down. Yet, what should he do? Time was utterly insufficient. Yixian clenched his fists again. In the next moment, a voice filled with astonishment echoed in his mind. He was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. "Tower Master, is that you? Have you finally awakened?" Indeed, he had always known of the peculiar small tower's presence in his mind, which had existed since his birth. Unfortunately, it had only communicated with him once 3 years prior, imparting some insights on cultivation before falling into slumber. Now, upon awakening again, Yixian was rendered speechless with excitement. This small tower was no ordinary object. 3 years ago, its casual guidance had greatly benefited him, establishing a solid foundation. He sensed that with the tower's assistance, he would surely succeed in the upcoming competition. "You brat, what are you saying? If I hadn't awakened, who would be speaking with you? A ghost?" The small tower retorted irritably. Why? Yixian scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. The small tower assessed Yixian's body for a moment, then gasped in shock. "Brat, you truly have immense fortune. Although you have walked through the gates of the underworld, who would have thought you would gain such an opportunity?" Yixian looked puzzled. The small tower explained, "Within you lies a drop of blood, the essence of a powerful noble. This drop of essence is extraordinary. It even carries a trace of the ancient azure dragon's aura. Your foundation has not only been fully restored but will significantly benefit your future cultivation." Sensing Yixian's condition, the small tower paused. "Wait, did your ancestors save the great Qin emperor?" Yixian was utterly bewildered. "No. My Yi family only rose to prominence 100 years ago, and our ancestor was merely at the earthly fiend level. How could he possibly have saved the great Qin emperor's life? Then how did they give you their essence?" "Essence? What essence?" Yixian was left in a state of confusion. The small tower sighed. "Brat, you received a tremendous boon, and you are completely unaware? Fine, let me explain. Your meridians and foundation have evidently been tempered by a powerful force, making them 100 times more resilient than before. This is clearly due to that drop of essence. The essence is the source of a cultivator's power. Losing even a single drop would cause a decline in strength and lead to a prolonged period of weakness. Generally, the higher the realm of the cultivator, the slower the recovery of their essence. Not to mention a noble-level cultivator, who would need at least several years to restore their essence, all the while requiring the refinement of numerous rare herbs. So, do you understand why I said what I just did? The small tower was incredulous. I truly did not expect that a noble-level giant would give their essence to a dying person. How strange, truly strange. Has this world become so wondrous? Little Tower gasped in astonishment. Boom. His words struck Yi Xian's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him in a state of terror. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and stammered. Tower, Master Tower, could it be that you misperceived? Did Brother Ying truly give me his essence blood? Little Tower, clearly displeased, retorted, You little rascal, are you taking advantage of the situation while pretending to be innocent? Though I have fallen into slumber, I still retain awareness of the outside world. That Qian Yi, when he made his move, even I was startled, fearing for your life. And indeed, the situation was dire. Your meridians were severed, and your foundation shattered. I was nearly driven to despair in my sleep. Had it not been for Ying Yi's gift of essence blood, would you still be alive and kicking? Upon hearing Little Tower's words, Yi Xian's body swayed, and his eyes glistened with moisture. Brother Ying, rest assured, I will strive diligently and will not let your hopes down. He pondered what merit he possessed to earn such favor from Ying Yi. No wonder Brother Ying appeared so weak earlier and even spat blood. He had not anticipated that it was due to him giving his essence blood. Yi Xian closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Then declared in a somber tone, Master Tower, I must participate in a wager in half a month. Is there any way to elevate my cultivation level within such a brief time frame? He informed Little Tower of the duel's particulars. Little Tower spoke with an air of ease. Do not worry, half a month is ample time. My abilities have returned to a tenth, and I can leave your mind. When the time comes, you will enter the tower. Where time flows slowly, 1 day outside equals 10 days inside, and the abundant spiritual energy will yield high cultivation efficiency. Thank you, Master Tower, Yi Xian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. If this were indeed the case, those 15 days would equate to 150 days, sufficient for him to break through to the earthly fiend realm, perhaps even ascend to the celestial gang realm. Not a problem. Little Tower reassured him. However, I believe that cultivation does not necessitate arduous toil. Once you reach the earthly fiend realm, the first level of the tower will unlock. Within, there resides an ancient beast. At that time, you can wield its innate martial skills and power, sufficient to contend with celestial gang cultivators. However, as a precaution, you should also devote some time to learn the heavenly stage martial technique, Dragon Claw Hand, and the earthly stage movement technique to at least a minor accomplishment. Master Tower, is there enough time? Yi Xian's brow furrowed. Mastering martial techniques is exceedingly challenging, let alone the earthly and heavenly stage techniques. Achieving even minor success within such a short span seems implausible. Enough, certainly enough, Little Tower replied. Am I not here? Besides, Ying Yi has left you plenty of valuable resources. If you cannot reach minor accomplishment, would that not be a disservice to him? Earthly stage spiritual herbs, half-step heavenly stage herbs, and various spiritual items, coupled with my assistance, even if you are a pig, you would still achieve something noteworthy. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian gritted his teeth. Rest assured, Master Tower, I will succeed, without fail. Chapter 45. Silly Girl in the Qian Kuan Hall. After departing from Dongwu County, the two returned directly to the Imperial Palace. After placing Yi Ling in the Dragon Pool, they returned to the Grand Hall. Feng Luoxi furrowed her brow. Ying Yi, could this be too reckless? Yi Xian has yet to restore his cultivation, and even if he does, one person cannot withstand the 3 geniuses selected by the aristocratic families and academies. Not to mention the Sword Sea, Wang Ting alone could lead to Yi Xian's defeat. This wager must be won. Doing so would not only alter the ranking battle rules but, more importantly, allow for the appointment of the Academy's master. I have other candidates, and there is still time. Having a backup plan is never a mistake. Ying Yi smiled gently and shook his head. Do not worry, Sheer. I have faith in Yi Xian. Moreover, News from the southern barbarians indicates an invasion, and the situation is grave. At this moment, both you and I must remain vigilant in the imperial capital to guard against unforeseen events. Ying Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Initially, he had intended to head to Wutan City to recruit Xiao Huahua, but before he could reach halfway, news of the southern barbarian invasion reached him. The Great Qin was surrounded by enemies, with the barbarians being the most formidable. Although their civilization is primitive and they live a savage existence, their physical prowess and indomitable will make them exceedingly troublesome adversaries. Being in the imperial capital allows him to respond instantly to any disturbances in the southern region via the teleportation array. And with the governance of the nation and myriad political affairs, he cannot afford to be absent even for a moment. How he longed to be a carefree wanderer, despite possessing formidable cultivation. He finds himself confined like a prisoner within the vast cage of the imperial capital. Ying Yi sighed in resignation. To the outside world, he is the emperor of Great Qin, commanding vast territories with a mere gesture. Yet, only he knows how tedious and wearisome such a life can be. He had contemplated walking away, but having been chosen by the ancestral shrine and becoming the emperor of Great Qin, he could not forget the expression on his father's face as he lay dying, pleading for him to take good care of Great Qin. That look would forever be etched in his memory. Thus, even with a desire to traverse the world as a gallant hero, the burden on his shoulders, coupled with his father's hopes, binds him to this place. Feeling the loneliness in Ying Yi's eyes, Feng Luoxi's heart ached as if pricked by needles. She seemed to understand something. She wished to know why, in the last life, Ying Yi's heart had changed, why he no longer loved her, and even grew to resent her. In truth, it was she who had erred. You always sought freedom, yet I never inquired what you desired. I solely wished for you to become an unparalleled emperor, uniting the world, Feng Luoxi murmured to herself. I never imagined that my self-righteous love would cause you such profound harm. A tremor ran through her heart. In a wonder. No wonder the two who once shared such affection drifted apart shortly after Ying Yi's ascension to the throne, ultimately betraying the vows they had made. She had thought he had changed, but it was she who had transformed. Once, she only wished for Ying Yi's happiness, never realizing that he genuinely despised such a life. And Su Chaqing could provide him with carefree joy. Fortunately, in this life, she understands that it is not too late. Ying Yi, your empire, I will assist you in unifying it. You need only pursue your own path. But, you must not forsake me. Feng Luoxi's beautiful eyes lowered slightly. Mistaking Feng Luoxi's silence for worry over the wager, Ying Yi spoke soothingly, Shi'er, you need not fret. Your judgment is sound. Yi Xian gives me a very different impression. I believe he will certainly prevail. He was jesting. He had used his essence blood to heal Yi Xian and had sensed that the latter's golden opportunity had arrived. Moreover, now that his cultivation had returned to the source realm, his physical aura was rapidly increasing. Following this trajectory, with the help of the Ying Divine Tower, he would easily refine the spiritual items he had left behind and break through to the earthly fiend realm. If he recalled correctly, once Yi Xian broke through to the earthly fiend realm, he would be able to wield the power of the ancient beast on the first level of the Ying Divine Tower, rendering Sword Si and Wang Ting insignificant. Although both held great renown in Great Qin, they were pathetically weak when viewed against the vast expanse of the heavens. So return to the matter at hand. If Yi Xian were to lose, with his temperament, would he not insist on changing the ranking battle rules? After all, he is an esteemed figure of the princely realm. He is bound to have the temperament that comes with it. Ying Yi, I trust you. Feng Luoxi nodded slightly, though a hint of ruthlessness flickered in her gaze. Sword Si, Wang Ting. As time flowed, in the blink of an eye, 7 days had swiftly passed, leaving less than 8 days until the wager. Amid the jubilant cheers of Li Tianming and the aristocratic academies, a mournful wail echoed above the imperial capital. I in the Qin Huang Hall, useless, a bunch of useless fools. What good are you to me if you cannot even resolve a mere poison? Yet dare to call yourselves divine doctors? Ying Yi's face was ablaze with fury. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing several court physicians within the hall to gasp for breath, trembling on the ground. After a long pause, a white-haired doctor, appearing ethereal, finally stammered, Your Majesty, the poison in the Empress is a blood goo from the 10,000 domains. Once the blood goo takes root, it merges with the host's blood. Aside from the Tianshan Snow Lotus, there is no other remedy. What did you say? Ying Yi's eyes widened in shock. You said blood goo. Are you referring to blood goo? Ying Yi felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. His mind blank as he staggered backward. He was acutely aware of the potency of blood goo. Even a powerful martial emperor could not withstand its effects. Seeing this, Wei rushed to support him. After a while, Ying Yi finally regained his senses, bloodshot eyes clouded with despair. Blood goo? How could Sheer have been afflicted with blood goo? Your Majesty, the Empress urgently needed to break through her realm a few days ago and, upon hearing that there was a fire phoenix spiritual herb in the 10,000 domains, she took the risk to venture there. Chun Xiao knelt, weeping and pleading, Please, Your Majesty, save the Empress. Xiao Mian and Xiao Yin also knelt. Weeping bitterly, Ying Yi gasped for air, a wave of helplessness washing over him as his voice choked. This foolish girl. Why didn't she tell me about the fire phoenix spiritual herb? The 10,000 domains is a place even I would not dare to tread. How could she go alone? Now, it was futile to assign blame. All he could do was pray for Luo Shi's survival. Ying Yi turned to the imperial physician, his voice hoarse. Hua Yi, you just said that the Tianshan Snow Lotus can cure blood goo. Where can it be found? Your Majesty, the Tianshan Snow Lotus resides in the Xiefeng secret realm. Hua Yi hastily spoke. The Feng Shui secret realm. Ying Yi furrowed his brow slightly. He was no stranger to the Feng Shui secret realm, which conveniently lay within the eastern territories of the Great Qin. However, the secret realm was peculiar, as entry was restricted to cultivators under the age of 20. In a vague sense, he seemed to perceive Feng Luo Shi's intentions. Clenching his fists tightly, he involuntarily closed his eyes, thinking to himself, what a foolish girl, truly a foolish girl. I have absolute confidence in winning this wager. Why must you go to such lengths? Ying Yi's heart ached as he gazed at the sickly beauty on the bed. His expression one of deep sorrow. Chapter 46. The Imperial Decree. Away. Ying Yi's voice was low, resembling that of a ferocious tiger on the verge of rage. Your Majesty, Wei knelt, his body trembling. He had never witnessed the emperor in such a state. Not even on the day the previous emperor departed had he shown such grief and indignation. Issue the imperial decree. The imperial decree. The people present were taken aback. The imperial decree was the highest order that the emperor of Great Qin could issue. However, it was typically reserved for times of great peril for the empire or upon the ascension of a new emperor. In the thousands of years of Great Qin's history, the instances of issuing an imperial decree were few and far between. But now, unexpectedly, Ying Yi had directly issued one for the sake of Feng Luo Shi. Unperturbed by the thoughts of those around him, Ying Yi solemnly declared, Let it be known. All families, academies, and wandering cultivators under the age of 20 who can enter the Feng Shui secret realm and retrieve the Tianshan Snow Lotus shall be rewarded with a set of heavenly tier martial skills, a heavenly grade artifact, and several spiritual herbs. Every participant will receive a herb and 10,000 spirit stones according to their cultivation level. Boom. The crowd was left dumbfounded. The scale of this endeavor was astonishing. Heavenly tier martial skills were exceedingly rare in Great Qin, typically passed down only within top families and academies. As for heavenly grade artifacts, they were equally scarce. Even a national pillar like Luo Tianheng only possessed a damaged earthly tier artifact. Moreover, Ying Yi was offering substantial rewards to all participants. To say nothing of the imperial decree itself, any cultivator with even a modicum of sense would not dare to refuse such an opportunity. One could only imagine how many would participate. Everyone secretly marveled. It was said that Ying Yi was cold-hearted and had a poor attitude towards the Empress, even contemplating her removal at one point. Yet, witnessing his actions today, those rumors seemed as trivial as mere farts. He was risking everything to indulge her. The three women of Chun Xiao exchanged glances, each reading disbelief in the other's eyes. Reflecting on a month prior, they had been mere pawns in the palace's struggle for favor, constantly on edge, fearing they might provoke others, thus drawing Ying Yi's ire and incurring a death sentence. But now, not only was Ying Yi personally preparing meals for the Empress, he was even willing to issue an imperial decree and expend vast resources to ensure her recovery. In this moment, their dark suspicions shattered like glass. Your Majesty, the Emperor has changed his mind. You must be overjoyed when you learn of this. Chun Shao quietly recorded everything with a recording stone. Once the Empress recovered and saw how far the Emperor had gone for her, she would undoubtedly be deeply moved. In half a day's time, news of the Empress's poisoning spread throughout the imperial capital. What? How could the Empress be poisoned, especially with bloodworms? How is this possible? Could it be that the Emperor wishes to establish a new Empress or even assassinate the current one? The cultivators of the capital wore expressions of indignation. They had not anticipated that Yi would again contemplate the removal of the Empress so soon after a brief period of stability. Yet this time, his methods were even more ruthless. Did he not fear inciting public wrath? Not only did they harbor doubts, the Feng and Wang families, as well as various major families and academies, were also secretly speculating whether Yi was behind Feng Luoxi's poisoning in the Feng family. Feng Tiany's face turned ashen upon hearing the news. What on earth is happening? Why would Sheer suddenly be afflicted with bloodworms? Beside him, a woman wept softly. My poor daughter. Ever since she entered the imperial palace, she has known no peace. Just when the Emperor seems to have changed his heart, she suffers from bloodworms. What will I do if something happens to my unfortunate daughter? Father, it must be that wretched Yi's doing. Feng Tiany's face was filled with rage. I knew he was feigning affection to placate us, only to turn on Sheer afterward. His heart still lies with that woman? Foolish. Feng Wudao scolded mercilessly. If the Emperor truly intended to harm Sheer, why would he release me? Is it merely to have me witness Sheer's demise? Father, but why did Sheer suddenly succumb to the worm poison? Feng Wudao sighed, his gaze complex. This girl is truly infatuated. Looking at Feng Tianyi, he spoke solemnly. Do not delve too deeply into this matter. However, Sheer's affliction is certainly not the Emperor's doing, on the contrary. The Emperor has shown her nothing but affection in recent days. Humph. It has always been said that emperors are devoid of feelings. Feng Tianyi scoffed, and no matter how much Yi dotes on Sheer, now that she is ill, what can he do for her? Can he issue an imperial decree? Will he risk everything to save her? Feng Wudao's brows furrowed. The imperial decree. This is the highest order of the Great Qin. It should never be issued unless absolutely necessary. Though Sheer is the Empress, her weight pales in comparison to that of the state. How could Yi possibly take such action? Head of the family, news from the imperial palace. A monumental announcement. What news? Feng Wudao's old eyes narrowed slightly. The family attendant, panting for breath, quickly relayed. Head of the family. The imperial palace has announced that His Majesty has issued an imperial decree, instructing all families, academies, and wandering cultivators, anyone under the age of 20 and at the level or above, that if they enter the Feng Shui secret realm, they will receive 10,000 spirit stones and a herb. Furthermore, if they can obtain the Tianshan Snow Lotus, they will be rewarded with heavenly tier martial skills, heavenly grade techniques, and several spiritual herbs. What? Feng Wudao and the others were left in stunned silence. The most vociferous among them, Feng Tianyi, trembled visibly. While others might not grasp the significance of the imperial decree, they were all too aware that heavenly tier martial skills, heavenly grade techniques. Feng Tianyi swallowed hard, a pang of guilt rising within him. It appeared the Emperor truly cared for Sheer. Feng Wudao closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, his throat hoarse. Sheer, you have not misjudged him. Your vision remains as keen as ever. The Emperor's actions for your sake will surely bring you joy upon learning of them. After a moment of silence, as they digested this shocking announcement, Feng Wudao spoke somberly. Send Xiao Yuan to the Feng Shui secret realm. Given Sheer's predicament, her brother will undoubtedly be unable to sit idly by. Yes, Father, I will immediately contact Xiao Yuan and instruct him to make haste to the Feng Shui secret realm. In this generation of the Feng family, aside from Feng Luoxi, there was also a younger brother, Feng Luoyuan, and an elder brother, Feng Luoqing. Feng Luoqing was stationed to guard a territory, while Feng Luoyuan, now the prodigious disciple of the Jixia Academy, had already broken through to the earthly fiend realm at the tender age of 16 and happened to be in the imperial capital, making him the perfect candidate to visit the Feng Shui secret realm. The news of the imperial decree spread like wildfire throughout the imperial palace. Upon hearing this news, countless individuals were taken aback. The imperial decree? The Emperor has actually issued an imperial decree. Who would claim the Empress was harmed by His Majesty? If that were the case, would he go to such lengths? they had not anticipated the emperor's deep affections. He was willing to issue an imperial decree for the empress's sake. Yet, did he not fear being criticized by the censorate? Chapter 47. Rulers and Subjects. Luo Yuan understands in a flash. The major families and academies of the imperial capital quickly dispatched their disciples to respond. With the issuance of the imperial decree, they could not remain passive. Moreover, completing the task would yield tremendous benefits. In the Li family. Li Tianming's expression grew solemn as he pondered. In front of him stood a young man of 17 or 18. Tall and robust, wielding a heavy sword on his back. His presence emanated a powerful sword intent that commanded respect. He was none other than Jian Hai, the foremost prodigy of the Jixia Academy. A super genius at just 18 years old, already at the celestial phenomenon realm. At his side was Yin Ri, the head of the Jixia Academy, enveloped in flames, his hair a fiery red, donned in a crimson robe. His demeanor cold and detached. Lordly, how could the empress suddenly be afflicted with blood worms? And the antidote happens to be within the Feng Shui secret realm? Yin Ri's eyes narrowed slightly. The timing was too coincidental, occurring less than 8 days before the wager. The Feng Shui secret realm was strange, only accommodating cultivators under the age of 20, fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to death within. Li Tianming replied indifferently, "This is not our concern." Regardless of whether the empress's poisoning was intentional or not, the emperor has already issued an imperial decree. If the families and academies do not dispatch their most exceptional prodigies this time, what will the millions across the realm think? What will the emperor think? Li Tianming spoke with conviction. In any case, this time all the prodigious talents from the families and academies must be mobilized. Even if it is indeed a scheme, it is an undeniable open plot. Go retreat even a step is to fall into an abyss. Yin Ri clenched his fists, astonished that the empress was still the cunning figure she had always been. Not only was she a schemer, but she could also act decisively against herself. How unfortunate that the emperor and the empress had maintained a harmonious relationship. How much better it would have been had things remained as they once were. Enough, Li Tianming reprimanded. We are both ministers of the Great Qin. What do you mean by this? Under the scorching sun, Yin Ri pouted, eager to dispute, yet ultimately could only mutter an apology. Li Tianming cast a deep glance at Yin Ri and solemnly remarked, Palace Master Yin, we are both ministers of the Great Qin, and it is only natural for our political views to diverge. After all, the Emperor's commands are not always infallible. However, our objectives must align, that is, to strengthen the Great Qin for eternity, at any cost, even if it means incurring the wrath of the Dragoness might. Yes, Yin Ri understands, he replied, bowing, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Li Tianming slightly nodded, stating that this time, no matter the cost, they must return with the Tianshan Snow Lotus. The Empress, revered throughout the realm, is a boon for the Great Qin as long as she remains. Jian Hai, this is the Xuanhua armor, crafted from the fusion of Tianjing Xian iron with exotic flames. It is an earth-grade magical artifact, impervious to both water and fire, capable of withstanding even the frigid depths of the sealed snow secret realm. His tone grew grave. This time, we must, at all costs, locate the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Yin Ri's eyes widened in surprise. The Xuanhua armor was one of the rare treasures of the Li family. He hadn't expected it to be offered for the sake of the Empress. Jian Hai stood frozen, startled by Li Tianming's generosity. Speak your gratitude to Lord Li, Yin Ri admonished softly. This is an earth-grade artifact. Even my master possesses but one. Jian Hai clasped his hands and, in a deep voice, expressed, Jian Hai is immensely grateful to Lord Li for bestowing this treasure. I shall undoubtedly return with the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Very well, I entrust this to you. Li Tianming replied with a smile and a nod as he exited the Li manor. A fierce glint flashed in Yin Ri's eyes. Old fool, do you truly believe you could have attained this position without your usefulness? How dare you lecture me? It is akin to courting death. With fury igniting in his gaze, he turned to Jian Hai and warned, once we enter the sealed snow secret realm, tread cautiously. Moreover, Yin Ri paused, channeling a strand of spiritual energy into Jian Hai's ear. Merely act the part. The sealed snow secret realm is fraught with peril, and with the Empress relying on the Feng family, she could become a target for His Majesty at any moment. If the Tianshan Snow Lotus cannot be secured, do not bring it back. Understood, master, Jian Hai replied earnestly, nodding with sincerity. Yin Ri, with a sigh of exasperation, patted his head. Go, and be vigilant in all matters. This is a teleportation talisman. It may save your life when the time comes. He tossed the jade pendant hanging around his neck to Jian Hai before vanishing without a trace. Jian Hai scratched his head, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, master, I promise, even if I obtain the Tianshan Snow Lotus, I shall not bring it back. Beneath the waves of the Tsangming Sea, Yin Ri halted, unable to suppress a chuckle. This foolish boy, in the sealed snow secret realm. Thousands of cultivators gathered by the heavens. Is that Li Hao, the direct descendant of the Li family? And Feng Luoyuan from the Feng family. Not to mention Wang Tang, the second-rank prodigy on the celestial rankings. My word, Jian Hai is here too. Nearly 90% of the super prodigies from the 4 great academies have arrived. What a magnificent spectacle! Many cultivators were rendered speechless in astonishment. These paragons of the heavens rarely crossed paths. Yet today, aside from those in secluded meditation, all the prominent talents had gathered. Those in the know whispered in awe, His Majesty has issued an imperial decree. Even if the aristocratic families and academies hold grievances against him, they cannot act recklessly when the Empress's life is at stake. Indeed, who could withstand the Emperor's wrath otherwise? Yet, how fortunate is the Empress to receive such imperial favor. Recently, there were rumors of her being deposed. Absurdity. Those spreading such slander should swallow 1,000 needles. As the multitude of cultivators traversed towards their destination, they understood they were mere spectators, yet witnessing these remarkable talents brought them immense satisfaction. The entrance to the sealed snow secret realm loomed as a suspended black hole, a world unto itself. Elder sister, I shall surely procure the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Among the throng of thousands, one individual stood out, his youthful visage adorned with determination. Behind him, 2 pairs of fiery wings flickered, granting him unmatched speed. He was Feng Luoyuan, the younger brother of Feng Luoshi. Just as Feng Luoyuan pressed forward, the void before him trembled, revealing a fissure through which a majestic figure emerged. Feng Luoyuan's eyes widened, instinctively kneeling. Feng Luoyuan, pays respects to your majesty. Yingyi helped him up, his expression grim. Others may kneel before me, but as the brother of Shi-Er, you need not bow from now on. Simply address me as brother-in-law. A tremor coursed through Feng Luoyuan's heart. He was well aware of Yingyi's temperament. In his youth, he often trailed behind him, affectionately calling him brother-in-law or brother. However, since Yingyi ascended to the throne, he had shown nothing but disdain towards his sister, and by extension, Feng Luoyuan had faced numerous punishments, even once being beaten by a group of peers while Yingyi looked on. His eyes filled with contempt, ultimately confining him in isolation for an extended period. The result left him with a leg injury for a year, transforming the once lively child into a cold and distant figure. Save for Feng Luoshi, I dare not. Your Majesty, the separation of ruler and subject is clear. Does your Majesty have pressing matters to discuss with Luoyuan? Chapter 48. Can you lend me a helping hand? Feng Luoyuan's expression was devoid of warmth, tinged with detachment. Yingyi's lips moved as if to speak, yet ultimately, no words emerged. Under the influence of Su Chaqing's protagonist aura, he had treated the Feng family with unrelenting cruelty, not only towards Feng Luoshi but even Feng Luoyuan, who almost became a cripple due to him. Sigh. The debts owed are truly numerous. Recalling the once sunny and cheerful child who would follow him around, sharing treats, and the times Feng Luoyuan would sneak into the palace with his sister to keep watch while he was confined, Yingyi felt a pang of bitterness. Regarding his disdain for Feng Luoyuan, he found no face to seek forgiveness. Little Yuan, wear this clothing and hold onto this jade token. It contains my full power strike from my peak. The sealed snow secret realm is fraught with danger. You must proceed with utmost caution. And Yingyi continued to impart numerous cautions, lingering in the air, reluctant to depart. Feng Luoyuan shuddered. The scene before him echoed the memories of the Yingyi he dearly missed. Yet, alas, everything has changed. Feng Luoyuan caressed the azure robe in his hands, placing the jade token within his bosom before stepping into the black hole. Inside the black hole lay a world draped in silver. Many cultivators who entered immediately shivered from the cold, with some opting to leave outright. Roar. Within the secret realm, demonic beasts roamed freely, accompanied by numerous bizarre plants. The Tianshan snow lotus awaited atop the eastern snow-capped mountains. They must hurry. The sealed snow secret realm had existed for centuries, with millions of cultivators having ventured within. It was no stranger to them. Yet it remained a formidable challenge. Within the realm, celestial-grade demonic beasts lurked. Yet most were at the origin realm. For these prodigies, as long as they did not delve too deeply into the secret realm, they would face no peril. After all, they knew the secret realm like the back of their hands. Many examination contents were conducted within the sealed snow secret realm. Similar to Feng Luoyuan, there were also Wang Ting of the Wang family, Jianhai of the Jixia Academy, and several other renowned prodigies, all making their way swiftly towards the mountain summit. However, unbeknownst to them, since entering the sealed snow secret realm, a wisp of blood energy had emerged from Jianhai, Wang Tong, and the other prodigies. Converging deeper into the realm, Yingyi sighed heavily. Though he could not enter, he could observe every movement within the secret realm. Sheer, why must you go to such lengths? A bitter smile graced Yingyi's lips. He was certain Feng Luoxi was afflicted by blood poison, undoubtedly seeking to eliminate the prodigies from the aristocratic families and academies. Yet this foolish girl, Yingyi couldn't help but sigh. After 2 lifetimes together, he understood Feng Luoxi's nature. She would do anything for him. Her obsession, her fragility, was overwhelming. I fear this may disappoint you. Whether it be Jianhai or Wang Tong, they are the pillars of the new generation of the Great Qin. I cannot allow them to perish here. Moreover, I wish to keep the struggles within the court from affecting these innocent souls. In his previous life, despite the continuous conflicts with the aristocratic families and academies, they were merely disagreements in political views. Whenever Great Qin faced peril, they spared no effort to fend off demonic beasts, sweeping across the southern savages and resisting the 6 nations. This time, in this wager, he would rather lose than sever an arm and harm these prodigies. Besides, with Yi Xian's awakening of the underworld divine tower, how could he possibly lose? Within the secret realm, Jianhai and the others gathered at the mountain peak. Yet the spiritual pressure above was formidable. Reaching it required not only substantial spiritual energy but also extraordinary physical prowess. Jianhai, seeing the situation, leaped up, while Feng Luoyuan and the others showcased their skills. As the foremost individual of the Jixia Academy and the leading figure of the younger generation, Jianhai's strength was evident. Swiftly approaching the summit, yet the overwhelming spiritual pressure descended abruptly. The Tianshan snow lotus, so near yet seemingly insurmountable, appeared as if it were separated by an insurmountable chasm. Damn it. The spiritual pressure atop the mountain peak is far beyond what a cultivator of the Tiangang realm can withstand. Jianhai, a prodigy with exceptional talent in both spiritual and physical cultivation, finds himself unable to ascend further. Feng Luoyuan's expression is one of distress. As for who can acquire the Tianshan snow lotus, he is immensely pleased, for it is the sole means to save his sister. Observing Jianhai stalemated below, unable to reach the summit, a grim look crosses his face. Behind him, Wang Ting is contorted under the immense spiritual pressure. The Fengshu's secret realm has been opened for centuries, with only a scant few achieving the summit. Otherwise, treasures like the Tianshan snow lotus would have long since flooded the world, rather than remaining as rare as they are today. What shall we do now? Inquires a young woman clad in a flowing robe, her demeanor lively. Her name is Hua Yunshang, the foremost prodigy of Yunling Academy, though she still falls short compared to Jianhai. Everyone, why not join forces? Feng Luoyuan states solemnly. Relying solely on an individual's strength will not suffice. Only by merging all our spiritual energy into one vessel can we hope to succeed. Wang Ting furrows his brow, voicing his concern, but with just the few of us, even if we drain our own spiritual energy, we cannot aid Jianhai in reaching the top. The group shares a collective frown. Feng Luoyuan gazes at the thousands of figures below, all striving desperately to ascend, their teeth gritted in determination, refusing to yield. Brothers, push on. We shall surely succeed. Damn it, this spiritual pressure is overwhelming, but it shall not hinder my steps. Thousands of cultivators press forward. some even bearing injuries to their vital organs, yet they persist in their ascent. This group of loose cultivators truly underestimates their own capabilities, Wang Ting notes coldly. The distinction between loose cultivators and disciples of noble families is readily apparent to them. The reckless ones are the loose cultivators, while the prudent ones maintain their distance. They hold a deep-seated disdain for these loose cultivators, viewing them as a collection of talentless fools without any resources for cultivation. Akin to the lowest of ants in this world, merely gazing upon them feels like a blemish on the eyes. Most of the loose cultivators are at the spirit realm, with scarcely any reaching the return to origin realm. Their comical attempts to climb higher provoke laughter. I truly cannot fathom why the Emperor would alter the ranking battle rules for them. Their participation is nothing but a waste of time. Hua Yunshang scoffs. Feng Luoyuan sighs in resignation, acknowledging that the loose cultivators are simply too weak to contribute any genuine power. Let the disciples of noble families come to assist us in our ascent. Wang Ting suggests nonchalantly. Hua Yunshang nods slightly, and together with Feng Luoyuan, they descend from the peak, entering a small group of noble family disciples. Esteemed junior brothers and sisters, the spiritual pressure at the summit is formidable. Might we request your assistance? Senior Sister Hua, the disciples of noble families share a common bond. We have come to aid the Emperor and Empress, and thus we shall exert ourselves to the utmost. A slightly older youth steps forward. Hua Yunshang recognizes him as the young master of Xinglua Academy, a formidable figure at the earthly fiend realm. Indeed, when the Emperor and Empress are in peril, we cannot remain idle. Speak, Senior Sister Hua, what shall we do? All the disciples of noble family step forth, none retreating. Witnessing this, Jianhai and his companions cannot help but smile. Although the noble families may not be favored by the Emperor, their internal unity and willingness to dedicate themselves to the Qin dynasty is commendable. Feng Luoyuan expresses his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters, for your willingness to assist. We need only to gather our spiritual energy and channel it entirely into Jianhai's body. Combining our strength to aid him in reaching the summit, he instructs. Understood, Feng brother Dai Ti is merely spiritual energy, and I have plenty to spare. Let us commence. The crowd eagerly prepares. Ultimately, under Feng Luoyuan's guidance, Jianhai adjusts his state, and over 1,000 disciples of noble families mobilize their spiritual energy, awaiting the signal to unleash their power. Ha ha ha, today we shall show these rustic fools that they are not even in our league. Indeed, our noble family disciples are united, and they shall not interfere with our path to cultivation. Let them witness our strength. The noble family disciples have historically looked down upon loose cultivators, regarding them as discarded remnants unworthy of comparison. Even in the same vicinity, they would disdainfully distance themselves. A bunch of useless wretches, clear the way. Do you not see we have matters to attend to? Many loose cultivators struggle to climb the peak, but their already feeble realms leave them battered, unable to ascend even a fraction of the distance. On what grounds do you insult us? Are the noble families so remarkable? A loose cultivator retorts. Fists clenched in anger. Indeed, we wish to contribute our meager efforts. How dare you look down upon us? Many loose cultivators glare defiantly. The noble family disciples scoff derisively. A pack of useless wretches, as long as you don't cause trouble. That would be enough. You think you can help? How laughable. Exactly, a bunch of useless beings. The strongest among you barely reaches the condensing yuan realm. What assistance could you possibly offer? I wager they are only here to bolster numbers. Hoping for the Xian-level treasure and those 10,000 spiritual stones, they jeer. Ha ha ha, a pitiful bunch of beggars, relying solely on these meager resources for cultivation. How utterly lamentable, you. Many loose cultivators seethe with indignation, ready to retaliate. Among them, a dignified loose cultivator at the condensing yuan realm steps forward to intervene. Let us step back and not waste their time. But they? The loose cultivator shakes his head, solemnly stating, let us not forget why we are here. If we can obtain the Tian Shan Snow Lotus, what does it matter if we endure some insults? Lin Yi steps forward, cupping his hands in apology. Esteemed brothers, we shall withdraw. It is evident that Lin Yi holds considerable standing among this group. With his command, the thousands of loose cultivators exchange glances and retreat to a safe distance. A clever lad. A female disciple of the academy mocks, "If you wish to enter the Jixia Academy in the future, I could plead on your behalf to have you assigned to clean the toilets." You? The loose cultivators seethe with rage, but Lin Yi calms them, urging them to step aside. Addressing the gathered loose cultivators, he says, "Brothers, let us not forget our purpose. They have come not merely for the 10,000 spiritual stones or the Xin-level treasure, but for the Emperor and Empress." Over the past 3 years, the Emperor and Empress have enacted numerous decrees, allowing them to cultivate in peace, free from the constant fear of being slaughtered by the disciples of noble families. Indeed, loose cultivators once held a lowly status, forced to avoid the disciples of noble families at all costs in their presence. One must maintain a distance of at least 100 meters. It was not uncommon for disciples of noble families to vent their frustrations by indiscriminately slaughtering loose cultivators, only to receive a mere warning in return, as if their lives were of no consequence. It was only after Feng Luoxian ascended that several decrees were issued, granting loose cultivators the tranquil existence they enjoy today. Moreover, they have heard that the Emperor and Empress intend to alter the ranking battle rules, allowing them to fully integrate into the Qin dynasty. Regardless of the outcome, they cannot allow themselves to witness the Emperor and Empress perish before their eyes. Thus, countless loose cultivators flock to the capital, eager to risk their lives for the chance to obtain the Tianshan Snow Lotus. With their anger suppressed, the loose cultivators withdraw to a considerable distance. Observing this, Hua Yunshang sneers, "Very well. Let these useless wretches retreat. Let us begin." Over 1,000 disciples of noble families extend their palms, releasing a brilliant cascade of light that converges upon Jianhai. This sensation. A hearty smile breaks across Jianhai's face as the spiritual pressure weighing upon him suddenly lightens. Yet, it is still insufficient. He struggles to ascend a few more steps, with only a minuscule distance remaining. But the Snow Lotus remains just out of reach. "Everyone, exert yourselves once more, brothers. Let us give it our all. Do not hold back. Let these rustic fools see our prowess." The crowd pushes themselves to the brink, channeling their final reserves of spiritual energy into Jianhai's body. Gradually, individuals begin to lose consciousness. 1, 2, 3. Seeing this, the nearby loose cultivators rush to assist, only to be met with scornful rebukes. "Get lost. Do you think you are worthy of helping us? Humph. Take a good look at yourselves. The disciples of noble families may be weak, but even now, they refuse to allow loose cultivators to join, as the mere thought disgusts them." You? The loose cultivators clench their fists tightly, ultimately refraining from interference. Their hesitation stems not from fear, but from concern that their well-meaning actions might yield detrimental consequences. Gritting their teeth, they endure. Finally, Jianhai takes another step forward. Hold on, we're almost there. We must endure, brothers, just a little longer. We can do this." More voices encourage them, but nearly half of the cultivators are pale and have collapsed. They disregard their own well-being, pouring every last ounce of spiritual energy into Jianhai's body, leaving nothing behind. In their current state, even an ordinary person could easily slay them. Damn it, we are so close, just a little more. The veins on Jianhai's forehead bulged grotesquely, and his eyes gleamed a fierce red, the overwhelming spiritual pressure contorting his features into a menacing snarl. He had long since forgotten the words of wisdom imparted by his master. His singular focus was on obtaining the Tianshan Snow Lotus, not merely for the Empress, but in honor of the sacrifices made by his countless brothers and sisters. 8 gates Duanjia. Open! Jianhai roared, his voice reverberating with intensity as his aura surged, his physique expanding to resemble that of a diminutive gorilla. His garments disintegrating under the strain, revealing his powerful physique. Tianshan Snow Lotus, yield to me. Chapter 50. Tears Fall. Jianhai took a colossal stride forward, reaching out to pluck the Tianshan Snow Lotus. At that very instant, within the esteemed confines of the Jixia Academy, the pendant hanging from Jianhai's neck radiated with a shimmering light, enveloping him in its glow. In the secret chamber, Yin Yu furrowed his brow, envisioning Jianhai's current state, his countenance twisted in rage, veins protruding ominously, a clear sign of exhaustion. He merely needed to feign effort, yet this impetuous brat was exerting himself to the utmost. "You little rascal, just wait until you return. I shall have my reckoning." Yin Yu's expression darkened. The demise of Feng Luoxi was a boon to him. Her existence had disrupted countless plans, and who would have guessed that the one to rescue her would be this foolish apprentice? A source of great vexation. Within the snow-sealing secret realm, chaos ensued as the crowd erupted in elation. The Tianshan Snow Lotus was within their grasp. Yet, at that moment, the ground trembled violently. What is happening? Why do I sense such a formidable disturbance? Panic spread as the realization dawned. A horde of beasts was approaching, thousands of ferocious creatures surging forth. With a thunderous roar, the earth quaked as a dark mass of beasts descended, overwhelming the thousands of cultivators who seemed diminutive in their presence. Quick run! Some disciples of noble families and academies felt their legs weaken, immediately withdrawing their spiritual energy, frantically fleeing toward the exit of the secret realm. Stop! Don't run! Wang Ting bellowed. We are so close. Just a bit more effort is all it takes. The originally fearful crowd gritted their teeth, summoning every last ounce of strength. Some disciples appeared ashen, acutely aware of their slim chances of survival. Their spiritual energy completely depleted, escape was impossible. They resolved to channel their remaining energy into Jian Hai, praying he could carry the Tianshan Snow Lotus to safety. Roar! Awoo! Thousands of ferocious beasts charged forward, led by a massive azure python of the earthly fiend realm, its body wreathed in azure flames. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and smoldered, turning the surrounding 10 meters into ash. Following it was a frenzy of beasts composed of spirit realm and origin realm creatures. In ordinary circumstances, this beast horde would be inconsequential. Even facing 1,000 disciples from noble families would be akin to cutting through vegetables. Yet now, with their spiritual energy exhausted, even an ordinary person could overpower them, let alone the approaching horde. It's over. It's all over. What shall we do? Despair settled in. If death is inevitable, then we shall take the Tianshan Snow Lotus with us. Please, don't come any closer. Many disciples from noble families turned pale. Having been raised in comfort, they had never witnessed such a scene. The academy disciples, however, fared somewhat better. Many had endured hardships in their youth before their talents were recognized, allowing them entry into the academy. Hence, more of them resolved to fight to the death rather than retreat. Damn it, let us fight these bastards. Fight! They've chosen the opportune moment to strike, taking advantage of our exhaustion. Such treachery is despicable. What choice do we have? We're doomed either way. Barely a third remained standing. Many collapsed in unconsciousness, and once the beast horde arrived, they would be ground to dust without effort. Damn it, what are we to do? The expressions of the crowd were grim. Yet in the next moment, they were all taken aback. In the distance, thousands of scattered cultivators charged toward them, igniting confusion. What are they up to? Are they attempting to take advantage of our plight? Damn it, do they truly think we are mere fish on a chopping block? Anger surged among the crowd. But soon, their indignation was extinguished, their eyes widening in disbelief. They beheld the lower-ranked cultivators hoisting the unconscious disciples of noble families and fleeing the secret realm. As for those above the origin realm, they charged into the beast horde at Lin Yi's command, ready to shield their comrades from the onslaught. You all take the Tianshan Snow Lotus. We will hold back these beasts, Lin Yi shouted. Instantaneously, the disciples of noble families trembled, wanting to speak but finding their voices lost. Kill! Slay these beasts. If they wish to pass, they must first slay us. The scattered cultivators surged forward. Alas, within moments, over 100 of them fell victim to the trampling of the beasts. Without magical artifacts for protection or formidable techniques, they wielded only iron rods and ordinary swords. Watching their comrades fall one by one, they did not retreat an inch. Instead, their eyes burned with fury as they fought desperately. Die. All of you. Die. One scattered cultivator had his left arm bitten off by a wolf demon. Seemingly oblivious to the pain as he swung his blade at the beast, only to find himself no match for the creature. The wolf demon, mocking him, severed his other arm, then came his left leg, followed by his right. The wolf demon reveled in the carnage, while the bloodied cultivator, limbs severed, laughed maniacally even as he faced his end. Ha! Beast, I am a cultivator of the great Qin. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. With a thunderous explosion, the cultivator self-destructed, the wolf demon's eyes widening in horror as it attempted to flee, but the overwhelming force consumed it, reducing it to a mist of blood. This scene played out in every corner of the battlefield. A raging tiger demon broke free from its encirclement, charging toward the disciples of noble families. Yet, a scattered cultivator, whose leg had been bitten off, clung desperately to its foreleg, gnawing at it with his teeth. The tiger demon roared in fury, its body shaking violently. The scattered cultivator's head exploded, but his grip remained steadfast. "Beast, return to me," behind him. Several other scattered cultivators fought valiantly against the tiger demon. The gruesome spectacle struck a profound chord among the lofty disciples of noble families. Why are they doing this? We have done nothing to them. Many disciples' eyes brimmed with tears, realizing they had never fathomed that one day they would weep for these lowly beings. Jianhai and his companions stood in stunned silence. Thousands of scattered cultivators had halted the beast horde, suffering grievous injuries, yet they pressed on fearlessly, sacrificing their lives for mere moments of delay. "Quick, we must escort them to safety." The frail scattered cultivators desperately hoisted the unconscious disciples onto their shoulders and carried them away. Yet the beast horde was relentless. The scattered cultivators could not hold the line. Soon, several beasts breached their defenses, seemingly following a command, their sights set solely on the disciples of noble families as they surged forth. Upon seeing the approaching beasts, the scattered cultivators' legs trembled, their faces drained of color. Ultimately, they closed their eyes and charged forward. "Be careful!" Shouts rang out from the disciples of noble families. But in the end, the scattered cultivator was consumed by the beasts. Those aiding in the rescue were all at the spirit realm, utterly incapable of withstanding a single attack from the beasts. The scattered cultivators in the front lines fought fiercely. But escape was nearly impossible. "Take them away. We will draw the beasts." A ragged, tattered scattered cultivator, only at the third level of the spirit realm, charged before the beasts, willing to sacrifice his precious life for even a moment's delay. Such self-sacrifice was a continuous stream. Knowing they would perish, they pressed forward with unwavering resolve. This horrific scene moved many disciples of noble families to tears. "Get lost, you ants! Why do you seek to save us? Leave! Do you truly wish to die here? Do you think that by doing this we will respect you?" Chapter 51. "Why do you wish to save me?" The scattered cultivators remained undeterred, steadfast in their resolve, sacrificing themselves to save others. A scattered cultivator hoisted a young woman dressed in fine silk, her attire starkly contrasting with his tattered garments. "What is there to question?" The scattered cultivator's voice was hoarse. The woman trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. "Why do you save us? You could easily escape. Why sacrifice your lives for us?" The scattered cultivator smiled, albeit bittersweet. "Because you are worth saving." His voice cracked. "You disciples of noble families have looked down upon us, reveling in our suffering. We despise you, truly. We do. Why, dearest brother, fell at your hands. Yet, the world is cruel, and some things must be done. Great Qin is home to billions like us, but you are the future of Great Qin. So few in number, as long as you exist, Great Qin will not perish. As long as you survive, countless ordinary lives will be spared. I admit, I loathe you, but we understand the despair of oppression and slaughter. We do not wish to see the common people experience such despair as well. You may not regard us as human, but our actions today are not for you, but to save the lives of countless citizens of Great Qin. We are acutely aware that the stability of the Great Qin hinges solely upon your survival. Despite the pervasive darkness of the times and the hardships endured by the common folk, their plight pales in comparison to the torment inflicted upon them by the Six Kingdoms, who have reduced them to mere fodder for monstrous beasts. In an instant, a tremor coursed through the woman's body, rendering the noble scions present in a state of utter bewilderment. Their expressions were clouded with confusion, as an overwhelming dread enveloped their hearts. This fear eclipsed even the specter of death itself, rendering the roars of the beasts insignificant to them. The four from the sword sea trembled, a tumultuous wave of emotions rising from the depths of their souls. Memories of their oath upon entering the palace flooded their minds. For the sake of countless generations, we shall usher in peace. Yet, They had always gauged the tranquility of the realm by the expanse of its territory, oblivious to the heart-wrenching struggles faced by the scattered cultivators and the commoners. Whether in prosperity or ruin, the people suffer. Sword C murmured, ultimately breaking into a sorrowful smile. Sword C, Luo Yuan, how foolish we have been to regard ourselves as prodigies, often fantasizing about expanding the Great Qin's territory and safeguarding its peace for eternity. But is not true peace ultimately about allowing the weak to live in comfort? Yet, today, the Great Qin may have achieved relative calm, but what of them? Externally, they faced slaughter by foreign tribes. Internally, they were subjected to humiliation by their own kind. If such is the case, what value does peace hold? Roaring, the thousands of scattered cultivators faced the grim reality, with over half either severely injured or dead. The earthly fiend Realm Blue Python rampaged through the crowd, wreaking havoc upon the scattered cultivators. Hold on, just a little longer. They urged, even if it costs us our lives, we must buy time. Brothers, charge. The scattered cultivators pressed forward, witnessing their comrades fall, trampled and reduced to mere flesh and blood by the beasts, causing the four from Sword C to tremble with fear. Damn it, you useless wretch, have you not yet recovered? Wang Teng's eyes glistened with rage, directing all his fury at Sword C, with a determined nod. Sword C channeled his internal energy, reaching for the Tianshan Snow Lotus. The terrifying pressure caused chaos within him, his meridians swelling as blood oozed from his pores, his face contorted in agony, making his suffering painfully evident. You foolish child, what are you doing? Inside the secret chamber of the Jixia Academy, Yin Yu was on the brink of fury. Sword C was risking everything, potentially fracturing his foundation in a last-ditch effort. Sword C, Brother Jin. Hua Yunchang and Feng Luoyuan looked on with hearts heavy with compassion. Wang Teng felt a tremor in his heart, aware that Sword C was fighting desperately, yet there was no alternative but to fight with all he had. Sword C, should anything happen to you, I will sell the Wang family to ensure your healing. Feng Luoyuan echoed his sentiment, equally moved. He had not anticipated that Sword C would exhaust his internal energy, a perilous act that could lead to the severing of his meridians or, worse, death. Brother Jin, regardless of the outcome, my Feng family owes you a debt of gratitude. We will spare no effort to ensure your safety. With a pained roar, Sword C pressed forward, unwavering, and seized the Tianshan Snow Lotus, pulling it free. Rest assured, I, Sword C, am not so weak, do not underestimate me. Clenching the Tianshan Snow Lotus tightly, he felt his consciousness wane as his body plummeted to the ground. Brother Jin, Feng Luoyuan rushed to catch him, ensuring a steady landing. Seeing this, Wang Ting leaped down from the mountaintop, his face a mask of murderous intent. You scoundrels, how dare you force me to owe my life to these lowly ants? I shall annihilate you now. Fewer than half of the thousands of scattered cultivators remained. Many were grievously injured. Only a few hundred could still fight. Wang Ting gripped his silver spear, thrusting it towards the blue python. As the Tianshan Snow Lotus was plucked, the other noble scions and academy disciples sprang into action, their internal energies nearly depleted, yet witnessing the scattered cultivators' relentless struggle reignited their resolve to join the fray. Die! A scattered cultivator fought valiantly, but his feeble equipment proved insufficient against the monstrous beast, leaving only a superficial wound upon the wolf demon. This action incited the wolf demon's fury. Roar! It bellowed, its massive jaws snapping towards him. The scattered cultivator, undeterred, wore a grim smile, taunting, "Come on, beast, devour me." With a maniacal laugh, he raised his blade, offering no defense, resigned to his fate, having prepared for sacrifice long ago. As the wolf demon's paw descended, he slowly closed his eyes. Tears streaming down his cheeks, at last. Is it over? Beast, you seek death. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted beside the scattered cultivator. A noble academy disciple brandishing a long sword stood before him, cleaving off the wolf demon's head in one fell swoop. Go! He grasped the cultivator's sleeve, hurling him towards the exit of the secret realm. The other noble disciples followed suit, faced with the scattered cultivators being besieged. They cast aside their previous disdain, rushing into the fray with every ounce of strength, rescuing one scattered cultivator after another. They The many scattered cultivators were left in shock. This group of noble disciples was actually saving them, even risking injury to bring them to safety. Friend, step aside. Allow me. The azure giant python swept through the crowd, the hundred scattered cultivators retreating in disarray. Lin Yi, drenched in blood, struggled desperately to prevent the beast from advancing further. Just as exhaustion threatened to overtake them, a figure wielding a golden spear appeared, radiating brilliance. With a single thrust, the spear pierced through the azure python. "Are you all right?" Wang Ting furrowed his brow. Surveying the crowd, noticing their injuries, he quickly produced several healing elixirs. "This is a small recovery pill and a blue spirit pill. Take them immediately." Chapter 52. The Enclosure of the Snow Demon Dragon. Esteemed ones. This chapter serves as a brief transition. In an instant, all scattered cultivators were rendered speechless with astonishment. In their eyes, these noble disciples had always looked down upon them, considering them lowly and weak, a target for ridicule. Even among the ordinary noble disciples, Wang Ting, as the scion of the foremost family, stood as a paragon in their minds, akin to the radiant moon in the sky, unmatched by any. Yet now, he personally offered them elixirs with genuine concern. Even saving their lives, what was happening? Quickly, take them. These inferior elixirs are not worth much, Wang Ting urged. Several cultivators, having lost too much blood, appeared pale. Without immediate treatment, they risked fainting and losing their cultivation, leading to irreversible consequences. Upon hearing this, shame washed over the scattered cultivators. Their lowly status meant they had no access to training resources. To them, the small recovery pill and blue spirit pill were treasures beyond compare. Trading them at the apothecary could yield 10 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to half a year's earnings, sufficient to provide a month's worth of good food for their families. I am fine. I shall not waste the blue spirit pill. One scattered cultivator forced a smile, tucking the 2 pills away, despite his trembling legs and the long trail of blood on his back, clearly struggling to hold on. Except for the severely injured, the rest hesitated to consume the elixirs, carefully wrapping them in cloth and stowing them away. Wang Ting opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately let out a heavy sigh. Standing before them with his back turned. "You all go ahead. I will take over." The phrase, "the wealthy feast while the poor freeze," resonated in his mind, its meaning now profoundly clear. Regrettably, he was but one among the multitude of noble disciples. And even if he wished to act, he was constrained by circumstance. Perhaps in 8 days' time, during the contest, Wang Ting's eyes narrowed, as if resolved, and he brandished his spear, standing firm against the onslaught of 1,000 beasts. "Lin Yi, we?" The scattered cultivators turned their gaze toward Lin Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi considered rushing to Wang Ting's aid, only to be intercepted by a figure. "Retreat for now. We shall handle the rest," Feng Luoyuan said solemnly. The scattered cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. He quickly clarified, "This is not intentional. It is simply that you are gravely injured. Allow us to take the lead now. Indeed, fellow cultivators, let us handle what remains." Sword C managed to rise, a testament to youth and resilience, his physique robust and unwilling to fall easily. "Your task is complete. Let us take over from here." With that, the noble disciples lined up before the scattered cultivators, fiercely battling the beasts. Though their internal energies were depleted, their physical strength remained, augmented by their weapons, making them far superior to the scattered cultivators. As the 2 forces clashed, the noble disciples quickly gained the upper hand. And in the blink of an eye, hundreds of beasts lay slain, their blood soaking the earth. Witnessing this scene, the scattered cultivators were left speechless in a so powerful. Truly the noble disciples, their strength is enviable. Impressive indeed. Lin Ye's admiration was palpable, though a hint of bitterness lingered in his heart. Yet, regrettably, Lin Ye's gaze dimmed. Among the scattered cultivators, he had always been regarded as a prodigy, yet before these true paragons, he felt utterly insignificant. "I will surely succeed." Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly. One by one, the monstrous beasts fell, culminating in a final thunderous crash as the last beast met its end as they surveyed the battlefield strewn with beasts. The scattered cultivators were overcome with intense excitement. These creatures were laden with treasures, If sold, they would fetch a handsome sum. A single beast of the origin-returning realm could easily yield several hundred low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, beasts such as the Gale Wolf come at a steep price, reaching as high as 700 to 800 low-grade spirit stones. Alas, it bears no relevance to us. Gazing at the disciples of the noble families and academies, the scattered cultivators could not help but sigh. The law of the jungle, unchanging since time immemorial. They undeniably pay an unparalleled price, yet the spoils of victory ultimately belong solely to the disciples of the noble families and academies. The situation is quite favorable. Outside the secret realm, Ingyi could clearly witness all that transpired within. The unity of the noble family disciples, the fearlessness of the scattered cultivators, and the mutual assistance between the two. Was this not precisely what he aimed to establish in the Great Qin? He never expected that Shi'er's unintentional act would lead to such harmonious coexistence between the noble family disciples and the scattered cultivators, a remarkable stroke of fortune. Ingyi's gaze sparkled with excitement. With the Tian Shan snow lotus successfully plucked, his thoughts began to flow once more. The internal strife within the Great Qin, akin to the overwhelming influence of the noble families and academies, was but one aspect. They amassed countless resources for themselves, gathering all the chosen ones under their banner. On the surface, they were students of the emperor, yet in reality, they were merely puppets under the control of the Academy's master. Were it not for the unwavering loyalty of the Academy masters over the millennia, internal chaos would have been inevitable. As the sovereign, he had no desire to be perpetually constrained by the noble families and academies. Thus, he must dismantle their power and reclaim control over the academies. The second issue lay in the deep-seated animosity between the scattered cultivators and the noble families, even more profound than that towards the beasts. Every preceding emperor of the Great Qin had sought to resolve this dilemma. If only the scattered cultivators and the noble family disciples could coexist peacefully, the Great Qin would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Regrettably, despite a millennium of effort, no progress had been made. Yet now, everything seemed to hold promise. He turned his gaze towards Lin Yi, a smile gracing his lips, recognizing a promising talent. Name: Lin Yi Realm. Second layer of the condensed origin realm, Meridian Obstruction. Innate absolute body, talent, saint-level technique. None the Great Qin truly harbors a plethora of prodigies. Aside from Yi Xian and his companions, Lin Yi's talent was equally formidable, astonishingly reaching the saint level. Ingyi could not help but marvel. Throughout the Great Qin, those with talents surpassing the saint level were exceedingly rare. He did not anticipate that Lin Yi, being born with a fatal flaw, would possess such a talent, greatly increasing the likelihood of ascending to the martial emperor realm in the future. It seems my approach was not misguided. The base of scattered cultivators is vast, and most true prodigies lie within. However, due to various reasons, they remained undiscovered in their youth, thus delaying their cultivation. Ingyi felt a pang of emotion. Were it not for his heart-eating demon eye, he would never have discerned Lin Yi's extraordinary potential. Yet now that he was aware, he would certainly nurture him well. Ingyi smiled faintly, however, with the commotion emanating from within the secret realm. His smile abruptly froze. The frozen snow demon dragon, a beast of the sky sovereign realm. Ingyi furrowed his brow. The frozen snow demon dragon was the true sovereign of the frozen snow secret realm, typically residing in its deepest recesses. Yet this time, Shi'er had employed tactics to lure it out from its depths, intending to bring demise to Jian Hai and his companions. Shi'er, my dear girl, Ingyi chuckled bitterly. Nevertheless, he felt no great concern. This was precisely the moment to test the fortitude of the noble family disciples. Only through experiencing life and death could they fully awaken the potential within them. Perform well, I shall be watching. Chapter 53. The first time someone protects me. The frozen snow demon dragon. Wang Teng's eyes quivered violently, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. The frozen snow demon dragon of the sky sovereign realm was the true overlord of the frozen snow secret realm. The frozen snow secret realm imposes stringent restrictions, permitting only cultivators under the age of 20 to enter. Yet, across the entire realm, spanning 7 nations plus the wilderness and the lands of the demon tribes, who could possibly reach the sky sovereign realm by the tender age of 20? Thus, the frozen snow demon dragon had thrived unchecked within the secret realm until now. Run, Quickly, Wang Ting bellowed. Ordinary, scattered cultivators remained immersed in the spoils of over 1,000 beasts, oblivious to the existence of the frozen snow demon dragon due to their limited strength. But in the next moment, a shadow loomed above them, a vast dark cloud hanging ominously, beneath which two enormous crimson suns slowly unfurled. A roar erupted, savage and terrifying. The dark cloud suddenly spread its wings, revealing a deep black creature resembling a western dragon, with blood-red eyes, manifesting before all. Its wings beat fiercely, unleashing an immensely powerful gale that uprooted trees and shattered boulders. The overwhelming pressure caused the gathered crowd to tremble, their knees buckling as if they bore the weight of a mountain, slowly bending as if to submit. This scene left both the scattered cultivators and the noble family disciples in a state of shock. Frozen in place, a sky sovereign realm demon. Such beings were exceedingly rare throughout the Great Qin, and even if they existed, they were unattainable. Awaken! Feng Luoyuan was the first to regain his senses, shouting loudly, his voice resonating like a shockwave that roused the others. Jian Hai and Wang Ting wore grave expressions. While it was feasible to confront foes of a higher realm, the opponent was a sky sovereign realm beast. Having existed in the frozen snow secret realm for years, perfectly attuned to the secret realm's energies, defeating it would be akin to chasing a pipe dream. What do we do now? Wang Teng's face darkened, his knuckles white as he gripped his spear, veins bulging on the back of his hand. We fight. Jian Hai's fists clenched tightly, his aura flickering weakly, his injuries still unhealed. Feng Luoyuan spoke solemnly, Wang. Jian, the frozen snow demon dragon is ferocious, having always dwelled in the depths of the secret realm. Its emergence this time is undoubtedly due to some underlying reason. I will hold it off. You must evacuate everyone. No, if anyone should stay, it should be me. My realm is higher than yours, and I am older. It is unacceptable for you to remain. Wang Teng interjected hastily. In the past, he might have directed all his animosity towards the scattered cultivators. Yet, after the recent series of events, he realized that true strength does not stem from brute force alone, but from always harboring a compassionate heart for the weak, being able to shield them when disaster strikes. Jian Hai spoke gravely. Enough, you two weaklings. How many times have I defeated you? Let me handle this. Jian Hai's eyes brimmed with intense fighting spirit, his aura rising steadily. Upon witnessing this, Feng Luoyuan smiled involuntarily. Since they all wished to play the hero, they might as well do so together. He donned a set of azure robes adorned with mysterious patterns, his earthly fiend realm cultivation unmistakable. Wang Ting mirrored this, his spear radiating brilliance, his aura surging like a rainbow. The three of them were resolute in their determination to fight to the death. Yet, in the final second before they engaged, Wang Ting's figure flickered. Appearing before Lin Yi. What is your name? Wang Ting inquired, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi was taken aback. If memory served him correctly, this individual was Wang Teng, the young master of the Wang family. Ranking second on the Great Qin prodigy list. Lin Yi. Lin Yi. Wang Ting murmured, then nodded earnestly. Brother Lin, I have a request. Please grant it. Lin Ye's lips turned pale, his fists clenched tightly as he hoarsely replied. Whatever it is, I, Lin Yi, will comply. However, I hope Brother Wang can promise me one thing first. What is it? I hope you can help me deliver this letter to a lady named Luo Jin at the Chunfeng Fuxing Tavern in the southern region. After this matter is resolved. Lin Ye's eyes glimmered with tenderness as he spoke, his voice hoarse. Tell her that I no longer wish for her. Wang Teng trembled slightly, then laughed heartily towards the sky. Brother Lin, I fear I cannot fulfill this request. You? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Wang Teng chuckled. Brother Lin, the three of us plan to hold off the frozen snow demon dragon. You must swiftly evacuate the scattered cultivators. Our strength may be lacking, but we will fight to the death. I hope Brother Lin will assist us and act quickly. With those words, Wang Teng let out a hearty laugh, gripping his spear tightly as he lunged first at the frozen snow demon dragon. Dare to harm our Great Qin cultivators? Today shall be your demise. Feng Luoyuan smiled elegantly. Brother Wang, you truly disregard the rules. What, do you wish to claim all the credit for this? He transformed into a streak of light, a green phoenix manifesting behind him as he unleashed a sword beam towards the demon dragon. Wait for me. Jian Hai hastily soared into the air, donning a set of crimson armor as he wielded a massive iron hammer, aiming for the demon dragon's head. Are they protecting us? The three of them radiated brilliance, wielding their artifacts valiantly as they engaged the frozen snow demon dragon. This scene left all the scattered cultivators in a state of astonishment. And Lin Yi stood frozen in place as well. He had anticipated that Wang Tong would use them as sacrificial pawns. Such occurrences were all too common, yet he never expected that this time Jian Hai, Wang Tang, and Feng Luoyuan would risk their lives to shield them from the frozen snow demon dragon's onslaught. All three were prodigies, ranked among the top 10 on the Great Qin Prodigy list. If they truly wished to flee, they would not remain here. Brother Lin, what should we do? A wave of unprecedented emotion surged within the hearts of the scattered cultivators. This time, they were being protected by others. Let us go. Lin Yi waved his hand dramatically, swiftly hoisting the fallen rogue cultivator, be it wounded or lifeless, as he desperately made his way towards the exit of the secret realm. The formidable power of the Frost Snow Dragon was terrifying. Remaining here would squander the hard-won chance of escape that Jian Hai and his companions had fought for. The rogue cultivators retreated like a receding tide. Jian Hai and his companions dared not let their guard down, engaging in a fierce back and forth with the Frost Snow Dragon. Fortunately, the dragon's strength had been sealed, preventing it from unleashing its full peak power. Nonetheless, dealing with it proved to be a considerable challenge for the trio. This Frost Snow Dragon of the Void Realm was a match even for Yinyang Realm beasts. What to do? This creature is far too powerful. The rules of the secret realm had been refined by it, allowing it to predict our attack angles in advance. Feng Luoyuan furrowed his brow. Armed with the azure robe gifted by Ying Yi, he positioned himself as a shield in front, yet his slight frame could hardly withstand such abuse. Moreover, his spiritual energy could not be replenished. Wang Tong's expression darkened. The inability to restore spiritual energy meant there was no retreat. They either had to slay the Frost Snow Dragon or perish here. Feng Luoyuan spoke solemnly. When I entered, His Majesty bestowed upon me a token imbued with the full power of his peak attack. However, the peculiarities of the secret realm worry me that the Jade Token's effectiveness may diminish. Can the two of you sense any weaknesses in this beast? I will seize the opportunity to activate the token and inflict severe injury upon it. The next chapter, titled Escape, began with great excitement. Jian Hai and his companion were pleasantly surprised, clearly not expecting Feng Luoyuan to possess such a treasure. They lamented inwardly how generous Ying Yi truly was. A full-force strike from a sovereign realm powerhouse was a treasure that could not be exchanged for mere spirit stones. Even for Ying Yi, crafting such a treasure would require considerable rare materials, yet he had provided Feng Luoyuan with such a protective boon, demonstrating an extraordinary affection. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of admiration. Rumors had circulated that His Majesty and the Empress were at odds, yet this moment revealed a profound bond between them. Not only had His Majesty issued imperial edicts for the Empress, but he also showered Feng Luoyuan with numerous treasures. While a full-force strike from a peak sovereign realm powerhouse was indeed remarkable, the azure robe Feng Luoyuan wore was a genuine celestial-grade artifact. Such artifacts were exceedingly rare even in the entire Great Qin dynasty. His Majesty's generosity was truly astonishing. Wang Tong clicked his tongue, feeling a pang of envy as the legitimate heir of the Wang family. His treatment paled in comparison to that of Feng Luoyuan. Feng Shidi, I will engage in close combat. You look for the right moment to use the token, Jian Hai declared, his massive frame resembling a human form of Mount Tai. Yet he moved with remarkable agility, reaching the Frost Snow Dragon's front in the blink of an eye, swinging his mighty hammer down with ferocity. The Frost Snow Dragon lashed its massive tail, and Jian Hai narrowly dodged, though his armor was singed by the dragon's fiery appendage, leaving a gaping hole. Such terrifying flames! Jian Hai was internally horrified. This armor, a terrestrial-grade artifact bestowed by Li Tianming, should withstand attacks even from Void Realm powerhouses, yet it had been burned through by these flames. Without this armor, he would have been in grave peril. What is he thinking? Has he lost his mind? What do I care if he lives or dies? I have invested years into nurturing him, only for him to save a bunch of insignificant ants in the confines of the secret chamber. Yin Yu paced anxiously. He had no concern for Wang Ting and Feng Luoyuan, But Jian Hai was his disciple. Who could have predicted such reckless behavior that nearly drove him to madness? He had merely instructed him to pretend for a moment, yet it seemed he had taken it to an extreme. As the battle raged on, Yin Yu's eyes suddenly brightened with Joyin, the secret realm. Feng Luoyuan seized the moment. As Jian Hai provoked the Frost Snow Dragon, he darted to its underbelly, activating the Jade Token under Wang Ting's protection. A tremendous force erupted, piercing through the dragon's abdomen. With a deafening roar, the Frost Snow Dragon bellowed, its blood gushing forth like a stream, cascading onto the earth as it fled in a panic. This strike had pierced its innards, robbing it of its ability to resist. Now's our chance. Kill it, Feng Luoyuan commanded, raising his sword to strike at the dragon's head. Jian Hai and Wang Ting followed suit, launching their attacks. However, all their efforts were thwarted by a protective barrier surrounding the Frost Snow Dragon. This beast had already fused with the secret realm. Unless the realm itself was obliterated, it would persist, and even in its injured state, it would soon recover. Damn it! Feng Luoyuan exclaimed, feeling helpless. Yet, he found solace in the fact that they had managed to inflict such significant damage. But soon, they witnessed Jian Hai recklessly charging towards the dragon, clambering atop its massive head, desperately clawing at the icy scales that shimmered with a chilling blue hue. Jian Hai, get away! Are you out of your mind? Feng Luoyuan cried out in alarm. Despite the dragon's grievous wounds, its wrath could easily spell demise for Jian Hai. Having just expended his essence, Jian Hai was now in a weakened state. The scales on the dragon's forehead were priceless. Cultivated over a century, possessing extreme ice attributes capable of dispelling the inner chaos that plagued many powerful cultivators. Such treasures were coveted by countless practitioners, yet the Frost Snow Dragon was a rare breed. Mostly residing in the demon realm, aside from the Frost Snow secret realm, no second dragon had ever been seen within the Great Qin borders. Jian Hai, retreat! Wang Ting shouted furiously. Yet Jian Hai seemed oblivious. Surrounded by a halo of luminescence, tiny blades within it slicing into his flesh, in the blink of an eye, he was drenched in blood, yet he clung fiercely to the dragon's scales. How can he be so foolish? Yin Yu fumed, vowing to give Jian Hai a sound thrashing upon his return. With unwavering resolve, Jian Hai gritted his teeth. Almost there. Just a little more. His master had been tormented by the flames for years. Unable to elevate his cultivation, suffering nightly from the searing pain, I must obtain this, he bellowed. With a pained roar, the Frost Snow Dragon writhed in agony, and Jian Hai, utterly exhausted, fell from its colossal form like a leaf from a tree. Jian Shixiang, Jian Hai, Feng Luoyuan, and Wang Ting quickly channeled their energy to catch him. Jian Shixiang, are you all right? Jian Hai, pale and blood-soaked, collapsed into Feng Luoyuan's arms. I'm fine. Here, take this. It's the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Deliver it to His Majesty. We have successfully completed our mission. A simple smile graced Jian Hai's face. Feng Luoyuan hastily declined. Jian Shixiang, this is your hard-fought treasure. It deserves to be delivered in person to His Majesty. Especially considering the celestial-grade artifact, celestial martial techniques, and numerous cultivation resources it entails. Jian Hai shook his head. No, just give it to you, Feng Shidi. He silently mused, having promised his master not to bring the Tianshan Snow Lotus out. If he did, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating. Haha, I'm clever. I picked it, but I'm giving it to Feng Shidi. That way, I haven't broken my promise to my master. Enough, Feng Shidi. Please accept it for now. We can discuss it later. The severity of Jian Hai's injuries was alarming. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have perished by now. Wang Ting furrowed his brow. Though he and Jian Hai were adversaries, they were also brothers. The bond among strong individuals was vividly demonstrated amongst these exceptional talents. Unlike the other 6 nations, rife with deceit, the disciples of the Great Qin's aristocratic families and academies exhibited an astonishing unity. Free from exclusion, even refraining from underhanded tactics to vie for resources. Their contests were always conducted openly. This is why the aristocratic families and academies had such deep roots and immense power in the Great Qin. In the aftermath, outside the secret realm, wails echoed throughout the landscape, with a third of the rogue cultivators meeting their demise within. Among the survivors, aside from a handful, The rest lay battered and barely clinging to life. Old Li, the Dao foundation has shattered. There's no saving him, one rogue cultivator lamented, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at his fallen friend. Yet, another rogue cultivator, with a smile upon his face, replied, "It's all right. This time, we have shown those aristocratic heirs the strength of us ants. Even ants can bring down an elephant. Let us see if they dare to underestimate us again." Though such words are uttered, the sensation of vital energy ebbing away within him causes tears to involuntarily cascade down the cheeks of the wandering cultivator. His family of 4, father, mother, and fiancé, all perished at the jaws of a monstrous beast. He vowed to avenge their deaths, enduring countless hardships along the way, driven to the brink time and again for a mere fragment of cultivation resources. After arduous efforts, he had finally stepped into the realm of qi condensation, igniting a flicker of hope, but the sudden upheaval left his heart ashen. Observing his turmoil, a brother beside him, with blurred vision, murmured, "Old Li, do not grieve. I shall surely avenge you." The cultivator managed a strained smile. Patting his shoulder, "I can hardly contain my joy. Do you see them?" He gestured towards the thousands of disciples from noble families, who, in this endeavor, had suffered nearly no casualties. They are the true stabilizing force of the great Qin. With their presence, the monstrous beasts shall surely be vanquished. Although not for my sake, I find solace in this. Such dialogues transpired in every corner. They had risen from obscurity. This world is merciless, and treading this path was compelled by necessity. Many among them began cultivating only after their homes were ravaged by beasts. "Fear not, I am unscathed. My worthless life can be exchanged for theirs. Worth it." He laughed heartily. "Why weep? I have not shed a tear. Rest assured, the Empress shall be saved this time, and the disciples of noble families have survived. There is no regret. Forgive me, my brother. The promise to slay the beasts together may have to be broken this time." A pall of gloom enveloped every wandering cultivator. Only they could empathize with the emotions of the moment. Hua Yunshang's heart trembled. The gathered disciples from noble families looked upon the wandering cultivators with complex emotions, those whom they had never regarded as human. The wandering cultivators bore severe injuries, many gravely wounded. "Can you?" Hua Yunshang hesitated momentarily but summoned the courage to offer assistance to the wandering cultivators. She understood that this was a significant deviation from the norm, contradicting the noble family's attitude towards wandering cultivators. Yet the memories of the events within the secret realm tormented her. These wandering cultivators had fought for their lives to buy them time. "Senior Sister Hua, this is the spiritual medicine I have accumulated over the years. Do you think it will suffice?" "Senior Sister Hua, I possess medical knowledge. Let me diagnose them, brothers and sisters. Had it not been for their rescue, we would likely have perished from our grievous injuries. This is my storage bag. Everything I have collected over the years is within. Today, I shall present it all." As several individuals stepped forward, more disciples from noble families began to share their medicinal resources. Numerous disciples even personally tended to the wounded wandering cultivators. "Thank you all so much," Hua Yunshang expressed, touched. She had not expected that her plea for the wandering cultivators would not be met with scorn and derision, but rather with unified support. In that moment, her convictions began to waver. Perhaps the actions of the noble families were not entirely justified. Indeed, the world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. But weakness and strength should only exist between adversaries or different races. They should not apply to their own kind. Suddenly, a mesmerizing scene unfolded. The disciples from noble families sprang into action, producing countless healing elixirs to aid the severely injured wandering cultivators. Even in their weakened state, they utilized their energy to heal the wounded. This behavior, unprecedented since the founding of the Great Qin, showcased an extraordinary harmony. The disciples of noble families, who had always looked down upon the wandering cultivators, now acted with compassion. You all?" Li Yu's brow furrowed, instinctively recoiling. Could it be that they had overheard the disparaging remarks and now sought revenge? A nearby wandering cultivator quickly rose, positioning himself protectively in front of him. Eyes alert, his throat visibly constricted with tension. To his surprise, the other party bowed deeply, sincerity radiating from their demeanor. "Fellow cultivators, thank you for your timely assistance during our expedition in the secret realm. What you said earlier was indeed not inappropriate. The mayfly shaking the tree is laughable, yet today I have witnessed that even a mayfly possesses the power to alter the course of events. I was indeed narrow-minded. The noble disciple sighed, speaking earnestly, your foundation is shattered. I have an elixir. Take it now. As for the other injuries, I shall tend to them. With that, he handed Li Yu a pill, infusing him with vital energy to alleviate his internal injuries. Moments later, the noble disciple quietly departed to assist the next individual. Liu and his companions stood in stunned silence, as if caught in a dream. Did he save me? They exclaimed in astonishment. I and the great Qin. The animosity between the noble disciples and wandering cultivators was second only to that directed at the monstrous beasts. Never had they anticipated such a harmonious scene. A wandering cultivator murmured, boldly, perhaps there has always been a misunderstanding between us. Outside the secret realm, with the noble disciples stepping forward, an abundance of healing elixirs emerged, as long as there was even a breath of life. They could be saved. In an instant, the relationship between the two sides warmed significantly. Laughter and conversation replaced the previous disdain and contempt. The wandering cultivators suddenly understood. There was no enmity between them. The so-called grievances were merely remnants of conflicts between two different classes. Perhaps such sentiments should never have existed. For all along, they were united, striving for the great Qin, battling against the monstrous beasts. Your talents are truly extraordinary. This cannot be denied. Indeed. Look at us. The highest among us is merely in the Qi condensation realm, while even the least among you stands at half a step into the earthly fiend realm. You call us ants. Though we may be angry, we find it hard to refute. The wandering cultivators began to jest at their own expense. The noble disciples offered wry smiles and consolation. Forget about extraordinary talents. We merely occupied a wealth of resources to achieve our current status. Perhaps if you had access to our resources, your realms would not lag behind. Do not lose heart or resign yourselves to despair. Indeed, this is the precious medicine I exchanged at the academy. I shall give it all to you. Many among you possess talents not inferior to ours. It is merely that your enlightenment came later, allowing us to seize the opportunity to f. 2 chapters a day is indeed insufficient. Starting tomorrow, I will aim for 6. Otherwise, I would be remiss in honoring the support of my adoptive fathers. Chapter 56. Winning Hearts. Year. You have brought me unexpected joy this time. Beneath the azure depths, Ingyi could hardly contain his delight. The grievances between the noble families and wandering cultivators were deeply rooted. Both sides were essential in resisting monstrous beasts, foreign races, and the other 6 nations. However, compared to the wandering cultivators, the disciples of noble families typically exhibited extraordinary talents and insights, leading them to view wandering cultivators as mere insects, worthless. The significant discord, bordering on mortal enmity, stemmed from an incident 8,000 years prior. The uneven distribution of cultivation resources led to a fierce clash between noble families and wandering cultivators. At that time, both factions were formidable, with many terrifying sects among the wandering cultivators, much to the delight of the great Qin emperor. However, the noble families, backed by the imperial authority, ultimately suppressed the wandering cultivators. Following that incident, generations of cultivators from both sides were indoctrinated with the notion of being mortal enemies, resulting in the noble families exerting dominance over the wandering cultivators for 8,000 years. Consequently, the wandering cultivators fell into decline, their sects lacking resource support and becoming increasingly precarious. Yet now, the great Qin was weakened, and the noble families were extraordinarily powerful. While they would not retaliate, as the emperor, Ingyi had to maintain equilibrium. A spark can ignite a conflagration. This is a promising beginning. The disciples of noble families entering the secret realm are future titans. Even if they cannot immediately reconcile their relationship, in 50 or 100 years, significant changes are inevitable. Ingyi cast his gaze toward the noble disciples and the trio from the Sword Sea who emerged victorious from the secret realm. Letting out a long sigh, it must be said, the great Qin has not squandered its efforts in nurturing them. With the memories of his past life, he recognized their prodigious talents and high realms. Yet they had always lacked the fierceness. However, this time, they had truly impressed him. Sierra, your actions this time were somewhat extreme. Both sides are dear to me. Jin Hai, Wang Teng, and Hua Yunsheng are all brilliant young talents of the Great Qin. Your recklessness was indeed unwarranted, Yingyi murmured softly. Yet, there was no trace of reproach towards Feng Luoxia. Her approach had always placed him at the center, and anyone who defied her will would face her judgment. It can be said that Feng Luoxia was the epitome of a love-struck fool. Yingyi was caught in a bittersweet dilemma. The fact that Feng Luoxia risked her life to save Jin Hai and the others implied that her animosity towards him had nearly dissipated. It seemed that he would soon completely win over Sierra. A smile graced Yingyi's lips. With Feng Luoxia's pure divine body and her cultivation of the phoenix dance of the nine heavens, she was a natural furnace for him. Their union would undoubtedly yield terrifying enhancements to their cultivation. There was even a significant possibility that it could propel them into the martial emperor realm. Yingyi beamed as he looked towards Jin Hai and the others emerging from the secret realm. Look, it's Brother Jin, Brother Wang, and Junior Brother Feng. Wonderful, they made it out alive. Truly, they were worthy of being among the top 10 on the talent list. Possessing incredible strength to escape the grasp of the frozen snow demon dragon, a multitude of monks wore expressions of astonishment. Having just emerged from the secret realm, Jin Hai hurriedly made his way to the Jixia Academy. Jin Hai, you are gravely injured and require immediate recuperation. Indeed, Brother Jin, if you do not attend to it promptly, it may severely damage your foundation. Wang Ting and Feng Luoyuan interjected urgently. Jin Hai shook his head, insisting there is no need. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall take my leave first. You have sustained serious internal injuries. Allow me to help you refine the injuries within your body. Yingyi declared as he descended from the heavens, radiating a resplendent golden aura that obscured his appearance, hovering before the three. Jin Hai pays his respects to your majesty. Wang Ting, Feng Luoyuan, pays his respects to your majesty. We all pay our respects to your majesty. The crowd quickly knelt in reverence. The moment Yingyi appeared, a terrifying aura swept across the land, akin to a deity, instilling dread that made it impossible to meet his gaze. Thousands of rogue cultivators felt a surge of panic. After all, this was the emperor of the Great Qin, a legendary figure they had never encountered before. Rise, Yingyi said with an air of calm. I have been observing. You have all performed admirably. Perhaps I should amend my previous promises to you. With a gentle smile, Yingyi continued, all participating cultivators will receive a reward of 20,000 spirit stones, 2 plants of Shin-level spiritual herbs, and the opportunity to select 1 Shin-level martial art from the Martial Arts Pavilion in the Imperial Capital for cultivation. As for Jin Hai and the others, since you have exerted the most effort, I cannot treat you unequally. I previously stated that those who submit the Tianshan Snow Lotus will be rewarded with a heavenly grade magical artifact, a heavenly level martial art, and several spiritual items. For the rest, you shall receive earth-level martial arts and earth-grade magical artifacts. Additionally, you will have 3 days of training in the Longyuan Pool, with me personally guiding you. Boom. Upon hearing this, both rogue cultivators and disciples of noble families were filled with excitement. The rewards were undeniably generous, especially the Longyuan Pool, renowned as the strongest cultivation treasure within the entire Great Qin, without exception. Training there for a single day was equivalent to several years outside, and most astonishingly, it could enhance a cultivator's comprehension and innate abilities. However, each activation of the Longyuan Pool required a substantial price, making it a privilege reserved solely for Yingyi. One could only imagine the magnitude of Yingyi's generosity this time. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jin Hai and the others promptly knelt down in gratitude. Their rewards were indeed substantial. Apart from the Longyuan Pool, they would also receive personal guidance from Yingyi. Setting aside the question of whether Yingyi could actually provide such guidance, merely possessing this honor was unparalleled throughout the entire Great Qin. Yingyi nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. This maneuver, known as removing the fuel from the fire to win hearts, was indeed costly, yet ultimately worthwhile. As for the spirit stones and martial arts rewards, the accumulated wealth of the Great Qin over the years, along with the treasures obtained from the 3-headed hellhound not long ago, was more than sufficient. The least valuable items among those spiritual possessions were heavenly-grade spiritual treasures and martial techniques. Thus, this expenditure was a small price to pay for the loyalty of this group of prodigies. Yingyi turned his gaze to Jin Hai. This young man impressed him greatly. Although Huiyu was a spy who disrupted the peace of the Great Qin, Jianhai was entirely different, a true innocent at heart. In his previous life, when Huiyu's schemes were uncovered, Jianhai had first killed his master before taking his own life. This had caused Ing Yi considerable heartache, for a potential martial emperor who was genuinely loyal had fallen, leaving a profound sense of loss. However, this time, he vowed to bring Jianhai under his wing. Jianhai? Ing Yi said softly, your body is deteriorating, and you have just exceeded your limits with your spiritual energy. Allow me to help you reconstruct your bones. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd was envious. The emperor personally intervening was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for Jianhai. Even Huiyu, at this moment, was too astonished to speak. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. Chapter 57. Pure character. Jianhai knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your kindness. However, I have urgent matters to attend to and must beg for your forgiveness. The crowd trembled, their faces filled with shock. The emperor personally offering to reconstruct one's bones was a chance that countless individuals dreamed of. Not only could it expand one's meridians, making them more resilient and capable of absorbing spiritual energy more rapidly, thus greatly enhancing cultivation efficiency, but it could also fortify the bones to withstand even greater burdens. Should Jianhai accept the reconstruction, his position as the foremost prodigy of the Great Qin would be virtually assured. Yet, he had actually refused. Ing Yi was momentarily taken aback, then his gaze fell upon the shimmering dragon scale Jianhai held tightly in his hand, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. With a gentle smile, he said, if that is the case, I shall not insist. However, I noticed that the scale in your hand exudes a chill. It could aid me in alleviating fatigue and would be beneficial for cultivation. I propose a trade. I will exchange a heavenly-grade magical artifact for it. Boom. The moment these words were uttered, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The dragon scale was indeed precious, but compared to a heavenly-grade magical artifact, it paled in significance. All eyes turned to Jianhai. Having rejected the opportunity for reconstruction, there was no way he would refuse such a generous offer. Jianhai's honest face revealed a trace of surprise. Yet he quickly shook his head. No, Your Majesty, I cannot trade this scale. I still have use for it. I beg for your forgiveness. Jianhai knelt once more. Ing's eyes grew cold, and a terrifying aura enveloped him. Jianhai, you have repeatedly rejected my offer. Do you truly hold me in such low regard? Jianhai's complexion turned pale, his body trembling. Ing Yi was clearly enraged, and the oppressive spiritual pressure made the crowd feel trepidation. Those with lower cultivation levels fell to their knees in fear. I shall give you one more chance. Will you or will you not part with the scale? Jianhai gritted his teeth. The allure of a heavenly-grade magical artifact was enticing, and pleasing the emperor was equally important. Yet, his master was still under threat from the demonic fire, with his life hanging in the balance. While the heavenly-grade artifact was indeed significant, and the emperor's favor equally so, Jianhai was not one to be driven by greed for life or wealth. This scale was crucial for his master. He would not trade it for anything, not even for a king-grade artifact. I beg for your mercy, Your Majesty. This scale is of great importance to me. I implore you to show leniency. Seeing this, Feng Luoyuan was also taken aback. Jianhai was indeed bold to repeatedly refuse Ing Yi's goodwill, effectively trampling the emperor's dignity into the ground. Feng Luoyuan trembled, swallowing hard. Given Ing Yi's character, it was certain that they would face repercussions today. Yet, he did not wish to see Jianhai suffer alone, and thus he chose to stand with him. Wang Teng, though furious and cursing Jianhai for being thick-headed, knelt on one knee to plead for him. The other noble disciples and even thousands of rogue cultivators knelt in unison, begging, we beseech your Majesty to show mercy toward brother Jianhai. Sweat dripped from their brows. They were effectively staging a coup, and one misstep could lead to death. Ing Yi narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp like that of a hellish fiend. Are you truly resolute in your decision? Jianhai's form trembled. I am. In the next moment, Jianhai was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The spiritual pressure that enveloped the crowd dissipated in an instant, along with Ing Yi's figure and the Tianshan snow lotus, which vanished from sight. Brother Jianhai, what has happened to you? Brother Jianhai? The crowd was filled with anxiety. Jinhai coughed up blood, the crimson liquid tinged with darkness. As he circulated his spiritual energy, he felt it flowing much more smoothly than before. Even his meridians seemed to have been expanded, and his bones gleamed with a lustrous sheen. A jolt of realization struck Jinhai, and he quickly knelt in the direction Ingyi had departed. Jinhai expresses his deepest gratitude for your majesty's great kindness. Many rogue cultivators were still bewildered by the events. However, Wang Ting and the others, with their keen eyes, immediately discerned that Jinhai's internal aura was somewhat unusual. He seemed taller, his vitality more robust than before, his muscles more defined. Reconstructed bones. The crowd gasped in unison. Jinhai's physical form, already formidable, had ascended to new heights with the reconstruction of his bones. Who would dare to contest his claim to the title of the foremost prodigy? Amidst their astonishment, Feng Luoyuan gazed at the distant glimmer. He had not anticipated Ingyi's generosity. Not only did he refrain from punishing Jinhai for his disrespectful behavior, but he had even gone so far as to reconstruct his bones. Jinhai, the Emperor has indeed shown you exceptional favor. It is surprising that you do not recognize the goodwill extended toward you, Wang Ting remarked, crossing his arms in exasperation. The dragon scale was indeed valuable. But compared to Ingyi and the conditions he offered, it was utterly insignificant. Who would have thought this foolhardy individual would be so obstinate? Jinhai rubbed his head, feeling guilty. I still need this scale. I swear that the next time I encounter the frozen snow dragon, I will certainly obtain another scale for His Majesty. With that, Jinhai bowed several times before departing. The crowd gazed at his tall figure. Sighing, Jinhai, you possess many admirable qualities, yet you are too loyal and righteous times. You can be rather dense. Luoyuan, I fear the Emperor may become angered. When the Empress awakens, I hope you can speak a few kind words on her behalf to appease the Emperor's mood. Wang Ting furrowed his brow and said. Feng Luoyuan nodded, reassuringly replying, Do not worry, Brother Wang. If it were not for Brother Jinhai's desperate efforts to retrieve the Tianshan Snow Lotus, we would never have succeeded. When my sister awakens, I will explain everything to her. However, within Feng Luoyuan's gaze lay a tangle of complexities. Yet, I believe there's no need for such unnecessary actions. Perhaps His Majesty has not taken it to heart at all? He watched as Jinhai departed. Ingyi nodded in satisfaction, though his brow furrowed slightly. His heart was in turmoil, caught in a conflict of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that he had not misjudged Jinhai. The latter possessed a pure disposition and held deep feelings. Were it anyone else, the vast majority would choose a celestial-grade artifact without hesitation. Yet, not only did he receive a celestial-grade artifact, but also earned Jinhai's admiration, truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Nonetheless, for the sake of Yanyu, he resolutely declined, even at the risk of defying him. Such unwavering integrity only heightened his esteem for Jinhai. Consequently, he yearned to recruit Jinhai under his wing for proper mentorship. However, his master, Yanyu, was a spy from an enemy nation who was all too eager to eliminate him. What should he do? Ingyi sighed deeply, feeling rather perplexed. To unify the realm, Jinhai's loyalty was crucial. Yet he was acutely aware that the world was vast and his adversaries were not limited to the Six Kingdoms, but also included beasts, barbarians, and even the ethereal Tianziyuan. Thus, any prodigious talent must be seized without hesitation. If they could not be recruited, they must be eliminated without mercy. Ingyi pressed his forehead in frustration. He desired Yanyu's demise while simultaneously avoiding any rift with Jinhai, a true test of skill. Alas, a mere ant. Let him have a reprieve for now. A talent as pure-hearted and exceptionally gifted as Jinhai was far more significant than him. P.S. 2 more chapters to come. Gifts are appreciated. Chapter 58. Little Hai, Master won't be with you much longer ahem. Within the secret chamber of the Jixia Academy, Yanyu was nearly breathless with anger. This little rascal was truly a fool. Ingyi personally reshaped his meridians, an opportunity that many could only dream of. His innate constitution was already extraordinary, with a vitality stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. However, this very trait made his cultivation exceedingly arduous. Yet, with the widening of his meridians, this issue could be significantly alleviated. And that piece of the snow demon dragon's primal scale, a trinket of no consequence, How could it possibly compare to a celestial-grade artifact? Yin Yu wore a mask of torment, cursing Jinhai's foolishness for wanting that worthless scale. Yin Yu felt his heart bleed at the thought. What truly alarmed him was Jinhai's 2 refusals of Ying. Had it not been for the latter's magnanimity, choosing not to hold a grudge and instead reconstructing Jinhai's bones, Yin Yu would have wished for death. Perhaps, in a twist of fate, there was a silver lining. Yin Yu took a deep breath. Jinhai, already at the celestial realm, possessed formidable physical strength. Now, with Ying granting him this opportunity, he would soon acquire a terrestrial-grade artifact and a terrestrial-level martial skill, greatly enhancing his prowess. Just as Yin Yu reveled in his joy for Jinhai, a figure entered the secret chamber. Yin Yu, what is Jinhai truly up to? The woman, Feng Luoxia, was a seductive enigma. Her very existence posed a threat as long as she lived. The heavenly mountain snow lotus was her sole chance for salvation. Did you not tell me that Jinhai would never bring her out? The shadow was filled with rage. Yin Yu narrowed his eyes, mentally cursing Jinhai profusely. Yet, facing the shadow, his aura remained undiminished. If your eyesight is impaired, I suggest the Dawei Kingdom send someone else. Which of your eyes saw Little Hai bringing the heavenly mountain snow lotus from the secret realm? You, the shadow, was exasperated. You are clearly arguing in bad faith. Yin Yu snorted coldly, ignoring him. After a moment, the shadow suppressed his inner fury and spoke in a low voice. Yin Yu, Jinhai has repeatedly thwarted our plans. If it happens again, bang. Before the shadow could finish, he was sent crashing into the wall. He bore the pain and rose, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Yin Yu, what do you intend to do? Your wife and child are still in Dawei. If you kill me, they want to escape either ugh. Yin Yu placed his foot on the shadow's head. A sinister smile gracing his lips. You wretched creature, remember your position. Jinhai is my disciple. If you dare harbor ill intentions towards him, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. The shadow lay on the ground like a dead dog. Yin Yu sneered coldly and stepped towards the exit of the chamber. Yin Yu, one day, I will surely kill you. Mark my words. The shadow's eyes glowed crimson as he fixated on Yin Yu's retreating figure. Then coldly laughed, but not soon. The malevolent fire within you is growing ever more intense, and the star spirit water grass is nearly depleted, is it not? There will come a time when you will seek my help. The shadow cackled. Over the years, the reason he was able to control Yin Yu was not only due to his family but also because of the malevolent fire within him. Only the star spirit watergrass could resolve that fire. The shadow sighed, Yin Yu, to keep you under control, Dawei has paid an enormous price. The star spirit watergrass is a rare terrestrial-grade elixir. Not only does it dispel the malevolent fire, but it also significantly enhances cultivation, sharpens one's consciousness, and strengthens the body. You have consumed a fair amount over the years. You should be satisfied. Upon leaving the secret chamber, Yin Yu's eyes lowered slightly, as if bearing the weight of 1,000-pound stone. Little Hai, you worry me endlessly. But it is for the best. Interact more with those from noble families, so when I am gone, you can still live peacefully. Yin Yu sighed deeply, his figure slightly hunched. Master! At that moment, a massive figure rushed in like a beast. Jinhai eagerly scooped up Yin Yu, his face alight with joy. Master, I'm back? Yin Yu frowned. What are you doing? Attempting to murder your master. Hurry and put me down. Oh. Jinhai hastily set Yin Yu down, then grinned foolishly. Master, I've brought you something good. You little rascal, are you tired of living? To disturb your foundation and pluck the heavenly mountain snow lotus. Did I not tell you to merely pretend and not bring it out? The master and disciple spoke in unison. Yin Yu was furious. His fiery red hair billowed as he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to give Jinhai a good thrashing. Jinhai quickly interjected, Master, I merely picked it. I didn't bring it out, so I haven't disobeyed you. Yin Yu was left speechless with anger. All right, this little rascal. Learning how to argue rather than good behavior. Yin Yu temporarily suppressed his ire and asked solemnly, What about the snow demon dragon? Did I not instruct you to protect yourself? You were being a hero, and in the end, you had to fight that beast to the death. Do you think you are invincible? Yin Yu was filled with rage. The snow demon dragon, at the Yuxing realm, had long merged with the secret realm and was an absolute behemoth within the snow sealing realm. Had it not been for Feng Luoyuan having a trump card, these three boys would have certainly faced dire consequences. Yet, this fool continued to pursue it, unafraid of death. Jianhai scratched his head and murmured, "Master, please don't be angry. Look what I brought you." Like a treasure offering, Jianhai presented the scale, causing the temperature in the air to drop instantly. Yin Yu's figure trembled. "Master, your body has been plagued by the malevolent fire for years. And there's been no remedy. I've heard that the primal scale of the snow demon dragon can help dispel the malevolent fire." Jianhai was filled with elation. Yin Yu's lips trembled. Turning away, his eyes slightly reddened, he raised his hand and sent the scale flying, coldly hissing, "Is this your reason for risking your life? You fool. The malevolent fire within me cannot be suppressed by this trinket. Get out, hurry and leave." Yin Yu scolded angrily. Jianhai stood there, somewhat choked up. "Master, is this scale truly useless? If so, what can save you? I could go plead with His Majesty. I don't need this reward. I'll have His Majesty intervene. He must have a way." Yin Yu's body trembled. "Fool! I've said before, the malevolent fire within me is a consequence of my cultivation, and it can be refined gradually. There's no need to trouble His Majesty over such trivial matters. Now, go." Jianhai sniffled a couple of times, sensing that Yin Yu was truly fine, before reluctantly departing. "Well then, I'll take my leave." "Wait." Yin Yu pulled out a spirit herb radiating a deep blue glow from his robe and tossed it to Jianhai. "Star Spirit Watergrass. Remember to absorb it. Jianhai received it and departed. Feeling Jianhai walk further away, Yin Yu felt a sweetness in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body feeling as though it had been cast into a furnace. Unbearable agony coursing through him, he picked up the scale, a smile playing on his lips. This little rascal still has a touch of conscience. Feeling the malevolent fire within him growing fiercer, he sighed heavily. "Little Hai, Master may not be able to accompany you much longer." Chapter 59. Melting the icy hatred at the Qinhuang Palace, Ying Yi hurried back without pause. "The heavenly mountain snow lotus is here. If I cannot save Shi'er, then you bunch of incompetent doctors shall await annihilation." Ying Yi dared not delay, carefully retrieving the heavenly mountain snow lotus. For this, he had paid an enormous price. Should these quacks prove useless, he would not hesitate to send them to meet the king of hell. "Yes, your majesty." Aside from Hua Yi, the other imperial doctors trembled with trepidation as they carefully cradled the Tianshan snow lotus, preparing to concoct a miraculous elixir. This was their first encounter with such immense pressure. Although they had previously treated Feng Luoxi and had even come close to causing significant turmoil on several occasions, they had neither faced punishment nor lacked for rewards in private. This time, they were eager to treat Feng Luoxi, motivated more by the allure of rewards than genuine concern. After all, what a fortunate arrangement it was. Failure bore no punishment. While success could lead to generous rewards, however, Ying Yi had suddenly undergone a dramatic change in demeanor. His regard for Feng Luoxi was profound, to the extent of issuing an imperial decree. Since her illness, he had remained by her side, a level of favor never before witnessed. Time swiftly passed, and Hua Yi presented the prepared medicinal brew to Ying Yi, stating, "Your Majesty, all that is required is for Her Majesty to consume this snow lotus elixir, and she shall be restored to health. You may wait outside. Should it prove ineffective, do not expect to keep your heads." Ying Yi accepted the medicine, his brow furrowed with a chilling intensity. Once the others had departed, he gently lifted Feng Luoxi, who was in no condition to ingest the medicine herself. Thus, he took a sip first, then pressed his lips against hers, administering the potion. The moment their lips met, a cool softness enveloped him. He remained resolute, delivering the elixir bit by bit into her mouth. In no time, the potion was nearly consumed. Feng Luoxi's brow knitted in pain. Waves of agony surged within her, yet as the miraculous medicine took effect, the pain gradually subsided. Sensing the coolness on her lips, she was startled. Who was daring to intrude upon her? But upon realizing it was Ying Yi, her heart fluttered, and her cheeks flushed, prompting her to turn her head slightly away. "Shower, you have finally awakened," Ying Yi exclaimed, gripping her delicate hand with palpable excitement. "Come, there is still a bit of medicine left. Allow me to feed it to you." He wrapped an arm around her waist. cradling her gently as he continued to administer the remedy. Initially, Feng Luoxi fought against her embarrassment, taking small sips of the potion, shower. Huai has assured me that once you have ingested this, you shall recover. Do not fret, Yingyi reassured her, helping her lie back while tenderly caressing her exquisite face. Never had Feng Luoxi been so intimate with Yingyi, though her heart brimmed with joy. A sense of shyness overwhelmed her, preventing her from meeting his gaze. I understand, she murmured. Observing her pale complexion and frail state, Yingyi felt an unbidden surge of anger. Shower, you have been exceedingly reckless this time. How could you have done such a thing? His brows knitted tightly, a tempest of frustration roiling within him. Feng Luoxi shivered, grasping his hand, eager to explain, but he interrupted her. No matter what method you employed, I would never blame you. Yet you chose to wager your very life. His voice came out ragged as he fixed his gaze on her. Do you know how I felt upon hearing that you had been afflicted with blood poison? I was nearly driven to madness. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? As Feng Luoxi listened to his heartfelt outburst, she felt a warmth spread within her, devoid of any anger. Gripping his hand tighter, she realized she had feared that he might see her as a woman willing to resort to any means, ruthless and cruel. Indeed, she was such a woman. Yet, while many could criticize her, only Yingyi's opinion mattered to her. Fortunately, he did not harbor such thoughts. His only concern was for her safety, his anxiety palpable. Overwhelmed by this familiar feeling, she leaned closer to Yingyi, cupping his face in her hands and pressing a gentle kiss upon his lips. Do you know that you, she began, but was interrupted by Yingyi's startled response. After a brief moment of surprise, he softened, embracing her and reciprocating her awkward kiss. Time passed, and feeling her breath falter, he quickly released her. Gasping for air, Feng Luoxi's cheeks were flushed, her appearance utterly adorable. Yingyi erupted into laughter, playfully pinching her nose. Silly girl, have you forgotten how to breathe? With her cheeks aglow, Feng Luoxi threw herself into his embrace. Ingij. The name sent a shiver through Yingyi. It had been so long since she had called him that he recalled the little girl who would follow him everywhere, her voice ringing in his ears during those dark days. Even during the tumultuous transition of power in the empire, she had been the one to clear his path to the throne. Shower, I am truly sorry. I am so very sorry, he exclaimed, holding her tightly as his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Reflecting on the past 3 years and the myriad mistakes he had made in their previous life, he felt a pang of anxiety, fearing she would never forgive him and that they might one day find themselves at odds. Despite their deepening bond, worry still lingered in his heart. Yet now, everything felt different. He understood that her calling him Ingij signified her complete forgiveness, a reconciliation that promised a future where she would be his shower, his beloved partner, and he would be her Ingij, her everything. Feng Luoxi, too, felt the weight of emotion as she buried her head in his embrace, her tears dampening his garments. Ingij, please do not let Shower down again. Will you? With all her strength, she sought to erase the grievances of their past lives, offering him another chance, as well as a final opportunity to love deeply. This time, she was willing to stake everything. Shower, over the past 3 years, I have committed countless errors. This time, I swear I will not fail you. Yingyi enveloped Feng Luoxi in his arms, their hearts laid bare to one another. Chapter 60. The Concubine in the Qin Emperor's Palace. Feng Luoxi, with her ethereal beauty and exquisite form, was a sight to behold. Were it not for concerns regarding her frail health, Yingyi would have acted long ago. Sensing the fervent intensity in his gaze, Feng Luoxi trembled, unable to meet his eyes. Leaning closer, she whispered a few words into his ear. Yingyi's heart raced. Shower, is that truly the case? Feng Luoxi shot him a sidelong glance, her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded. I possess a surging power within me, likely due to a divine body, and I have cultivated the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens to the 2nd stage of perfection. Once my divine body awakens and the phoenix dance reaches the 6th stage, you may have your way with me. Very well, then Shower must strive diligently, Yingyi replied, his gaze lingering on her. Her words were indeed promising. The pure divine body was the pinnacle of dual cultivation, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary women, and most importantly, it could elevate one's cultivation. Furthermore, Feng Luoxi's practice of the phoenix dance perfectly complemented his dragon and phoenix divine arts, ensuring that their dual cultivation would yield extraordinary results. He would simply have to be patient. Ingyi felt a pang of reluctance. His eagerness was understandable. Feng Luoxi's allure was irresistible, and he could not fathom why the author would choose to ignore such a captivating character, instead opting for a shallow, two-dimensional supporting role. Noticing Ingyi's distress, Feng Luoxi softly suggested, "Engage, why not allow Shower to select 3 concubines for you?" "Absurd." Ingyi exploded with rage. "Shower, my heart belongs solely to you. Can you not trust me?" Feng Luoxi shook her head. "No, Shower trusts Engage. However, as the Emperor of the Great Qin, it is impossible for you to have only me, especially given my current condition. The matter of heirs will take several years to resolve. Yet, the stability of the nation is paramount. The officials and the countless citizens cannot be left in uncertainty. Therefore, Shower intends to assist Engage by selecting a few concubines." She explained gently, prompting Ingyi to furrow his brow. What she said held merit. This world resembled the ancient dynasties of Earth, where an emperor's lack of heirs could threaten the safety of the entire empire. Of course, he contemplated the prospect of taking additional concubines himself. However, he felt a sense of trepidation. If the 3 women were reincarnated with their memories intact, it would spell disaster for him, particularly if Shi Yixuan were among them. As she commanded the formidable Jade Sword Pavilion, a power that eclipsed even the imperial family of the Great Qin. Yet Shi Yixuan was known for her boldness and fierce loyalty. Should she retain her memories, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He was certain that the 3 concubines Feng Luoxi would choose would be Shi Yixuan and her companions. The 4 women had been as close as sisters in their previous lives. Willing to sacrifice their lives for one another, Feng Luoxi's ascendance to the realm of the terrestrial immortals had been made possible through the sacrifices of the 3, and he felt tears welling in his eyes. Though he longed to embrace all 3 women, he realized that he lacked the capacity to do so at present. Sensing Ingyi's resolute resistance, Feng Luoxi spoke softly, "Engage, your exclusive affection for Shower brings me immense joy. But for the sake of the Great Qin and its countless subjects, the matter of concubines cannot be delayed. If you refuse to take concubines, it would defy the ancestral edicts, and I would be branded a jealous woman. Lacking in understanding, will you not agree to Shower?" Once the barriers were dismantled, Feng Luoxi seemed to transform into an entirely different person, delicate and gentle, like a soft breeze, in stark contrast to her previous icy demeanor. Ingyi sighed, ultimately conceding with a nod of resignation. Sooner or later, he would have to confront the 3 women. It would be better to face it sooner rather than later. Moreover, now that Feng Luoxi had been won over by him, her heart was filled with thoughts of him. She would not idly stand by if Shi Yixuan attempted to take action against him. With this in mind, he resolved to follow Luoxi's lead. Feng Luoxi smiled sweetly, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Ingyi's transformation was so profound that she feared her proposal might be met with rejection. Thus, she inquired, "Does Brothering have any particular woman in mind?" As soon as the words left her lips, she realized her mistake. Her brow furrowing slightly. Su Chaqing was an exception. This seemingly innocent woman concealed a devious and seductive nature, and Luoxi would never allow her into the palace. They were, after all, sworn enemies. Even now, Feng Luoxi constantly harbored thoughts of eliminating Su Chaqing. Ingyi was taken aback. After much effort to mend their relationship, was it wise to introduce Su Chaqing into the imperial court? Furthermore, he had long wished for this woman to meet her end. "Luoxi, are you not aware of my stance on Su Chaqing? If possible, I would kill her myself right now. Unfortunately, the timing is not yet right." Ingyi's brow knitted tightly, and he took Feng Luoxi's delicate hand, his gaze softening. "Luoxi, I entrust you entirely with the matter of selecting a consort." Feng Luoxi teased, "Does Brothering not fear that I might present you with a few ugly hags?" Ingyi gently caressed her silken hair, his eyes filled with affection. "Be they fair or foul, in this lifetime, I shall only love my Luoxi." Upon uttering these words, Ingyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. In another world, he would surely be ridiculed as a cheesy romantic, spouting cliché lines. Yet, in Feng Luoxi's heart, such words resonated deeply. "Rest assured, Brother Ing, I shall find you the very best." Ingyi's trust sent a tremor of joy through her heart. And she paused to ask, Brother Ing, are you familiar with Qingwu? Qingwu? Ingyi's brow furrowed in feigned contemplation. Of course, I know Luo Qingwu. She is one of the 4 prominent female characters. The daughter of General Luo Tianheng. The Luo family ranks among the great military clans of the Great Qin, second only to the Wang and Sima families. Now that the Sima family has fallen, the Luo family undoubtedly stands as the second most powerful military force in my past life. I framed the Luo family for treason to consolidate imperial power, wiping them out alongside the Feng family. The reason for their extermination was to secure my throne. This plot, the more I think about it, the more absurd it becomes. Why is it that some are loyal to you, going to great lengths to help you solidify your reign, only for you to turn around and destroy them? Ingyi could only sum it up with 4 words. Foolish author. Coming back to reality, Ingyi nodded slightly. I have indeed heard the name Luo Qingwu. However, I have been told that she is the daughter of Luo Tianheng, who is devoted to martial pursuits, spending most of her time in the military and possesses a decidedly masculine demeanor, making her vastly different from you, Luoshi. Moreover, it is rumored that she spends her days in the military camp, sharing meals and quarters with the soldiers. Ingyi adopted a calm demeanor, a surge of anger swirling around him, putting on a facade of being upset. Of course, this was merely for Feng Luoshi's benefit. He was well aware of Luo Qingwu's merits. She was undoubtedly a living goddess of war, possessing loyalty and valor, with a bold and passionate spirit, qualities he greatly admired. However, he could not appear overly familiar with Luo Qingwu. What if his first wife became displeased? Feng Luoshi's brow furrowed slightly as she spoke softly. Brother Ing, Qingwu is not that kind of person. Feng Luoshi gently clarified. Qingwu joined the military to avenge her brother, Luo Shuyuan. 2 years ago, during the Battle of the North Gate, Luo Shuyuan was crippled, his legs bitten off by a demon beast. He contemplated ending his life several times, but was always stopped. Moreover, after years of battle, Luo Tianheng suffered numerous internal injuries and could no longer fulfill his duties as a general. For the sake of the Luo family and the Great Qin, she chose to enlist. I understand that there are many rumors circulating, suggesting that a woman should not immerse herself among men. However, she seeks to identify the shortcomings of the Qin army to rectify them. The Long Snake Formation and the Bagua Formation under the Luo banner were both devised by her. Feng Luoshi sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of sympathy for her sister. In her past life, the Luo family had devoted themselves entirely, yet Ingyi, cold and ruthless, had framed Luo Tianheng for his diminished power and lack of successors, aiming to usurp military authority by bringing Luo Qingwu into his harem to temporarily stabilize the Luo family. Later, when the barbarian tribes invaded, he used Luo Shuyuan's life as leverage, forcing Luo Qingwu to lead the charge. It is worth noting that at that time, Luo Qingwu was gravely injured and unable to rise from her bed. Having harbored feelings for Ingyi her entire life, she had always played the role of a virtuous consort. After sweeping through the 6 kingdoms, she had achieved remarkable military exploits. She vividly recalled the bittersweet smile on Luo Qingwu's face as she set out for battle, a mixture of despair, self-deprecation, and sorrow. Unsurprisingly, after 3 days at the southern gate, the barbarian forces invaded, and despite her injuries, she perished on the battlefield. Every time she thought of this, her breath would catch, and she found it difficult to show any kindness. Yet now, Feng Luoshi glanced at Ingyi, who seemed like a different person altogether, devoid of his previous ruthlessness. She had a premonition that he would no longer commit such foolish acts. Ingyi slowly nodded. I see. However, Luoshi, I remember that you are not well acquainted with the Luo family. How do you know all this? Ingyi was probing, hoping to see if Feng Luoshi would reveal her rebirth. Feng Luoshi remained calm and composed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she replied, Brother Ing, having spent much time in the depths of the palace with little to occupy my mind, I became curious about matters outside. And it was Spring Xiao who informed me that, oh, I understand now. Ingyi smiled lightly. In that case, let us rely on your good fortune to select a suitable consort for me. However, this matter will require your efforts. Feng Luoshi responded affirmatively, but Brother Ing, there is no rush. I will ensure it is handled properly. In truth, Feng Luoshi was beginning to wonder if Luo Qingwu had also been reborn. If that were the case, the situation would be exceedingly complicated. After all, in her past life, Ingyi had committed too many wrongs against Luo Qingwu. and it was hard to say whether her resentment would ever fade. Even she, had it not been for Ying Yi's repeated acts of saving her, would not have chosen to forgive him again. Very well, I will leave everything to you, Luoshi. Ying Yi nodded firmly, yet within, he felt a flicker of trepidation at the thought of meeting Luo Qingguo. The deeds he had committed were truly unworthy of remembrance. More accurately, it was the foolish author who had scripted such a melodramatic tale. Repugnant in its absurdity, sighing, he thought, the road ahead is long and arduous. Ying Yi smiled wryly. Whether it was Feng Luoshi, Luo Qingguo, or Shi Yixuan, each was critical to his aspiration of unifying the realm. Beyond that, he yearned to rekindle lost connections. The splendor of the summit was indeed captivating, yet how regrettable it would be if he had no one to share it with. Very well, one step at a time. Moreover, he still had no clarity on the current situation. Perhaps the other three prominent female characters had not been reborn? Ying Yi reassured himself, by the way, Brother Ying, there are only 8 days left for our wager. What is the situation outside? How are Jin Hai and the others faring? Feng Luoshi's inquiry was intended to deliver a blow to the aristocratic academies. If the prodigies of Jin Hai perished, with Yi Xin's strength, he would surely clinch 2 victories and lead them to ultimate success. Yet upon hearing Ying Yi sigh, Feng Luoshi's phoenix eyes trembled. Brother Ying, has something unexpected occurred? I had planted the scent seeking herb on them, and once they entered the secret realm, the frozen snow demon dragon would surely be drawn out. Given their strength, they should have posed no threat to it. Feng Luoshi's brow furrowed, pondering where her reasoning had gone awry. Ying Yi pinched her delicate nose. The plan failed. They were rescued by someone. By whom? Feng Luoshi's body radiated an icy aura, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet, sending shivers through the air. Ying Yi smiled wryly. By your brother Ying, Brother Ying. Feng Luoshi looked at him in confusion, yet she did not voice her suspicions, merely nodding slightly. Luoshi understands. Ying Yi chuckled. What? Are you not curious as to why I did this? Brother Ying's actions must surely be for a reason. Luoshi would never question that. Foolish girl. Ying Yi was touched and did not hide the truth from her. Whether it be Jin Hai, Wang Tang, or Hua Yunshang, they are all prodigies of the younger generation in the Great Qin, with limitless potential. They are loyal to the Great Qin, possessing sincere hearts. Moreover, this operation was undertaken to seek the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Risking their lives to enter, I cannot bear to see them come to harm. Our philosophies may differ, but our intentions align for the sake of the great Qin, as the Emperor. While power is undoubtedly important, it is even more crucial to protect the legacy of our ancestors. They share my sentiments. Thus, how could I commit an act of self-sabotage? Ying Yi softly elucidated. In the past, he harbored an extreme disdain for the offspring of the aristocratic families and academies. He oppressed the scattered cultivators, driven by a fear of death. However, this expedition to the Fengshue's secret realm unveiled many truths to him. The current disciples from the aristocratic families and academies each possessed a fierce spirit and were wholly loyal to him. The conflict with the scattered cultivators merely perpetuated the ancestral teachings from 8,000 years ago. It was through this realization that his perception of the disciples began to shift. Feng Luoshi nodded in agreement. Indeed, she had previously been preoccupied with how to secure the wager and alter the rules of the ranking battles. But now, upon reflection, the contributions of the disciples were undeniably substantial. She had acted impulsively. I am sorry, Brother Ying. It is my fault, and I shall not be so foolish again. Feng Luoshi's eyes brimmed with remorse. Ying Yi affectionately ruffled her hair. You are my woman. If you err, it is I who have faltered. There is no need for your apologies, Brother Ying. Feng Luoshi was deeply moved. Ying Yi smiled gently. Now, rest well. You have just awakened and require several days of recuperation. I understand. Ying Yi kissed Feng Luoshi's forehead, tucked her in, and then vanished from the hall. Chapter 62. Father, your son has disappointed you. In the Qian Kuan Hall, a trace of sorrow flickered in Ying Yi's eyes. In his previous life, due to the protagonist's intelligence diminishing halo, his treatment of the 4 major female antagonists was exceedingly harsh. The Luo family, much like the Feng family, faced complete annihilation. Luo Qingguo, ever since she harbored affection for him, only became known to him upon her elevation to concubine. In truth, her decision to take up arms was partly for the Luo family and Luo Shuyuan. but more so to draw closer to him. Yet, he never anticipated that her remarkable leadership skills would indeed be valued by Yi, leading to her being made a concubine. He had once envisioned a future filled with beauty and hope, but instead, she was met with schemes and treachery. Yi still recalled the glint in Luo Qingwu's eyes during their farewell. The last flicker of light extinguished as he coerced her to battle with the lives of the Luo family. What a tragic fate! This curse of transmigrating into a book was one thing. But must it be laden with such misfortune? Yi settled onto the dragon throne, plagued by guilt. Enough of this. Let us focus on cultivation. The heart-eating demon eye showed signs of a potential breakthrough. He was curious about the new abilities the second layer might bestow. With only half a year remaining until the ranking battles of the Seven Nations, it also signaled the imminent opening of the Kunlun secret realm. During this time, he must elevate his realm. If he could break through to the martial emperor stage, it would be an extraordinary boon. Among the 7 emperors, he was the youngest, and his insufficient strength inevitably invited disdain. Perhaps they were all waiting for the Qin dynasty's downfall. A smirk curled at the corner of Yi's mouth. Alas, this time, I possess the heart-eating demon eye and am aware of the book's setting. The Qin dynasty's prodigies shall all fall into my grasp. Yi Xian, Jin Hai, Wang Ting, Xiao Huahua, and now, Lin Yi has entered the fray. Yi scoffed. By then, I shall claim 5 spots in the Kunlun secret realm. The Kunlun secret realm offered a total of 20 spots, reserved exclusively for the top 20 cultivators in the ranking battles. In the previous life, only one individual from the Qin dynasty made it into the top 20. But in this life, the tides had turned. Lin Yi would have to wait until the right moment presented itself to seek him out. Outside the secret realm, Yi had initially intended to directly recruit Lin Yi under his banner. However, he found himself uncertain of Lin Yi's character. Should he prove ungrateful, it could become a liability. Thus, he instructed the Night Watch to investigate, biding his time until the opportune moment arose. Like the age-old trope of a hero rescuing a maiden, the narrative was kitsch yet effective. Yet, would Yi Xian prevail in the wager 8 days hence? Yi's brow furrowed. If he had not aided Jin Hai in reconstructing his physique, there was a 90% chance that Yi Xian would emerge victorious. However, with Jin Hai's singular disadvantage now rectified and his strength significantly enhanced, Yi Xian would face considerable difficulty. Nevertheless, it mattered not. One step at a time would suffice. A smile graced Yi's lips. Since the expedition to the secret realm, his perspective on the disciples from the aristocratic families had undergone a considerable transformation, and he had begun to grasp the stark differences between the disciples of the 2 lifetimes. Ultimately, he bore the primary responsibility. The indiscriminate slaughter of loyal officials and the elevation of courtesans to concubines had first led to the disarray of the Qin people's hearts and the collapse of the nation, while the latter had rendered the Qin dynasty a source of ridicule among the 7 nations. The disciples of the aristocratic families had long since lost their desire to serve him, and their fear of death was understandable. However, in this life, it was not too late to mend the rift. Their convictions remained unwavering. Yi contemplated this for a while before settling into a meditative position to begin his cultivation. In the imperial capital, within a grand estate, the estate's gates were rusted and dilapidated, the buildings particularly aged, suggesting they had not been maintained for quite some time. Yet, the gilded plaque bearing the 2 characters Luo Mansion stood out strikingly. The people of the imperial capital knew that the master of this estate was one of the pillars of the Qin dynasty. However, with Yi's ascension to the throne, the Luo family's status had plummeted drastically. Especially after Luo Shuyuan suffered defeat in the southern region, not only was his cultivation crippled, but he also lost tens of thousands of soldiers for the Qin dynasty. Yi's wrath descended like thunder, causing the Luo family to fall out of favor with the imperial court in an instant. In the hall, Luo Shuyuan closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks as he slumped in his wheelchair. He was the sinner of the Luo family, now a burden to his father and sister, utterly ashamed to continue living. After a long moment, he finally opened his eyes and choked out, "Father, please let me go. I truly cannot endure any longer." Gazing at the despondent, dim-eyed Luo Shuyuan, Luo Tianheng's eyes reddened, and he was at a loss for words. This was his pride, once a figure of awe, a master strategist who, at the tender age of 18, commanded 100,000 soldiers, and scattered the southern barbarians in defeat. In just a few short years, he had transformed into the languishing, despairing waste of the Luo family before him. Luo Tianheng's expression grew vacant, a wave of desolation rising from the depths of his heart. He had a son and a daughter, once believing that with Luo Shuyuan in the family, he could navigate the latter half of his life with ease. Yet, little did he expect that his eldest son would be rendered useless, and he himself, implicated, would gradually lose his grip on power, leading to the inevitable decline of the Luo family. But he ached for his foolish daughter, who had devoted herself to martial affairs for the sake of the Luo family, spending nights in the army. The once celebrated daughter of the heavens was now despised by many, accused of lacking propriety, and subjected to vile slander. He yearned to find the source of these rumors. However, with the emperor's growing displeasure towards the Luo family, he dared not act recklessly, fearing it would incite disaster, allowing the rumors to proliferate unchecked. "Father, please let me go. My existence only brings shame to the Luo family. If I die, the emperor will not trouble you and my sister." The military power of the Luo family had been surrendered. "In the future, you and my sister should leave the imperial capital. Besides, my injuries cannot be contained any longer. Rather than endure suffering, it is better to end it all." Luo Shuyuan managed to smile. Yet tears continued to flow unabated. Luo Tianheng's body trembled, his eyes void of life as he slowly raised his hand. Why, Your Majesty? The Luo family has been unwaveringly loyal to you. How could we come to such an end?" Luo Tianheng wept bitterly. In his earlier years, he had fought valiantly for the Qin dynasty, expanding its territories and vanquishing the southern barbarians, earning glorious accolades for solidifying the foundation of the Qin. The injuries he bore were all remnants of those battles. Initially, Ying Yi had treated the Luo family with great favor, not only granting him the position of general, but also proclaiming a bond with the state. His actions had demonstrated the emperor's benevolence. Yet, everything changed 3 years prior. The military power of the Luo family was confiscated, the Sima family gradually encroaching upon the Luo family, often resorting to lethal measures against its members. Even employing schemes to seize the Luo family's assets, he had sought Ying Yi countless times, but the responses he received left him disheartened. He even began to suspect that the disastrous defeat in the southern campaign was not solely Luo Shuyuan's fault, but rather a scheme by Ying Yi. Otherwise, why had the teleportation array in the imperial capital suddenly malfunctioned? Such occurrences had never happened before, and the front line's confidential information had been entirely foreseen by the barbarians. Even those powerful protectors who were supposed to safeguard Luo Shuyuan had been mysteriously reassigned. The series of coincidences had led to Luo Shuyuan's defeat in that battle, leaving him gravely injured and rendered a cripple. "Shuyuan, do not blame your father for being harsh," Luo Tianheng lamented, striking the surface with a palm. Luo Shuyuan smiled faintly, slowly closing his eyes. "Father, your son, has disappointed you. Heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed benefactors for their gifts." Chapter 63. "Then let it be, father," a delicate voice called out, halting Luo Tianheng's descending hand. "Qinggu." Both Luo Tianheng and Luo Shuyuan turned to behold a woman clad in a sleek black outfit, her hair tied in a ponytail, exuding an air of heroism. The woman was tall and well-proportioned, devoid of heavy makeup, even lacking a hint of light touch-ups. Her features were exquisite, with a prominent nose and an oval face. Her eyes calm and composed, emanating a cold demeanor. Qinggu, why have you returned?" Luo Shuyuan stammered. Luo Qingwu's face was flushed with anger, her eyes reddened. "Elder brother, if I do not return, do you wish to perish?" "Qingwu, do not say another word." Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she shook her head slightly, her voice hoarse. "My elder brother is already dead. You are no longer my brother. The brother I knew would never bow to fate nor seek death over trivial matters. My elder brother shall forever shine brilliantly and radiantly in my heart, full of vigor and spirit. But now, look at what you have become." Luo Qingwu let out a sorrowful smile. "Luo Shuyuan, you are not my brother. My brother is already dead." With that, she wiped away her tears and ran towards the gates of the Luo residence. Inside the hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. Luo Shuyuan, lost and despondent, gazed at the retreating figure of Luo Qingwu. Luo Tianheng, suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. If it had not been for Luo Qingwu, that palm strike earlier would have already descended. Xu Yuan, you must survive. The current state of Qingwu is a burden we both share. You may find relief in death, but what about Qingwu? What is to become of her? Luo Tianheng admonished vehemently. Luo Shuyuan trembled at his words. Since childhood, he had shared a deep bond with his sister. Despite his grievous injuries and their father's abandonment, his Navi sister tirelessly sought various elixirs for him. She even went so far as to enlist in the military, risking her life for the glory of the Luo family, hoping to save them through her deeds, longing to establish unparalleled merit that would compel Ing Yi to heal him. Yet, while Luo Qingwu fought desperately to salvage everything, he yearned for death. Just moments ago, that sister who cherished him dearly and viewed him as a hero had uttered such words, and guilt consumed Luo Shuyuan. Clenching his fists tightly, his gaze ablaze with crimson fury, he rasped, "Father, I will no longer engage in such foolishness. I am your son, the brother of Qingwu, and the heir of the Luo family. As long as we do not give up, no one can bring ruin to the Luo residence." Luo Shuyuan's eyes sparkled with a brilliance not seen in ages. The pride within him reignited once more. Luo Tianheng, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed with fervor, "Good, good. If you can think this way, then I am content as a father." "Father, has His Majesty really taken a courtesan as a consort?" Luo Shuyuan, regaining his composure, inquired, eager to learn of the recent happenings in the imperial capital. Since his disgrace, he had remained hidden away, isolated from the world. The rumors of Ing Yi's consort had been rampant even before his fall from grace. Luo Tianheng shook his head, a solemn expression crossing his face. No, that courtesan, known as Qingwen, not only failed to enter the palace but was also executed by the emperor. Along with Huang Hao Theobi Frank, the emperor now reminds me of the brilliant ruler he was 3 years ago, a man of both culture and martial prowess. Luo Tianheng meticulously recounted all recent events to Luo Shuyuan. Ing Yi now exudes a sinister air, a complete enigma. Luo Shuyuan furrowed his brow, pondering, what could His Majesty be planning? I cannot fathom such a drastic transformation in a person without warning. For the sake of taking a courtesan as a consort, he has imprisoned Prime Minister Feng, disregarded the Empress, and exiled numerous officials to the borders. Yet now, just a step away from achieving his goal, he releases Prime Minister Feng and treats the Empress with such kindness. Why all this? Luo Shuyuan, endowed with extraordinary talent and cultivation and a keen intellect, reflected deeply. Otherwise, how could he command an army of 100,000 at merely 18 years of age, decisively defeating the barbarian tribes? However, Ing Yi's erratic behavior perplexed him. After much contemplation, he finally articulated, "Father, could it be that His Majesty was merely feigning all along?" "What do you mean?" Luo Tianheng pressed, intrigued. Luo Shuyuan narrowed his eyes, reasoning, in just a few days, Qingwen and Huang Hao have perished, the Sima clan has been exterminated, and many officials have been executed. The contrast in His Majesty's attitude towards the Empress is stark. He once sought to depose her, but now issues imperial edicts in her favor. The only conclusion I can draw is that His Majesty has been playing a long game. I believe the Luo family need not harbor any further worries. A smile graced Luo Shuyuan's lips, his trembling hands betraying his inner excitement. "Shuyuan, your perspective mirrors that of Prime Minister Feng," Luo Tianheng exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. "If this is indeed the case, then based on His Majesty's character, he would never betray his loyal ministers. The previous restrictions on the Luo family were merely for show." Luo Shuyuan nodded earnestly. "Indeed, Father, if not, you should enter the palace to petition His Majesty, allowing the Luo family to reorganize the Luo army to guard the southern borders." Luo Shuyuan's brow furrowed with concern. "I have sensed a significant scheme brewing among the barbarian tribes in recent years. If we do not prepare swiftly, the Great Qin may suffer grievously. Reorganizing the Luo army would not only restore the Luo family to prominence, but also enable us to serve the Great Qin once more." Luo Tianheng fell into deep contemplation. "Shuyuan, reorganizing the Luo military is a matter of great import. I worry that His Majesty may refuse." Luo Shuyuan sighed in agreement. The former Luo army had once been a formidable force, capable of matching the royal Qin Rui soldiers. Such a terrifying power, should it harbor rebellious intent, could severely wound the great Qin. Therefore, even if Ing Yi returned to being the wise ruler he once was, he would likely be reluctant to grant such a request. Father, let us try. The Luo family has been loyal to the great Qin for generations. If His Majesty refuses, Luo Shuyuan's fingers trembled slightly, and after a moment of silence, he bitterly concluded, if His Majesty refuses, then so be it. Chapter 64. Ing Yi, is your heart made of iron? In the imperial capital, a solitary figure wandered aimlessly along the official road. Luo Qingwu's eyes were red-rimmed, her heart heavy with sorrow. If only I had black clothing, she lamented. In this second life, she still could not save her brother or the entire Luo family. Indeed, she had been reborn. Had she returned 3 years prior, perhaps she could have averted the calamity. But now, she could only helplessly watch as the Luo family was slowly devoured by Ing Yi, inch by inch, to the brink of extinction. Ing Yi, Luo Qingwu's delicate hands clenched in rage, a murderous intent emanating from her fragile form. The surrounding people turned pale with fright, scattering in all directions. I told you, the Luo family deserves this. The women should stay at home, not flaunt themselves in public. Indeed, I hear she even shares meals and quarters with soldiers. She is no longer the innocent flower she once was. Sigh. Miss Luo was once a beauty comparable to the Empress. Yet since the Luo young master became a cripple, how she has changed, passers-by whispered and pointed at her. The great Qin was renowned for its martial prowess, yet in this era, it was a rarity for women to enlist in the military. Even though Luo Qingwu had successfully joined the army, it came at a great cost. Despite her significant contributions to her troops and her pivotal role in battling the demon beasts, all her merits were usurped, preventing her from advancing smoothly in rank. Faced with the scornful remarks of the crowd, the inequities of military life stirred no emotions within Luo Qingwu. Yet when she thought of Ing Yi, her desire for vengeance surged. Ing Yi, is your heart made of iron? Tears welled in her beautiful eyes. I have given you everything. Both myself and the Luo family, I fought to unite the 6 nations for you. Yet you not only killed my father and hung his head at the city gate, but you also used my brother's life to force me to the southern borders to suppress the barbarian tribes. Do you not realize the sacrifices I and my sister made to ensure your smooth ascension to the martial emperor realm? Her heart ached deeply. Once, she had loved Ing Yi so fiercely that she would have given her life for him. But what had he done? He had constantly guarded against the Luo family, and only in the end did she understand that Ing Yi had married her solely to stabilize the Luo family, gradually eroding their power and utilizing her military talents to assist him in unifying the realm. If that were all, she might have been able to convince herself to forgive him. But her brother, Luo Shuyuan, had been gravely wounded in the south, and their father had been fatally injured by demon beasts shortly after. All of it was due to Ing Yi's machinations in his quest to eradicate the Luo family and successfully marry Su Chaqing. He had eliminated all opposing forces, even the Feng and Luo families, who had contributed greatly to the Great Qin. For that woman, he had even relinquished the throne, crowning Su Chaqing as empress. All of these actions were utterly shocking, and in retrospect, they were laughable. Ing Yi, in this life, I will ensure that you do not have it easy. Once I rescue Sister Feng, I will settle all scores with you. Luo Qingwu wiped away the tears staining her face. In her previous life, the only warmth she found within the imperial palace came from her 2 elder sisters, Feng Luoxi and Shi Yifei, as well as her younger sister, Rong Xinxue. The 4 of them supported one another, free from the intrigues of palace struggles, wholeheartedly wishing to assist Ing Yi in unifying the realm and then to lead a tranquil and carefree pastoral life filled with joy and vengeance. This had always been their shared dream. Thus, they persevered, tirelessly advancing towards this aspiration. Even though the journey left them scarred by Ing Yi's betrayals, they never once contemplated surrendering. Yet, what shattered their hearts was the realization that, despite their unwavering loyalty to him, he chose to abandon them one by one for Su Chaqing, even resorting to assassination. Had it not been for Feng Luoxi's desperate pleas, she might not have met a dignified end in the southern region, but rather been handed over to Su Chaqing to become a human puppet. Ying Yi's actions extinguished any remnants of hope within her. Ying Yi, one day, I shall claim your head. Luo Qingwu clenched her hands tightly and set off towards the imperial palace. In recent days, she had been hearing numerous rumors permeating the capital. Among them, the most shocking was the news of Huang Hao and Qing Nuan's deaths, Feng Wudao's release, and the annihilation of the Sima clan. Each of these revelations stirred tumultuous waves within her heart. According to the trajectory of her previous life, Qing Nuan had already entered the palace. Although she had been prevented from becoming a concubine, Ying Yi favored her immensely, and her sister Feng Luoxi had offended Ying Yi over this matter, leading to her imprisonment in the abyss of the underworld. As for Huang Hao and Qing Nuan, they had been living well. Even Sima Yu from the Sima clan ultimately became a great general and was taken as a male consort by Su Chaqing. Yet now, everything left her feeling somewhat bewildered. However, she quickly deduced that this was likely a smokescreen orchestrated by Ying Yi to ease the tensions between the royal family and the officials. After all, in her previous life, the incident involving Qing Nuan had nearly incited rebellion from Li Tianming and Feng Ji. This life had seen a shift. Could it be that my rebirth has stirred the wings of a butterfly? Luo Qingwu pondered this without resolution. Nonetheless, it did not deter her from entering the palace to investigate the situation. Although the Luo family had fallen from grace, they still possessed the privilege to access the imperial palace. She needed to ascertain whether her sister had truly been cast into the abyss of the underworld by Ying Yi, or if the rumors sweeping through the capital were merely fabrications. In the Qinhua Hall, Feng Luoxi lay upon the jade bed. The once desolate hall had been adorned with abundant decorations, radiating warmth. This was the arrangement made by Ying Yi. Feng Luoxi turned the pages of a book, savoring the ancient text. Beside her, Chun Xiao remarked enviously, "Your Majesty, the Emperor truly cherishes you. It leaves us all envious." Feng Luoxi remained silent, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chun Xiao's words rang true. Ying Yi had transformed in ways that made her almost unrecognizable. Yet, the current Ying Yi brought her joy. Chun Xiao, ever curious, leaned in and whispered, "Your Majesty, you have no idea. Upon learning that you were afflicted with a blood curse, the Emperor issued an imperial decree with a terrifying countenance. If anything were to happen to you, I suspect he would go so far as to execute Hua Taiyi and the others." Qiuyan leaned closer, her eyes wide with fear, nodding vigorously. Yes, Your Majesty. You have no idea how fearsome the Emperor was just now. If you were to not awaken, those physicians would face annihilation. What are you saying?" Feng Luoxi's beautiful eyes quivered, her jade fingers halting mid-page. Chun Xiao blinked, repeating, "I said the Emperor was fearsome. Just now?" "No, the previous line." Qiuyan quickly added, "The Emperor's decree commanded that all disciples from prominent families and scattered practitioners within the capital, who meet the requirements to enter the Frosty Snow secret realm, must do so. The Emperor even promised exorbitant rewards, heavenly-grade artifacts, celestial martial techniques, and within, there would be spirit stones and mysterious-grade medicinal herbs." Qiuyan recounted every detail. At this moment, Feng Luoxi's heart trembled violently, her vision blurring. P.S. Thank you to my adoptive father for the character summoned from BPC. Thank you, adoptive father. Chapter 65. No need for explanation. The Imperial Decree. Ying Guo actually issued an imperial decree because of me. As the Empress and the legitimate daughter of the Feng family, Feng Luoxi was well acquainted with the significance of an imperial decree. Since the founding of the Great Qin, such decrees were only issued in times of dire calamity or when a new emperor ascended the throne. It was known that any citizen of Great Qin must obey the imperial decree. Failure to comply, whether noble or commoner, could result in execution or the obliteration of 9 generations. Hence, in Great Qin, the imperial decree held supreme authority, rarely invoked unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Feng Luoxi's eyes glistened with moisture. She had not anticipated her importance in Ying Yi's heart. "Ying Guo, thank you." Feng Luoxi felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Chun Xiao chuckled softly and retrieved a recording stone from her possession, whispering, "Your Majesty, the Emperor has changed so much. You will undoubtedly be the happiest person in the world." Chun Xiao handed the recording stone to Feng Luoxi. "Your Majesty, I secretly recorded this. Just take a look and see how much the Emperor cares for you." Feng Luoxi accepted it. A surge of spiritual energy activated the recording stone, and soon, A grand image materialized before her eyes, vividly displaying actions and expressions as if she were present, a bunch of quack doctors. If anything were to happen to Sheer, I shall have you all buried with her. Issue the imperial decree. If you cannot save her, annihilate your 9 generations. In the recording, Ying Yi's fury was genuine. His aura surged, and even through the screen, one could feel the overwhelming killing intent. Tears welled in the corners of Feng Luoxi's eyes. At that moment, she surrendered completely to Ying Yi, entrusting him with her heart's loyalty. Ying Yi, I shall not fail you. In the Qinhua Hall, Feng Luoxi retrieved a jewelry box from beneath the bed. Inside lay her most cherished bracelet. After taking it out, she placed the recording stone within and then concealed it back under the bed. The hall once again fell into a serene silence. Chun Xiao, unable to sit still, either practiced martial arts outside or played with birds inside, causing commotion in the Qinhua Hall. In contrast, Chuyin remained obediently by Feng Luoxi's side, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Time slipped away unnoticed. Within the capital, as a woman clad in black attire appeared, Ying Yi opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance piercing through myriad obstacles, focusing on that silhouette. Qing Gu, we meet again. Ying Yi could not suppress the trembling of his fingers. Reflecting on the past, he sighed heavily, retracting his gaze, unable to achieve inner peace. He had committed too many wrongs. Now, as they crossed paths once more, he lacked the courage to apologize. Consider a woman who cast aside everything for you, dedicating her all, family and life alike, striving tirelessly for your dreams. Yet, in the end, this woman was betrayed by the very man she cherished. Even in death at the border, no one came to collect her remains, leaving her a wandering soul. Ying Yi longed to gaze upon her once more, yet feared the sight of her, the conflict within him tormenting him repeatedly. Alas, let everything unfold naturally. On the other side, Luo Qingwu stealthily made her way to the Qinhua Hall. However, those outside the palace seeking to meet the empress must first announce their presence. Just then, a eunuch approached her. Miss, this is the imperial palace. May I inquire who you seek? The eunuch did not question Luo Qingwu's identity. Those who could enter here had undoubtedly undergone rigorous scrutiny, ensuring their status was unquestionable. Luo Qingwu clasped her hands together. Esteemed eunuch, I kindly ask you to relay a message to the empress. State that Luo Qingwu of the Luo family has urgent matters to discuss. Luo Qingwu? The eunuch squinted, his expression scrutinizing the entire capital, who did not know that Luo Qingwu was a tomboy, a woman of ill repute mingling among men. Moreover, the emperor had made it clear he wished for the Luo family to sink into oblivion. Thus, despite being the daughter of Luo Tianheng, a legitimate daughter of the Luo family, he held her in little regard. Miss Luo, return home. The empress will not see you. The eunuch's tone was indifferent. Luo Qingwu's brows furrowed. Esteemed eunuch, you have yet to announce my presence. How can you be certain the empress will not see me? The eunuch sneered contemptuously, with you being a tomboy who disregards the virtues of a woman. Flaunting yourself daily amidst rough men, do you think someone like you deserves to meet the empress? The eunuch scoffed, completely dismissing Luo Qingwu. Luo Qingwu's delicate hands tightened into fists, her heart aching profoundly. Indeed, how foolish was she to believe that Ying Yi would truly cherish her as a consort. Luo Qingwu, had you not been of some use, do you think I would have taken you as a consort? Ying Yi's disdain echoed in her mind. You have brought mockery upon me in the eyes of the world. Do you know what they say of you? They claim you are unfaithful, just like that wretched Rong Xinxue. Entangled with other M.E.N.S. the emperor of Great Qin, how could I endure such humiliation? A wretched creature like you dares to seek my favor? Utterly delusional, Luo Qingwu, if you wish for that useless one to survive. You had best obediently lead troops into battle. Do you not relish war? Now you shall have your fill. Ha ha ha, fool. Your father and that worthless elder brother of yours are merely my handiwork. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? The eunuch's words prompted Luo Qingwu to recall the past mockery from Ying Yi, and the pain in her heart surged anew. Her complexion turned pale, and her delicate frame trembled. She longed to rend Ying Yi into 1,000 pieces. This time, she would not suffer guilt as she had in her previous life. Luo Qingwu acted with integrity. There was no need to explain herself to a tyrant, a hypocrite. Rather, The grudge of exterminating her family demanded his inevitable demise. Taking a deep breath, she regarded the eunuch before her. According to her previous temper, this eunuch would certainly meet his end. However, having lived 2 lives, she understood that the Luo family now walked on thin ice. She could only suppress the fury within and feign ignorance to his taunts, stating calmly, "I would appreciate it if you could inform your esteemed self that if the Emperor and Empress do not wish to see me, I shall take my leave. This is a fortuitously acquired Earth-grade spiritual herb. I hope it does not displease you." Luo Qingwu retrieved a gleaming, pitch-black spiritual item from her storage ring and handed it to the eunuch. The eunuch, devoid of his previous arrogance, cherished power and wealth above all else. Upon witnessing the Earth-grade spiritual herb, he was elated and, noticing the absence of onlookers, hastily tucked it away. "Very well, since Miss Luo is so understanding. I shall make the trip for you," the eunuch chuckled, striding toward the Qinhuang Palace. Little did he know, his current greed would lead to lifelong regret. Chapter 66. The Truth of the Imperial City in the Qinhuang Palace. Feng Luoxi sat cross-legged upon the jade bed, engrossed in her cultivation of Fengwu Jiutian. She needed to swiftly attain the 5th level of perfection and awaken her immaculate divine body. The debt of gratitude owed to Ying Yi was substantial, and the only way to repay it was through her physical form. "Chun Xiao, is the Empress in the palace?" The phrase "one who dines from another's plate" must be mindful rang true. Moreover, with Luo Qingwu presenting an Earth-grade treasure, delivering a message to her would not be a burden. Observing the eunuch, Chun Xiao furrowed her brow, pinching her nose and keeping her distance. After the eunuch's castration, his garments were inevitably sullied, leaving him perpetually reeking. Even with daily changes. "What do you want?" The Empress is in the midst of her cultivation. No trivial matters should disturb her, Chun Xiao declared with evident disdain. This eunuch had once been Huang Hao's adopted son, one of his most loyal lackeys, and had caused them considerable trouble in the past. Thus, she had no fondness for him. Noticing her expression, a shadow flickered in the eunuch's eyes. Had it been before, he would have easily silenced her, but now he dared not. With Ying Yi's temperament having drastically changed since Huang Hao's demise, he could only tuck his tail between his legs. Furthermore, the Empress had recently received extraordinary favor, allowing even her 3 maids to hold their heads high. The eunuch suppressed his inner fury and forced a smile. "Miss Chun Xiao, there is no cause for alarm. That uncouth man from the Luo family has come seeking an audience with the Empress. Since the Empress is cultivating, I shall send him away." With that, the eunuch pretended to depart. "Are you referring to Luo Qingwu from the Luo family?" Chun Xiao quickly called out. The eunuch halted, surprised by her reaction, as he was unaware of any connection between Luo Qingwu and the Empress. Nevertheless, he stated truthfully, "You are correct, Miss Chun Xiao. It is indeed Luo Qingwu, that disgraceful woman." "You insolent wretch, slap." Chun Xiao's anger flared as she delivered a sharp slap, just enough to leave him stunned without causing injury. What do you intend to do? You dare strike me? Do you not fear the Emperor's wrath?" The eunuch's face contorted with fury. Over the years, aside from the Emperor and Huang Hao, no one had dared to lay hands on him. Now, a mere palace maid had the audacity to slap him. Had she lost her mind? Chun Xiao sneered, "You better behave yourself. You dead eunuch. Huang Hao is no more. If you continue to act so arrogantly, I won't hesitate to have the Empress send you to your grave." The eunuch trembled. He had previously dismissed her words, but now he was convinced. The Emperor had favored the Empress to such an extent that he had even executed his own adoptive father and released Feng Xiang from prison. Most shockingly, the Emperor had issued imperial decrees on behalf of the Empress. How could this be? Thus, when Chun Xiao spoke, his anger dissipated instantly. "Miss Chun Xiao, I was rash just now. I will go report to Miss Luo immediately." "If you would be so kind," he said, recognizing the need to appease her. "What are you waiting for? Go." Chun Xiao urged. As the eunuch departed, she hurried into the hall to inform Feng Luoxi. The eunuch was right. While she did not know Luo Qingwu, Feng Luoxi had recently given her instructions regarding her. From the tone, it was clear that Feng Luoxi held Luo Qingwu in high regard, which explained her earlier displeasure towards the eunuch. What is the Empress thinking? Miss Luo's reputation in the imperial city is rather poor. Is she truly suitable for the Emperor? Will the emperor not mind? Chun Xiao frowned, then shook her head, dismissing her worries. What does it matter? Just do as instructed. What is it? Noticing Chun Xiao's approach, Feng Luoxi slowly opened her eyes. Chun Xiao promptly recounted the situation regarding Luo Qingwu. You mean Qingwu has come to see me? Feng Luoxi's delicate form trembled, disbelief flooding her beautiful eyes. Chun Xiao nodded vigorously. Yes, Empress, Miss Luo is outside. I asked that dead eunuch to bring her in. Very well, Feng Luoxi replied, descending from the jade bed. I will wait for her in the back garden. Bring her to me shortly. Yes, Empress. Meanwhile, the eunuch hurried to deliver the message. Miss Luo, the Empress requests your presence. His demeanor was now a stark contrast to before, filled with warmth. Luo Qingwu narrowed her beautiful eyes in surprise, but followed him closely towards the Qinhuang Palace. Eunuch, may I inquire where Miss Qingwan resides? As the eunuch walked ahead, Luo Qingwu felt puzzled. If her memory served her correctly, this path led to the main hall of Qinhuang Palace. Should not Feng Luoxi be residing in the annex at this time? Indeed, Qinhuang Palace was divided into a main hall and an annex. The main hall was where the empress resided, but in her previous life, due to Yingyi's favoritism towards Qingwan, he had allowed her to occupy the main hall. Consequently, Feng Luoxi had become a laughingstock in the entire Deqin. The urgency in her visit to the palace was not solely to recognize her sister, but also to help her navigate her predicament. To hand over the spiritual item in her possession, and to assist her in expelling the cold energy within her body while guarding against the vengeful spirits from the nether abyss. Miss Luo certainly has a keen sense of humor. The eunuch's lips twitched at her question. He was too frightened to respond. Had it not been for Luo Qingwu's apparent ignorance, he might have thought she was intentionally mocking him. Meeting her curious gaze, the eunuch finally recalled that she had been entrenched in the military for years, knowing little of the outside world. Reluctantly, he said, Miss Luo, Miss Qingwan has passed away. She died half a month ago. Executed by 1,000 cuts and displayed at the palace gates. Luo Qingwu's pupils constricted. You say Qingwan is dead? The eunuch nodded slowly. What of Huang Hao? He swallowed hard, struggling to reply. He has also perished. Boom! Luo Qingwu's mind went blank. Qingwan and Huang Hao, both truly dead. One was Yingyi's most favored consort, the other his childhood companion. In her previous life, they had stirred considerable turmoil, yet both had lived on until the end. But now, they were truly gone. Thus, Feng Xiang had been released from prison, and the empress's ailment had genuinely been cured. Luo Qingwu, entrenched in military life, had heard only fragmented rumors these days, believing them to be mere palace gossip. But to discover they were all true was utterly shocking. Her eyes glistened with a renewed light as she fixed her gaze on the eunuch. The current state of Feng Luoxi was her utmost concern. Nothing must go amiss. Indeed, all news within the imperial city is true. Feng Xiang has regained his official position, the Sima family has been exterminated, and the empress has recovered from her illness. The words, spoken from the eunuch's lips, were laden with difficulty, as if he were recounting the death of a family member. Luo Qingwu trembled. Thank you for clarifying, eunuch. Let us depart quickly. Chapter 67. Recognition in the Qinhuang Palace. Chun Xiao had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Luo Qingwu, her pupils flickered slightly. She had not anticipated that within the imperial city, there existed a beauty capable of rivaling the empress. Yet, the empress was unparalleled, cold and proud, while the Luo Qingwu before her exuded a valiant aura, captivating both men and women alike. What a pity! Such a stunning figure had chosen a life in the military, now bearing a tarnished reputation. Chun Xiao shook her head inwardly, quickly approaching without further thought. Hello, Miss Luo, I am Chun Xiao. The empress is in the back garden. Please follow me, Danamim. Luo Qingwu nodded, casting a glance at Chun Xiao, feeling as though they were separated by lifetimes. Chun Xiao and her two companions were Feng Luoxi's loyal maidservants, yet they had all perished at the hands of Su Chaqing. Xiao Xiao, has the emperor troubled the empress during these days? Luo Qingwu, with an intention both subtle and overt, inquired. Chun Xiao chuckled softly. Miss Luo, you worry too much. His Majesty is treating the empress exceptionally well these days. Not only does he provide whatever treasures she desires from the treasury, but he even prepares her meals twice a day. His Majesty can cook? Luo Qingwu furrowed her brow, clearly skeptical. Chen Xiao offered no further explanation, relieved to learn that Feng Luoxi had been living quite well lately, and the two engaged in casual conversation. Miss Luo, the Empress is inside. I shall not intrude, Chen Xiao said. Thank you, Luo Qingwu replied, stepping into the garden, and her gaze fell upon the figure in red, causing her vision to blur. She even forgot to probe Feng Luoxi about whether she had been reborn or if she had lost the memories of her past life. Her lips quivered slightly as she dashed forward, enveloping Feng Luoxi in a tight embrace, weeping, "Sister, Qingwu has come. You must have suffered during these days." Feng Luoxi's delicate frame quivered. Moments ago, she had been contemplating whether Luo Qingwu had also experienced a rebirth like her own, pondering how to broach the subject. The notion of rebirth was too fantastical. While this world was not devoid of those who had been reborn, most had merely usurped another's body to extend their lives. She had never heard of anyone like her in this realm. Thus, she remained uncertain about whether Luo Qingwu was indeed reborn. However, upon seeing Luo Qingwu rushing toward her, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, and the longing in her heart surged forth unabashedly. "Qingwu, it is I, your sister," she whispered. Sister Luo Qingwu clung to Feng Luoxi, her usual strength crumbling as she sobbed freely. After a while, as Luo Qingwu quieted her weeping, Feng Luoxi gently dried her tears and reassured her, "Qingwu, it is all right now. Everything that transpired before will not happen again." Luo Qingwu scrutinized Feng Luoxi, hastily scanning her for signs of distress before urgently asking, "Sister, is that scoundrel Ing Yi concocting another scheme? Has he troubled you during these days? And is your cold poison truly cured?" Feng Luoxi's eyes glistened with moisture as she tenderly stroked Luo Qingwu's hair. "Do not worry, Qingwu, your sister is fine now. Moreover, Ing Yi has changed immensely. He will no longer indulge Su Chaqing as he did in the past, bringing chaos to the Great Qin, nor will he harbor resentment toward us." Sister Luo Qingwu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Feng Luoxi, her heart filled with unexpressed astonishment. In their previous life, Feng Luoxi's fury toward Ing Yi was akin to a raging tempest, wishing she could rend him limb from limb, especially as the three women gradually perished and the Feng family was annihilated. With Su Chaqing exalted as the Empress of Qin, her wrath reached its zenith. Yet, she never anticipated that merely a month later, Feng Luoxi would forgive Ing Yi. Luo Qingwu's heart ached as she cried, "Sister, what has happened to you? Have you forgotten the pain Ing Yi inflicted upon us? Xinxue and Yixuan, we were willing to sacrifice our lives for him, yet he time and again, for a courtesan, for that wretched Su Chaqing, he did not hesitate to strike at us, plotting against my elder brother and father. Ultimately exterminating the Luo, Feng, and Rong families, he has brought us immeasurable suffering. Sister, how can you forgive him? How can you forgive him?" Tears streamed down Luo Qingwu's face, her heart in torment. In addition to her hatred for Ing Yi's cruelty, she felt deep sympathy for Feng Luoxi's plight. Feng Luoxi's delicate form trembled, memories flooding back, suffocating her. A crimson hue flickered in her eyes, a terrifying aura seemingly striving to break free from within her. Yet, in the next moment, echoes of voices reached her ears. "If I cannot save Sheer, I will annihilate your entire clan. Sheer, forgive me, trust me one last time. Will you? Sheer, come, taste my culinary skills. Sheer, you were wrong. I was wrong. I shall not blame you. Sheer, do not leave me. Please. No. Brother Ing is not that kind of person." Feng Luoxi clutched her head, the bloodlight in her beautiful eyes gradually dimming, the horrifying aura dissipating rapidly. "Sister, what is wrong with you?" Luo Qingwu felt a tremor within her heart, rushing forward to support Feng Luoxi. Feng Luoxi grasped her wrist firmly, speaking earnestly, "Qingwu, will you trust your sister one more time? Ing Yi has truly changed." She recounted everything that had transpired in recent days to Luo Qingwu. Then, with a bitter smile, she continued, "Qingwu, do you know the resentment I harbored upon my rebirth? I wished to tear him apart to avenge our past lives. Yet, I witnessed him execute Huang Hao and Lin Nuan for my sake, cooking for me, opening the treasury to me, and issuing imperial edicts to spare no effort in saving me. Whenever I doubted Ing Yi, those scenes would replay vividly in my mind, and I would resolutely choose to trust him once more." Sister Luo Qingwu murmured softly. Feng Luoxi remained silent, extending her hand, revealing a swirling flame resembling a fire phoenix. Qingwu, do you recognize it? The fire phoenix was dazzling and brilliant, even in its infancy, seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth. Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes trembled, almost speechless. Sister, this is Feng Wu Jiutian, one of the two supreme techniques of the Great Qin. At that moment, Luo Qingwu was truly taken aback. Feng Wu Jiutian was renowned alongside Longfeng Divine Technique. The Great Qin once dominated the Seven Kingdoms, relying on these two techniques. Yet, following the rebellion of the Emperor and Empress millennia ago, Feng Wu Jiutian had remained hidden within the treasury, rendering subsequent emperors and empresses unable to cultivate it. For Feng Wu Jiutian could, to a certain extent, completely counter the Longfeng Divine Technique. Had it not been for the Emperor and Empress's slightly inferior realms, the imperial throne of Great Qin might have been hers. Thus, Feng Wu Jiutian was a forbidden technique in Great Qin. Even if the Emperor and Empress loved each other deeply, the Empress could never cultivate it. But now Luo Qingwu's heart trembled, her mind swirling in confusion. P.S. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for the gifts. Chapter 68. To beat the dog, one must first look at its master. Sister Luo Qingwu's throat felt parched. Is this a gift from that scoundrel? A tempest of emotions surged within her. Setting aside why Ying Yi would bestow Feng Wu Jiutian upon Feng Luoxi, if the civil and military officials were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly launch a frenzied impeachment. This was no trivial matter. Hearing this title, Feng Luoxi couldn't help but chuckle, nodding with a smile. Indeed, he also helped me dispel the cold poison within me. Moreover, Feng Luoxi conveyed telepathically to Luo Qingwu a month ago, shortly after my rebirth. In an effort to alleviate my cold poison, I ventured to Tianyu Valley. Who would have thought I would encounter a divine beast of the soul realm, the nine-tailed celestial demon minx? The nine-tailed celestial demon minx? Luo Qingwu exclaimed in shock. This was a being renowned alongside the phoenixes, a formidable ruler among the demon beasts. Although its notoriety did not match theirs, it was still unmatched among its kind. Moreover, being of the soul realm, should it break through to the Marquis realm, it would be an unparalleled adversary in the entire Great Qin. Shu, Feng Luoxi gestured for silence. Luo Qingwu quickly covered her mouth. Understanding her trepidation, anyone who heard the name of a divine beast would tremble in fear. Sister, what happened next? Sensing Luo Qingwu's confusion, Feng Luoxi nodded slowly. Indeed, at that moment, I thought I would perish there. Unexpectedly, Ying Yi appeared, even risking his life to save me from the nine-tailed celestial demon minx, ultimately slaying it. As she spoke, before Luo Qingwu's astonished gaze, a drop of dazzlingly bright blood appeared on Feng Luoxi's forehead. Marking the essence of the nine-tailed celestial demon minx, boom! Luo Qingwu could no longer stand. Were it not for Feng Luoxi supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The essence of a divine beast was a treasure of the heavens and earth. No matter how precious a heavenly or royal-grade martial art, it could not be exchanged for this. Absorbing the essence would significantly increase the likelihood of comprehending the martial techniques born from divine beasts, a true treasure. If word got out, she believed that soon the six kingdoms would unite against the Great Qin. The barbarian tribes would march north, and the demon clans would surely descend into madness. She never anticipated such a treasure would be bestowed upon Feng Luoxi by Ying Yi, which left her utterly astonished. Sister, could there be a trick to this? Luo Qingwu spoke solemnly. Feng Luoxi smiled wryly, shaking her head. Qingwu, do you think, given our current strength, that he needs to concoct any schemes? Moreover, he even gave me the divine beast's essence. Luo Qingwu nodded slowly. Feng Luoxi's words indeed held merit. Ying Yi's profound cultivation rendered him unnecessary to resort to cunning plots, yet his character left her with lingering suspicions. After all, in their previous life, she had witnessed his shamelessness and callousness firsthand. Qingwu. Feng Luoxi called softly. Meeting Luo Qingwu's gaze, she held her hand gently, saying, Today, I have allowed him to take me as a concubine. I wish for you to enter the palace. What do you think? Sister. Luo Qingwu quickly shook her head, her eyes reddening as she turned away to avoid looking at Feng Luoxi. Sister, no, I shall never repeat the mistakes of the past in this life. My elder brother has become the laughingstock of the entire imperial capital due to his actions. My father's military power has been curtailed, and the entire Luo family is on the brink of disaster. All thanks to him, I shall never forgive him, not now, nor ever. Feng Luoxia opened her mouth slightly, eager to persuade but at a loss for words. She understood Luo Qingwu in her recent rebirth. She too harbored a desire to tearing Yi to shreds. And the vivid memories flooded back, causing her heart to ache even now. However, over the past few days, having witnessed Yi's actions, she managed to convince herself to take one last gamble. Luo Qingwu, in this lifetime, had yet to interact with Yi, and her feelings mirrored her own at that time. She could empathize. Feng Luoxia grasped her hand gently and said, Qingwu, I do not wish to pressure you. I understand your pain, but I implore you, grant him just a little more time. Only a little. He has truly changed. I do not expect you to rush to accept him. Rather, I want you to temporarily set aside thoughts of vengeance and observe him for a while. If you would. Luo Qingwu's delicate frame trembled slightly. Were it someone else, she might have dismissed them outright. Yet, Feng Luoxia was her sister, who had protected her throughout her previous life, even in her tragic end. Feng Luoxia had done everything in her power to shield her for many years, even at the cost of her own life. All right, I shall heed my sister's words this once. A smile blossomed on Feng Luoxia's exquisite face. Luo Qingwu spoke solemnly, but if he continues to harm my Luo family, to lay hands upon you, sister, or to flirt with that enchantress, I, Luo Qingwu, vow that I will avenge my grievances, no matter the odds. Very well, should it come to that, I shall support you, no matter what. Thank you, sister. Luo Qingwu's eyes brimmed with gratitude. Feng Luoxia's eyes sparkled with joy. After Luo Qingwu's death in her previous life, she was heartbroken, never imagining they would reunite in this new existence. By the way, Qingwu, when you came over just now, did that eunuch, Li Gang, make things difficult for you? Feng Luoxia's brow furrowed, a chilling aura emanating from her. Luo Qingwu forced a smile. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it in the old residence and the military camp. Various sounds abound, and I've encountered many like him. Humph, a dead eunuch, blind as a bat. Feng Luoxia's beautiful eyes flared with anger as she commanded. Chun Xiao, summon Li Gang to me. Yes, your highness. Chun Xiao acknowledged and promptly exited. Luo Qingwu, feeling anxious, urged, Sister, Li Gang is a favored servant of Huang Hao. Do not act impulsively, lest you offend that heartless tyrant. Feng Luoxia patted her little head reassuringly. Fear not, I have no intention of laying hands on him. That's a relief. Luo Qingwu sighed in relief, but before she could speak again, Feng Luoxia stated calmly, to deal with a dog, one must look to its master. Since he is under Yi's care, let him handle it personally. Feng Luoxia's tone was laced with ire. These past days, she had observed Yi's every move, her inner fury and resentment quietly dissipating. Yet upon seeing Luo Qingwu today, a new wave of anger surged within her. Most importantly, she wanted Yi to demonstrate his worth before Luo Qingwu. If he squandered this chance, not only would Luo Qingwu not forgive him, but she too would raise a ruckus. How could that be possible? Luo Qingwu was taken aback. She had thought Feng Luoxia would let Li Gang off the hook, only to discover she intended for Yi to take matters into his own hands. A pang of concern shot through her. Yi was notoriously proud. Even if he doted on Feng Luoxia, he would not allow himself to be humiliated. After all, he was the emperor of the Great Qin. However, Feng Luoxia seemed oblivious to the implications, directly summoning him with a communication token in the Qin Kuren Hall. As Luo Qingwu entered the Qin Huang Hall, a wry smile appeared on Yi's lips. No doubt, this girl had also been reborn. His consciousness had been fixated on the two women. Hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but say it was all his fault. He had no excuses to defend himself. What left him both amused and exasperated was that, due to Luo Qingwu, Feng Luoxia had developed a slight emotional upheaval, and he could distinctly sense the rekindling of her inner fury. If he failed to handle things well, trouble would surely ensue. Fortunately, that dead eunuch could serve as a scapegoat. Yi's eyes turned cold. He had long harbored murderous intent toward Li Gang. This wretch, in collusion with Huang Hao, had whispered all manner of nonsense in his ear. Although Yi was the one executing orders, these two were hardly virtuous. He had lavished them with wealth and rewards, only to find them to be ungrateful wolves. When Li Gang had troubled Luo Qingwu, he had refrained from killing him outright, wanting him to survive a few more hours without revealing that he was monitoring her. Now that Feng Luoxia desired Ying Yi to perform well before Luo Qingwu, he would certainly oblige. I almost forgot about you when I dealt with that beast Huang Hao. Who would have thought you would prove useful after all? It was not in vain that I let you live for another month. Upon receiving Feng Luoxia's summons, Ying Yi's figure vanished and he swiftly made his way to the Qin Huang Hall. Inside the Qin Huang Hall, upon hearing the summons, Li Gang trembled as he entered the Grand Hall. This servant, Li Gang, greets your highness. Li Gang knelt, feeling the palpable anger radiating from Feng Luoxia, and trembled in fear, cold sweat trickling down his back. Are you aware of your crimes? Feng Luoxia narrowed her eyes. A murderous aura enveloping Li Gang. This servant does not know, Li Gang stammered. Residing within the imperial palace and often at Ying Yi's side, if he did not possess extraordinary cunning, he surely would not have lasted long. If he were to admit guilt, Feng Luoxia would undoubtedly use the law to execute him. Yet, claiming ignorance left him a glimmer of hope. Indeed, who could have foreseen that Luo Qingwu had such a close relationship with the Empress? Had he known, he would have ingratiated himself with her long ago and would never have dared to provoke her, especially not to seize her spiritual artifacts. That would be tantamount to courting death. Truly, he was a worthy disciple of Huang Hao, adept at feigning ignorance. Feng Luoxia's beautiful face turned cold, a smirk playing on her lips. However, it mattered little. When His Majesty arrives, he shall pass judgment upon you. His Majesty will pass judgment? Li Gang's eyes widened, excitement flickering within them. Although Huang Hao was dead, he was still alive. In Ying Yi's heart, he surely held some significance. Having accompanied His Majesty for so long, even if I have no merit, I have endured hardships. When His Majesty is enraged, he will certainly spare my life. Li Gang comforted himself, feeling considerably more at ease. Luo Qingwu's expression darkened. She questioned whether her sister placed too much trust in Ying Yi. That fool from her previous life, who had regarded two treacherous eunuchs as treasures. She would rather believe the eunuchs than trust them. How could Ying Yi possibly deal with Li Gang? However, it was too late to turn back now. She was eager to see how Ying Yi would act. Qinger. The two women did not wait long. The air trembled, a rift opened, and a striking young man clad in a black robe adorned with a golden nine-clawed dragon emerged. This young man was none other than Ying Yi. Feng Luoxia wore a stoic expression, while Luo Qingwu appeared somewhat pallid. Upon seeing Ying Yi once more, Luo Qingwu felt her heart ache unbearably. This was the man she had loved throughout her life, for whom she had sacrificed everything, including her own life. In the end, she was left with no more than a solitary grave. Yet soon, that wave of desolation dissipated, replaced by an all-consuming fury. In this lifetime, Ying Yi must die. Sensing the fleeting surge of murderous intent, Ying Yi feigned ignorance. He turned to Luo Qingwu, offering a smile and a nod, then pretended not to recognize her, instead looking toward Feng Luoxia, his eyes filled with inquiry. Feng Luoxia turned her head away, letting out a delicate huff. Luo family, Luo Qingwu. Ah, so it is Miss Luo. A pleasure to meet you. Ying Yi feigned enlightenment, smiling as he remarked, I have long heard of Miss Luo's exceptional talents in both literature and martial arts, her military prowess, and that she is a paragon of female heroism. Now that I see her in person, it is indeed as I have heard. With such a woman as Miss Luo in the Great Qin, how could we not prosper and sweep across the 6 kingdoms? Ying Yi commenced with flattery. However, this was no mere flattery. The only difference between Luo Qingwu and the acclaimed General Wang Jin of the Great Qin was their gender. Her leadership and military skills were by no means inferior to his, and that was simply the truth. Hearing Ying Yi's words, both women were taken aback. Luo Qingwu's reputation in the imperial capital was far from favorable. One could say it was abysmal, worse than that of courtesans. It was one thing for a woman to enlist in the military, but to share the same quarters with soldiers, especially in such a feudal era, was something no one could tolerate, let alone Ying Yi. Feng Luoxia pondered how to explain this to Ying Yi and placate his discontent. Yet, it appeared that Ying Yi held no grievances. His words were sincere, far from mere formalities. Phew, that is a relief. Feng Luoxi exhaled a sigh of relief. She had just been filled with trepidation, genuinely fearing that Ying Yi might underestimate Luo Qingwu and provoke the girl ire. If that were to happen, it would be utterly impossible to win Luo Qingwu back. Qingwu, noticing Luo Qingwu standing in a daze, Feng Luoxi quickly called out to her. Regaining her focus, Luo Qingwu gazed deeply at Ying Yi. His unexpected words took her by surprise, a heroine of the realm. What an enchanting title it was! Yet, in her past life, these 5 words had burdened her with everything, suffocating her. Ying Yi had even ridiculed her multiple times for enlisting in the military, branding her as nothing more than a mere object for others to ride upon. With her eyes glistening, Luo Qingwu clenched her fists, her voice slightly hoarse. "Your Majesty, you exaggerate. I am merely a woman who has long resided in the military, lacking in virtue and decorum, unworthy of such praise. Moreover, I am well aware of my reputation within the imperial capital. You need not speak insincerely to comfort me. According to the hierarchy, Luo Qingwu was indeed required to show utmost respect. But in the presence of Ying Yi, she struggled to suppress her inner fury, which still seeped through her tone. Li Gang's smile twisted. Initially anxious, he now sensed that the emperor might be the first to express dissatisfaction with Luo Qingwu. Feng Luoxi's beautiful eyes trembled, sensing Luo Qingwu's emotions, which made her anxious as she contemplated how to defend Luo Qingwu. But the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before the 3 of them. Ying Yi, with a solemn expression, prepared to swear an oath to the heavens. There was no other option. After all, these 2 young ladies were skeptical of him. He intended to make a grand declaration that would surely diminish Luo Qingwu's murderous intent. "Heaven, if I utter a single word that does not come from my heart, I willingly accept your wrath." It was a tad awkward, yet it was not flattery. Certainly not flattery, dear brothers. It was merely the consequence of his numerous misdeeds. Chapter 70. The Jade Pendant. Brother Ying. Feng Luoxi wished to intervene immediately, but Ying Yi spoke first. Thunder rumbled. The heavens trembled, signifying that Ying Yi's oath had been established. "Brother Ying, you?" Feng Luoxi was filled with anxiety. Oaths to the heavens ought not to be taken lightly. Not even a powerful lord, let alone a terrestrial deity, would escape the wrath of the heavens if they violated their oath. However, to the astonishment of the 3, the heavens did not unleash divine retribution, indicating that not a single word of Ying Yi's had been false. Feng Luoxi's beautiful eyes quivered. Luo Qingwu's delicate frame also trembled. She simply could not comprehend how Ying Yi, who had once regarded her as a disgrace, could now sincerely utter such words. "You?" Ying Yi smiled lightly. "In my view, regardless of gender, everyone bears the responsibility to defend their homeland. Miss Luo, your reputation in the imperial capital may not be favorable. Yet to me, you are a true heroine of our great Qin. A soldier is the most honorable profession in a nation. How could there be distinctions between men and women?" Ying Yi furrowed his brow. "In my perspective, concepts such as the 3 obediences and 4 virtues and gentlemen should keep their distance from the Kitchener archaic ideas that should be discarded. Regardless of gender, everyone has the right to contribute in various roles. Unfortunately, many entrenched beliefs exist, and many simply do not understand Miss Luo." Ying Yi's discourse left both women astounded, their mouths agape. Each of his statements, if uttered outside, would undoubtedly lead to execution. It was a denial of Confucian doctrine and a slight against the sage Confucius. Logically, as a member of the royal family, Ying Yi should adhere to Confucian principles and governance, yet he boldly refuted them. Should their ancestors learn of this, he would surely be scorned. "I understand it is Taoism. The plot necessitates it, but I must say, Ying Yi articulates the sentiments of countless women. Yet, they are acutely aware that enacting change is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Even Ying Yi cannot eradicate the deeply ingrained beliefs that have persisted in the hearts of the Qin people for millennia." Luo Qingwu gazed intently at Ying Yi, lost in thought. "Very well, I shall heed my sister's advice and give him time to prove himself." The atmosphere turned harmonious. Li Gang, unable to suppress a sigh of relief, observed that both Ying Yi and Feng Luoxi appeared to be in good spirits, believing he might be overlooked. Yet soon, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Feng Luoxi, momentarily speechless, quickly regained her composure and said, "Ying Yi, since you see Qingwu as a heroine, You wouldn't turn a blind eye to her being insulted by a eunuch, would you, Ying-yi? Feeling the cold glare from Feng Luoshi, Ying-yi involuntarily shivered. This young lady was clearly infuriated. She had called him brothering in the morning, but now addressed him as Ying-yi, signaling that this matter could not be resolved easily. Sensing Luo Qingwu's similarly piercing gaze, Ying-yi immediately understood what needed to be done. However, before he could respond, Li Gang had already knelt down, banging his head repeatedly on the ground. "Your Majesty, spare me. For the sake of my years of service, please let me keep my life," Li Gang wailed. He understood that Feng Luoshi's standing in Ying-yi's heart was far superior to what was rumored outside. Anyone else who dared to address the emperor by name would face certain death. Yet Ying-yi appeared unfazed. The moment Feng Luoshi finished speaking, he felt Ying-yi's murderous gaze upon him. "Your Majesty, this is the pardon you granted me," Li Gang pleaded. "Please spare me." Ying-yi's eyes glinted coldly. "A pardon? In ancient Earth, many emperors bestowed pardons. Yet if one truly wished to kill you, a pardon would be as worthless as scrap metal. Very well, I shall, for this time, spare you." Ying-yi smiled lightly, extending his hand. "You should be able to return this pardon to me. Yes, 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 thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for sparing me," Li Gang exclaimed, nearly in tears as he presented the pardon with trembling hands. Ying-yi accepted it, playing with the iron token before igniting it into ashes. Feng Luoshi and Luo Qingwu exchanged sympathetic glances. Having followed Ying-yi for over 100 years, they could discern even the faintest shift in his emotions. Once Ying-yi had made up his mind to enact vengeance, he would not easily spare Li Gang. "As anticipated," Ying-yi taunted. "Which foot did you use to step into this hall just now?" Li Gang's body trembled, bewildered, as he struggled to recall. Left foot? No, right foot. It was the right foot. No, wait, wrong. It was the left, right? His inability to remember such a trivial detail sealed his fate. "Since you cannot remember such a minor detail, I have no use for you." Ying-yi raised his hand slowly. Li Gang's complexion changed drastically. "Your Majesty, it was the right foot. I remember now. Please forgive me." Feng Luoshi's expression remained cold, while Luo Qingwu looked down at Li Gang with pity. Even at this juncture, did he not realize he was doomed? Ying-yi's voice turned hoarse. "Alas, the left foot has committed a transgression. Death is warranted." With a resounding clap, Li Gang had no time to react before he transformed into a mist of blood. After dealing with the outsider, Ying-yi smiled and said, "Miss Luo, I have been remiss. The Luo family is indeed the pillar of the Great Qin. General Luo and Xu Yuan have made significant contributions in expanding our territory and securing the southern borders. Granting you unimpeded access to the imperial palace is my promise. Yet today, it was this dead eunuch who disrupted our customs, and for that, I am at fault." Ying-yi retrieved a jade pendant from his robes. Engraved with the character Ying, adorned with a 9-clawed golden dragon, exuding a gentle, cool aura that cleared the senses. There was no need for further elaboration. This jade pendant was undoubtedly a treasure. "Miss Luo, this is my personal jade pendant. To see it is to see me from now on. You may enter and exit the imperial palace freely, without obstruction." Ying-yi handed the jade pendant to Luo Qingwu. Suddenly, both women's eyes widened in astonishment. This jade pendant was of extraordinary origin, nurtured by the Great Qin's fortune for decades. Wearing it could exponentially accelerate one's cultivation speed and greatly benefit martial techniques. Most importantly, this item was crafted from cold snow jade, capable of nurturing the spirit. It was rumored to be a primary material for forging imperial weapons. If worn long enough, it could even produce a spirit of its own, making it an absolute spiritual object. In terms of value, it was scarcely weaker than the blood of divine beasts at this stage. Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes quivered. She had not anticipated Ying-yi's generosity and momentarily hesitated on whether to accept it. "Brother Ying, since that is the case, let me, accept it on behalf of my sister Qingwu." Feng Luoshi took the jade pendant and handed it to Luo Qingwu. Feng Luoshi was well aware of Ying-yi's resources. The three-headed dog had left behind numerous treasures, and this jade pendant was indeed a precious item. However, it was merely a trifle to Ying-yi for Luo Qingwu, who was currently at a low level of cultivation. This pendant was necessary for her protection. "Sister," Luo Qingwu frowned slightly, wishing to refuse outright. Though Ying-yi had indeed altered her perception of him today, That was all. She would not allow her inner flame to be extinguished. His possessions were not worthy of her, yet ultimately, under Feng Luoxi's insistence, Luo Qingwu accepted it. Very well, consider it a debt he owes me. Guys. Today, all of you, my dear foster fathers, are on holiday, right? An extra update is a must. 3 chapters today. Otherwise, you might think I cannot update. Chapter 71. A secret conversation between 2 women. You all chat. I will go prepare a meal. Seeing Luo Qingwu accept the jade pendant, Yingyi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He understood her character well. Since she chose to accept it, there was still room for their relationship to improve. He looked at Feng Luoxi with gratitude in his eyes. Thankfully, he had managed to win over Feng Luoxi. With her assistance, the difficulty of winning over Luo Qingwu would be significantly reduced. All right, go ahead. Feng Luoxi did not stop Ying Wai in the past. She believed that men should not cook, especially since Yingyi was the emperor of the Great Qin. Such a notion would inevitably stir gossip. However, with Luo Qingwu present today, it was only natural for him to showcase his skills. As Yingyi departed, the icy glint in Luo Qingwu's eyes gradually warmed, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister, can he truly cook?" Luo Qingwu was utterly unconvinced. With Yingyi's noble status, he was accustomed to having everything served to him on a silver platter. It was a source of shame for any man, even one of the common folk in Great Qin, to cook, as they believed that men should wield swords on the battlefield while kitchens were the domain of women in a past life. Yingyi wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, even issuing an edict that deemed any man who dared to enter the kitchen as a threat to the dignity of Great Qin, subjecting them to a 3-year sentence or, at worst, exile and conscription. Watching his retreating figure, Luo Qingwu's gaze trembled. She could not comprehend how a person's transformation could be so profound. Could it be? Luo Qingwu shuddered, her voice dropping to a whisper. Sister, do you think Yingyi has also been reincarnated? Both she and Feng Luoxi had experienced such an opportunity. It was entirely plausible that Yingyi had as well. If not, she could not fathom such a dramatic change in him. Feng Luoxi smiled lightly and said, Qingwu, let me pose you a question. Sister, please ask, responded Luo Qingwu. Feng Luoxi continued, if he has indeed been reincarnated, why do you suppose he treats us so well? In their previous lives, he had achieved everything he ever desired. Power, women, he had it all. If he truly had a second chance, one would think his first course of action would be to eliminate them. Luo Qingwu's brows furrowed as she pondered the implications, slowly nodding in agreement. Indeed, Feng Luoxi's words held merit. Yingyi's animosity towards them was deeply ingrained. If he had been reborn, how could he possibly have entrusted treasures such as the divine beast's blood or the legendary Feng Wujiu Tian to Feng Luoxi? How could he have gifted her that jade pendant? It was astonishing how different he was in this life. Luo Qingwu murmured to herself. Suddenly, Feng Luoxi appeared to recall something significant, her expression turning serious. Qingwu, I just remembered something. Noticing her sister's grave demeanor, Luo Qingwu understood the gravity of the situation, raising an eyebrow to listen intently. Sister, listen closely, Feng Luoxi instructed, her gaze drifting to the distance, a palpable aura of menace surrounding her. Just a month ago, I encountered Su Chaqing. She came to the imperial palace. Su Chaqing. Luo Qingwu clenched her fists tightly. The mere mention of that name sent her heart racing. Who could forget how deeply Yingyi had loved her? Their suffering stemmed entirely from her. Sister, did she meet with Yingyi? Indeed. Feng Luoxi confirmed with a slight nod. Observing Luo Qingwu's stormy expression, she added with a hint of amusement, but did you know that Yinggu showed murderous intent towards Su Chaqing several times? Even striking out once? Luo Qingwu trembled slightly. That wretched woman is dead? Not quite, Feng Luoxi replied, shaking her head. Seeing Luo Qingwu's disdainful snort, she lowered her voice. Qingwu, Yinggu did indeed make a move, but Su Chaqing is far too enigmatic. Even with his full force, he could not eradicate her completely. I was there, and he showed no mercy. Luo Qingwu's eyes widened in shock. Yingyi was a formidable sovereign, while Su Chaqing was merely at the foundation level. How could she possibly withstand a strike from him? Feng Luoxi continued, her tone somber. Do you remember how I pursued Su Chaqing in our past life? She had a plethora of crafty schemes, always managing to escape from certain death. The most astonishing encounter was when I had already reached the martial emperor level, and she, merely at the void realm, withstood my strike and left gracefully, even causing internal injuries that I bore from that moment. A jolt coursed through Luo Qingwu's body, her mind blank. This was truly perplexing. Upon reflection, she realized that Su Chaqing appeared to be shrouded in a veil of mystery, making it impossible to discern her true nature. Her extraordinary feats and astonishing fortune left one utterly dumbfounded. Feng Luoxi's eyes gleamed with intensity as she continued, "Qingwu, Su Chaqing is no ordinary woman. Sima Yu, Jian Yu, Chu Tianxiao, and several other exceptional talents. All of them are dazzling figures in this realm. Yet, they all simultaneously adore one woman, obediently following her every command, forsaking their kingdoms and beauties for her alone. Do you find this normal? Sister, are you suggesting?" Luo Qingwu's back broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed. By mere virtue of her beauty, she cannot compare to even our maidservants, as an emperor, a general, a true power in the realm. What kind of woman has he not encountered? Why then, does he single her out for affection? Hearing Feng Luoxi's analysis, Luo Qingwu's mind began to clear. How could Su Chaqing achieve such a feat? Feng Luoxi slowly shook her head. I cannot say for certain. However, I am convinced that she harbors secrets unknown to others, capable of inciting such fervent obsession in men. Otherwise, none of this would make sense. Consider this. Before encountering Su Chaqing 3 years ago, Ingua was a man of great ambition and wisdom. How is it that he now resembles a foolish ruler, employing all manner of foolishness? As if he were two different people? I suspect he has sensed something amiss about Su Chaqing, which is why he has been inclined to act against her, yet has hesitated due to certain reservations. In that moment, Luo Qingwu's understanding crystallized. Sister, I comprehend now, I also grasp your meaning, yet his actions leave me heartbroken. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, and she uttered, Sister, you know the pain of losing a loved one before your eyes. The despair of giving everything only to be betrayed by the one you hold dear. I love him. I truly love him. Do you understand? I have entrusted him with my vulnerabilities countless times. Yet he has relentlessly struck at them. I am filled with hatred. How can he be so cold-hearted? I have sacrificed my life for him, only to witness the annihilation of the Luo family, leaving me a homeless soul under the blade of the barbarian. Sister, I hate him. I truly hate him. I wish for him to perish right now. Luo Qingwu's emotions erupted, her legs giving way as she threatened to collapse. Feng Luoxi's eyes brimmed with tears as she hurried to support her. Forgive me, Qingwu. It was wrong of me to focus solely on my own feelings and compel you to accept him again. P.S. Chapter 2. Another chapter. I humbly request your generous gifts. My heartfelt thanks to all the kind patrons. Chapter 72. Are you allergic to romance? Phew, that was close. The conversation between the two women was overheard entirely by Ying A. Thankfully, Feng Luoxi's persuasion proved effective. Had it not, Luo Qingwu might still have harbored intentions of killing him. In such a case, he would have had no choice but to betray her, albeit reluctantly after all. The bond between the two sisters was profound, and given Luo Qingwu's impressive military prowess, he would refrain from taking action if there was even the slightest glimmer of hope. How splendid, indeed. Ying Yi breathed a sigh of relief, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he cheerfully resumed his culinary endeavors. In the blink of an eye, several vibrant dishes were artfully arranged on the table. 3 meats, 1 vegetable, and a soup, truly a sumptuous feast. He sent a message to Feng Luoxi in the back garden. Upon receiving the message, Feng Luoxi patted the tear-streaked face of Luo Qingwu. All right, Qingwu, you're going to cry yourself into a little kitten. Don't you want to see the Grand Emperor of Great Qin cooking for us? If this were to get out, you'd have countless people envious of you, she teased. Luo Qingwu lifted her head, her eyes still puffy from crying, and coldly retorted, Sister, indulge him all you want. I see you've been blinded by affection. What could that scoundrel possibly cook that is worth eating? The fact that Ying Yi could cook had already left her flabbergasted. But the notion that he could prepare anything palatable was beyond her belief. Feng Luoxi did not offer explanations, merely smiling. Well, whether he can cook will soon be revealed, won't it? The two sisters, hand in hand, entered the kitchen. Have a seat, Qingwu. Feng Luoxi gently guided Luo Qingwu to sit beside her. Luo Qingwu's eyes were slightly red, clearly having been crying moments before. Initially dismissive, her expression changed upon seeing the table laden with dishes. Her pupils widening in disbelief. These dishes, Luo Qingwu's eyes widened in astonishment. The Luo family was a prominent clan in Great Qin. Although they had fallen from grace, their treatment had not diminished as the legitimate daughter of the Luo family. She had been spoiled by Luo Tianheng and Luo Shuyuan since childhood, having tasted every delicacy imaginable, yet she had never encountered such exquisite dishes. Not only were they vibrant in color, but they also exuded an enticing aroma that awakened her appetite. Well, what do you think? Is it not delightful? Feng Luoxi leaned in close, whispering with a smile. Luo Qingwu huffed, it's all show and no substance. While the presentation is indeed impressive and the aroma enticing, I am certain it cannot taste good. She feigned indifference. Feng Luoxi chose not to expose her facade, playfully saying, all right, if Qingwu dislikes it, then once I finish eating, shall I accompany you for a stroll? Feeling the weight of Luo Qingwu's resentful gaze, Feng Luoxi's smile blossomed, and she affectionately ruffled her sister's hair. You, my dear sister, are all bark and no bite. Come, let us eat. I assure you it is far superior to the palace chef's offerings. The two women shared a harmonious atmosphere, surpassing even that of biological sisters. Ying Yi, unable to suppress his emotions, sighed as he untied his apron. The bond among the four women was profound, each willing to sacrifice for one another. At that moment, he felt a twinge of gratitude towards the author of this book, a rather inept writer, who, in order to highlight the protagonist's brilliance, had depicted the relationships among the four supporting characters as exceptionally amicable, amplifying the reader's satisfaction when the protagonist derided the supporting characters. This certainly saved me quite a bit of effort, Ying Yi thought, feeling elated. The four women could be described as extraordinarily beautiful and alluring. Had it not been for the plot stipulations, based on his understanding of their personalities, it would have been impossible for them to marry him simultaneously or coexist in harmony. Well done, inept author. For inadvertently doing me a favor. From now on, I shall only scold you, sparing your ancestors from my ire. Ying Yi secretly reveled in this thought before taking his seat. Come, let me serve you some rice, he said, picking up a bowl and serving each of them a portion. Feng Luoxi, accustomed to receiving such gestures, accepted graciously, as they dined. Ying Yi not only served her rice, but also picked the bones from the fish for her. Meanwhile, Luo Qingwu watched in astonishment, particularly as Ying Yi continuously placed dishes before them, resembling a gentle, refined gentleman, humble and amicable, rather than the imposing emperor he truly was. Thank you, Luo Qingwu blurted out, unable to contain herself. The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted them deeply. Such minor kindnesses hardly warranted gratitude. Ying Yi, momentarily taken aback, chuckled. No need for formality, Miss Luo. Just treat it as if you were at home. Luo Qingwu's delicate frame quivered slightly as she lowered her gaze, avoiding his. After a while, her emotions began to settle, allowing her to appreciate the delectable flavors of the dishes before her. The moment she tasted a piece of Juling deer meat, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The delightful aroma and the tender, juicy texture tantalized her taste buds, making the simple dishes here seem like heavenly delicacies compared to the fare served by renowned chefs in restaurants, which paled in comparison to this. Feng Luoxi observed Luo Qingwu's transformation with a smile, tugging at her lips. The meal concluded swiftly, with the two women engaged in intimate conversation while Ying Yi adeptly cleared the table. Reminiscent of a diligent housewife. It seemed he had been influenced by the genes of good men from the earthly dragon kingdom, as he approached cooking and household chores with ease and enjoyment. Brothers, I truly enjoy cooking. What do you think, Qingwu? Feng Luoxi inquired with a smile. Wiping the grease from her mouth, Luo Qingwu reluctantly conceded. It's quite good indeed. However, she added, sister, has he really been cooking for you every day and cleaning up afterward? The sight of Ying Yi's busy figure left her astonished. This was the emperor of the Qin dynasty, a figure of immense power. Who would believe he would cook for a woman and tidy up afterward? Even for an ordinary person, achieving such a feat would be a Herculean task. Looking at Ying Yi, Feng Luoxi's exquisite face radiated a smile of contentment. Yes, Qingwu, if I cannot feel the heartbeat of my own heart, I would think this is a dream I never want to awaken from. Luo Qingwu's lips curled, acknowledging that the current Ing Yi was indeed admirable, yet the inner fury she harbored left her dissatisfied. Sister, do not be deceived by him. Die in my past life. I cannot count how many meals I prepared for Su Chaqing. Do not let him mislead you, Luo Qingwu said, her sincerity evident. Yet suddenly, Feng Luoxi's previously tender gaze turned icy. Ing Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He thought he might die from her glare. I say, dear aunt, are you allergic to romance? You choose the most critical moment to stab me in the back. Truly remarkable. When have I ever cooked for that green tea girl? Ing Yi felt aggrieved, thinking, just wait. Once I win you over, I will see how I deal with you. As the meal progressed, Luo Qingwu departed. Feng Luoxi leaned against Ing Yi, and the two exchanged soft words, appearing blissfully content. Outside the hall, Chun Xiao and Qiu Yin exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their lips as they discreetly withdrew. They knew that should any inappropriate scenes unfold, it would not end well. Brother Ing, what do you think of Qingwu? Feng Luoxi asked gently. Ing Yi feigned deep contemplation before replying, Miss Luo is indeed an admirable person. As I have heard, I understand her unique formations, such as the Bagua Array and the Long Snake Formation, have garnered much acclaim in the southern territories, causing considerable distress for the barbarian tribes. Feng Luoxi smiled. Indeed, do not be fooled by the fact that Qingwu is a woman. She possesses remarkable military acumen and strong leadership capabilities. Had she not been born a woman, her accomplishments would rival that of General Wang. This was her modesty speaking. In her past life, Luo Qingwu had saved the day countless times, her achievements far surpassing those of Wang Jian. However, she refrained from revealing this, fearing Ing Yi would find it hard to believe. Ing Yi nodded slightly. What Feng Luoxi did not realize was that Ing Yi was fully aware of Luo Qingwu's talents, and her words were far from exaggeration. Brother Ing, since that is the case, can we count Qingwu among the 3 concubines I have chosen for you? Feng Luoxi's beautiful eyes trembled, her heart tightening with some apprehension. This was due to Luo Qingwu's somewhat tarnished reputation. Many officials with backgrounds would caution their descendants to steer clear of her. As an emperor, Ing Yi had to be concerned about his image. The politeness he had shown to Luo Qingwu earlier was likely an act of courtesy towards her reputation. But in the next moment, Feng Luoxi finally sighed in relief. Yes, she certainly counts. Ing Yi smiled faintly. Since she was chosen by you, she must be the best. Feng Luoxi felt a surge of emotion as she leaned against Ing Yi's shoulder. Brother Ing, rest assured, Qingwu is still an untouched maiden. Once she truly enters the palace, her assistance will be invaluable. I believe that, he replied. In that case, with Feng Luoxi managing the court, Luo Qingwu overseeing military affairs, and Rong Xinchue handling finances, while Shi Yishuan protects him, that would be an enviable life indeed. Unfortunately, for now, it remains but a dream. Yet he held confidence that, given enough time, he would envelop the 4 women into his life and lead a carefree existence. Seeing the sincerity in Ing Yi's expression, Feng Luoxi felt compelled to add, however, Qingwu is a girl, and given your previous treatment of the Luo family, which has been rather harsh, seizing control of the Luo family's military, publicly denigrating General Luo, and stripping him of his duties. Her brows knitted slightly as her enchanting eyes fixed on him. Brother Ing, tell me, did Luo Xiyuan's grave injuries have anything to do with you? Ing Yi sighed inwardly, having anticipated that Feng Luoxi would eventually pose this question, especially after Luo Qingwu's arrival, the feeling growing ever stronger. Feng Luoxi, having been reborn, was aware of all the causal relationships. Thus, concealing the truth would not only diminish Feng Luoxi's fondness for him, but could also create a rift between them. Ing Yi nodded slightly, a bitter smile escaping his lips. You are correct. This matter was indeed my doing. Upon hearing Ing Yi's admission, Feng Luoxi did not express anger. Instead, a smile graced her lips. She already knew the answer to her question. If Ing Yi had deceived her, even if she found it difficult to leave, the disappointment would accumulate until she would turn away without a second thought. But now, with Ing Yi openly discussing such a sensitive issue, she felt the trust he had in her. Brother Ing, the Luo family has long been loyal and valiant. We need not dwell on past grievances. However, I hope that moving forward, You will show kindness towards the Luo family. They have followed the royal family for a millennium. Do not heed slanderous words that isolate the loyal and elevate the treacherous. Seeing Feng Luoshi's calm demeanor, Yingyi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It appeared she bore no grudge against him. Instead, she would likely speak on Luo Qingwu's behalf in the future. I understand. Yingyi replied with a gentle smile, then solemnly added, however, my dear, I am also unclear as to why I issued that command 3 years ago. Over the past 3 years, many events have become hazy in my mind. For instance, the decision to summon Qingnu into the palace, my desire to take her as a concubine, and the imprisonment of those loyal subjects. Every time I reflect upon it, my mind grows foggy. Yingyi resolved to take the initiative. He had committed numerous wrongs, and should Feng Luoshi ever feel nostalgic at a certain moment and bring them up, he would be the one to suffer. It would be better to assign all the blame to that green tea girl, Su Chaqing. Feng Luoshi, having witnessed Su Chaqing's cunning, would certainly not doubt his claims. As expected, upon hearing this, Feng Luoshi's heart trembled. And after a moment's thought, she casually inquired, Brother Ying, could it be that there was an issue with your cultivation? Yingyi shook his head, his expression darkening. Qinger, I hope you will keep my next words to yourself. Understood. Seeing the seriousness etched on his face, Feng Luoshi nodded vigorously. She sensed that what Yingyi was about to say might be related to the drastic change in his temperament. Brother Ying, please speak. I promise to keep it a secret. Yingyi spoke gravely. Qinger, ever since I first encountered Su Chaqing 3 years ago, it was as if she possessed a kind of magic that captivated me instantly, embedding her visage in my memory. Strangely enough, she seemed to know all of my preferences. It is as if we share a profound destiny. No matter how far I go, I always seem to encounter her. Her every gesture and action striking a chord within me, rendering me unable to resist. Yingyi paused for a moment before speaking softly. Initially, I paid no heed to her, but as subsequent events unfolded, I suddenly realized that she seemed to possess some enchanting allure. Regardless of how much I detested her conditions, I found myself unconditionally yielding to her whims. Otherwise, given my temperament, how could I ever take a courtesan as my consort? Let alone imprison Feng Xiang in the heavenly prison? And you, Sheer, having grown up alongside me, how could you possibly betray me? Thus, upon realizing something was amiss, I intended to confront her that day, only to unexpectedly discover that she appeared to be under the protection of a divine artifact, rendering her impervious to harm. Yingyi's tone grew increasingly grave as he recounted the tale. Once he finished speaking, he exhaled heavily. Most of what he said was true, although he had merely referred to the system as a divine object. Su Chaqing was enveloped in the radiance of a protagonist's halo, aided by a stallion system, which made it impossible for an ordinary male lead to resist her charm, were it not for his own status as an extraordinary being. With memories suddenly awakening, he would have likely been toyed with by this green tea girl. Feng Luoshi's fingertips trembled slightly. Yingyi's words seemed to arise from thin air, lacking any basis, and to an outsider. They sounded entirely fabricated. Yet, for her, who had contended with Su Chaqing for over a century, the latter was indeed shrouded in mystery. Moreover, every man in her vicinity was a formidable presence, ranging from those capable of suppressing a domain of cultivators to wealthy merchants whose fortunes could rival nations. All of whom were her esteemed guests. Su Chaqing's appearance was unremarkable, at best modestly attractive, and her abilities were exceedingly mediocre. Aside from some trivial tea-related conversations, she was no different from an ordinary woman. More than once, she had suspected Su Chaqing of employing some underhanded means. Today, hearing Yingyi's words, though the reasons remained unclear, she absolutely trusted his account. Brother Ying, Sheer believes in you. However, the act of eliminating Su Chaqing required careful deliberation. What was paramount now was to pay more attention to Qingwu and to bring her into the palace as soon as possible. Feng Luoshi was acutely aware of the stakes. If they could not strike decisively, once she regained her senses, they would face relentless retaliation. Thus, she needed a single, decisive blow. As he departed from the Qinhuang Hall, a smile graced Yingyi's lips when it came to taking a consort. Feng Luoshi was even more eager than he, fervently offering him suggestions, urging him to grow closer to Luo Qingwu. In truth, he understood Feng Luoshi's concerns, primarily regarding Luo Qingwu's reputation, fearing he might have second thoughts. Silly girl, why the haste? I am well aware of Qingwu's significance. With her, I have a strategist who can decide battles from 1,000 miles away. Yet, Qingwu harbors deep-seated malice towards me, so I must proceed with caution. Yingyi sighed softly. Feng Luoxi spent every day with him, presenting many opportunities to seize. However, Luo Qingwu lingered in the military camp, making it exceedingly difficult to arrange a meeting. What should he do? Perhaps he should begin with Luo Shuyuan? Yingyi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Luo Shuyuan was the eldest son of the Luo family, a prominent figure among the younger generation in the imperial capital. Not only was he a prodigious talent, having entered the Heavenly Gang realm at the tender age of 17 and reaching half-step to the Void realm at 20, but he was also exceptionally astute. Commanding armies by the age of 18 and achieving significant victories against the barbarians in the southern region, repeatedly slaying their top generals, had it not been for the need to alter the narrative. Causing Luo Shuyuan to become incapacitated, the barbarians would hardly dare to invade the north. In recent years, the barbarian king had even boisterously proclaimed intentions to eradicate the Great Qin, lighting a beacon of war. Alas, the past is the past. The present is one of extraordinary circumstances. Do you believe that the chaos of the barbarians a decade from now will repeat itself? Yingyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, according to the narrative's design, after Luo Shuyuan, no capable generals would remain in the southern region, leading to a rampant invasion by the barbarians, wreaking havoc upon the borders. However, the situation was different now. Being the first to grasp the script, he intended to achieve two goals with one action. Not only would he heal Luo Shuyuan, securing a loyal general, but it would also improve the relationship between Luo Qingwu and himself. A delightful prospect. Thus, he decided to start with Luo Shuyuan. A smile lingered on Yingyi's lips as he vanished in a flash, arriving at the treasure vault. Outside the vault, Wang Qi appeared somewhat distracted. Lost in thought, it was only when Yingyi patted him on the shoulder that he snapped back to reality. What were you thinking? If you're not feeling well, you should return to rest. Yingyi teased lightly. Wang Qi jumped, clearly startled. He had intended to voice a few complaints, but quickly inquired, Old Ying, have you found a suitable candidate for the wager in a few days? Yingyi smiled faintly. What, have you been pondering this the whole time? What do you think? Wang Qi retorted. You're doing well, setting up this wager as if you're handing over a victory. As your brother, why would I not be concerned about who you care for? So, have you found someone? Yingyi nodded. Indeed. I have found him. He will enter the imperial capital when the wager commences. Wang Qi's face lit up with excitement. Those three, what level are they at? Are they earth-shattering talents? Have they trained in martial arts? Do they possess magical artifacts? Yingyi chuckled wryly when I found him. His meridians were shattered, and his foundation was in ruins. He hadn't trained in any martial arts. However, when you see him again, I assure you, he will surprise you. As for the wager, you needn't worry. I will not let you down. How can you say that? Wang Qi exclaimed in anger. The aristocratic families and academies monopolize the path of cultivation. If they rebel, you'll be left all alone. Clenching his fists, his voice turned hoarse. Old Ying, having come this far, you must not give up. You can definitely win. After saying this, Wang Qi firmly patted Yingyi's shoulder before departing. What a peculiar fellow. Yingyi mused, somewhat puzzled, but chose not to pry further as he walked into the treasure vault. Luo Shuyuan had suffered severe internal injuries due to a surprise attack during his breakthrough, resulting in the shattering of multiple powerful meridians. For others, such injuries would be tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, the Great Qin's treasure vault had stood for millennia, and in its heyday, Great Qin had ruled over the world. Amassing an abundance of treasures, he would gather all the precious medicinal herbs capable of healing Luo Shuyuan's injuries. Meanwhile, Wang Qi returned to the Wang residence. He took out the Qingming mirror and infused it with a vast amount of spiritual energy. Yingyi, you are my brother, my only brother, and no matter what, you cannot lose, nor will you lose. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your victory. You are the emperor of the Great Qin, the future ruler of a unified realm. How can you be defeated by a group of disrespectful subjects? As the spiritual energy flowed into the mirror, a brilliant light began to emanate, revealing a chaotic scene within. Wang Qi's voice turned hoarse. I seek a loose cultivator, one who can win the wager. It is possible, but the difficulty is immense. It requires the sacrifice of 30 years of lifespan. Are you willing? A voice echoed from the depths of the mirror. Wang Qi's pupils constricted sharply, but he quickly steadied himself and replied solemnly, I am willing. In the next instant, a terrifying force of attraction surged forth, causing Wang Qi's appearance to visibly age at an alarming rate. His once dark hair now bore several strands of white, and the corners of his eyes were etched with wrinkles. What is happening? He exclaimed. The Qingming mirror murmured to itself, why is there a void? Why can I not discern that person? Could it be that the individual Ing Yi seeks is the same as the one I detected? How peculiar, truly peculiar. Yet, it seems the great Qin Emperor Ing Yi harbors an enigmatic aura. I can scarcely comprehend him. The voice remained calm. However, if anyone were to stand at the end of the secret passage, they would witness a shadow suspended in midair, its expression one of astonishment. Having lived for countless ages, it was encountering such a situation for the first time. So, have you found someone? Wang Qi inquired eagerly. The Qingming mirror replied solemnly, no, I do not know the reason. Do you have any other needs? I can assist you. What a useless thing. You boast so loudly, yet in the end, you are of no help. Wang Qi cursed vehemently, quickly return my lifespan. You worthless object. You? The Qingming mirror was left speechless, yet it complied and restored his lifespan. Seeing Wang Qi storm away in anger, it hastily called out, do you not require martial arts, techniques, or rare treasures? Wang Qi continued to walk away, unwilling to engage further. The Qingming mirror, now anxious, exclaimed, Wang Qi, is it only Ing Yi who compels you to willingly offer your lifespan? Does he hold such importance in your heart that it surpasses your own life? Wang Qi halted, his tone flat. He is my brother, my only brother. If my life can be exchanged for so much, it is only right that I reserve it for him. With those words, Wang Qi exited the secret chamber. In truth, he held another thought in his heart. I was falsely accused and nearly sentenced to death. Once, all my brothers abandoned me, but Ing Yi stood before me without hesitation, shielding me from harm, clearing my name. From that day forward, my life belongs to him. No one else may take it. In the imperial capital, Ing Yi strolled leisurely along the bustling streets, making his way towards the Luo residence. The thoroughfare was teeming with cultivators, while vendors lined both sides, their stalls brimming with wares, creating a vibrant tapestry of prosperity. Typically confined to the imperial palace, Ing Yi seldom had the opportunity to wander freely like this. The myriad of goods at the vendors' stalls captivated him, compelling him to pause and observe. Disguised, he went unnoticed by the throngs of cultivators, none able to recognize him as the emperor of the Great Qin. Ah, these two trinkets are rather exquisite, he remarked, stopping before a jewelry stall. His eyes were drawn to a cerulean butterfly-shaped hairpin and a pendant adorned with purple gemstones. While neither item was extraordinary nor magical, their craftsmanship was meticulous and breathtaking. Young master, this is a jade butterfly pin, and that is a pendant inlaid with purple gemstones. Please take a look and see if they suit your fancy. I would be pleased to sell them to you at a reasonable price, the vendor said with a warm smile. Ing Yi nodded with a faint smile, appreciating the items. Wrap them both up for me? Separately. Of course, young master, I shall prepare them promptly. The vendor moved swiftly, packaging the pin and pendant in 2 jade boxes, one long and one square. Young master, the total is 3 low-grade spirit stones, or 50 taels of silver will suffice. The price seems fair, Ing Yi replied, waving a hand to present the spirit stones to the vendor before turning to leave. Thank you, young master. Thank you, the vendor exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he watched Ing Yi depart. How wonderful it would be if the entire expanse of the Great Qin were filled with such scenes. After meandering through the streets, Ing Yi could not help but admire the unimaginable level of prosperity that characterized the imperial capital. There were pavilions suspended in midair, waterfalls resembling the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, and the wondrous sight of the sun and moon shining together upon the myriad treasures displayed in the grand treasure house. One could find nearly all the rarest treasures of the world within this city. Yet, it was lamentable that there was but a single imperial capital in the Great Qin. He understood that the inhabitants of the border cities were perpetually subjected to the threats of monstrous beasts, barbaric tribes, and the machinations and slaughter from the other 6 kingdoms. The northern frontier was relatively stable under General Wang's command, but the south was undoubtedly the most tumultuous. However, once Luo Shiyuan recovered and re-established the Luo family army, he believed the barbarian tribes would not dare to stir up too much trouble. Ying Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He would eventually unify the Seven Kingdoms, bringing about a lasting peace for the world. This was his aspiration, the lifelong goal for which the Emperor of the Great Qin tirelessly fought. Make way, quickly make way. Ying Yi's contemplations were abruptly interrupted by the sound of neighing horses and a familiar voice that snapped him back to reality. As he looked around, he beheld a young woman clad in a black fitted robe, her expression one of urgency as she rode a tall steed down the main road. Behind her was a soldier, clad in armor and barely clinging to life. The appearance of the woman instantly drew the attention of the crowd, eliciting disdainful murmurs. His Majesty has decreed that galloping on the imperial road is forbidden. Has she no regard for her life? Isn't that Luo Qingwu, the daughter of the Luo family? Oh, so it's heard, it's no surprise. A woman who disregards propriety would certainly engage in such reckless behavior. Look, she even has a man trailing behind her. Could he be her kept boy? Just as I heard, the tales of Miss Luo's scandalous escapades were not exaggerated. Seeing it with my own eyes is astonishing. No wonder the rumors spread about her merriment in the military camp. The onlookers exchanged whispers, their disdain palpable. Yet Luo Qingwu remained composed in the face of their vitriol. However, as she noticed that the crowd did not disperse, but instead deliberately blocked her path, her heart raced with urgency. The soldier had just retreated from the southern front lines and was suffering from severe internal injuries that the military physician could not treat. Only by returning to the Luo residence could the family physician provide aid. If the crowd continued to obstruct her, even a moment's delay could cost the soldier his life. Everyone, he is a soldier of the Great Qin, just returned from the southern front, and he is gravely injured. Struck down by a barbarian's blunt weapon, I implore you to step aside and allow me to take him back to the Luo residence for treatment. Luo Qingwu's voice was hoarse, laced with desperation. Yet it seemed as if the crowd did not hear her plea. One soldier dies, and it's of little consequence. He's just a useless waste. Indeed, they draw the rations of the Great Qin, yet they should be sacrificing their lives. If they are not dead or dying, they merely squander our resources, utterly disgusting. The Great Qin provides them with sustenance, yet they fail time and again in battle. Their deaths are inconsequential. Many wealthy onlookers in fine robes wore expressions of disdain. To them, soldiers were mere leeches, incapable of sustaining themselves, and the death of one was a blessing. Luo Qingwu clenched her delicate hands, sorrow welling within her heart. If these words reached the ears of the soldiers stationed at the borders, how deeply it would wound them. They fought valiantly, countless soldiers determined to perish alongside the monstrous beasts and barbarian tribes, barely managing to hold the borders. They risked their lives to protect the peace of countless citizens of the Great Qin. Yet now, these people regarded them as a plague, filled with contempt. How heartbreaking! Get out of the way! One soldier's death is inconsequential. How lowly! Do not hinder us. We have markets to attend. Move aside. The crowd glared at her with hostility. Luo Qingwu wished to argue her case further, but the soldier behind her wore a faint smile, tears streaming down his face, his gaze conveying a mixture of resignation and despair. Miss Luo, do not trouble yourself on my behalf. I shall not live much longer. It is just a pity that I shall never again stand alongside my brothers on the battlefield. The soldier's vision began to blur as vivid images flooded his mind, scenes of the harsh borderlands, where countless soldiers, gaunt and weary, clad in tattered uniforms, held their dilapidated weapons to defend against the formidable barbarian tribes and monstrous beasts in that frigid land. Their movements were severely restricted, a battlefield where barbarian tribes and beasts held dominion. Each time the enemy attacked, they could only charge forward, embracing the certainty of death, determined to perish together. Snow and blood intertwined. Soldiers fell one after another, becoming fodder for the enemy, yet retreat was not an option. Behind them lay millions of citizens of the Great Qin, and the soldier's honor was to die valiantly in battle. Old son, should you return, please tell my son that I did not bring shame upon him. Ha ha ha, we, the soldiers of the Great Qin, would rather die than retreat. Great Qin, fight to the death. As the scenes shifted, thousands of the old, weak, and infirm faced an onslaught of fierce beasts and robust barbarians. They laughed, and through their laughter came tears. Brothers, are you afraid? No fear. Ha ha ha. Behind us are the millions of citizens of the Great Qin. If our death can bring peace to the realm, we shall not hesitate to perish. May the country endure, forever illuminating our land. The commanding officer bellowed. Soldiers gripped their spears tightly, tears glistening in their fierce eyes, their deafening cries resonating through the vast expanse. May the country endure, forever illuminating our land. May the country endure, forever illuminating our land. May the country endure, forever illuminating our land. The soldier's body trembled, his gaze gradually clearing, as if in a trance, and he shouted a garbled phrase. The crowd fell silent. Though the words were unclear, they could still discern. May the country endure, forever illuminating our land. As the soldier's consciousness faded, 2 tears cascaded down his cheeks, a smile lingering on his lips. Luo, Miss Luo, I am sorry. I have broken my promise. At that moment, Luo Qingwu's pupils constricted, tears streaming down her face. Just then, a young man stepped forward from the crowd, grasping the soldier's wrist and channeling gentle spiritual energy into his body. Upon witnessing this, Luo Qingwu intended to interject, but sensing the revival of the soldier's life force, she quickly restrained her actions. Young hero, I beseech you to save him if you succeed in preserving his life. I, Luo Qingwu, owe you a favor. Ying Yi paid her no mind. The soldier's injuries were trivial to him. He could heal them in mere moments. However, he had just emerged from his own thoughts and perceived the primary conflict currently plaguing the Great Qin. These officials and wealthy elites held no respect for the soldiers. Rather, they would rejoice at their demise. In the realm of Earth, such a notion would be unthinkable. No wonder the border had faced continuous warfare. Losing more battles than winning, with such internal discord, how could victory ever be achieved? The soldiers were the cornerstone of the Great Qin, its lifeblood. The brazen contempt shown towards them was nothing short of a heinous crime deserving of death. Ying Yi suppressed his rising anger. After this incident, he would establish regulations. Henceforth, all officials' children and wealthy scions, upon reaching a certain age, must undergo training at the borders. And as for these despicable individuals, he would remember each and every one of them. Once he returned to the imperial palace, he would drag them all to the battlefield. If they did not achieve military merit, they would not be allowed to return. A short while later, the soldier's complexion began to flush with color, gradually regaining vitality. His eyes fluttered open. Am I dead? You are not dead, Wu Yang. You have come back to life, Luo Qingwu exclaimed, her body trembling with excitement. Every soldier was a treasure to the Great Qin, and witnessing one revive from the brink of death filled her heart with indescribable joy. Young hero, thank you. Had it not been for you, Wu Yang would have perished. Luo Qingwu's face radiated gratitude. Ying Yi waved his hand dismissively, stating, as soldiers of the Great Qin, we have bled and sacrificed too much for our nation. How could I stand idly by while they face peril? Luo Qingwu's eyes trembled slightly, her heart quaking. She then thought of Ying Yi, and her gaze inevitably dimmed. Ying Yi, a truth known to any youth, how can you, as the emperor of the Great Qin, fail to grasp the simplest of principles? Your position exists solely due to their presence. Luo Qingwu's emotions weighed heavily upon her, yet she quickly regained her composure. Never mind, never mind. Your actions are of no concern to me. It is merely a pity that countless soldiers remain loyal to a foolish monarch. Young hero, may I inquire your name? Luo Qingwu, regaining her focus, clasped her hands in respect, her expression earnest. I am Luo Qingwu of the Luo family. I am truly grateful for your assistance today and shall repay you handsomely in the future. Ying Yi smiled lightly. A name is but a title, freely spoken. As for your desire to repay, we shall speak of it another day. Luo Qingwu sensed an ambiguity in his words, but could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Upon hearing his response, she slowly nodded. In that case, I thank you once more, young hero. However, speak freely, Miss Luo. Observing her evident discomfort, Ying Yi smiled gently. With a subdued voice, Luo Qingwu continued, young hero, a large number of soldiers who have returned from the border are gravely injured. Much like Wu Yang, could you, for For the sake of their dedication to protecting our homeland, lend your aid to save them? Ingyi furrowed his brow. It is only right to extend a hand to those in need. Thank you, young hero. Luo Qingwu expressed her gratitude hastily. Stand still. Just as they prepared to depart, a figure blocked their path. The obstructing individual was a middle-aged man, adorned in a luxurious hat and fur coat, with silk garments and a jade pendant at his waist, unmistakably a man of wealth. Are you truly intent on rescuing those soldier ruffians? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Other wealthy merchants began to gather around. Their animosity towards the soldiers stemmed from the heavy taxes imposed upon them by the Great Qin, exacerbated by the soldiers' presence. With each soldier who fell, the merchants could evade a portion of military pay, which translated into a significant loss of silver. They dismissed notions of patriotism and the safety of the realm as mere nonsense. To them, they could be Qin, Chu, or even barbarian or beast, as long as it yielded profit. They were willing to commit any immoral act for sufficient gain. Seeing Ingyi revive Wu Yong and now intending to rescue even more soldiers ignited their long-suppressed fury. And so what? Ingyi's eyes narrowed, wishing to crush this insolent fool. Yet reason prevailed over impulse. He wanted to discern the merchant's true thoughts. How bold! The middle-aged man seethed with rage. Let me make myself clear. If you save even a single foot soldier, I shall sever one of your fingers. If you save 10, I shall take your life. If your life is insufficient, I will demand the lives of your entire family. For years, we have tightened our belts to survive. And every coin we earn is siphoned away. I refuse to endure this any longer. Indeed, we refuse. A chorus of angry merchants echoed. Earning merely a little over 10,000 silver a year, while paying hundreds in taxes felt like they were being bled dry. Is there no law? No justice? Luo Qingwu trembled with rage. The taxes of the Great Qin were the lowest among the 7 nations. The conditions provided by the emperor were the most favorable across the realm. They merely needed to contribute a meager portion of their profits to enjoy numerous benefits. And what of the soldiers? Luo Qingwu's body quaked, her eyes reddening with fury. They are the ones who protect the borders with the least pay. If not for them, would you enjoy the current peace? Do you possess any conscience? By the end, Luo Qingwu nearly shouted. Yet the wealthy men merely scoffed. This is our hard-earned money, if they have the ability. Why do they not become merchants? They have taken the silver. They must fulfill their obligations. The laws of the Great Qin grant us many privileges. Go ahead, tell the emperor. Exactly, what right does a mere 1,000-man soldier have to argue with us? You? Luo Qingwu stumbled, a wave of helplessness washing over her. The merchant class was vast and convoluted, and Ingyi, eager for achievements, sought to amass wealth through their endeavors. She understood that even if Ingyi were aware, change was unlikely to end such a Great Qin. Was it still truly the Great Qin? Luo Qingwu's heart ached, and she felt faint, collapsing towards the ground. Qingwu, Ingyi caught her, and as she gradually regained her senses, he surveyed their surroundings. A smile emerged on his face, yet it resembled a grin from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Ah, so this is how it is. I have underestimated your avarice. Since this is a mess of my own making, I shall personally resolve it. Chapter 77. The heart quakes with a swift motion. Ingyi extended his hand, shattering the middle-aged man into a mist of blood. The affluent merchant who had spoken out moments earlier crumpled to the ground, his bones shattered, a wretched scream escaping his lips. Ingyi cast a furious glance around. I had anticipated your greed. Yet I never imagined it to reach such depths. The youthful naivety gradually faded, revealing a towering figure radiating brilliant golden light, his brow adorned with a sword-like mark, now standing before the assembly. Your Majesty! The crowd's eyes widened in shock, their hearts trembling. They could scarcely believe that the young man who had come to heal the soldiers was none other than the emperor of the Great Qin, Ingyi. In an instant, all present knelt, their foreheads touching the ground in reverence. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! At that moment, the faces of the previously arrogant merchants turned pale, their lips quivering uncontrollably. Had it been anyone else, even if Feng Wudao had arrived, they would have plotted against him. Yet they never imagined Ingyi would personally intervene. Fear gripped them, a deep-rooted terror. However, Recalling the emperor's current favor towards merchants, a glimmer of hope for survival flickered within them. Your Majesty, spare us. We have always been diligent for the great Qin and have never dared to evade taxes. Please, grant us mercy this time. The merchants prostrated repeatedly, attempting to gamble on their significance. Each year, the merchants' tax contributions formed a substantial part of the great Qin's treasury, and they could not believe that Ing Yi would act ruthlessly. But the outcome left them horrified. A sinister smile crept onto Ing Yi's face. You wretched creatures. The conditions I offered you were already the best among the 7 nations, yet instead of gratitude, you only pay half of your due taxes and wish for the bloodied soldiers to perish. You, a band of parasitic swine, could not have thrived in the great Qin without their sacrifices. I was too lenient with you before. From now on, I shall ensure you wretches are well taken care of. The ancestral teachings were not wrong. The roles of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants must be respected. You base and contemptible beings, devoid of loyalty to your sovereign and lacking reverence for the great Qin, who would betray their country for trifling gains, shall not receive any privileges from me. Night Watchman, Ing Yi bellowed. Several figures swiftly emerged from the crowd, kneeling before him. Your Majesty, take these wretches away. Hang them at the eastern gate of the imperial city. I want these merchant scum to understand that without loyalty to the great Qin and without respect for our soldiers, they shall face my blade. Yes, Your Majesty. Several members of the night patrol shuddered, hastily binding the weeping merchants and taking them away, as the group departed. An oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. The bystanders who had just insulted the soldiers swallowed nervously, fearing retribution from Ing Yi. The others stood frozen in shock. Ing Yi was renowned for his magnanimity towards merchants. A notable incident occurred 2 years prior when a group of merchants smuggled ironware and were intercepted by a general who intended to execute them post-haste. In their desperation, the merchants seized the opportunity and beheaded the general. This event caused a tremendous uproar in the Qin, and many believed the merchants would meet their doom. To their astonishment, Ing Yi, recognizing their exceptional talents in amassing wealth, declared them innocent and enacted various decrees to ensure their protection. Meanwhile, the general who had tried to stop them was branded a traitor and had his entire clan annihilated. This absurdity sparked widespread outrage, and while many resisted, they were swiftly suppressed. It was from that moment on that the status of merchants soared, placing them on par with the esteemed officials. Were it not for Feng Wudao's collaboration with the aristocratic academies, the court today would likely be dominated by merchants. Yet, they had never anticipated that the merchants, once poised to become the most significant force in Qin, would now witness the sovereign's erratic temperament. As he publicly executed several individuals and turned against the remaining merchants, most alarmingly, it seemed that their once unassailable position was on the brink of collapse. Your Majesty, upon seeing Ing Yi, Luo Qingwu's delicate frame trembled, disbelief washing over her. She could hardly fathom that the one who had just intervened to save her was him, nor could she believe that a man so obsessed with wealth would undermine his own foundation by exterminating the merchants. Each event struck her deeply, for Ing Yi's current demeanor starkly contrasted with his previous self, as if he were a completely different person. Miss Luo, we meet again, Ing Yi said with a smile, concealing the ferocity he had displayed moments earlier, as if the earlier confrontation had never been his doing. After a brief pause, he spoke earnestly. Miss Luo, having a general like you who empathizes with the soldiers is indeed a blessing for our Qin. Rest assured, I shall cleanse you of the vile words and slanders you have endured. His sincerity was evident, for the harsh words directed at her were indeed deeply hurtful, especially since he understood Luo Qingwu's character. Such misunderstandings pained him profoundly. The thought of having allowed those rumors to proliferate without intervention made him wish to chastise himself. Ing Yi, is he genuinely concerned for her? Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes quivered as she gazed at Ing Yi, her expression unconsciously softening, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. This change was so subtle that she herself remained unaware of it. However, it was not long before her demeanor turned icy once more. I am but a lowly individual, Your Majesty, and I do not wish to trouble you. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. With that, Luo Qingwu mounted her horse. Eager to return to the military camp, Wu Yang's injuries had healed, and she needed to return to tackle the complexities of battle formations. But in the next moment, Ingyi's figure vanished and reappeared upon her steed, his large hand resting lightly upon her slender waist. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Luo Qingwu furrowed her brows, a wave of revulsion rising within her. Were it not for her inability to overpower him, she would have relished the opportunity to strike him down then and there. Ingyi spoke with a placid tone. "I am a man of my word. I have just promised you that I would attend to the wounded soldiers returning from the border. Do you wish for me to break my promise, Miss Luo?" Luo Qingwu's eyes widened. Just moments ago, she had been disheartened over the injured soldiers. How could Ingyi, the esteemed sovereign, lower himself to visit the military camp? Yet, she was surprised to find that he had indeed remembered this matter. Luo Qingwu hesitated, then replied solemnly, "Your Majesty, as the esteemed ruler, the military camp is a place of filth and disorder. It may not be suitable for your royal presence." Ingyi scoffed, replying with conviction, "The countless soldiers of our Qin fight for their homeland, for our Ing clan. They are the very foundation of our state. Without them, there would be no Qin, and certainly no throne for me. Ingyi, as long as they live, I would personally tend to their wounds without a moment's hesitation. I would even deplete the treasures of the Qin treasury accumulated over millennia, and I would not flinch. Thus, I implore you, Miss Luo, to lead me to the military camp so that I may personally heal them." Ingyi's voice resonated widely, reaching the ears of thousands of Qin citizens, in an instant. A tremor of disbelief coursed through the crowd. They had not expected Ingyi to utter such words. The once invincible Qin army was bolstered by the sovereign's exceptional regard for the soldiers, often sharing their quarters as a matter of course. However, in recent times, with the Qin stability, successive sovereigns had ceased to shower soldiers with favor, instead remaining perpetually wary of them, often cutting back on their supplies of weapons and provisions. While this may have quelled potential rebellions, it had led to devastating losses whenever enemies launched surprise attacks. Ingyi understood that such methods only address symptoms, not the root cause. His ancestors were right. To win hearts was paramount. Not only would this foster unwavering loyalty among the soldiers, but it would also ignite their fighting spirit and instill a sense of national identity. The Dragon Nation, a formidable military power, thrived due to its citizens' profound sense of national pride and belonging, which enabled them to triumph over numerous calamities. 3 of the 4 ancient nations perished, yet the Dragon Nation has persevered for 5 millennia. Throughout its glorious and tumultuous history, it has never been assimilated or enslaved by foreign powers, and it continues to rise rapidly, remaining the dominant force on Earth. This is the objective for which Ingyi strives. P.S. Special thanks to Dedage and Xiao Zhan for the divine certification. Thank you, Dedage. Chapter 78. The Foolish Sovereign. The military camp lay 30 miles from the imperial capital, with hundreds of thatched huts standing tall, sheltering numerous elderly and injured soldiers. A sleek, black steed, its hooves shimmering with white mist, galloped swiftly toward the camp in the blink of an eye. The horse came to a halt before the military encampment. Upon arrival, Luo Qingwu swiftly dismounted, turning her face away, unable to meet Ingyi's gaze. The journey had been swift, yet her lower abdomen was encircled by a large hand, and she felt the occasional friction against her back, a once entrancing scent wafting into her nostrils, causing her cheeks to flush with both embarrassment and indignation. Ingyi dismounted. He had initially felt a sense of restlessness, but upon witnessing the state of the military camp, his heart swelled with guilt and anger. Here, there were no tents, only crude wooden huts constructed from branches and grass. Inside, apart from a few frail soldiers, the rest were severely injured, elderly, or disabled. A vast consciousness enveloped the camp, and Ingyi's eyes turned moist. What did he see? Old soldiers, tormented by illness, lay within the huts. Some were covered in festering sores, while others bore wounds that had not healed, exuding a foul stench, turning their abodes into breeding grounds for flies. Their clothing was tattered, and some children were scantily clad. They subsisted on mere scraps of vegetation, their porridge so watery that utensils could float upon it. As for the soldiers' training gear, both their weapons and armor were in tatters. An unbearable sight. Is this truly the state of the Qin under my governance? Ingyi's fists clenched tightly, an overwhelming sense of shame washing over him. Luo Qingwu, however, had grown accustomed to such sights. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I shall summon all the wounded soldiers. However, there are many critically injured. Are you truly willing to treat them? She still found it hard to believe, as though she were in a dream. Ying Yi nodded slowly. This is my obligation to them. Please gather all the injured soldiers. Understood, Luo Qingwu replied, her tone unexpectedly gentle as she hurriedly summoned all the injured within the camp. Ying Yi took out a communication token, instructing a way to send sufficient supplies for 3,000 soldiers. After completing these tasks, he made his way toward the assembled troops. Miss Luo, is something amiss? Someone inquired. The other soldiers looked at Luo Qingwu with confusion. In recent years, apart from regular training, they had never needed to assemble. What could this mean? Could it be that Miss Luo was going to dismiss them? Tears fell from the eyes of one soldier, emboldening him to speculate. Upon hearing this, a wave of desolation washed over the gathered soldiers. Well then, even if Miss Luo does send us away, what of it?